Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Latin America International Championships pre-show. My name is Gabby Snyder, and yeah, let's hear some noise for everybody here in the crowd watching early this morning. Unfortunately, we still have a couple of minutes here until we kick off the main event, but that's exactly why I am joined by some incredible casters from all of our titles to walk you through what you have to look forward to this weekend. And also happy Eevee Day, by the way. So while y'all introduce yourselves, tell us, who you are, what game you're representing, and what's your favorite Eevee evolution. So why don't we go ahead and get started?
Thank you very much, Gabby. My name's Chris Reisner, also known as Rise to Occasion. I'm a Go caster here. Favorite evolution? It's got to be Umbreon for me.
Hi everybody, I'm Jake. I call myself a content cowboy. I say yeehaw, and I cast Pokemon UNITE. My favorite evolution, gosh, I knew you were going to ask this, but it's still tough. I do think it's Vaporeon for all the right reasons and not the wrong ones.
Hey, hello everyone, my name's Juancho Saldana, and if we're using all our made-up names as well, I'm Primetime Wizard. But my favorite evolution just has to be Umbreon, not because of the cards. It just looks really cool.
It is cool.
And speaking of cool, my favorite Eevee evolution is actually Glaceon, so we got a nice coverage here. I'm also here representing the video game, so we're going to have a lot of fun action to look forward to. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of our players to watch this weekend from the video game championships. And if y'all have been watching along at home, or maybe y'all have been watching along here in person or at some of our regional championship events around the globe, these may be some names who are quite familiar to y'all. First player to watch this weekend is going to be last year's Latin America International Champion, Marco Silva. Very, very strong player from Italy. Won this event twice in a row, actually. So also was second place at the North American International Championships last year. So a strong contender. Also has already won a regional this year. So very, very strong. Keep an eye out for him. We also have Gabriel Agati, a hometown hero from Brazil. Has 2 regional wins under his belt, got top 8 at the North American International Championships last year. Definitely keep your eyes out for him in the crowd. Hopefully we'll get him featured on stream as well this week. And who could forget our lovely world champion, Giovanni Siski, was able to win the World Championships in a different format. He has never played Regulation H, which is the current video game championship series format. We'll have to see how he's going to do on the official stage. So a lot of incredible talent out there. We have even more players to watch, which we'll cover in the video game stream. So we'll get to that when we get to that. So we'll have to look for that. So why don't you go ahead and tell us, Rise, about who to watch for Go?
It was hard to narrow it down to just 3 players, but it has to start with its accent. Perhaps the most decorated player in our game's history. This guy's won the Triple Crown. He's a regional champion, international champion, world champion, Yokohama 2023.
That's all 3.
He is a player to watch out for. He's fresh off a top cut in Vegas. Keep your eyes on its accent. And then it's the hometown hero, LNDS Hard Jeff, representing Brazil. He won this tournament 2 seasons ago. He also has top cut LAIC every single time he's competed here. Can he keep the streak alive? And then maybe the best nickname in all of Pokemon Go, it's the final boss, Colin 6. He earned that nickname because he's always there towards the end. To win the tournament, you got to go through the final boss, Colin 6, all the way over from the Netherlands. He was the highest placing European player here last year, 5th place. Can he improve on that? We will see.
I love an intimidating nickname. So best of luck to all our Go players out in the field. Over in the trading card game, I think y'all have a final boss of your own over there. We'll get to Unite.
Forget it.
Don't worry. Best for last? Best for last?
So I'm not best?
For last.
I'm just gonna upset everyone this morning. Okay. Can't win.
No, for sure. A lot of people to look forward to seeing here at the TCG. Here at LAIC, again, there's so much talent. We have so many players for TCG, right? How can I pick just 3? But to start it off, you mentioned it was Eevee Day?
It is, yes.
Oh, it was perfect, because one of the people we do have to watch out for is Emma Hagen, who is undisputedly the best Eevee box player in the game. So her deck involves so many of the evolutions. It's a lot of fun. She got 2nd place at Gdansk, and was formerly, #1 in the EU standings. And again, EV Bombs player. She did get uncrowned though as #1 after last weekend because of Las Vegas, but still sitting nicely at #2 is very, very impressive. Of course, we also have Ryuki Okada, player from Japan. And this is a man who I just know loves Pokemon because he's traveling all over the world despite not really being part of our circuit. He earns no championship points, but he did win his World's Invite by winning the Brisbane Regional Championship.
That's so legendary that he earns nothing except the respect of winning it. I love that.
The respect, the cash prizing is
Oh,
pretty
there's
nice
money too? Okay. I still like it, but
No, but he's been just everywhere, really. This year, he won Brisbane. He was in Las Vegas just last week. Placed top 4 then. And, of course, he's our EUIC champion as well. So, a former EUIC champion. So, I'm sure he's looking for a win now in Latin America because he's won everywhere at this point. But, of course, last but not least, I have Jackson Ford. We were talking about, EVs, but this is the man who's playing the real mascot of the game, Charizard EX, our real boss. Again, this is the undisputed Charizard Master. He is a regional champion this season, but I'm sure he's looking for his international.
Of course, and if you're going to win an international championship, I mean, Charizard. I mean, the winner of LAIC last year in VGC used Charizard, so. But finally, of course, best for last, it's time for Pokemon Unite.
yeah, we have so much exciting stuff going on with Unite this weekend. We have a new map, so many new Pokemon to the game, but there are some teams to watch here that are really incredible. Last year, out of Brazil, the runner-up, 2Z Esports, they have a slightly new roster, but this team looks incredible. They have Mazo on the squad, such an exciting team to watch. We have a new org team out of North America. Otter is on that squad from Luminosity last year, but you may know this team is TTV. They are now Dignitas. I'm so excited to have that org in the scene and this team here. And of course, our world champions are in the building. Peru is here and they are looking to win this whole thing. And the teams that win LAIC first, second, and third not only get the lion's share of the Do-Re-Mi this weekend, they also get 3 tickets to the ACL, the Asia Champion League, in March. It's one of the most exciting tournaments of the year. So this is such a huge way for Unite to kick off the season. I can't wait. Also, fun fact, my nickname is the First Boss. I don't know if that's a compliment.
I think that is a compliment. I take it as a compliment.
At least I'm on the rung somewhere.
At least you're a
Yeah.
boss.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, if you take it as a compliment, I think that makes it a compliment. And of course, we're not going to let you all at home walk away empty-handed this weekend. If you are watching along over on Twitch, we have some fantastic drops for you to earn. So, Juancho, why don't you tell us what amazing drops you can get over on the TCG side of things?
Ooh, we're starting it with the TCG because we have so many. Give me a second. I can share the code. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, perfect. I got confirmation. You can get 4 Phantasmal Flame packs. I'm sharing the code right now. LAIC 26 Phantasmal Flames. That's the latest set. So 4 packs from the latest set's pretty good. But not only that, we're giving away 3 more things just by watching at the Twitch channel. We have a Mega Venusaur deck box, sleeves, coin, and then followed by 2 special Illustrator rare cards. It's actually a mystery what those cards are.
Ooh.
You're gonna have to tune in to find out and then grab those cards. And last but not least, a Mega Venusaur jacket, a cosmetic item that you can only get by watching through Twitch. I'm gonna have to watch because I need to grab that.
All right, if you open those booster packs, by the way, make sure to post your polls with #PlayPokemon. I'd love to see what you get. There are some incredible cards in the Phantasmal Flame set. But speaking of incredible, I hear Pokemon Go. There's something about Elite TMs in the mix for y'all. I need some of those.
For Pokemon Go, we have a special timed research. You get your hands on Araquanid. It's inspired by its Axon's NAIC winning team, but I think more importantly, we don't want to bury the headline, an Elite Charge TM.
Yes.
Also, 15 fast TMs, 15
Yes.
charge TMs. Us PvP enthusiasts, sometimes we're changing a lot of move sets around. We're lacking those TMs, so make sure you get your hands on them with the time to research this event.
I know, with the special format here as well, those TMs are so important because my Pokemon just weren't set up for the right metagame.
Absolutely.
So make sure you get those drops as well over on the Pokemon Go channel. And for video game, don't worry, we got y'all covered as well. If you think back to the North American International Championships, Federico Camporesi won with a fantastic Whimsicott, and that's going to be our distribution for this weekend. And oh, I'm getting something in my ear as well. I can also share the code. This is incredible. So you can go ahead and go to Mystery Gift and enter the code LAI6 or LAIC26 Tailwind. The I's are ones, by the way. And you can get your own Whimsicott. It knows Encore, it knows Tailwind, and Whimsicott is just one of those Pokemon that is always relevant in VGC. So if you don't have one trained up yet, or if you just want another one to have around in your game, make sure to get that Pokemon while it's live. And once again, the best for last. What's are we giving away this weekend in Pokemon Unite?
Yeah, we have some cool stuff for Pokemon Unite, best for last, as always. I don't have anything in my ear. They wouldn't let me wear it, so I don't know what code I can or cannot share, but I can say that just by watching, you are going to be able to earn a Venusaur Platinum emblem. And is the code on the screen right now?
Yeah,
it is! The code's right there! We can share it. So using the code on the screen right now, you are able to get this in-game sticker showing that you are here live watching LAIC. Of course, we're going to be live on the Pokemon Unite Twitch Friday, Saturday, and then Championship Sunday, we will be up on the main channel. Make sure you snag these free rewards just for watching Unite.
So some incredible rewards. And don't worry, if you want to grab all of the rewards from all of our games, you have plenty of time to tune into all of the fantastic action. So real quick from y'all, any final thoughts? Like 3 words. Tell me why I should watch Pokemon Go this weekend.
It's a historic event. It's the first time we're introducing a limited meta to the championship series. Players are going to have to be creative, and we're going to see Pokemon that we've never seen the likes of taking the stage. Oranguru, Turtonator, brand new meta. Who can adapt? Who can play the best to become an international champion?
All right, Spraggles, real quick. Why should I watch Unite this weekend?
Best for last.
All
Best
right.
for last. I hope that translates somehow.
All right. Juancho, why should I watch TCG?
I only have 2 words.
Okay.
Mega Evolution.
Okay. I think we lost Spraggles. All right. Well, you should watch VGC because it's going to be absolutely incredible. So many twists and turns you cannot believe. So thank you for joining us here in the pre-show. There is an incredible opening ceremony waiting to start. So let's go ahead and kick it off.
We did it. We did it!
Esse meu jeito de viver, ninguém nunca foi igual. A minha vida é fazer o bem vencer o mal. Pelo mundo viajarei, tentando encontrar o Pokémon e com o seu poder tudo transformar. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Quem vai comprar comigo? Com o seu poder, tudo transformar. Vem comigo, vamos formar sempre a melhor equipe. E sempre juntos vamos vencer. O sonho é poder. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que mundo defender. Isso eu sei, pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Dare yori mo tsuyoku強くなりたい。ポケモンゲットが本当の試練さ。この広い世界中探し求めるポケモンの本当の力知るため力合わせそれが運命。俺たちで世界守ろう。強い心と勇気で飛び越えよう。君と俺助け合って Pokémon I wanna be the very best No one ever was To catch them is my big test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power inside. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos queremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai chegar já a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Temos que pegar. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai chegar já a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Juntos teremos que o mundo defender. Temos que pegar. Isso eu sei. Pegá-los eu tentarei. Vai ser grande a emoção. Pokémon, temos que pegar.
Nossa, a emoção completamente tomando conta. Janaína Bianchi, a cantora do tema original do Pokémon no Brasil. Obrigada, Pikachu. Vai ficar. Oh my goodness. Bom dia, São Paulo! Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Pokémon Latin America International Championships. Oh, my goodness, that performance, Adam, it was absolutely electrifying.
Took my breath away. I think it perfectly set the stage for this event and for all of our old school Pokemon fans in the audience, certainly.
Yes, in Portuguese, in English, in Japanese as well. So let's give a big round of applause once again for our lovely performers.
Over 3,500 of the fiercest competitors across the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, fighting for their shot at the 2026 Pokemon LAIC champion title.
It's not just the title as well, we're talking about a $500 $100,000 prize pool across all 4 games. And of course, a qualifying option for the champions to Worlds happening next August in San Francisco, California. And of course, alongside the Pokémon experience.
Incredible. It feels like just yesterday that we were crowning the 2025 World Champions in Anaheim, California. And now here we are kicking off the first international championship of the new season with our competitors preparing to play some of their most intense games of Pokemon yet.
And it's not just about playing Pokemon, it's about competing, proving yourself, and taking that crown.
Well, let's not keep them waiting any longer then, Sophia. Competitors, get ready for round 1 of the 2026 Pokemon LAIC Championship.
Alrighty, so to get this started, let's give one final round of applause now for the lovely staff and crew making this lovely event come together. Alright, are you ready? Go!
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, where the best trainers in the world are meeting to fight for the title of LAIC champion. Last year, 2-time world champions Luminosity started their historic season off with a dominant win to start their 2025 IC sweep.
Has just been buckled in Brazil! Your former world champs are your LAIC champions!
Regional hero Marto Galde persevered with unmatched resilience, withstanding one final brave bird attack before rising tall as the LAIC champion.
He might be the greatest of all time!
Miloslav Posledny proved that patience pays off. His highly calculated plays laid the groundwork for an inevitable victory and achieved status as TCG legend.
Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand.
Defending LAIC champion Marco Silva devastated his opponents, burning through the competition and searing his name into Pokémon VGC history.
As the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Welcome to the Latin America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Bom dia, everyone, and it's another beautiful day here after a series of beautiful days in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and I am so excited to get into the action here. We are back in Sao Paulo for the Latin American International Championships, and I am so happy that I am doing it next to my good friend, Gabby Snyder. Gabby, welcome back to Sao Paulo.
Thank you. It's been a couple of years, but I'm so happy to be back. You know, the food, the people here are absolutely incredible, and the competition cannot be beat. So we're going to have some incredible matches in the tournament this weekend, and I just cannot wait to watch them.
Absolutely. It's going to be an incredible weekend of Pokemon battling here on our Pokemon VGC stream. To give you a taste of what's to come, let's take a quick look at our format for the weekend.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon VGC at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon VGC LAIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format with open team sheets. An open team sheet means critical details about each trainer's Pokemon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of LAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
And after all of that, our competitors are competing for $15,000 if you win the entire tournament here in Sao Paulo. As well, you also, if you make it into that top 4, will receive a direct invitation to the World Championship. So much is on the line here in Sao Paulo.
But wait, there's more. You also will get a lovely amount of championship points. And if you're thinking to yourself, wait, but I got top 4 in the tournament, why would I need championship points? Every single championship point you earn also goes towards a possible travel award to the next international championship. And as you can imagine, 500 championship points gets you a far way towards that prize as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone even who is below those direct invitations, the international championships are where you can make up the bulk of your points to qualify for the World Championship. So everyone out here is going to be giving it their all this weekend.
Yes, so we have some incredible players to watch, and if you were watching the pre-show just a little while ago, I think these first few players may look a little bit familiar.
They'll also be familiar to anyone who has watched any of our broadcasts before, because they are some of the most talented players in the field here.
Yeah, it's almost like our players to watch segment is more like a in case you forgot segment, or if you're me, maybe it's like in case you haven't had enough coffee yet. But of course, Marco Silva, Gabriel Agati, and Giovanni Siski, 3 incredible players who are all in attendance this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I am so excited. I have to shout out Gio in particular, our world champion. This is his first event back after the World Championships. He did not go to any of the North American regionals, so now he is here in Sao Paulo, defending that title for the first time.
And not only that, he hasn't played a single Regulation H tournament
That's true.
above like a local level tournament that we know of. So as far as I'm aware, this is going to be his first time trying out the Regulation H format on such a big international stage. And when you're going up against a 2-time Latin American International Champion / second place at the North American International Championships last year, Marco Silva, and of course Gabriel Agati, who has years upon years of experience competing at this level. That is a tall order to fill.
Absolutely, and I'm going to be really excited to see how all 3 of these players perform. We also have a bunch of players. This is an international championships. That means we are not just looking at players from the Latin American region, we are looking at players from all over the world. Everyone is here to compete, but of course, we do have to highlight our host region for this tournament. We have so many incredible Latin American players out here. You can see this is just our first slide of incredible players in Latin America. And you got to start it off with Juan Salerno from Argentina. Of course, last seen in Gdansk over in Europe, making the top 4 using one of the most common team archetypes we've seen in Regulation H that was kicked off by Emanuele Brigante after Frankfurt. But Juan is out here traveling the globe, getting those championship points, getting that world's invitation.
Yeah, searching far and wide for those championship points indeed. And the trainer right next to him, Renzo Navarro, is also no stranger to traveling around the world, has been competing for a long time as well. Most recently won Belo Horizonte earlier, which was the Brazilian regional that happened earlier on this season. Got top 4 at LAIC last year and ran Baxcalibur with loaded dice, which interestingly enough was the pre-Dragonite in Regulation H. And I'm curious to see if we'll see a return to that form as it does a lot of the things that Dragonite does. Some would argue better, some would argue worse. But I think more importantly, does show that he's very comfortable in the Regulation H format.
Absolutely. One thing it does better is it actually hits fairy types, which is nice
for
a dragon
that
type in this
very
format.
True.
But I love watching Renzo perform and play in these tournaments, so I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye on him. We also have to shout out Christian Andrade from our host country here of Brazil. Recently just made top 4 at that Belo Horizonte Regional Championship and has previously won the Sao Paulo events here in 2024, way back when, running a cool in Belo Horizonte, running a really cool Grimmsnarl Screens team alongside our Chaludon and the Specs Guldengo.
Yeah, something very similar to what Justin Tang was seen running in Las Vegas last week. So a lot to keep an eye on. And if we go ahead and look at our second slide of Latin American players to keep an eye on, we first have Alexander Canseco, who was a finalist at the Monterrey Regional Championships. Was playing Stefan Mott for that title, but more recently actually got top 16 in the Las Vegas Regional Championships just last weekend. And I find it incredible just how many people at this tournament were in Vegas last weekend, because I think a lot of people realized it's not as long of a flight as you think it is from there to here. And as a result, that was a great warm-up tournament. Alexander in particular was running Black Glass's King Gambit with Electabuzz and Volcarona.
Throwback.
A very throwback team, but I think a very bulky, very easy to maneuver team. So someone to keep an eye on this weekend.
Also, someone to keep an eye on is Max Morales from Costa Rica here, of course, hoping to haunt his opponent's dreams with that Gengar as well. But no Gengar that we have seen so far in his Regulation H experience. Of course, most recently got top 16 at the Monterrey Regional Championships, but also has a 3-time special event champion in the past, including twice in Bogota 2024 and 2025, and the Santiago special event in 2025. And he has been caught running the Porygon 2 Ursaluna style team, along with, I believe he was not running the actual Kilowattrel version, but just going for a harder Porygon 2 Ursaluna.
Yeah, that sixth slot on that team is something that's up for contention, and I really hope we get to talk about that more in the future. For now, though, let's talk about Javier Nain, who is running the Kilowattrel variant of that tournament, of that team, at his most recent tournament in Buenos Aires, where he got top 4 just earlier this season. Also was the champion of the Buenos Aires special event back in the 2025 season. So all of these players are incredibly accomplished, and it almost feels like a regret that this is the only time we get down here to really feature these trainers on an international broadcast. So even though y'all are joining us here on the live stream right now, make sure to go to the Play Pokemon YouTube at your convenience to check out our feature streams. They're going to be broadcasting all day additional matches from each round of Swiss, and I really hope we get to feature trainers from all around the globe, but especially our Latin American trainers who otherwise just we don't get to see.
Absolutely, and here you can see the top 16 trainers in Latin America right now in terms of the championship points, and Juan Salerno is so far ahead of the pack. Actually, both Juan and Kenneth Gamboa have over 1,000 championship points already, and we are at the first international championships. That is wild. But of course, incredible trainers here. Some names that you are probably very familiar with from previous international tournaments, and like you mentioned, Gabby, we will of course be trying to broadcast as many matches and pulling from as many countries as possible, because this is a really excellent opportunity to highlight some of these trainers.
All right, well, unfortunately, I think our time with the Latin American trainers is done for now. We'll come back for sure a little bit later on in the broadcast. Let's go ahead and look at some of the other regions that are here at this tournament, and of course, maybe recency bias. Let's go ahead and talk about the North Americans in attendance, as Las Vegas was at least the most recent regional championship that I've personally attended, and I would be remiss to not shout out some of the trainers that did well there. Joshua Lorsi was not in attendance at Vegas, but was a finalist at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, where you and I were in attendance, and what an incredible final match that was.
Absolutely, incredible finals from Joshua there. Of course, did not secure the championship for himself, so he is now back here in Sao Paulo, going to compete for a championship. This is a player who has been slowly climbing up the ranks over years of competition and has always been a threat to go deep.
Oh yes.
And this year has absolutely started breaking into those top cuts, and the championship is just around the corner. You have to feel for him.
Indeed. Justin Tang as well, a very, very consistent player this season so far, has gotten top 8 in Las Vegas and in Pittsburgh, got top 4 in the Monterrey Regional Championships early on in the season. Most recently was running Grimmsnarl, Altralodon, and Volcarona, a very bulky team that was able to use some very heavy-hitting special attackers to get really big damage down on the board. Honestly, probably one of the more consistent players out of North America in recent history. Definitely definitely someone to keep an eye on this weekend.
Absolutely, and of course, our final person to watch here in North America is Stefan Mott, who is no stranger to winning in Latin America, as he did win the Monterrey event at the start of Regulation H 2.0 as we brought the format back. Using an incredibly unique team that, of course, featured a Scyther and a Garganackle. This was before Emanuele Brigante had broken the meta by his balance team. But Stefan got in early and was able to get that win in Monterrey before everyone else started to sort of centralize around that Lele team.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Scyther is not his favorite Pokemon.
Nope.
We found that out the hard way, but if you try hard enough, maybe it can be your favorite Pokemon someday.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at where we are in North America in the race for Travel Awards and for the World's Invitation. Justin Tang, of course, is at over 1,000 points here in the #1 slot after that finish in Las Vegas, dethroning William Brown, who had been at the top of that list for a while now. But of course, Justin Tang here in Sao Paulo going to continue to build on that championship points lead. Stefan Mott there in 7th and Joshua Lorsi in 11th. So some of the top trainers are out here. I can also see a couple other ones here.
Yeah.
I know Joseph Ugarte is also here.
William Brown as well, I believe. So we could see some upsets this weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah, William is also here. And actually, one of the only events we see him at these days, Ashton Cox is back for the Latin American International Championships, hoping to regain the title of Latin American International Champion.
Now that's a throwback. It's been a while, but best of luck to Ashton. It's always great to see so many defending international champions in the field to defend their titles. So speaking of which, let's go ahead and look at our other EU players on the field. And Victor Mendina was a finalist here last year at the Latin American International Championship, got top 8 at Worlds this past year, was a finalist in Frankfurt, really struggling to break that second place curse that he has.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the best players to have made multiple finals, but has not secured the championship yet. Again, another player that you have to assume that championship is right around the corner for him. Put up a great fight last year, is back here hoping to potentially go just that one extra step further. That's a player to watch for sure this weekend. But to get through it, we'll have to get through all of Italy, including Marco Silva that we saw him lose to last year, and our North American International Champion, Federico Camporisi here. Of course, was the North American International Champion previously last season, but also made top 16 at Lille here and top 8 at Gdansk in this season, running that same Sun team that Victor lost to in the Latin American International Championships last year. Actually, I believe he ran both Sun and Rain, so
yes,
I believe if I'm counting, I think that means Tyranitar is coming from Federico.
Or Ninetales.
Or Ninetales.
But you can also get his Whimsicott using that download code LAIC26 Tailwind.
What about the eyes? What are those?
Those are ones.
Those are ones.
Yes. But also, of course, there's Louis Fonbe, who is from France competing here this weekend, and he is an aged-up senior. And if there is one thing that is threatening in the Masters division. Thank you. I was going to say league, and I was like, no, that's not the word. It is an aged-up senior because they have time and they have the skills.
And you can see it right here. He's already 3rd place in EU.
Absolutely insane. Was a finalist at EUIC last year in the seniors division. Has some incredible placements already in the Masters division. And like you said, championship points as well.
Yeah, the championship points don't lie here. Louis Fonbe has been making a splash in his first year in the Masters division. Of course, we have to expect a lot of these players who are also here are going to be doing very well. This has been one of our strongest regions in the last few years, so very excited to see what EU has in store for the Latin American International Championships. But of course, we go from Europe, we have to hop on over to Oceania. We have some incredible players here representing the Oceania region, including and starting with another former senior world champion, Nicholas Kahn. Sorry, he was a junior world champion.
Yep.
I want to age him up because it doesn't make me feel good to know that he's now competing in the Masters division. But Nicholas Kahn, a former junior world champion, aged up into the seniors division a couple of years ago and has already gotten a championship in Brisbane as well as a top 4 in Brisbane this season.
And Diego Ferreira got top 8 at Worlds in Hawaii a couple years back. Definitely someone to keep an eye on for this international stage. And Joji Kaeda got top 8 at the Brisbane Regional Championships earlier on this year. And I think honestly more impressively has won 5 Grand Challenges, which
so impressive.
It's very impressive because those are honestly the hardest tournaments out there. So
yeah, it's very hard to make a case for any other player to be the best of one player, especially best of one closed team sheets in the Scarlet and Violet era, than Joji Kaeda.
For sure. Let's go ahead and look at some of our Japanese players who are here competing as well. Coming all the way to Brazil in hopes of winning one of those World Invites, direct invites to compete at the World Championships. Yuya Tada was a finalist in Brisbane this past season, got top 8 at LAIC last year, and interestingly enough, got top 64 at Worlds last year in the TCG.
Yeah, but he was not betraying his VGC roots because he was running a Golden Go EX deck, and I think
that counts.
I think that counts for us. But of course, we also have to take a look at Yuma Kinugawa, who was an incredibly impressive player in our North American International Championships last year, where he made it to the top 8. He is also the 2025 Japan National Champion and was recently in Las Vegas where he made top 32. So one of those Japanese players that has been traveling in the circuit, competing for prizing and especially for that direct invitation to Worlds.
And finally, Kiwamu Endo got top 16 at Worlds in 2018, was a finalist at the Japan Championship Series final tournament in 2024, and got top 32 at the Japan Championship Series in 2025. So there are so many incredible trainers on the field. We really struggled to pick matches for this first round, but we do have an incredible match waiting on the stage for you in this round 1 of Swiss. And you know, one of the best things about these international championships, honestly, Evan, is that we do actually start from round 1 of Swiss. And there they are on the stage, our 2 players, Fabio Lima from Brazil playing Justin Tang from the US.
Yeah, we just saw Fabio is in the top 16 of championship points for the Latin American region. Was 6th actually in Brazil alone, recently coming off that top 8 in Belo Horizonte earlier in the season. Of course, we just talked about Justin Tang as one of our players to watch. We'll be running that Grimmsnarl team once again, while Fabio will be running a rain team, or at least what looks like a very heavy rain team here, with the Pelipper, the Archaludon, and the Basque Legion. But Fabio has been one of those players who has opted for sort of that fake rain team, where that Archaludon has the sturdy and the power herb instead of leaning into the Assault Vest Electro Shot, and the Basque Legion is adaptability instead of being the Swift Swim variant.
It's an interesting way to run rain because at the end of the day, rain does still help the Archaludon. If it's raining on the field, Electroshot will not consume the power herb, so you can just save it until you are ready to use it. However, not having to bring the Pelipper to the game really opens up a lot of options for Fabio, and I think that's going to be key in this matchup against Justin Tang, because you don't necessarily want to enable some of Justin's own modes of attacking, especially with some of his Pokemon on your own side of the field. So looking at Fabio's team, like the rain would be nice for sure, but I think you're going to want to lean a little bit heavier on your Whimsicott, maybe on the your own Archaludon and your own Golden Go to try and power through some of the heavier hitters on Justin's side. The #1 target for Fabio has to be that Ursaluna, and I think aligning your Basque Legion against that Pokemon is going to be a great way to navigate through that threat.
Yeah, and I also want to call out something here. The Golden Go is actually the Terra Fighting.
Yes.
So that's actually another way that Fabio has to threaten Pokemon like that Ursaluna Blood Moon. But that is an option that is pretty rogue on the Golden Go. This is a Life Orb variant that does not have the Nasty Claw, so will not be boosting, and instead has the ability to turn into a fighting type and just blow up some Pokemon that traditionally wall it, like Incineroar or the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
On Justin's side of the field, he's running the same exact team we saw him run in Las Vegas just 1 week ago, and why not? If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
It's a really fun team. You have Grimmsnarl to set up some bulk with Light Screen and Reflect to open up opportunities opportunities for your Ursaluna and Golden Go to go on the offense. And like I was mentioning, it's really going to be that Ursaluna that Justin needs to open up, as it's going to do so much damage to the Archaludon, to the Incineroar, and to the Golden Go as well on Fabio's side of the field. If you're worried about Terra fighting on the Golden Go, then I think you can find ways around that with your Volcarona, for example. It can just provide a nice redirection with Rage Powder to protect your Ursaluna. You could also consider bringing your Dragonite to just use Scale Shot to find ways around it. I think Justin's main strategy here has to be trying to bait the Terastallization out of Fabio early to either, one, be able to adapt to the Golden Go early on, or two, ensure that it can't necessarily Terastallize later on.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things about Justin's team that also gives him some additional options is having that more supportive Volcarona as well. So it has the ability to struggle bug and keep Pokemon like that Golden Go in check, especially since it is not the nasty plot variant.
Exactly. You do have to worry about Fake Tears on Whimsicott stacking up a little bit too much, but you know, Grimmsnarl is a Dark-type Pokemon, so Prankster won't be effective against it. And at the end of the day, I think this Volcarona is pretty comfortable getting at least one Heat Wave in onto the opposing Archaludon before it has to start worrying about these Fake Tears adding up. So in the end, I think this is a great lead for Fabio here with the Whimsicott and the Archaludon on the field, because you have one turn to start setting things up before Justin's engine will really start adding up on his side of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Justin, will be able to set up a screen here if he wants it. That's the benefit of Grimmsnarl. If you lead it, you always are guaranteed to at least limit one of the damage types, of course, and especially with the Light Clay item that it is holding, we'll be able to extend the duration of those screens. But actually, it's going to be Whimsicott immediately terrestrializing into the Fire type on Fabio's side to protect itself from any of those big heat waves coming out from Volcarona, and Fabio is extremely worried about this Volcarona surviving past this turn, goes for the Fake Tears onto it, which will allow the Archaludon to deal big damage and sort of limit the bad sides, the downsides of this Struggle Bug. Of course, the Electro Shot will also remove that, so we have a situation where Fabio has managed to remove the special defense of the Volcarona and negate the Struggle Bug, but that light screen has gone up, so this Volcarona is able to tank that, and now the Power Herb is used up. Volcarona is going to be able to keep that Pokemon in check with Struggle Bug.
It's an interesting Terastallization on Whimsicott. This is a Pokemon that doesn't typically Terastallize for trainers, but given that Fabio has already invested so much in this Pokemon, I think Fake Tears is going to be his #1 strategy moving forwards. There's not much stopping him from going for it again onto that Volcarona and then using another special attack.
Yeah, and here comes the disruption of Grimmsnarl. This is what makes this Pokemon so scary. The Thunder Wave connecting onto the Archaludon. As you can see, Grimmsnarl tanking that Moonblast with the light screen up despite the super effective damage. Tailwind will go up, so Justin will be able to start outspeeding after this, but Grimmsnarl actually hangs on after the light screen and the Struggle Bug onto the Archaludon, which means that Justin actually doesn't get the free switch that maybe he really wanted here.
And that's kind of rough for Justin, because this Grimmsnarl, it certainly can set up another Thunder Wave. It could try and go for a second screen if he's worried about a physical attacker. But ultimately, you want your Pokemon to get in on that first turn of Tailwind, so you have the ability to take advantage of all of those speed turns. The nice thing about Thunder Wave is that at least it will lower the speed of that Archaludon as well, so you do have a more permanent mode of speed control on the field. But you do wish that you had, all those turns to be faster than the Whimsicott at least.
Okay, well, Fabio will see a mirror on the other end as Justin brings his own Archaludon onto the field. Fabio will switch into the Pelipper, which will reactivate the ability of Fabio's Archaludon to start firing off those Electro Shots, but will take a Thunder Wave for its trouble, and that is big for the Pelipper because it is the Choice Scarf Pelipper. So the benefit of that item is negated, and you only have the downside now.
But you are able to get another Electro Shot in despite the paralysis and get another special attack boost. So little by little, this light screen is going away, but also Archaludon's just built like a tank.
Yeah, Archaludon, yeah, but it's tankier than most bridges I've seen.
Fair enough.
The Pokemon is able to tank it so easily, and in doing so also gets a stamina boost on the switch, and which isn't super relevant against most of Fabio's Pokemon, But if that Basque Legion is in the back trying to be sort of an ace, a cleanup crew, that could spell trouble for Basque Legion as we see it there on the preview.
Archaludon will retreat though, so losing those special attack boosts that it invested so much time in getting, and with Whimsicott coming back onto the field, I think Fabio is just struggling to find time to get through these turns. Oh no, that Whimsicott, it's a fire type now!
It's a fire type now, so it actually takes all of that damage, but it still manages to hang on. So Whimsicott is able to stay on the field here on the switch, and then Grimmsnarl also stays on the field with that, tanking that Hurricane.
And this is exactly why Grimmsnarl is such a good Pokemon in the metagame right now. Screens make such a huge difference. If you're able to hold on with just a sliver of health and keep disrupting your opponent, you can keep limiting their options turn after turn after turn. Whimsicott can at least get one more attack in. It's not paralyzed, and it will be faster than the Grimmsnarl, so it could go for a fake tears or maybe even an encore into the opposing Archaludon if you just want to know what it's going to use for the next couple of turns. But still, that Grimmsnarl will also have the opportunity to lock in another screen or possibly a Thunder Wave into that slot. But instead, looks like we're just matching Tailwinds.
Yeah, Fabio is able to now match the Tailwind. Of course, it is wildly staggered now because the Volcarona was able to set that up a while ago, and the Grimmsnarl, by staying on the field, meant that Justin did not get a lot of momentum out of it.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Fabio's Whimsicott has just gone down now, and Grimmsnarl will finally faint on Justin's side, but I believe Tailwind is about to expire for Justin, and now Fabio is going to have, yep, there it is, and now Fabio has the entire speed advantage.
But is it really a speed advantage if both your Pokemon are paralyzed under Tailwind?
That's fair.
And then you also have the chance of not attacking as well. I mean, you've mitigated, I'd argue, 70% of the threat of the paralysis, but there is still that threat of not attacking. And the nice thing about Justin's Archaludon, and I wish we had a chance to touch on this in team preview, it isn't actually running an electric attack. So the only way it's going to be able to hit the Basque Legion would be either a Draco Meteor, a Flash Cannon, or a Snarl. Snarl being the only super effective option. So you do have like that benefit there, but you are going to need multiple hits to take down that Pokemon. So sending in the Archaludon here, I think you're setting yourself up for a nice Draco Meteor into the opposing Dragonite once multi-scale's broken, or maybe even trying to land that directly into the opposing Archaludon. But speed is still in play.
Absolutely, and Fabio, I feel for you. I also would have wanted to click Icy Wind here on the Pelipper, but you are locked in, but you do get the confusion on Dragonite. So there is a little bit of variance added into here as well. The Archaludon is also able to break through the paralysis, will not be fully paralyzed this turn, so gets off another Electro Shot, and is going to be able to deal big damage back to the Dragonite. Not quite enough to pick up the KO, even after multi-scale, because it has not gotten super rolling. And the Dragonite, though, hits itself in its own confusion. But Body Press will deal good damage back to Fabio's Archaludon, but that Dragonite, oh man, it feels bad to miss a turn. It feels worse when you actually damage yourself on that turn.
I know, and that wasn't even a skill shot miss, unfortunately. But I do think that Archaludon on Justin's side of the field is going to be his key to winning at this point in time. You saw just how much that Body Press did to the opposing Archaludon already. We know that the Pelipper is locked into a move. It's once Rain goes, Hurricane's not going to be 100% accurate, and it's not going to do any damage to the opposing Archaludon. So that is why you have to switch it out here. My big question, though, is will Basque Legion be able to hang on throughout this turn?
Absolutely. Basque Legion is going to be the one thing that could potentially start breaking through some of these. Dragonite, though, will not confuse, hit itself in confusion once again, protects itself on this turn. Here's a big Draco Meteor coming out from Fabio's Archaludon. Deals good damage back to the Archaludon on Justin's side, but the Assault Vest is coming up huge here. And the Snarl deals good damage to Basque Legion. Oh, a critical hit will help. But also, Archaladon's not doing any damage anymore.
Yeah, that almost comes off as a prediction on Justin's part, you know, knowing that the Ghost-type Pokemon might come onto the field, but also just a very safe play, as Pelipper and Archaladon are both special attackers, and even if that switch doesn't happen, you're still weakening a possible Hurricane, you're weakening that Draco Meteor that would also connect there. So a very safe play from Justin. You know, breaking the sash on the Basculegion and getting super effective damage was a bonus.
Yeah, but really excellent targeting on Fabio's side, able to not fall for the protect on the Dragonite, instead get the Basculegion in relatively safely, and deal some significant damage back to the Archaladon on Justin's side, which has no way of healing itself.
It does, and hopefully that will be the key for Fabio for breaking through those defenses, because right now those stamina boosts are really adding up.
And that will mean that Basculegion's not going to be able to break through if they keep adding up, but Volcarona is just sacrificed on the switch in here by Justin. Takes that last respects, no options, and the Draco Meteor connecting once again, it's dealing a pitiful amount of damage, but it is dealing damage that Justin cannot mitigate. There's no way for Justin to heal up that Archaladon, so it's now in a pretty scary spot.
It is in a pretty scary spot. We also finally saw Light Screen and Tailwind expire, so Pelipper a little bit more useful now. Will be paralyzed for this first turn on the field, so is definitely in danger, but if it is able to survive long enough to reset Tailwind or possibly even land an Icy Wind like it wanted to earlier on in the game, Basculegion's last respect should be able to clean up the final amount of damage on Archaladon and on Dragonite. Even with all those defensive boosts, given how many Pokemon have been KO'd on Fabio's side of the field and last respects, and how adaptability boosts the damage significantly, that should be enough to pick up the KO at that range.
Yeah, the one thing to worry about is this Dragonite, if it can survive and outspeed the Basculegion. So if Aqua Jet isn't enough, then the Dragonite could clean up here, either by setting Tailwind for Archaladon or the Scale Shot. That is the Scale Shot into the Protect on the Basculegion. Fabio calling that one, protects itself, while a Draco Meteor from Archaladon will fire back onto Pelipper, which survives with only 10 hit points remaining, and that's going to be a huge Icy Wind, connects onto both Pokemon, knocks out the Dragonite, and that means that this Archaladon has no options against these two Pokemon. Has to hope for the ability to survive a last respect, pick up a KO in return, and also Paris from Pelipper, and Icy Wind misses. Well, I think even just one last respect should clear it up here. Justin agrees, and that's going to mean Fabio Lima takes game one here at the Latin American International Championships.
I think Justin had to make a very tough call in that endgame. Do I keep the Archaladon on the field to keep my defensive boosts, or do I switch it out to reset my special attack? And if you remember correctly, when that Volcarona was swapped in to take that hit for Dragonite, I think that should have been the Archaladon that swapped in and out for that Volcarona. Unfortunately, though, hindsight is always 20/20, and that end game just worked out so that Icy Wind was enough. The Pelipper was able to attack. Had that been a full para, that would have been a completely different end game.
Absolutely, and you know, we have to go back to that Hurricane that confused the Dragonite. Of course, Dragonite missed a turn, and then also it does force that Dragonite. If you are the player who has a Pokemon that's confused, the only way to guarantee that it clears is to switch it out. And you have to imagine that entered into the calculus as well.
For sure. It's a very tough decision. And the nice thing about those kind of decisions, though, is that they are random, right? Like, there's no guarantee that you're going to be confused a second time by a Hurricane. And if you are worried about that, there are ways you can play around it. Or maybe the paralysis will happen this time around. So if Justin is worried about that in game number 2, you could maybe go for a Thunder Wave onto the Pelipper turn number 1, for example.
Absolutely. You could, but I like this adaptation from Fabio, who is just like, I need this Grimmsnarl off the field ASAP. And the best way to do that is to lead Golden Go. Unless you terrestrialize that Grimmsnarl, you're still going down to a Make It Rain, and of course you can't paralyze it with Thunder Wave.
I love this adaptation as well, because the Whimsicott, it was a cool idea with the Terrafire, but ultimately I don't think it really accomplished anything that Pelipper couldn't on its own.
Well, there's the Thunder Wave connecting onto Pelipper again, negating the benefit of that Choice Scarf. A Struggle Bug from Volcarona will connect onto both the Pelipper and Golden Go. This is how Justin is choosing to prioritize targeting here. The Para onto Pelipper and a Struggle Bug onto the Golden Go. Actually, that is enough to help that Grimmsnarl survive for one more turn, which means that Justin's also going to get to set up a light screen here.
You have to wonder, though, if the end game will come down to the Bastion again. Do you maybe go for a Reflect?
You could go for a Reflect. That's definitely an option, but it's really hard to click Reflect when you're staring down two special attackers like this.
I know. It's one of those calls where you have to wonder if you're in the moment or not. And I mean, we do get a sneak peek at what Fabio has in the back, and knowing that Archaludon and Basculegion, odds are the Archaludon will be making an appearance next because Rain is still active on the field, and we know just how good that is with Electroshot. So I agree. I do think that Light Screen is the better play here. That being said, talking about adjustments, I do wonder if we are going to see an Ursaluna from Justin in this game too, because we did not see it game one.
Yeah, there was no Ursaluna in game one, but the Archaludon is back out on the field for Justin. There's the light screen on the side of Justin Tang, so we'll reduce the special attacking damage coming out from this Golden Go that has taken a Struggle Bug and a Make It Rain debuff. Gets a special defense drop onto Archaludon and gets a defense buff from the stamina boost. But this Archaludon is very happy to switch in onto both of these attacks, the Shadow Ball and the Hurricane. Fabio targeting down and really prioritizing that Volcarona, which honestly got a lot of value out of a single Struggle Bug there.
It really
protected the Grimmsnarl and itself.
It did, but by doubling down into that slot and hoping that the Volcarona got knocked out so that you would automatically retarget the Grimmsnarl, now the Grimmsnarl could go for a Reflect, or it could go for another Thunder Wave. Maybe not onto the Golden Go while it's on the field, because, you know, good as Gold ability will keep it safe for a little while longer. But if you're anticipating a switch, or if Grimmsnarl's just ignored for another turn, it could just start setting up again and just be a nuisance once more.
Yeah, it does just kind of happen with Grimmsnarl sometimes, that you're just like, well, I guess I'm
still here.
I'm still here. maybe I try. Maybe I go
exactly.
For it. Well, Fabio is switching the Archaludon in as Justin switches Archaludon out in favor of the Volcarona, which is now back out on the field. Actually, a double switch from Fabio. That means that Basculegion is now coming in alongside the Archaludon. And this Volcarona gets in absolutely for free, and Grimmsnarl gets to do whatever it wants, and a Spirit Break onto Archaludon. Of course, this is the sturdy variant, so not as defensive as the Assault Vest, and takes a decent amount of damage and crucially gets that special attack drop again.
And even if the Golden Go stayed in, that would have been another special attack drop. So again, safe plays from Justin, trying to whittle down this Archaludon's attacking powers so that when the heavy hitters do make an appearance, when the Archaludon does come on the field, if it's Dragonite, if it's Ursaluna, whatever else comes on the field, this Archaludon is no longer a threat. Now, switching in the Basculegion early, I don't think that's something that Justin necessarily accounted for. So I'm very curious how Fabio's going to go on the offense with it, given how early it's showing up.
Well, the Water Terrestrialization on Volcarona will protect itself from damage from the Basculegion. But I think this Basculegion needs to be afraid of the Grimmsnarl because of the threat of Thunder Wave.
Yes.
Fabio agrees there, takes out the Grimmsnarl with the priority Aqua Jet to get around any Thunder Waves. Volcarona will be able to set up the Tailwind here, so Justin will get at least one Pokemon to switch in for free under Tailwind.
Oh no!
Oh no! That Terrestrialization just made you weak to this Electroshot, which will be able to boost the special attack one stage. Of course, Archaludon has taken some damage, but that is still super effective damage. And covering for the Basculegion just makes you weak to the Archaludon, and 2 KOs for Fabio in one turn.
That is a huge knockout for Fabio. Not just because you took the Volcarona down, but you took down Terrestrialization. So you know that this Dragonite is going to stay Dragon type, and you also know that this Archaludon is going to be stuck on the field in these forms. And you still have all 4 Pokemon on your side of the field. So Fabio suddenly has so many more options to play out this end game.
Now, the cool thing, though, is you now have both of your remaining Pokemon, Dragonite and Archaludon, on the field under Tailwind.
That is very true.
Volcarona sticking around may have not been beneficial to Justin. Instead, if he can use these 3 turns of Tailwind to deal big damage to like bust holes in Fabio's team, it could be worth it. Of course, both of these Pokemon have Protect here. Really going to need to get something out of this Scale Shot from Dragonite to make sure that it can outspeed and potentially KO in the future.
For sure, and I think Fabio playing it very safe here makes a lot of sense. Just like you said, you have 3 turns of Tailwind to start making a difference in this game. If Fabio protects the first turn, attacks the second turn, and then protects the third turn, all of a sudden those 3 turns are now 1 turn.
Yep.
So just playing it very safe, as VGC players like to do.
Yeah, the best VGC players play it as safe as possible here, and the Basculegion still has Focus Sash intact as well. Of course, that's not going to matter to that loaded dice Dragonite, but could be important. Probably the Draco Meteor from Archaludon might not be enough to pick up that KO either.
Yeah, I do wonder though if you keep the Basculegion on the field, and it looks like Fabio's trying to decide if it's worth to break multi-scale, which is what he locks, or if it's worth to switch to keep the Sash intact.
Yeah, I don't hate that. Breaking the multi-scale is very important, and actually here comes the Scale Shots. If it's only 4 hits, that might not be enough to pick up the KO on Basculegion.
I don't think 5 might be enough.
I think 5 is just, oh no.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I miscounted. I could not count to 5 there, but unfortunately, that means that this Basculegion sticks around a Snarl. Oh! It sticks around even after the Snarl. Not enough damage, and Archaludon takes a special attack drop on the Draco Meteor as well, which unfortunately misses the Dragonite altogether. So, after all of that, Fabio has both of his Pokemon still out on the field, but that Dragonite getting a speed boost is huge here.
It is, because now, regardless of Tailwind on the field, this Dragonite will be the fastest thing, unless the Pelipper can come back in and land an Icy Wind, and then maybe a second Icy Wind. So Fabio can play to that end game, though, because other than that Basculegion, his Pokemon are very healthy. So how do you get the Pelipper on the field? You can try and switch it around. You do have to worry about those Scale Shots as well, but I think going for the double protect here, at least to stall out the final turn of Tailwind, is the safe play to start setting that up.
Yeah, I think this is all going to come down to Fabio's Golden Go in the back. Because of the paralysis on Pelipper to begin with, that Pokemon is really just going to be a rain bot at this point. Fabio, of course, is stalling out all of the turns of Tailwind here, which means that the speed will be back to even, except for the Dragonite having the speed boost. And the Snarl on Justin's Archaludon is actually incredibly valuable here. Removing some of the damage from that Archaludon, super effective damage onto both Golden Go and Basculegion, and dropping the special attack of Golden Go. Archaludon might just be able to pull this one off, especially if Dragonite gets to swing at some of these Pokemon as well.
I love watching Fabio's decision process here, because you saw him check the number of light screen turns remaining and then check his Pokemon as if he's trying to switch it out. And I think he's trying to time when Golden Go makes an appearance. But Dragonite, fastest thing on the field, able to reset Tailwind for Archaludon, and that's just going to take Basculegion down. Yeah,
Basculegion goes down to the Snarl. That's going to be a safe switch in for Fabio in the back, but double Tailwind users on Justin's team really showing the value here as Draco Meteor now connects onto Dragonite, shows that it probably was not going to pick up that KO, although it did take an extra Snarl debuff there, but Dragonite probably still survived that turn of Draco Meteor previously.
Yeah, and given that there are, well, formerly 2, now 1 turn of light screen remaining, I do think Pelipper is the right Pokemon to switch in here. Not only are you giving yourself 1 less turn of screens to no screens to worry about for your Golden Go, you're also giving yourself more time to get through the Tailwind. And once Tailwind has expired, it's highly likely that the Golden Go will outspeed, assuming the Dragonite doesn't immediately reset the Tailwind on the field. And even if it does, that does mean that the Dragonite won't be targeting down your Pokemon. It's going to have to reset that Tailwind for the Archaludon. So you're opening up the opportunity for that Golden Go to go on the offense, like you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, and crucially, Fabio still has Terrestrialization available.
He does,
and that means that he still has the ability to Terrestrialize Golden Go into the fighting type and knock out that Archaludon on the other side. Here comes the Scale Shot onto Pelipper. That's 2 hits, that's 3. Still not going to be enough. That's 4. Needs the 5th hit here. Gets the 5th hit. Pelipper will go down. No Icy Wind coming out from that Pokemon this turn. Instead, just knocked out by the Scale Shot. Dragonite is making up for its sins in the past.
but it's taking another defensive drop as well, so not as relevant anymore that the Basculegion is down, but if Fabio finds a way out, this could be something to think about in a game number 3. The light screen's gone.
Yeah, and that is huge. Golden Go now does, again, have the ability to terrestrialize still, but because this Dragonite has so many speed boosts, even if Fabio stalls out Tailwind, Dragonite will always be able to set it back up.
Exactly, so you're in a really tough spot here. I do think you try and stall out Tailwind, you know, maybe go on the offense this turn if you feel like you can, and then you go for the double protect again, because when Dragonite does reset the Tailwind, it's not attacking.
Yeah.
So that will mean you are only taking a Snarl that turn, and the Snarl will be resisted by a fighting type Golden Go, so that will give you a little bit more opportunity. You're obviously going to take a scale shot a lot better with Golden Go. That's a double protect.
Double protect.
That's a way out.
That's a way out. Getting the double protect, Archaludon is protected this turn and dodges the scale shot because of it. The double protect getting huge value here. Snarl coming out from Justin's Archaludon will connect into the protect, and no terrestrialization on Golden Go. That's super effective damage. Even Snarl, another critical hit Snarl there. That's going to be really bad for that Golden Go, which is able to now fire off a Shadow Ball into the Dragonite. That is enough to pick up the KO. So now Justin has just the Archaludon with Assault Vest. There is no light screen left, but this Golden Go has taken a special attack drop and is really low. Now, one hit from something that's not a Snarl once it terrestrializes will be enough to knock that Pokemon out. And it's really going to come down to the Archaludon on Fabio's side, which has no damage.
It has no damage, but it's also taken those special attack drops as well. So we're in a very interesting endgame where I think Justin just needs 2 turns, right? One to land a body press into Fabio's own Archaludon, and then another to land the correct attack into Fabio. So the big question here is, did Justin target the right Pokemon with the right type of attack?
Well, there's the Draco Meteor, connects onto the Golden Go. The safest play, I think, there for Justin. Gets around all of those guessing games, so long as it hits the 90% of the time. But that will pick up the KO onto Golden Go, not able to get fire back with a Terra Fighting. And the Draco Meteor connects, but look at all of the, it barely moved there with the Assault Vest and all of the special attack drops on the Archaludon for Fabio. And Justin Tang will be able to push us into a Game 3 in our very first match of the day.
It's so exciting too that it came this close, and I know these Archaludon are gonna
no critical hit on that Draco Meteor.
These Archaludon are going to fight it out for a little bit longer, but it really was that close of an end game at the end of it, and it came down to just Justin, like you said, making that correct call, going for the Draco Meteor into the Golden Go, knowing that if it did terrestrialize and it did connect, that would be a knockout, and even if it didn't, that would be the most amount of damage possible in that situation. So a great call from Justin there. You can see just why he's been consistently doing well at all of these regional championships in this format. Going into game number 3, I would love to see an adjustment from him, so maybe he doesn't have to lean as heavily on some of these, reads or some of these, Grimmsnarl being able to just kind of be ignored for a few turns to find these opportunities for him, as it does feel like the Grimmsnarl getting Light Screen and then getting Thunder Wave and then landing that Spirit Break for the first special attack drop into that Archaludon was key in that game. I do also have to ask, where is that Ursaluna?
The Ursaluna has not come out here. Would be able to deal big damage to the Archaludon and to the Basculegion as well. Basically everything that Fabio showed, but it's also really threatened by everything.
It is. But he hasn't brought it yet.
And Justin has shown a really good ability to control speed.
Exactly.
Especially in that second game where Justin was able to make sure that Dragonite was always able to set Tailwind.
Exactly.
There is definitely an opportunity there.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily have to bring it, but if you are thinking about adjustments into a game 3, I do think it's worth calling out. But instead, it looks like we're just getting the same leads as game number 1.
Yeah, game number 1 all over again. That's going to be Whimsicott and Archaludon against the Volcarona and Grimmsnarl. And I'm really excited to see how this plays out, because turn 1, game 1, Fabio went for that Terra Fire on the Whimsicott that actually did absolutely nothing. Didn't even help resist any damage, but here we go again. That's going to be another terrestrialization. This time it's going to be on the Archaludon, getting that extra damage for that Electro Shot, using the Power Herb and the Fake Tears to try to break through the Struggle Bug and or the Light Screen, but actually not even the Fake Tears, just going for speed control immediately.
And Light Screen will weaken the amount of damage this terrestrialized Electro Shot can do, but now it's faster than the Volcarona, so no Struggle Bug in play, it's just going to be the Light Screen.
Yeah, just the Light Screen, and now also the boost from the terrestrialization as well. That means that this Electro Shot is going to deal big damage to the Volcarona. Even through the Light Screen, it will proc the Citrus Berry, so Volcarona will heal back up just a little bit. But that is a huge moment for Fabio to get that damage onto the Volcarona. The Struggle Bug, like you mentioned, coming after the Electro Shot this time instead of before. That means that Fabio can stay ahead of the Volcarona here.
There's also another bonus to this electric type terrestrialization. It's the fact that now Archaludon cannot be paralyzed. So it's guaranteed to outspeed this Volcarona for one more turn. And I don't know, if you have an ability to set up rain so you can just go for a second Electro Shot here, maybe you can just knock out the Volcarona before it can set up its own Tailwind.
Absolutely. Who needs Power Herb when you have Pelipper in the back? And that's what's really cool about this like fake rain team, is that you have the opportunity to go for those big plays out of rain and then switch in the Pelipper, give yourself the rain buff here, turn Electro Shot back into a one-turn move, and pick up the KO on this Volcarona because of it.
Or not. You can just hold on with a single HP.
And the Tailwind. Oh, that is a devastating 1 HP survival there on the Volcarona. And a Spirit Break connects onto Pelipper on the switch, which means that Pokemon will not be very threatening in terms of damage. But, you know, a Stiff Breeze will knock over this Volcarona at this point, but frankly, it got a Tailwind up when it had no business getting a Tailwind.
I was going to say, like, that is such a key survival in this game, because now the speeds are tied again. Pelipper can be paralyzed by a Thunder Wave, so it's not... It will probably land an Icy Wind here, assuming it doesn't get fully paralyzed, so there will be some speed control on the field for now. But thanks to the Tailwind, Dragonite or whatever else is in the back can come onto the field and be very comfortable with that speed control, and Archaludon is also going to start taking these special attack drops.
Yeah, these special attack drops are going to be able to start keeping that Archaludon in check. Here comes the Electro Shot again from the Archaludon. It is by far the most powerful attack that Fabio could be using here, especially keeping that special attack up for future turns. This time going to be targeting down onto the Grimmsnarl, just trying to get damage onto that Pokemon right now, as Pelipper connects with the Muddy Water onto both of those Pokemon.
Risk.
you had some flashbacks right there on the Muddy Water, didn't you?
It's paralyzed too. I mean, I understand when you're in a situation like this, you gotta take the risks, but when you're paralyzed and you're using Muddy Water, that is a choice, and I respect Fabio very much for it.
Well, Archaludon comes out for Justin, and that kind of makes that Muddy Water feel pretty bad here. Pelipper, if it wants to do anything, it's taken multiple Struggle Bugs now, is paralyzed, and at this point, it really is mostly just useful for resetting the rain once it runs out.
Whimsicott is still in the back of Fabio's party, so you can switch that in. It's going to be grass type, so it will resist a lot of the attacks that Archaludon has. Also still fairy type, so Draco Meteor not going to pick up a sneaky KO on it this time around. So you can at least reset the attack Pelipper's using here, but you do have to ask yourself what's next, because if you can't really threaten the opposing Archaludon, Justin's going to just end up in the same situation as we saw in Game 2, where it's going to have all those defensive boosts and just all the time in the world to snarl.
And Archaludon is just going to protect itself for Fabio, while Grimmsnarl sets up the Reflect, our first Reflect of the game so far, or of the set.
Yeah.
But the Flash Cannon connects onto Whimsicott on the switch, and Justin calling that one out. May have actually been able to pick up the Pelipper given how low it was to begin with, but that also is going to be the end of Tailwind for Fabio. Trying to get that Whimsicott in to reset Tailwind, and Justin's like, nah, I know that's coming. I got the flash cannon ready for you, Whimsicott. And Basculegion now out on the field with a reflect up on the field. That feels really bad.
Yeah, that was a great turn from Justin. I think really setting up the end game, assuming it was going to be Basculegion as Fabio's final Pokemon, as he has brought essentially these two key attackers to every single game this set. He does still have options. Last Respects is going to be very powerful right now, even with that reflect on the field, but he's going to have to attack, as he didn't go for the Aqua Jet to ensure the KO on the Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, double screens up and paralysis on the Basculegion, which is not able to move because of the paralysis. And that means that Archaludon is able to start firing off these snarls. Fabio does dodge the first one on his own Archaludon, which is big, but Basculegion will lose its Focus Sash here. And that Draco Meteor is just not doing enough damage with the light screen still up, and with Fabio not being able to get enough boost on the Electroshock because that Volcarona was able to hang on.
So Fabio's options here, he could certainly just keep trying to go on the offense, I think, with the Basculegion. You really just have to hope you have time to break through that paralysis and land Last Respects on the Archaludon. The nice thing is that I don't think these stamina boosts have added up too much yet.
Not yet.
It's just the reflect that you really have to worry about. And then you let your Archaludon try and pick up the KO on the Grimmsnarl before it's able to start resetting screens or really using Spirit Break to lower your special attack further.
Yeah, and Fabio is having to go back to the Electroshot to rebuff its special attack of that Archaludon after those Draco Meteor drops. That will connect on to the Grimmsnarl, gets one of those drops removed, and picks up the KO onto the Grimmsnarl finally. But that means now that Justin gets to bring in his final Pokemon, which, if history is any guide, is going to be that Dragonite, which looks really good in front of these two Pokemon and a paralyzed Pelipper in the back. Assuming it can land its Scale Shots.
Assuming it can land its Scale Shot, and that's kind of the name of the game here. And just look at how much of a difference that Reflect makes in terms of the Last Respects. That did hardly any damage this go around.
Yeah, without the Reflect, that may have put that Archaludon into the danger zone, but right now it's still barely hanging on here.
And there's enough turns of Reflect as well in this game that I don't think Fabio is going to be able to stall it out. So we, again, once again, we are in this situation where Fabio has to hope for a critical hit to just try and avoid the screen altogether, or just hope that he's able to take advantage of maybe a misplay on Justin's part or a Scale Shot miss, and that might not even help now as Dragonite goes ahead and terastallizes into the Fairy typing, so Draco Meteor no longer an out, and even Icy Wind no longer an out.
Yeah, I really like that terastallization from Justin. It's super safe there. You have the multi-scale already, and so you're not super afraid of the rest of Archaludon's attacks, but you are afraid of an Aqua Jet plus a Draco Meteor there, especially a Draco Meteor critical hit, may be able to pick that up, but with that Draco Meteor from Archaludon knocking out the Basculegion, that brings us back to just Pelipper and Archaludon for Fabio. And once again, Dragonite does what it does best, which is not land skill shots, but instead hits the Tailwind.
Well, Tailwind always works.
Always works. That's why you
Except
click
for
it
when
first.
you're paralyzed, I suppose, or maybe, I don't know, asleep, or one of the other status conditions out there. Confused, possibly, like we saw in Game 1. But no, you're absolutely right. Like, I think one of the reasons why Dragonite has been so popular in Regulation H 2.0 is the fact that it is one of the more consistent Tailwind users that can also deal damage. I mean, we've seen from Whimsicott, it can set Tailwind with Prankster, but the damage afterwards sometimes struggles a little bit. But just look at how much Scale Shot does to Pelipper. That was only 3 hits to take it out with the Scale Shot.
Yeah, easy, clean KO there from the Dragonite hitting the Scale Shot. That means Pelipper goes down. Archaludon for Justin Tang should be able to pick up the KO onto Fabio's Archaludon with this body press. That's going to be a Game 3 win for Justin Tang. And after dropping his very first game of the day and of the tournament, an incredible bounce back there from Justin to take Game 2 and Game 3 and advance 1-0 heading into our second round. But what an incredible match to start off the day with. I was so impressed with Fabio's play throughout that entire 3-game set.
I was as well. I think it was really clever how he built the team. Like you were saying, with the fake rain mode, being able to utilize both the Power Herb, the Terra Electric, the Pelipper very cleverly. That's a word, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Awesome, thank you. I knew you had my back. To just deal so much damage, and had that gotten the KO that turn, you know, we could have been looking at a significantly different game.
Absolutely. That survival from Volcarona was so huge, giving Justin the opportunity to match Tailwind, set up Tailwind on his own. Incredible survival there from the Volcarona. May have been a roll there, but just incredible survival, incredible play there from Justin to then capitalize on that moment.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you're just like, oh, I hope I survive, and I think Tailwind gives me the best opportunity here. But then to have it happen and then be able to then maximize the most you get out of that, especially when you know your opponent has just been planning for that KO to happen, is a really high level skill to have.
I was going to say, I know that sometimes when you're playing a game like Pokemon where anything can happen, it's very easy to just get into this mental trap of, oh, well, this is going to KO, it's over.
Yep.
But being able to play to your outs on the off chance that the random thing does happen, you are able to take the hit, you are able to set up the Tailwind, is the sign of an accomplished trainer. So I think that Fabio played that game excellently. You know, I think that was such an aggressive start to Game 3 that really set him off on the right foot, and I hope that he's able to bounce back from this because it's a really cool team, and I think he played it incredibly well.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Fabio later on in the tournament, especially heading into Phase 2 after the way we saw him playing. And of course, as we saw, top 15 in Latin America with at 15th place, and top 6 in Brazil, 6th in Brazil overall on championship point standing, and really showing why that is. But you have to shout out Justin Tang. Really well controlled, really patient play there in both of those end games in games 2 and 3, and honestly in game 1 as well.
Yeah. And that takes a lot of practice, honestly. Like, I feel like that's something I always admire Justin for, like his ability to play these slower teams and play them well throughout Phase 1, throughout Phase 2, throughout Top Cut, throughout Finals. Like, that takes us so much mental stamina coming into a day like today. You know, it's only round 1, and here we are, you know, 3 games in. Came down to literally the last turn in almost every game there. To be able to play that level of Pokemon for as long as you need to do consistently well at these tournaments is a very, very tough skill to have.
Absolutely, and Justin has proven that he has that in him. Of course, won 2 regional championships in his first year playing the video game championships. I think has only made top cuts at regionals he's attended so far. I'm not sure if he was at Vegas. If he was at Vegas, then no, he was.
He was.
He made top 4 there.
Yeah. No, I think this season, yes.
This season, yeah.
Yes,
this season. The other seasons don't matter. We're in the new year.
I wasn't sure because at one point that was true for like multiple seasons.
Yeah.
And I was trying to remember when the line was, but unfortunately my brain is not a computer database. I try. Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh. Okay.
if our Scarlet and Violet professors have anything to say about it.
Oh no. Oh no.
But incredible set there, and I want to hear from Justin exactly what he was thinking during those sets. So let's toss it down to our stage where we have Justin ready for an interview.
Thank you very much, everybody. We are here with Swiss round #1 winner at the LAIC 2026, Mr. Justin Tang, in which was such an emphatic first set. Justin, please tell us your initial thoughts after that set.
Very stressful, that's all I will say. I think the game 1 I had locked up without the Hurricane Confused. Being a match Tailwind was really good after I basically spread para throughout this team. I just needed them to move slower than me. And like this being a troll, and if I don't get hit, I think I can always be faster than Arch. And Arch, as we saw the game 1, and even the best Legion, just being faster than both Mons is really important in this matchup. That's why the game 3, the crucial, like getting the Tailwind up, living the E-shot, that allowed me to come back in the game. It's really important to take that hit. Otherwise, his team is just to go fast to overwhelm me. If I can't keep up with it, I just lose. So I have to stall turns with screens, match Tailwinds eventually, and then hopefully I don't get crit, I don't get a little unlucky. There's definitely a lot of weird RNG on both sides. Like I dodged Draco game 2, I missed Snarling, if you don't know much matter as much, but game 1 was mostly the Hurricane Confused, and in game 3, a lot of back and forth, and thankfully I was able to win.
And it's sort of what we're talking about. You recognize the win conditions, right? And you needed to play to them. The Dragonite seemed to be such a key player in that set, especially with the early stage of what I noticed was the Volcarona Grimmsnarl. They're sort of like the pieces to start setting the board up for your Dragonite and our Chaladon in the back. So is that sort of a common quartet of a mode you found, at least going into these kind of matchups?
Yeah, Grimmsnarl I never got to actually use it in Vegas stream, but gotta show off here. It's really good at stalling out turns. So again, his tailwind is really aggressive, especially on the teams. Like, I believe he only had 2 physical attackers, and he only brought Basket Legion. So Light Screen plus Struggle Bug. That lead overall was really good versus everything he had as a lead overall. He led Goldango Pelipper game 2, led Whimsicott and Arch. They don't appreciate Struggle Bug or Light Screen, so I usually can do screens when I can see, like, well, they have no way to stop it, and if I can take the hits better, then Grimstar Volcarona is pretty good as a lead for that regard. But overall, the team's very flexible. I got to highlight it a lot in Vegas as well, the different modes I had, and glad I got to show off the other key pieces here.
And clearly it's working for you. You know, like we did see at Vegas, you take it to a really good case of, I believe, top 8, if I'm not mistaken, right? And then going into this, feeling good, round 1 win on stage. You know, you're not a stranger when it comes to the stage, of course. But talk to me a bit about the sort of travel from your side of the field. Have you come with others as well? How did you find it from your side of things?
Yeah, travel has been nice. It was kind of weird doing a backpack from Vegas, so I flew from Vegas to Brazil, been rooming with my good friend Kieran, and this time around, Fish House was nice. I really like Brazil. I was here last year. Never had to really explore all of it, but great food, great place, and first time also being in LAC stream. Last year I wasn't streamed, and didn't expect it to be round 1, but yeah, Brazil, I could say, is treating me quite well.
Definitely is. But you're doing well, and that's the important thing. Of course, commiserations to Fabio. With that said, they played to their win cons as best as they could. Like we said, it was sort of a battle of oppressive versus disruption and slowing down that pace. So, with that being said, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you are first in NA in terms of championship points. Something along the lines of 1,040 somewhat. Yeah, something like that, right? So I guess, are you still going for it? Is it sort of like, have you roadmapped the rest of your season, or are you just taking it one event at a time?
I'm taking it one event at a time. I already had these plans, I guess, before I was ranked 1. It's kind of happened that my last 3 tournaments I was in, I did top cut. So that does help out quite a bit. It does take like a weight off my shoulder, like locking up TA and probably lock my Worlds invite at this point. But obviously I want more. I'm shooting for more. Hopefully I can take my first trophy for this weekend. Might be a little too cocky, but that has always been my goal. Been close. Last LIC, my first top cut for an IC was top 16 last year. So hopefully I can one up this one for this weekend.
I mean, you got to dream big in order to accomplish big and work towards your goals as always. So, Justin, it's been an absolute pleasure. I want to go ahead and give you the opportunity to give any shout-outs that you may have to anybody in the venue or at home or globally.
Yeah. Shout out to all my family back at home supporting me, my aunt, my mom, my dad, friends per usual, shilling for the team. Everyone else, they know who they are. Everyone has spent so much prep on this team. There's like, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 or something like that. There's a lot of people on this team who helped me in practice, and I can't thank them enough. I felt like I was kind of behind for a while, not knowing what to do before Vegas, and I'm really glad I'm able to give this team justice and just do well with it. So yeah.
Good stuff. Well said, Justin. It's always a pleasure to be able to see you on the stage and the forefront doing so well. So we are wishing you the very best going into Swiss round number 2. And with that being said, we will be back very shortly with more action here at the LAIC 2026.
Thank you so much, Costa. It is always good to hear from Justin. He's a player that I always love watching interviews of, especially for his age. The thought, like the depth of thought and the maturity of the way he approaches the game of Pokemon is something that I'm always impressed by.
Yeah, me as well. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us, Justin. But now that we have a moment to breathe and catch our breath, let's go ahead and look at the metagame for today, because we have some very interesting usage stats.
Hey, Sneasler's back.
Yeah.
Good for Sneasler.
I was going to say, this slide is certainly interesting as well. I was thinking more of the lesser used Pokemon that we got a sneak preview of. I'm going to pull that list up. Why don't you run us through some of the more common picks?
Yeah, so the top row here, of course, is extremely common to everyone who is familiar with the Regulation H VGC meta. You could just slap all 6 of those Pokemon on a team and it would work for sure. The Rillaboom and Incineroar have been best pals for as long as Incineroar has had Intimidate and as long as Rillaboom has been able to set up the grassy terrain. And they have always found good partners in Golden Go in this meta, and especially in all of Scarlet and Violet. As soon as those 2 were legal and Golden Go was as well, instant BFFs.
Do you think they all like hold hands when they're next to each other on the graphic? Because Golden Go kind of looks like he's like, come on guys, bring it in.
Bring it in.
No, I honestly, the other thing that I'm not surprised about seeing Incineroar doing this well, you know, #1 at an IC is that
Over 50%.
it's one of the most consistent Pokemon I think ever created for the Video Game Championship Series, and I do think it was created for the Video Game Championship Series at this point. I mean, it's typing, the moves it gets access to, its abilities, its bulk. There's so many different ways you can run it. There's so many different ways it can support your team. Like, it really is just one of those Pokemon that we joke about it, but it is just like the Pokemon for VGC. It used to be Landorus Therian back in the day, but then Incineroar showed up and was like, nah.
Landorus Therian may still get some usage when we go back to Regulation F.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Incineroar is still at the top of the charts for sure, and Dragonite has been extremely enjoying this Regulation H meta. As soon as players realized that they could put Scale Shot and Loaded Dice on that Pokemon, and you know that would be enough damage to carry them through most times that they need Dragonite to deal damage. And also you have Tailwind, and of course you still have to pay the Dozo tax by having Haze on your Dragonite. But players have found a really good usage of Haze, you know, in things like pairing it alongside Golden Go, so you get rid of those nasty Make It Rain drops. That's why Dragonite is still sitting at a third of the field here using a Dragonite, which is probably the highest usage that this Regulation H meta is definitely the highest usage we've seen Dragonite have historically.
For sure, and I think it also is one of the few Pokemon that can run an item like Loaded Dice because of its ability multi-scale.
Absolutely.
It does give itself a little bit more bulk to make up for the fact that it can't hold a Citrus Berry or an Assault Vest. And, you know, one of those items that support Pokemon typically will hold in that role. So it's a very unique choice. I think it's been very successful in Regulation H in particular. I'm very curious if we'll see it sort of continue this success beyond Regulation H, as you know, Scale Shot, Tailwind, Haze, those moves, utility is not going to go away once we leave this format. Though I think some of these Pokemon in the bottom row, I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing them, you know, maybe disappear a little bit as we move away from this format. Annihilate is one of those Pokemon I think that's having a great moment in Regulation H right now. You know, running Terra Fire with it, being able to hit Pokemon like Ursaluna with those fighting type attacks. If there's anything annoying out there that you just want to get rid of, Final Gambit's an option to just take it out in one hit. And of course, once you get hit enough times, Rage Fist can become one of the most highest base power attacks in the game.
Yeah,
so.
This is absolutely the best that Annihilate has been since it was released. And it's the best because it is so versatile now. It's no longer forced to just into Mousehold as a partner with the Follow Me and Beat Up, or being a Choice Scarf Final Gambit user to set up Trick Room and get a free switch in. Instead, we're seeing things like, we're seeing Safety Goggles Annihilate, we're seeing that Pokemon with Taunt, also slow Annihilate with Final Gambit. We're seeing it as an Assault Vest user as well. This is a Pokemon that has been able to fill a number of different niches in people's teams. And that's why I think Annihilate is here to stay for the remainder of our Regulation H season. Likely to fall off as we start increasing the power level, however.
For sure. And one other question I want to ask you, Evan, before we sort of wrap things up with this graphic. The Alolan Ninetales at 16.5%. Do you think that's an indication of people running Manuel's team, or do you think that's more just, you know, Ninetales, it is a good Pokemon, don't get me wrong. I mean, Aurora Veil, if you are able to keep the weather set up, there are no other weather setters on this top 12 graphic, which could mean that Torkoal, Tyranitar, Pelipper aren't as common in the field as we would expect. That could be an option. You know, we saw just how critical Encore can be in previous regionals. Disable as well, a huge move. I mean, Alolan Ninetales has all of those options in its kit. Do you think that people are just trying to adapt it to other teams, or do you think people are just sticking with what works?
I think I would suspect the majority of these Alolan Ninetales are on at least some variant of the Lele team, which was, of course, the Incineroar, the Golden Go, Rillaboom, Blood Moon Ursaluna, Not You Dragonite, Sneasler, and Alolan Ninetales.
Hey, what did Dragonite do?
It wasn't on the original Lele team. That's what it did. But I think what's actually really interesting about this is you see Sneasler dropping down to 23.5 usage, Alolan Ninetales at 16.5, but that's also paired with the Volcarona at 19.6 and the Basculegion at 18.9. The Volcarona and the Basculegion in favor of, I believe it was the Sneasler and Ninetales for the original Lele team is what won Simone Sanvito his regional championship. So This is you can see the two variants of Lele here. There's Sneasler and Alolan Ninetales, and there's Volcarona and Basculegion, and then there's everything else.
All right. Well, when we have a bit more time, I want to play a game with you called Guess What Pokemon is Out in the Field, where we guess what Pokemon is out in the field, as there are some of y'all out there who have chosen some very unique Pokemon to build on your teams. But for now, we are going to be taking a quick break, so please stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers. It was really, really cool. They are so cute. And yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
Marco Silva, he is just one step away. So it would be so amazing to see Marco be able to get the first 3-time international championship glory.
I got into competitive play in 2016. I just stumbled upon like a YouTube video. From there, I saw that there was tournaments near my area. I did really well, and the organizers actually told me, yeah, you could probably play like a major events and you would probably do well, and that's what I did. My earliest memory from this game is definitely building my first team, trying out like new stats, learning new things about the game. It was really, really good. One moment in my career in which I wanted to quit was after the 2018 World Championship. It was my last year in the senior division, and I wasn't planning on playing anymore in the master division. I got really, really unlucky in my top 16 match, and it kind of made me like try way harder. I think one of the reasons that keeps me getting back to tournaments is definitely my competitive nature.
A pretty good special attack, and it's just a one-hit. No way.
Since I first started playing, there's definitely way more people. It's really hard to keep up because, of course, you have to practice a lot. I feel like it's also way more fun because there's more competition. At first, I feel like I was living the tournament kind of in a different way. Like every time I was going to a tournament, I was like stressing out a lot about the teams that I was supposed to bring. Right now, going to a tournament, I tend to test way less, and I focus more on something that I know that I'm able to play well. My strategy going to this tournament was based on having a lot of different modes. I had the Sun mode with Charizard, the Torkoal, and Jumpluff. I also had a really, really slow core with Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna, and Torkoal as well. So I think the flexibility of my team was probably the strongest point of it.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters division.
This was a dream of mine that I tried to accomplish for a lot of years, and I'm really grateful that it finally happened. Once I will stop playing competitive Pokémon, I'll definitely remember the time in which I was able to defend my title. In the senior division, my brother was also able to win it all, so I'm extremely proud of him. My overall goal is to improve as much as I can, and of course, being able to win the World Championship one day. Hopefully, this will be the year. I feel like at this point, probably my results speak for themselves, so yeah. My greatest memory from the World Championship was definitely when my really, really close friend, Luca Civelli, was able to win it all. I think playing my brother in the Worlds Final would definitely be a possibility because of the level he's been playing at has been really, really high. one of the advice I would give to somebody that's starting out with the competitive Pokemon would definitely be try to get some friends involved into it, because if you all test together, it'll definitely be more fun.
This could be the day he cements himself in Pokemon history!
This is his moment.
I'm Giovanni Siski, I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Imagine if you have stuck to your guns and you're gonna win the World Championships as your first major title.
There's so much pressure on the line here.
It's absolutely surreal. I mean, I feel like everything and nothing at the same time. It's just amazing. My Pokemon type would be Dragon because of Koraidon. It was very instrumental to my victory.
Another one-hit knockout for Geo.
My favorite starter is Piplup because my brother, for his 8th birthday, received Pokemon Platinum, and so every time now I pick the water starter because of him.
What makes Geo's team so threatening is the options feel endless.
I first got into competitive Pokemon through the 2014 US National Championships, the finals between Alex Ogloza and Adiba Lam. That best of 3 really motivated me to get into competing, and in 2018 I went to my first regional, and from there, I mean, you know the rest.
As coming in as a trainer that hasn't had a major win yet, imagine if this is the one.
I've never really considered quitting. I've been through some disappointing tournaments, but with the support of my friends, they've always encouraged me to keep on pushing, and they've always believed in me since day one, and I'm glad that I could repay them in this way. I was more so worried about strong players than strong Pokemon into my team, because everyone's strong at the World Championships, and no matter the team you play, you're gonna have to give it your best and prove that you deserve to win every single round. I would say my most difficult match was the Grand Finals, actually. It was a very stressful team to prepare against because there were so many options that both myself and my opponent had, and so many different ways it could play out. It's an extremely stressful, high-stakes match. All eyes are on you, so you have to go out there and do your best. At the World Championships, I plan to use Koraidon and Lunala together to utilize both a very offensive, threatening strategy with fighting type attacks and ghost type attacks, combined with Choice Scarf Chi-Yu that can both abuse the sunlight with set by Koraidon, and provide Beads of Ruin to combine with Lunala for devastating attacks. The MVP was certainly Koraidon. It was incredible in all my matches. I believe that I brought it to every single match at the World Championships, and it was consistently my best Pokemon throughout the tournament. The deciding moment was when my Terrastellar Shadow Ball and Beads of Ruin, combined with Sun Boosted Heat Wave, was able to claim the knockout on the Koraidon, and my opponent was not able to come back from that because the Incineroar had also been knocked out on the same turn, and it was just a Caloric Shadow against my Fluttermane Chi-Yu and my Koraidon, and my opponent had no way back into the match from there. My favorite moment was lifting the trophy, of course. I mean, there's no other feeling like it. Words can't really describe that kind of moment, and I'm glad to be part of the game's history forever.
Welcome back to Sao Paulo for our Latin America International Championships. It has already been an incredibly exciting day of Pokemon, and we've just done one round of Swiss so far, Gabby. Can you believe how awesome that first matchup was?
It was incredible, but to be fair, we also had that incredible opening ceremony.
Yeah.
So it's been absolutely amazing down here in Brazil. And
the incredible pre-show.
Oh, I don't want to, brag, but no, it's been a great day so far, and we have only incredible matches to come with the remaining 7 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
We do have to wait a little bit longer to figure out who our next match will be, but I think it's time to talk about some caster predictions.
Yeah, I do believe that the round has concluded, so we are going to be in our next match as soon as possible. But like you mentioned, let's take a look at our caster predictions. And Gabby, you and I, we get it.
I
we
know.
that Tyranitar is the answer to these weather
I was
teams.
gonna say, like, as much as I would love to talk about some of the picks that David and Costa have, I think you and I need to have a discussion about Tyranitar because, on the one hand, I think that the rest of our picks are a little bit different. But surely you're running, you know, the best version of Tyranitar, right?
Which one's that?
Well, obviously it has Rock Slide. I mean,
Yes,
come
duh.
on. Yeah, okay.
Why are you running Tyranitar?
Well, yeah, exactly. And knockoff, you know,
And
that's
knockoff, great.
absolutely
Huge
required.
buff to
Of
Tyranitar.
course. And low kick. I mean, it's such a
Yeah.
great move with all the Ursaluna running around, and Pokemon can be heavy, and then, you
And
know.
then Terra Blast.
Yeah, because you want to be able to hit any grass-type Pokemon super effectively.
You mean water-type Pokemon?
No, grass.
And water Terra-type Pokemon.
No, grass and fighting, or water, fly.
What?
Terra
See?
flying.
No. You need to be Terra Grass so you can avoid Amoonguss, which is also one of the best Pokemon out there.
Well, that's why you have Kilowattrel and Golden Go.
Fair. But what if you don't have them? What if they've been knocked out or you did not bring them?
Well, that sounds like a skill issue, trainer.
It does sound like a skill depth.
No, I mean, this is personal preference here, right? And I think this is all also just something really unique about team building for Pokemon. You know, personally, I like Terra Flying because it does give you outs against Amoonguss that are more damage-oriented, let's say. It also allows you to hit any fighting-type Pokemon, such as Annihilate. It allows you to avoid Earthquakes from your own Garchomp on occasion. Would not recommend relying on that consistently, mind you.
Yeah, fair.
But it does happen to work really well.
Yeah, so, you know.
So tell me about this whole Terra Grass thing.
Terra Grass is not as good as it used to be because Amoonguss has somehow fallen off our list of the top 12 Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't understand that, honestly. Like, I feel like that's a miss on our part.
It's, you know, it's not a miss on our part, it's a miss on our players' part. But, you know, I still think, you know, maybe this is because I came up through the harsh reality of 2011 when Amoonguss was the best, one of the best Pokemon in the format, and every generation since. But I will never disrespect Amoonguss, and I will never not have at least one Grass Terra type or a safety goggles user on my team.
That is fair. I will agree with you because I do remember multiple finals from multiple tournaments where the win condition has been, I have Amoonguss, you don't have an Amoonguss answer, I press the Spore button.
Yeah, you lose.
Yeah, which admittedly can be very frustrating, especially when you are at these bigger tournaments like an international championship, when there is so much in the metagame you have to cover, and you look at the top 12 Pokemon from our previous tournaments, and it's like, well, I don't see Amoonguss, and then you just sit down across from the Amoonguss, and yeah. No,
Well,
that's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, and you've actually built out a whole team for yourself here with the Garchomp, Kilowattrel, and the Golden Go.
I have, and honestly, this is just a personal preference for when I do caster picks. Like, I know some people, like I'm assuming David, just like to pick 4 Pokemon that don't really synergize and are just interesting Pokemon to talk about and think about. But for me, I think it's more interesting to talk about archetypes. Because when I'm thinking about team building, I think about the archetype first, and then I kind of fit the Pokemon to that. And in my opinion, I think that the Sand archetype right now is just in a very unique position. I don't think it's necessarily guaranteed to win, because if you run into enough Lele teams, played by very skilled people, it's not going to be the best time, especially with Garchomp. But if you are hitting teams like Sun teams that we've been seeing do very well right now, if you are hitting more teams that are, you know, a bit further field from Lele consistently, then you do have a better chance to win. And at least in my personal experience recently, I've been hitting more of those teams that are trying to break Lele, which is where this team shines.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get into a moment where you're not having to dodge some of those things, like you don't have to worry about a powerful ice type attacker, especially.
Yeah.
You can actually do really well with these Pokemon, and Kilowattrel in particular is a Pokemon that's really having a moment at this end of Regulation H 2.0, both on sort of sand teams like this, but also, of course, on that Porygon 2 Ursaluna team that has now won 2 regional championships, sort of flying under the radar. It has been as successful as the Lele team.
And it's fascinating because it's, it certainly gets really great typing. Flying type Pokemon have always been advantageous. I think a lot of people, if you're familiar with the history of VGC, would argue that Talonflame is probably one of the best flying Pokemon in VGC history. Getting access to Gale Wings for Talonflame gives you priority Tailwind, but for Kilowattrel's sake, you have competitive, which means that anything that drops your stats will give you a +2 special attack boost. And let me tell you, when your opponent is forced to switch in their Incineroar so they can take an Earthquake from, let's say, a Garchomp, or maybe even an Earthquake from a Ursaluna that's already activated Guts with its Flame Orb, and then you get to +2 special attack at no consequence to your Kilowattrel, those Thunderbolts really start to hurt.
Yeah, and the Air Slashes, which give you that good flying type coverage that you're always talking about.
That too.
And that's a really interesting point because, like, the typing is actually sneaky good. Historically, flying sneaky good. Like, historically, flying and electric has been a really dominant typing in the VGC metas. Of course, you have Thundurus Incarnate. Of course, when pre-nerf or pre-rebalancing of the Thunder Wave and Swagger ability attacks.
Thank goodness, by the way. That, if we want to talk about flashbacks, that's another one.
Yeah. And then, of course, even before that, Zapdos, of course, the original partner to get Garchomp with using Discharge and Earthquake next to each other.
Yep.
That has been, one of the most common sort of offensive/defensive pivot typings that we've had in VGC, especially in the early days. So no real surprise to me to see that Kilowattrel is starting to come up here, especially in this sort of reduced power meta of Regulation Age.
But I mean, if you want to talk about Pokemon having a moment, I do think Farigiraf is kind of in vogue right now too, because it was a Pokemon that was very, very common in Regulations I and Regulations G.
Yes.
Okay, yes. I had to do some alphabet math there for a second. When we had single restricted and double restricted Pokemon allowed in the format. And then at the start of Regulation H, it was like, well, I need to go take a break for a little bit. I had to deal with all of this really powerful Pokemon, but now all of a sudden it's back. And I think that it's really interesting that people have returned to its Armor Tail ability to block priority. I think you mentioned that it does a surprising amount of damage at one point. So why don't you walk me through why it's one of your caster picks?
Well, Farigiraf, of course, has one of the most broken abilities of all time in Armor Tail, which is going to prevent any and all priority attacks from your opponent, whether that be a Fake Out, whether that be a Prankster boosted taunt in particular. Any type of priority attack is blocked simply by Farigiraf being on the field, which is a huge benefit to a lot of teams, especially both. I really just think of them as offensive teams. You have sort of the two different versions of it, right? You have the eruption spam that we saw, especially in Las Vegas, was the real trendy team at the time. As well as you have the Trick Room variants where you're using that Armor Tail to protect your Trick Room sweepers from fake outs and things of that nature. And with a throat spray boost especially, you do deal a surprising amount of damage from that Farigiraf.
All right, well, I think I'll have to keep this in mind. I know Regulation H is winding down, but there's always the opportunity to, write stuff down for the history books, maybe. And we actually have a nice VGC history lesson queued up for y'all at home, so we'll be taking a quick break.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokémon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokémon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing, we've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokémon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. We are wrapping up round one still. We have one table left out in the field, but Gabby and I are still here and we are still excited about this tournament because it has already been incredible. And you know what? I'm willing to wait for another match like that first one.
I think so too. We got a nice shot of the crowd there as well. Some of the Unite play area. We saw some of the tables for Go, for VG, and I think TCG was a little bit further back. But yeah, a lot of exciting things happening out there, and a lot of exciting things for y'all at home. As if you haven't heard already, you can go ahead and log on to Mystery Gift and get your own version of Federico Camporesi's own Whimsicott. And Evan, have I ever told you that Whimsicott's actually one of my favorite VGC Pokemon of all time?
I believe it.
But I haven't told you it. Actually,
No.
I was going to say, I don't think I actually have. So when I was getting ready for the last chance qualifier tournament for Worlds in 2011, I was working a part-time job that summer that required me to sit at a desk for many hours doing nothing. And I actually shiny hunt a Whimsicott for that tournament. Yeah.
What type of Whimsicott were you using?
I was using a Tailwind Whimsicott on a Tailwind Trick Room team.
Ah, yeah. Turbo Fast Row.
Yeah, and if this is exactly why if I had more time, I would have learned the Kilowattrel Trick Room team that's out in the field right now. But if you want to save time and get your own Whimsicott, you know, already trained, ready to go, battle ready even, LAIC 26 Tailwind, and you'll never guess what the eyes are, Evan.
What are they?
They're ones.
They're ones?
Yeah.
Beautiful. I love it. You should definitely go download this and make sure you redeem your Whimsicott, because this is a Pokemon that is evergreen in the video game championships. Because of that prankster ability and because of its moveset, like its move pool that it gets, there are so many different things Whimsicott can do. We saw in our first match that Whimsicott was a key component of Fabio's ability to keep up with Justin Tang's speed control because of that priority prankster ability. As well, the ability to use fake tears to boost the damage output was one of the key ways that he was able to keep up with the damage reduction that Justin was able to put off from that Grimmsnarl and the Volcarona together. And of course the Archaludon as well. So there's a lot of things that Whimsicott can do. Would you believe it can even be an offensive Pokemon?
Yes, but I'm sure, honestly, if you haven't been watching VGC for that long, you might find that a little bit surprising because, you know, when you think about Whimsicott as a supportive Pokemon, you know, a lot of people will just train it in its HP and its speed as, you know, when you're only using Tailwind, Fake Tears, Encore, those are really the only moves that matter. But given that it is a Fairy-type Pokemon and it gets Moonblast, those attacks can really add up, especially against some of the more frailer Dragon-type Pokemon out in the field.
Yeah, and especially in our restricted metas, having so many different dragon types that are very powerful, having fairy type coverage is huge. And of course, we can't forget real ones remember Life Orb Whimsicott.
Oh, those are the days. I really
big KOs with Energy Ball.
I honestly miss those days, if only because it was really fun to see this cute little cotton ball Pokemon dealing the big damage and getting the KO.
I love a Whimsicott KO.
Oh, good times, good times.
Well, if you would like to try out some other of those strategies, and I think someone should bring Life Orb Whimsicott to one of their locals, you need to find your local game store in your local leagues, because it's so exciting to play and meet the people in your community who are also as passionate about VGC as you are. And Gabby, I know this is something that is so close to your heart. Make sure that people are scanning that QR code so they can find the event near you. Because why, Gabby?
Well, I mean, I want to actually give a moment to shout out my husband, Chalky, because, you know, we run a league together. We call it the Cheese League. Shout out to any Cheese League gamers out there. But it's really sort of a center of community for us. And it's given us a home, really, to kind of meet other Pokemon people in our area. You know, it's a very safe space for people to feel like they can be themselves, you know, be able to just kind of meet other people who are into the thing that they are into, to, you know, practice Pokemon in a very safe environment. You know, you don't have to worry as much about the championship points. You know, we do run, you know, cups and challenges, which do award reward points, but it's not these big events like the international championships or the regional championships. You know, you can try things like Life Orb Whimsicott, see how it does, and run things that are a little bit more offbeat or fun. We had somebody the other day who just decided to compete on a whim. Like, he normally shows up to our leagues just to play barbecues to get points for, you know, his sandwiches and sandwich ingredients. And then he just was like, you know what, I decided to play today. And he actually ended up cutting our most recent
That's awesome.
double header, which is when you run a challenge and a cup in the same day. So, you know, it was just incredible to see just how our community has grown and how people are getting more comfortable, you know, not just with the more competitive aspects of Pokemon, but, you know, trying new things. And I think that's something really special. And I know that's something that Chalky works very hard to kind of cultivate. And I know that there are a lot of other Pokemon professors out there who try and build those environments for their local communities. So if you're ever interested in trying out competitive Pokemon, I encourage you to please scan the QR code, go to Pokemon.com, go to the event locator and find a league near you. Even if it's just something that you feel kind of awkward about showing up. I mean, I certainly did the first time I went to a local. I guarantee you, you will find your people, you will find friends, and honestly, it can be life-changing.
Yeah, absolutely. I love competing in locals. There's just something so different about it compared to being at a regional or an international event, because it is, like you're mentioning, it's such a more relaxed atmosphere. It's more open. You have people that, you know, are in your community, so you know that they're nearby and they also like the same things that you like.
Yeah.
It's a really cool experience to be able to be there, meet new people, and be able to just bond over this thing that we all love, which is Pokemon. And there's all types of people there, and it's people who will show up to just do BBQs while you're doing a tournament, and it'll be the people who, you know, are going to Top Cut regional championships all at the same time.
Yeah, we also have one local whose favorite thing is to run a metronome team. Mind you, they're in the senior division, so unfortunately we don't have too much competition for our seniors, or maybe fortunately, depending about how you look at things. But that means that they can just sit there with their all-shiny metronome team and press metronome for about 3 or 4 rounds of Swiss and have a great time. And I actually was able to trade some shiny Pokemon with them in Legends ZA a couple weeks ago as well, which was also very exciting. So please, if I haven't said it enough already, go to your locals, go make friends. I promise you, if you think you're the weird kid and you won't fit in, I was the weird kid and I managed to fit in, so you will too.
Yeah, it's all of the weird kids fit in at your local events in some way or another.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's such a powerful experience. Definitely scan that QR code. And then, once you start enjoying it, you can come visit us here in Sao Paulo for the Latin America International Championships, or any of our other events over the course of the season. It's, you know, really such an awesome thing. The thing that I get most excited about is when I see a crew of people from a region carpooling to an event in a regional.
Oh, I love that.
And my favorite thing are the crew photos afterwards.
I know, and I always miss the New England crew photo because I'm working. And
yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy that it happens, but it's just so nice.
Yeah.
I'm very, very happy that those things happen, and I keep seeing spoilers for the next round because there are pairings up, so I won't spoil the spoilers, but if it's enough for me to forget about talking about how much I love my friends, you can imagine it's a very good spoiler.
That's a really good spoiler.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever, but in the meantime, we have a feature match for you, so from round 1, so why don't we go ahead and play the tape, play that footage.
Yeah, this is the best part about having our international championships. We're able to record
this is Shohei. This is Shohei.
Yeah. So Shohei Kimura is here, which is awesome. Playing against Louis Fontevay, who was one of our players to watch. Of course, just aged up. We're here in game 3, which is awesome because you could tell from the length of Swiss round 1, a lot of these games went to game 3. So both these players have already played 2 games against each other and just trying to figure out where they're going to go from there.
Yeah, it's always interesting to jump in at a game 3. Obviously, there's a lot of context that we're missing in this scenario that these players do have on their side of the field, but I love that we're seeing Louis lead the Grimmsnarl with the Golden Go side by side. I believe looking at the moves that the Golden Go had, this is probably like the choice spec set. So going for a Protect on the Grimmsnarl turn 1 into what I can imagine is a very powerful attack from this Golden Go. I wonder if this is the scale shot plus like a high horsepower to try and pick up the knockout in a hit.
Yeah, the scale shot connecting onto the Golden Go plus a high horsepower, probably, I don't know if that would actually pick up the KO onto the Golden Go.
I think it's probably a roll depending on how it's trained. Like obviously you want the speed boost as well there, but the fact that the Grimmsnarl is being ignored entirely is just something very interesting to note.
Shadow Ball only deals less than 50%. That is...
Oh, maybe it's not specs.
Yeah. Or this is just, you know, a case of Rillaboom is actually just that guy.
I think, no. So we saw the items real quick there. So it is specs. Rillaboom is just that guy. Confirmed. Locked.
100%. You can take that to the bank. And this is a really cool matchup because Louis Fontevay, as he has just aged up into the Masters division, has suddenly found himself paired against the 2023 World Champion. Congratulations. Welcome to the big leagues, Louis.
And to be able to take him to a Game 3 as well is honestly an incredible accomplishment. Making a great read there to switch in the Archaludon. You will take some super effective damage, but you get the boost as well. And a Spirit Break into the Ursaluna. You either do super effective damage to the Dragonite or you get the special attack drop on something coming in. So I would hope that was a read. Again, we don't know what happened in previous games, but that was just really well played.
Yeah, I think regardless, that's just really safe. And that's one of the interesting things about Grimmsnarl is that it actually has a very powerful attack in that Spirit Break that also has so much utility, so you don't even feel bad when you don't get like the super effective damage that you wanted on Dragonite.
Yeah, I wonder how many Grimmsnarls are in the field this weekend. I mean, we're 2 for 2 as far as we've seen.
In round 1, 2 for 2 Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, and 2 for 2 Volcarona too.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Seeing some trends emerge.
I would love to do like observational bias for stream versus like the field. I don't know if you'd actually get any significant data from that, but it would be interesting. What would also be interesting is if we see the Flame Body activate right now, because that would have been a great thing for Louis, but still, great defensive switches all around once again.
Yeah, Louis playing a really good defensive game here, and that Snarl actually connecting onto the Blood Moon is really big.
-2 Blood Moon. Oh.
Yeah. That
did
Volcarona
nothing.
tanked that so well. You're not used to seeing Blood Moons just like be shrugged off like this. Volcarona's almost back up to full health.
I will say that is the leftovers Blood Moon Ursaluna, and typically after about one special attack drop, they're not as intimidating as their Life Orb counterparts, but it is, you know, it still is a Blood Moon Ursaluna using Blood Moon, so that's still scary.
Yeah, absolutely. It can, but the good news is it can only use it once every 2 turns, so you have at least a little bit of a reprieve from the only damaging option that Shohei has remaining on that Pokemon.
True, but Shohei does have more switching as well.
Okay. Heat Wave breaks that multi-scale there, and the Draco Meteor, okay, just onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I mean, I guess if you know it can't do damage this turn, the other way to ensure it can't do damage next turn is to just knock it out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big deal to get that Pokemon off the field in general anyway, because even the Leftovers variant can deal damage, but it also can be so disruptive.
It can, yeah. And I mean, typically the Leftovers variant is one of those yawn ones, right, with Terra Electric?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. It's been a while since, like, and I say it's been a while, it's only been like a week since I've looked at usage for Ursaluna Blood Moons. So sometimes I just need like the gut check, you know?
Definitely seen some that have switched to like a Calm Mind variant.
Yeah, well that's why I was asking, because I mean if you're sure that you can just sit on the field for a long period of time and get those Calm Minds in, like not as scary, but at the same time you just knock them out. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I am really enjoying this team that Louis and Justin Tang were both running. Having the ability to really control a Pokemon like Golden Go with Struggle Bug and with Snarl. Ooh, there's the Draco Meteor, the Volcarona dodging the Scale Shot, but even after all of that, the Dragonite is still standing, gets another shot at it.
You know, I can't help but wonder, given this like Grimmsnarl Volcarona team, it does feel very well suited for the metagame right now. I feel like it's gonna go far this weekend. Like, I know that I put sand on my caster predictions, but like realistically speaking, this just feels good, you know?
Yeah. Well, it feels good to get a knockout onto Dragonite and over 50% damage to Golden Go in one turn.
And Golden Go, unless it's running Power Gem, won't be able to do much back. And seeing Nasty Plot means it probably does not have room for Power Gem.
Yeah, that's definitely just going to be Make It Rain and the Shadow Ball. And you can Nasty Plot as much as you want, but this Archaludon is very happy to sit in front of you and just snarl away. Now, in this grassy terrain, it's good for the Golden Go, but it's better for the Volcarona.
I was going to say, Louis is just miles ahead of Shohei right now, and it really is the Volcarona that's allowing him to be. I am very curious what Shohei has in the back, because based off of what we've seen, it's been Dragonite, Rillaboom, Golden Go.
And the Ursaluna that got knocked
thank
out.
you. I was like,
Yeah.
I know it's the team. It's the team that we're going to see all weekend, and it's very interesting to me that you know, we are in a Game 3 situation here, and yet Louis is so far ahead.
Yeah, like this really feels like Shohei has no opportunities
Yeah.
here. Like the fake out is good to get the Golden Go a second Nasty Plot to start removing some of those drops, but I just don't see how Shohei is going to be able to capitalize on this, especially with Grimmsnarl back out on the field. Very easily can just set up a light screen and then what?
I think that's exactly what we saw him lock into, honestly.
Lumiere.
It does sound kind of nice in French.
Yeah, it has to go in for the Shadow Ball because it's the only thing that's dealing damage to that Archaludon. And good damage, but really need that Pokemon off the field because Golden Go is in Snarl range.
Oh, okay, outspeed. Oh, okay.
No.
That needed to crit, I suppose.
Archaludon will shrug that off every time.
Oh, but Golden Go hanging on is kind of big.
Shohei needed that.
Yeah, no, 100%. So that was like +2, -1, -1.
+2.
+2. So it should be at +2 still.
Yeah, light screen.
Yeah. So that puts it at about neutral. I mean, it'll be able to knock out the Archaludon no matter what at this point.
Yeah, so there's the Thunder Wave. So Louis has to get a little bit more control here. Of course, the Golden Go is also within potentially Life Orb recoil. Ooh, gets the KO on both of them.
I think it holds on
Oh, right,
barely.
because of the grassy terrain.
Yeah, if there wasn't grassy terrain recovery the previous turn, Life Orb would take it out, but it like almost negates it every turn, right? Like I think you take 1 or 2 HP net after recovery.
Yeah. So Shohei switching in the Rillaboom to get that fake out onto Archaludon to create the space for Golden Go to get that second Nasty Plot has really gotten him back into this. But there is still that Volcarona in the back and a Choice Specs.
Whoa! Wait, what's happening here? All right, well, I think...
Let's do it again.
I was going to say, I think there's a bit of some twisted dimensions.
The dimensions have been twisted.
Well, okay. I mean, it was so good the first time. Why not watch it a second time?
Well, this is actually an interesting moment in the game.
It was very interesting. Yeah, I'm a little bit lost.
Yeah, because getting the Rillaboom back out on the field here, being able to, I believe this is when Rillaboom is able to go for the fake out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Volcarona retreats, Rillaboom fake outs into the Archaludon, and that creates the space for the Golden Go to go for the second Nasty Plot here. And it does, the trade is that Grimmsnarl comes in and could go for that, go for the light screen next turn.
Yeah.
But getting this additional +2 is going to be really big for Shohei to actually get some damage onto the Archaludon.
Do you trust me?
I trust you.
I'm going to press the button and see what happens. Okay, we jumped, right? We time traveled? I'm going to press it again.
Yes.
Do we time travel again?
Yes.
Okay. So it turns out I can control time.
You control time, Gabby.
Wait.
There's the light screen.
Maybe I don't control time. I could control time once.
You control time to a limited degree.
You know what? I'll take it. That's more than I ever expected to get in my lifetime.
No, I'm really happy to see that moment in particular again,
Yeah,
though, because
yeah.
I missed that special defense drop, which is what allowed the Golden Go to then pick up the KO onto the Archaludon.
Perfect. So there was a reason for our twisty turn dimensions. But Louis did actually end up winning this game, so it's currently up 1-0 in the tournament. Shohei, honestly, will probably be able to come back, but what a close set.
Yeah.
And speaking of close, we are so close to starting round 2 of Swiss here with Victor Medina versus Yuma Kinugawa.
This is an incredibly hyped matchup for the second round of Swiss of the day. I can't believe that we are already getting matchups of this caliber heading into round 2. Of course, Yuma Kinugawa is coming off of his time in Las Vegas, where he was running a different variant of this Eruption team, which lacks a critical piece of that team that you might be surprised by. But here we have Victor Medina going back to what was working for him in LAIC last year, which of course was also in Regulation H. A few different pieces here, but does have the Sinistra coming back and the Terra Fighting Archaludon back, this time with having the Choice Band Basculegion for a lot more offensive pressure.
And I really like that adjustment. You know, I think Sinistra is one of those Pokemon that always gets undersold a bit in Regulation H, especially when paired with the Terra Fighting Stamina Archaludon. That Pokemon, I think you said it a couple times with the Justin Tang match in the previous round, doesn't have access to recovery. A Sinistra's Hospitality ability is a way to get it some of that health. And when you look at Yuma Kinugawa's team, when you look at how much firepower is on the field, if you are able to terrestrialize away that fire type weakness, rely on your Assault Vest for some special bulk, and then maybe get some health back a couple of times with your Sinistra, that's a great way to sort of keep that Pokemon on the field and keep it as a threat.
Yeah, the other thing that Victor has here to limit some of that firepower that you mentioned on Kinugawa's side is, of course, the Drizzle from Pelipper. So having the ability to set the rain will be a big deal for negating some of the power of Yuma Kinugawa's Eruption team.
Exactly, and I think this is going to be an interesting matchup in the sense that it's not just going to be a rain versus sun game. I think there's also going to be the possibility for some Trick Room shenanigans. Maybe our little moment in time there was a preview of this match. Just given the fact that the Ursaluna on Victor's side of the field and looking at Yuma Kinugawa's team, those Pokemon are typically a lot faster than Ursaluna can be. You know, Trick Room would be a great way for Victor to sort of secure an early game lead and then have Switchland Basculegion clean up. On Yuma's side of the field, though, you are absolutely right. There is no Torkoal to set up the sun automatically thanks to its ability. It's actually going to be the Whimsicott with Sunny Day and Prankster to set the sun. But that does mean that if Pelipper switches in to set the rain, Whimsicott will go second because it's a move to set the weather. So that will give Yuma a bit more flexibility in how to set up the sun, and I think that will make the Typhlosion a bit easier to navigate as a result.
Absolutely, and pop quiz in the chat. Who remembers Babiri Berry from back in the day? We were just talking about how we missed the type resist berries on Pokemon, and apparently Yuma Kinugawa also agrees, getting the Babiri Berry to reduce the steel type damage, removing that weakness for one turn from the Whimsicott, which does free the Whimsicott up to have a Terra Ghost to avoid the fake outs. And also does have that Sunny Day ability, and that could come into play because this is the Archaludon on the other side, which would typically want to match into that Whimsicott.
It is, though, an interesting question because other than like the Whimsicott and the Typhlosion, looking at Yuma's team, I do wonder what the other pieces that he brings are going to be. I think the Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be critical just because it does so much damage, especially when holding that Life Orb. Incineroar would be a nice pivot if there wasn't so much rain and Ursaluna on Victor's side of the field. So maybe you look to the Farigiraf or the Flamigo even to deal some more damage. And
yeah, we haven't talked about Flamigo
I know.
yet.
I really hope we get to talk about Flamigo, but it's not going to be a lead, at least for Yuma.
All right, Yuma will be leading the Incineroar and the Blood Moon Ursaluna, while Victor goes straight for the Rain mode. So no Whimsicott And the leads for Kinugawa and no Torkoal in the back because it's not on the team means that Victor does have control of the weather here. That is the downside of not having the Torkoal here. Kinugawa will not be able to change the weather unless Whimsicott is on the field and actively doing something.
A very strong lead from Victor here, because had it been the Whimsicott and the Typhlosion, he would have been in a very tough position, but instead just making a great call, and now doesn't have to worry about being flinched on the Basculegion and can land a very powerful wave crash or a flip turn into either of Yuma's Pokemon to switch out the Basculegion or possibly even get a KO turn 1.
Yeah, either of these Pokemon on Kinugawa's side are going to take an extreme amount of damage from any water type attack coming out from this Basculegion at this point. Of course, it is choice banded, so it's going to deal so much damage through the Intimidate. That's a one-hit KO with a critical hit onto the Incineroar. So Kinugawa loses a critical piece of the strategy here. That is going to remove the Incineroar from the field, and that means that Basculegion gets to switch out, and Victor has all of the momentum.
And gets the opportunity to send in one of his 2 Pokemon in the back. And I don't know if you saw this, but when he got that KO, Victor just kind of nodded like, yeah, I expected that.
Yeah, I get those.
I get those. But sending in the Archaludon here is nice because, you know, again, no Whimsicott in play means that rain is around for now. Obviously, if Yuma has it in the back, now would be a great time to send it in to remove that weather. Archaludon on Victor's side of the field is running Electro Shot, so if the Pokemon, like the Whimsicott, could take that electric type damage, you could try and build up special attacks. But instead, I think this is a time for the Archaludon to think about maybe terrestrializing and to try and target down that Ursaluna Blood Moon, as it did just protect, so it should be vulnerable this turn.
Yeah, and so here is the benefit of having the Whimsicott instead of the Torkoal, is now Kinugawa is threatening to turn off the weather at any moment. So Victor could try to go for an Electro Shot, like you mentioned, start boosting the special attack, but at any point, Whimsicott could use Sunny Day and then it's gone. At any time, the Pelipper could go for a super effective Weather Ball into the Ursaluna and have it turned off and turned into a Fire-type Weather Ball. Of course, now that the Terrestrialization has come out from the Ursaluna, that will not matter one bit, as it would deal the same amount of damage, and so Kinugawa is opting to go straight for the Tailwind here, get the speed advantage, and start firing off some big attacks like this Hyper Voice.
With the Terrestrialization boost and the Life Orb boost, Pelipper is brought down to its Focus Sash, but look at how little damage it did to the Archaludon, and I think more critically gets that defensive boost ahead of what could be a Body Press, but instead, just a Draco Meteor.
Yeah, just going for the Draco Meteor on the offensive there, not enough to pick up the KO, but the Weather Ball will clean it up. Still with the rain up, that is still a water type Weather Ball, so Yuma is going to have to get a lot out of the final Pokemon in the back. And the way these teams work with Eruption and Typhlosion is you're just trying to get just enough damage for Eruption to start picking up KOs. And now Kinugawa has the ability to set the sun, boost the Eruptions, and maybe have enough damage to take this one home.
I mean, the tough part is that Victor can very easily switch in the Incineroar, take 1 Eruption. Maybe
can it take 2?
I don't know if you have to, because as soon as you take 1, you can send in the Pelipper and reset the weather. Maybe you try to get rid of the Whimsicott in that point in time. You have options here. It's not necessarily comfortable, but you do have the opportunity to try and reset the weather once and buy time to try and KO the Whimsicott during that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, Kinugawa just click Sunny Day on Whimsicott for the rest of the game.
You absolutely just click Sunny Day and Eruption here on out. And you also maybe consider, what else is there? I guess you could Encore as well if you're a little bit worried. You could Encore the Duraludon or the Archaludon into something if you really wanted to. But yeah, Sunny Day, Eruption.
Yeah, Sunny Day, Eruption. The Archaludon now is locked into Electro Shot, and it doesn't matter. And Incineroar took over 50% damage from that, which means that it's not going to be able to take another Eruption. But the Terrestrialization was used on Ursaluna, so the fake out pressure should be enough for this Basculegion to be able to maybe take this one home.
Maybe. It's still going to
Maybe.
be a little bit close here. I do
the
want
Aqua Jet is big too.
Yeah, I do want to commend Yuma on the fact that he's kind of run this team in reverse.
Mhm.
I think a lot of times people will lead their Sunny Day, their Torkoal, alongside of their Typhlosion to get the Terrassalization, the Sun, like immediately out on the field. But Yuma's reversed that. He's kept this in the back for when hopefully the counters were gone.
Yeah.
And we'll see how that works out.
Absolutely. So Pelipper will come in here. That means that the Terrassalization from that Basculegion now is going to have Rain plus Terrassalization plus its natural power to potentially even just knock out the Typhlosion with Aqua Jet straight up. Of course, regardless, even if Sunny Day comes out again here, that's still going to deal a lot of damage to that Typhlosion and potentially bring it down to a range where Eruption is not going to deal enough damage, and that's a 2-hit KO right away.
That is, and exactly. The nice thing now is that even if the Basculegion gets encored into Aqua Jet, that will be enough to pick up the KO onto the Hisuian Typhlosion, and even if the Whimsicott can land a KO against the Basculegion before Aqua Jet would, Incineroar is going to love to take advantage of, I guess actually it doesn't have...
Yeah, it only has knockoff.
It only has knockoff, so Whimsicott might be in an interesting spot here where Moonblast can
The
do
return of offensive Whimsicott.
I was going to say, like, my first thought that I was building up to was, well, you know, you probably wish you had one of those more offensive variants here, but this Whimsicott might be able to do some surprising things right now.
Well, it really matters how much damage it can get down onto this Basculegion.
Yeah.
Because even Whimsicott resisting in the Sun is not going to want to take too many of these attacks from Basculegion, even though it is just Aqua Jet. So, you know, with the Sun, with the resistance, it might, and because it's a swift swim instead of an adaptability, you just have the Terrassalization and Choice Band here. This damage roll is going to be really important.
Oh, I think, okay, hold on. We have to see how much Moonblast does.
Okay.
Well, that's to Incineroar.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So that's maybe 5 or so Aqua Jets?
Yeah.
Just trying to napkin math
Yeah.
this. So I'm assuming the next Moonblast will probably knock out Incineroar?
You would knock out the Incineroar.
I would assume you try to target the Basculegion first, just because knockoff is just going to get weaker and weaker. But
Yeah, but seeing that damage and maybe worrying about parting shots coming out from the Incineroar,
Oh, probably that, yeah.
that's going to pick up the KO on Incineroar, and this Basculegion is staring down a raid boss in this Whimsicott in the Sun. Aqua Jet is just not doing a lot of damage. It one-hit KO'd on a flip turn into the Incineroar, but it cannot break this Whimsicott that is going to need 2 more, and Sun has faded here.
So we are in a position where I think a critical hit could open up the opportunity for this Basculegion to take the game. But still, what an incredibly close game for Victor and Yuma. Coming down to the wire here, Whimsicott showcasing just why it is our distribution Pokemon for the weekend.
LAIC 26 Tailwind.
The eyes are ones. All right, here we go. Let's see how much damage this is going to do.
Oh no!
Oh,
That's
okay.
enough. The Sun just wearing out. Moonblast not able to pick it up. Victor Medina by the narrowest of margins. One final Aqua Jet should be enough here. And then Whimsicott, you tried your best. I really wanted to believe in you, but the final Aqua Jet, you needed one more turn of Sun.
But still, the fact that it came that close to the
you
wire.
You can see the stress of that match on Victor's face right there.
Poor Victor. You always want to try and lock in your win conditions earlier on in the game, and I think that he did a really good job there, just recognizing that even though the end game was going to be very stressful, prioritizing the Aqua Jet onto the Hisuian Typhlosion was the correct call, because that Eruption would have been able to just tear through his team, even with the resistance, even with the rain had it stayed up on the field. So
absolutely.
A great call there. I also really loved how he led the rain on the off chance that we did see the Typhlosion, because hypothetically speaking, let's say we saw the lead into the Whimsicott Typhlosion and we saw the Sunny Day, we now know that Aqua Jet would have been enough to make a significant difference in that position. So I think game number 2, Yuma really has to find a way to break through this Basculegion, as it is the #1 threat for his team.
Yeah, and I think Yuma did a really good job in that game 1 of finding an opportunity. Was still able to get off a full-powered Eruption into the Archaludon and the Incineroar. And realistically, when you fire off a full-powered Eruption, if the Basket Legion is still in the back, Basket Legion's coming in because you got to start aqua jetting.
For sure.
So long as Yuma can get a full-powered eruption, unless Farigiraf is in the back, which is always a possibility.
I was going to say, like, that would be the adjustment, right? Like, you still need that weather, I think, if you're going to bring the Typhlosion, but hypothetically speaking, if you're worried about a priority attack, Armor Tail would stop Aqua Jet right in its tracks, and honestly, you wouldn't have to worry about Last Respects either. You would just have to worry about those very powerful water type attacks, which it does look like this Farigiraf is Terra type water to probably take better.
Yeah, the one thing that I would maybe consider for Kinugawa is the terrestrialization on the Ursaluna.
Yeah.
The Hyper Voice only did significant damage to the Pelipper, brought it down to its Focus Sash, and did a good amount of chip to the Archaludon. But I'm not sure that you didn't get the same effect by having a Terra Fire Typhlosion, which would have dealt more damage to the Incineroar on that switch-in, which would have then potentially allowed you to get a little bit more out of that. But here it is, the Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Incineroar lead once again from Yuma Kinugawa. Of course, both of these Pokemon, once again, immediately threatened by even just a flip turn from this Basket Legion in the rain.
But we do see an adjustment made by Victor hanging out there in the back, so I can't wait to see how that is going to change things up, as that does give his Pokemon a bit more vitality overall in this matchup. Kinugawa, though, sticking with the same lead, so it's going to be a playstyle adjustment most likely, and I think you nailed it, Evan. The terrestrialization just was not valuable for this Ursaluna. Typically, the Life Orb and the Terra Normal can make such a huge difference, but Pelipper has Focus Sash, Basket Legion is still a Ghost type right now. You're just not going to get value out of that.
Well, speaking of no value, any attacks into that Blood Moon Ursaluna will not have any value. Here's that flip turn. We are going to see that the critical hit did matter in Game 1. Incineroar just barely hanging on there after the damage from the flip turn. Sinistra, though, like you mentioned, the adjustment from Victor, giving him an opportunity to heal Pokemon back up, but will need to save the terrestrialization for that Pokemon if it ever wants to hope to survive an eruption. Pelipper's Weather Ball connects onto the Protect once again, which means that Kinugawa finally gets to use this Incineroar for something, and that is just going to be a parting shot into the Archaludon. Of course, that will lower the special attack and allow Kinugawa to pivot. So in a dramatic reversal of Game 1, Kinugawa is now the player who gets to choose which Pokemon comes out here and has the Incineroar still in the back to threaten Fake Out Pressure and additional Intimidates.
Yeah, and that additional Intimidate would have made a huge difference in that end game against the Basket Legion. So it's great that the Incineroar can stick around. I think it's also great that Kinugawa now has the opportunity to get the Whimsicott essentially in the same position it was in game number 1 without that Pokemon loss. So can go straight for a Tailwind here or can try and set up the Sun. We did not see the Archaludon go for Electroshot in game 1. It went straight for that Draco Meteor and the Weather Ball combo into the Ursaluna. So I think Kinugawa has to be thinking about how that turn ended up and as a result sort of adapt to it. I think that Ursaluna would be bulky enough to take a Draco Meteor and maybe the Fire type Weather Ball if it doesn't terrestrialize like you were hinting at this time around, but that's still going to be a roll. That's a lot of damage.
All right, that's just going to be the Tailwind setup from the Whimsicott. Just like in Game 1, but this time no terrestrialization on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, dealing basically the same damage.
I was going to say, that looks exactly the same, except it's
you got
not
5
Focus
more
Sash.
damage on Pelipper.
Yeah.
And, a little bit more on the Archaludon too, but probably not significant here. The Draco Meteor connecting once again onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the Weather Ball again is starting to be enough to pick up that KO regardless. So Kinugawa is just like, well, you know what? I shouldn't have terrestrialized so early, and was really kind of unlucky that my Incineroar got knocked out immediately. Let me just try again.
It almost feels like, though, the way he's playing this team is that the Ursaluna's job is just to give Whimsicott time.
Yeah,
because,
and break Focus Sash.
And break Focus Sash, because Victor had to focus down on that Pokemon. Whimsicott is out on the field, Tailwind is set up, and now can set up Sunny Day without any consequence to it. And the Typhlosion still has terrestrialization, so we saw how much damage Eruption did in the previous game, and Victor, I would assume you're going to be seeing something very similar moving forward. So
yeah, I don't know that the hospitality is enough.
I was going to say, your hospitality towards your Pelipper is very kind, but I'm not expecting this to make much of a difference here.
Okay, so the switch up here does allow Archaludon to come back in alongside the Basculegion, potentially.
And the Pelipper is protecting, so maybe this was more of a hospitality to take the attack for the Archaludon.
Yeah, sometimes the best thing a Pokemon can do is tank an attack that one of your other Pokemon absolutely never wants to see a day in its life.
And Kinugawa also preserving the Terastallization again for another turn. So I think playing this a little bit more conservatively than we saw in game number 1, which makes a lot of sense. I don't think he needed the Terastallization in that previous turn. We saw the damage from game number 1. You can save it for when you absolutely need it. We also know that the Incineroar is going to be Terra Water, so that could come into play later on, especially if we do see this Basculegion lock into Aqua Jet once again.
Yeah, and we saw that that's dealt a little bit over 50% damage, which will make the Eruption significantly weaker coming out from the Typhlosion. But Kinugawa will just be switching in the Incineroar to try and get a little bit more health for that Typhlosion. Here is the big difference from game 1. There was no Intimidate that went down onto Basculegion here. And also, the Archaludon was protected before, but is not protected anymore, which means it is definitely taking this full power, this half power eruption instead of a full power eruption from Typhlosion.
I do wonder, though, if this is the turn where we're going to see both trainers terastallize. So we will have the Aqua Jet connect, but we're also going to have the Terra Fire boost on that Typhlosion as well.
Yeah, so really big call here to see how much damage that this Archaludon will take from this sort of mid-range eruption instead of the full power that it took in game 1, and how big of a difference the Intimidate and Terastallization will make for the Typhlosion. There it is.
You know, I was curious that this is going to... Oh, that's such a significant difference.
Oh, that's still really good damage coming out from this Typhlosion. That's going to connect onto both of these Pokemon. Archaludon just barely hangs on. 9 hit points, but... Oh, and now with the Archaludon not going down here, Pelipper can switch in and get more damage onto the Basculegion. But that does open up an opportunity for Typhlosion to switch out.
It does, but the Incineroar as well can go for a fake out this turn and flinch the Legion now that it's no longer a ghost type. Kinugawa has this game wide open.
Yeah, so all of the options are available for Kinugawa, and Victor is kind of just trying to catch up here, but it is a really tense moment here because it really feels like this is on a razor's edge. The damage of this eruption is going to be so big. Pelipper will get knocked out, but can Basculegion survive? And it does with 13 hit points. It is still up on the field, and that means that Archaludon gets to switch in for free here. Typhlosion has to switch out, or else it will be knocked out by this Aqua Jet in the rain. And this could all come down to Babiri Berry.
It's still such a close margin, though, as right now the Aqua Jet should pick up the KO on the Typhlosion if it connects. But if the Incineroar is going to be allowed to attack this turn, it could pick up a KO on one of these Pokemon, and that should be enough to turn the tide.
Oh, Incineroar is retreating, not the Typhlosion. That means that this Whimsicott will be replaced for the Incineroar. Typhlosion will stay out on the field and be vulnerable to this Aqua Jet. It connects onto the Typhlosion, picks up the KO. Basculegion is like, not again. No more eruptions for the rest of the game. I need you back in the Pokeball. That means that this Whimsicott is now vulnerable to an attack from the Archaludon. The Electro Shot coming in. And now Kinugawa is going to be able to bring in the Incineroar once again, set up Sunny Day once again, and potentially start encoring the Archaludon into a 2-turn Electro Shot here.
I think what you actually do is you go for fake out into the Basculegion.
Oh, right, Archaludon's at 9 hit points.
And then you can just go for the Moonblast into the Archaludon and just outspeed. Like,
just get this win.
Yeah, you could try to go for Encore, but don't.
Just get this win, Whimsicott.
just lock it in, Whimsicott. You're offensive now. You can do this.
That's the fake out picking up the KO onto Basculegion, and the Archaludon tanks 2 eruptions all game, but is not going to be able to tank this Moonblast from the Whimsicott as Yuma Kinugawa is forcing a game 3. And wow, this is a really exciting matchup because every turn feels like it's the deciding moment of the game. And if any one of these players is able to like actually grab hold of the momentum, it feels like it could be a romp one way or the other.
And Kinugawa was just comfortable sticking with the same game plan. I think calling out the fact that it was that critical hit and the terrestrialization that made all the difference in game number 1. The fact that Incineroar was not KO'd by that initial flip turn, and the fact that the Ursaluna did not terrestrialize and still essentially got the same value out of that Hyper Voice was enough to tip the scales in his favor. Now, it did come down to the wire, and I'm sure that Victor probably could have, you know, maybe played it a little bit different to make it even closer than what we saw. But still, able to keep calm and really what felt like, again, a game, like you just said, where every single turn mattered.
Yeah, and every decision before the game matters as well. I don't know that I was sold on that Sinistcha, especially as it just came in as a sacrifice. If the Incineroar had been around this time around, would have probably been able to tank that eruption a little bit better and had a few more options there in the end game, especially after the terrestrialization, which would mean you can now fake out the Typhlosion and Aqua Jet it.
If I had to guess, I think Victor was hoping that the flip turn maybe would have gotten that Incineroar a little bit closer and or regardless for the KO, because then your Sinistcha is a bit more comfortable. You can align it with the Archaludon instead of, you know, instead of it. And then your Archaludon can maybe be a little bit more comfortable taking eruptions as long as there's rain on the field. But since that didn't play out, I absolutely agree. You want the Incineroar in the back. You want to be able to switch in and take a eruption, especially if you know now that Kinugawa is probably going to go for the Terrafire onto that Typhlosion. It makes it vulnerable to fake out. It gives you more opportunities to switch in your Caliper, reset the weather, and otherwise just try to find your way back into the game. But there's a Pokemon adjustment on both players.
Sides. Basculegion and Incineroar are the leads for Victor, and this time Yuma Kinugawa is going for the Whimsicott alongside the Ursaluna. So protecting the Incineroar said, okay, I showed I could beat you with that without the critical hit. I don't think you're going to let me do it again. Let's try a different mode here. Maybe I just go for Tailwind and start blowing things up with this Ursaluna immediately.
But what's really interesting, though, is that this Whimsicott isn't holding Covert Cloak like most do, and because of that, it is going to be vulnerable to Fake Out.
Absolutely.
So Victor still does have the opportunity now to stop that Tailwind for a turn, outspeed the Ursaluna Blood Moon, and then, you know, maybe land a flip turn if Kinugawa doesn't go for Protect.
Well, instead, the Whimsicott will retreat, does not want to take damage from or get flinched by the Fake Out or use its terrestrialization. But for Rigoraph coming out now means that regardless, there will be no fake outs available for the rest of the game as long as Rigoraph is out on the field and has something to say. So an entirely new mode being shown off here by Yuma Kinugawa. Armor Tail will block the fake out, which was targeting down the Whimsicott, I believe. So not a huge difference, but a lot of additional security here for Kinugawa. Able to terrestrialize into the normal type and will deal huge damage to whatever is left on the field to tank these attacks from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. There's the Hyper Voice, connects onto the Incineroar and the Archaludon. Incineroar brought down to basically where it was after an eruption. Is now at 70 hit points. Archaludon tanks it a little better, but now Kinugawa is threatening a potential Trick Room mode.
Threatening Trick Room, and I think more critically, also threatening a Helping Hand Hyper Voice, or maybe a Helping Hand Earth Power, or you know what, why not? Helping Hand Terra Normal Blood Moon.
Yeah, why not?
We have all the options on the field here, and I think that's what's really unique about this Rigoraph adjustment for Kinugawa. Probably a substitution for that Incineroar on his side of the field, and it makes a lot of sense. You know, Terra Water doesn't have to worry about the Aqua Jet. If you can align the Typhlosion next to it, there's a lot of opportunity for this Pokemon to shine, and it's really not that threatened by the Pokemon on Victor's side of the field.
Okay, well, double switch from Kinugawa, bringing the Whimsicott back out.
That's risky.
And now coming instead
That's
will be
risky.
the Typhlosion. Just showing the Typhlosion will take a
knockoff.
What
a call! I mean, that's such a very consistent play there. You
It's
knock
such a
off
safe
the
knockoff.
Citrus Berry regardless, but that's a great trade.
Okay, so the one benefit here is that the Whimsicott is able to tank that Draco Meteor because of its fairy typing. So you do again have the ability to now go for the Tailwind mode with this Blood Moon Ursaluna that could start picking up big damage on the rest of the Pokemon. But without the Typhlosion, you're really running out of firepower.
Yeah, I almost think that you would have been better off just staying in with that Farigiraf. I mean, typically they're trained to take one knockoff there. That was just a very unfortunate switch there for Kinugawa. Like you said, you can try and make up some momentum with Tailwind plus an attack from this Ursaluna, but you are going to struggle to break through this Archaludon's special defensive with just this Pokemon alone. You really needed the Choice Specs, the Terra Fire, the Sunlight to really power through that Pokemon in 1 or 2 hits like we've seen in the previous game.
Okay, there's the Tailwind. The Earth Power connects onto Archaludon.
Oh, never
is
mind.
Enough.
That's
enough to pick up the KO through the Assault Vest. And now with the Tailwind up, Kinugawa may be able to make something happen. But remember, this is a Life Orb Ursaluna. Well, it was. So that would mean that it was on a timer, but the knockoff just dealing some decent damage here puts it into Basculegion range regardless. The knockoff basically just getting us there faster.
Yeah, and Basculegion really doesn't need weather at this point in the game as well. We've seen it rely on Aqua Jet so often, and knowing that the Farigiraf is in the back of Kinugawa's party as well, you do have to wonder if now's the moment where maybe you switch gears and try and lock into a different attack. You have to worry a little bit about the speed control on the field, but I do think that you have opportunities here to just break through that regardless. I do think it's a very easy switch, though, for Kinugawa to maybe switch out the Whimsicott for the Farigiraf right now in hopes of catching the Aqua Jet.
Yeah, but you can see that Victor is afraid of exactly that, opting not to lock into an Aqua Jet. Because, of course, with the choice-banned Basculegion, locking into Aqua Jet when you know there's a Farigiraf in the back is just asking for your Pokemon not to do anything for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Instead, the Water Terrestrialization will happen on the Basculegion, as it will try to make something happen and re-pivot here. But because it's afraid of that Aqua Jet, needs to be able to deal some damage back. The offensive Whimsicott is back out on the field. Here comes the Blood Moon to follow up the Moon Blast. That is going to connect right on the Basculegion, picks up the KO. Basculegion goes down. Incineroar will be able to pivot out here, but I believe the last Pokemon for Victor was the Pelipper, and I don't know that Pelipper is going to be able to do this because that Farigiraf is fully healthy.
It's fully healthy, but Whimsicott has a Moonblast and a way to break that Focus Sash so that the Ursaluna can follow up for the knockout. Unfortunately, the threat of the Farigiraf was enough. It was just enough to keep Victor from locking in Aqua Jet, which would have at least gotten him through that turn. And honestly, most likely would have gotten him through the end game, given that he did still have 3 Pokemon and would have been able to pivot out, switch the move, and then lock into something that wasn't priority. Unfortunately, though, you do have to play through a couple of turns carefully if you are Kinugawa, as Fake Out is now in play once again, and you will have to be very careful to ensure that you're not caught off guard by it. But I don't think there's a way that Kinugawa can, you know, I don't want to say mess this up, but you can certainly not worry about Fake Out and get the knockout on Incineroar this turn, but no Fake Out, just gonna KO.
Yeah, Victor recognizing again, I can't risk the Fake Out just whiffing and giving Kinugawa an entirely free turn. Weather Ball will connect onto Ursaluna and pick up that KO, but this Farigiraf, again, it's fully healthy. The Whimsicott's going to be able to come back out here and, you know, potentially reduce the damage of that Weather Ball by using Sunny Day just a little bit onto the Farigiraf at least, but there's still a Citrus Berry on Farigiraf. It has Psychic, Nightshade, and Helping Hand. This Pelipper does not have the defenses to withstand all of these attacks. Whimsicott alone would get this, and the special attack drop to boot. Following up with a Psychic from Farigiraf. Pelipper goes down. Yuma Kinugawa takes Game 3, showing an entirely different mode of that team, sacrificing the Typhlosion, removing the option for Eruption, and just going for the sheer power of that Terra Normal Blood Moon Ursaluna. incredibly well played.
And not only that, showcasing that your support Pokemon can also be really the offensive backbones, the offensive endgame of your team as well, as we saw in those last two games there.
Yeah.
You know, Whimsicott and Farigiraf were the closers. You know, that Psychic, that did so much damage to the Pelipper at the end of the day. And I think it's really neat that you can recognize those opportunities for those Pokemon to really shine outside of their typical roles. And I do want to say as well, I think that Kinugawa made two incredible calls there in those final two turns, you know, not switching in the Farigiraf and then deciding to switch in the Farigiraf. I think that was some fantastic mind games on his part. And Victor just, unfortunately, you know, made the 50-50 wrong each time.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing about going up against Kinugawa's team here is that if Typhlosion goes down, then the Ursaluna can pick up the slack. We saw the Typhlosion pick up the slack from the Ursaluna in both games 1 and 2, and then we got to see the reverse of it here in game 3, especially if you are relying on Pokemon like that Archaludon to tank those normal type hits. That does also mean you're weak to the earth power from that Blood Moon Ursaluna. We just saw how much damage that can do, and really awesome to see that team sort of the different ways that it can perform and sort of get around some of these different options. And I love seeing that Sunny Day on Whimsicott and the no Torkoal Eruption team. Beautiful.
I know, it's a very clever way to run weather in this format, because all the other weather setters in the format right now, the Pelipers, the Alolan Ninetales, even the Tyrannitars, unfortunately, do all have that weather setting ability, whereas Whimsicott can use it as a move with Prankster, so it's guaranteed to go first, as Whimsicott is currently the fastest Prankster in the format. And yeah, you don't have to worry about any weather wars when you can just guarantee that you're just going to win all the time.
And the best part of it is it combines Tailwind with the ability to change weather. It was one of the things that we saw be really effective about Marco's Sun team last year, was the Jump Club had the ability to both set Tailwind and set the Sunny Day to set the sun for itself. So really cool to see that version here in Whimsicott this time around.
All right, well, I would love to hear from Kinugawa himself about not only his run here, but you know how his season's been going in general. So let's go ahead and take it to the stage for an interview.
Thank you so much. Yuma, congratulations after a very shaky game 1 critical hit. How are you feeling after winning that set?
そのゲームは本当に良かったです。今どう感じですか？最初9勝でクリティカルで負けてしまってちょっと焦ったんですけど、なんとかそこから2連勝することができて、ラウンド2強敵な相手やったんですけど勝てて良かったです。
So he felt very nervous going into this, especially losing the first game. But going to win out, it really turned around and he's feeling a lot better.
It was also really refreshing to see such an amazing team as well that you had. And I could see that you used the same team at Las Vegas as well, but you made one little change to that Flamigo. Tell us about that.
Las ラスベガスではアーチャルドンを使っていたんですけど、チームがそのスペシャルアタッカーが5匹いて、突撃直帰持ちとかのポケモンがきつかったので、物理アタッカーであるフィジカルアタッカーのフラミンゴを採用して今回臨みました。
So in Las Vegas, he had one change of Archaludon from the Flamigo, but after assessing it and seeing that he had 5 special attackers on the team, he decided to go with a more stronger choice with the physical attacking Flamigo.
Amazing, really interesting choice there as well, because we've seen it on a lot of other compositions, but not on something anything like yours either. So Yuma, going forward now to the rest of the competition, what is your goal this weekend?
Of course, to win it all.
That is really good to hear, yeah, and I'm sure you've got it in you as Japan Championship champion as well from just a few months ago too. And is there finally any shout-outs that you'd like to give, Yuma?
頑張ってます。応援よろしくお願いします。
I will continue doing my best. Thank you for taking care of me.
Fantastic. Yuma, hopefully we'll see more of you later this weekend. I'm going to be back with round 3 very shortly.
Thank you.
This is going to be a no-holds-barred match between Shiliang Tang and Justin Tang, two friends meeting each other in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in Maryland. If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a Dark type. Wait, no. Wait, I messed it up. Wait, can we restart that? Restart that?
A rising star who cannot be stopped, the 3-time regional champion, Justin Tang.
If I was a Pokemon, I'd probably be a fighting type, just because of Pancham, my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right now.
I don't know. It feels better than the first time and the second time, I guess. I don't know, man. It's too good to be real.
My first partner Pokemon was Mudkip. Had a copy of Emerald. Like, I didn't really know how the game worked at the time, so I just gave it all the HM moves, and I was kind of circling around the sea for like hours and hours, and I don't think I ever beat the game, so yeah, I guess that's my favorite.
I mean, like, I've only been playing for like a year and a half in VGC, and I'm playing against guys who've been going for 10 plus years, and it's really insane. It's really cool to not just be winning, but to meet all these people, and it's just been great.
That's awesome.
I got into competitive Pokemon through a lot of YouTube creators. You know, I mean, Wolf was like, you know, everyone's example, right? Cybertron, like watching them ladder and like trying to make my own teams and then trying to play the game, even though I wasn't very good back then.
This should be enough to lean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion.
The first team I used at Knoxville was a variant of the, you know, Wolfie Orlando team. And I think it shows that, you know, you gotta start somewhere.
To watch out for
Justin Tang!
Justin Tang winning his second regional championship here in Fort Wayne.
So impressive.
It's in the red, and with a third surging strikes, Ice Rider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang, 3-time regional champion, winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Winning an event again, it just feels unreal. This is something I've been chasing for a long, long time. Winning 2 your first season is really a hard goal to achieve, and to try to come back at that peak, it's tough to kind of like falling short when you're so close, because I topped at countless tournaments last year. I topped 16 almost every tournament this year.
A long time coming after Justin had such an explosive start to his competitive career.
And I'm finally back. Paired from this finals to my other 2 I've had so far, honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar. It's just that adrenaline that hits. Just because I've been shooting for this. Like before, it was unexpected. I kind of went in blind. I didn't have those standards at the time. And having another win after chasing it for another year now, it feels really good.
Is there a player or just a mentor in the scene that you have?
It's gotta be Shiliang Tang. You know, he's one of the most calculated players in the world. Like, whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's some of the most impressive work. Like, he sees things that most people don't see. Like, we're both grinders. Like, we both put in the work because, you know, we love this game and we want to do well.
Shiliang Tang, one Pokemon knockout away from moving on to the top 4 and closer to another regional championship title.
We'll forfeit the match, and Shiliang Tang is our first Tang in the finals.
And I feel that I'm learning something new from him every day. It's just been great working with him just because I, you know, find someone that just fits me best. So, yeah.
And Justin, one Pokemon away from moving on to the finals where he has to face his team building partner.
Some parts of my gameplay I want to try to get better in is kind of just thinking more in turns. I feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink. I try to cover things that I can't always cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make overreads. During my top 8 set, I almost lost because I spored to a sleeping Calyrex already because I misclicked. If I just gave more thought, I can just sport out a slot. I've also had experience like with that at Toronto, like trying to cover Wolf's every move.
But our Chaladon not going for the protect.
Which wasn't possible. Like thinking things that he wouldn't do, realistically, and he didn't, of course.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio Regional Championship?
In my heart, he's been feeling the energy, he's been getting really into it, so I'm gonna have to lock in Justin here.
I knew I was gonna win finals after I saw the last turn trick room. His only way of winning was if he high horsepower crit me, and he didn't. It was Cali Ice versus Lando Ursh. Like, the moment I saw the bar go down to like 20, I knew that the game won, and it felt really good. I can't lie. Like, finally, but beat Shiliang too. He always beats me in mirrors or in practice, so it feels good being one of the best players in the world. My #1 goal for this season is to do well at Worlds. Shieling actually last year, he knocked me out of Worlds in the exact 6-1 mirror. So it feels really good to have my revenge on that. This year, I hope that things can be different and I can finally have that Worlds dub or cut, something that's just better than what I've had before. After 2 Worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted, I just want more.
I would call my partner Rosemary. Well, she'd also be there, so she would know. So I guess the first person I'd call would be my dad and my sister, probably. I have 3 answers for this. So Corviknight's my OG favorite Pokemon from when I started playing. I used him a lot. He was always really good for me in Sword and Shield. Not so good anymore. I've kind of grown to really love Golden Go over the last couple of years. And Kyogre, of course, is my favorite restricted Pokemon. It's given me a lot of success. Probably the World Championships in Yokohama. Or Hawaii. Those are both pretty far located. Or OCIC in Melbourne. I've gone to a lot of places. I look up to people who are just consistently really good players. Obviously, Wolf Glick would be one of those people. Marco Silva, Joe Ugarte. I really have a lot of admiration for the players who can consistently do super well. And, in a game with this much volatility, those kinds of players prove that even though Pokemon has a lot of elements of things that sometimes feel like they're out of your control, the fact that these players can consistently do so well means that there's always a higher level of skill to be chasing. I've usually been a night owl, but I'm also getting older now, and I find myself waking up in the morning, and it's weird. So I guess I'm in the middle of shifting from being a night owl to a morning person. My favorite event food is no food, actually. I think I eat like protein bars and nuts, things that are high in protein, but I don't usually like to have a full meal during a tournament day because I don't want to risk a crash. So usually we end the day pretty early these days, so it's nice. I get through the day and then I'm real hungry, work up a good appetite to go and just eat some great local food wherever we are. It's a cheap answer to say a legendary Pokemon, so I'm just gonna go with Golden Go. I like my Golden Go. Gimmighoul's such a cute little first form, so I guess we'll go with Gimmighoul. My favorite city to travel to for a Pokemon event has probably been Yokohama. The way that everything around Yokohama was so sort of Pokemon up for the World Championships was just such an amazing experience. Being able to just kind of look around Yokohama and kind of go on this little treasure hunt of finding all the little various Pokemon things, the big murals. There was just so much cool stuff around there. I thought it was an amazing destination. At events, I really like listening to power metal. It kind of gets me focused up. I went to school for musical theater, so I like musical theater. I like everything. But right now, at an event, it's usually going to be power metal. Maybe K-pop, but we'll go with power metal for today. Flying Gyarados, because that thing needs more flying moves. We just need Gyarados to have a little bit more love in the flying department. He's so reliant on the generational mechanics to have same type attack bonus flying moves, so just give him something.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for Swiss round number 3 that will be coming up, of course, at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships, hosted, as has been the tradition for the past couple of seasons, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And I am Costa Demos on the mic, alongside Mr. David Partington. Hello, David. How are you doing, my friend? Fancy meeting you here.
We have talked before today, by the way.
Have we?
Yeah.
No, that's a complete lie.
What are you talking about? I'm fine. You know I'm fine.
I just woke up. Like, what? But no, I mean, the atmosphere has been electric so far. We have been seeing such high-level caliber plays from all of the trainers we've been able to feature so far, both with just now, Victor Medina against Yuma Kinigawa, and yeah, Yuma going ahead and being able to just get out on top after having to crawl their way back through against Victor.
Yeah, a really refreshing set, honestly. I love the fact that we've just got this really just hyper-offensive Tailwind plus Eruption, or Sunny Day plus Eruption, or Tailwind plus just Ursaluna Blood Moon as an entirety, just absolutely blowing up other people's teams. It's just a really, really strong option, and is really, really cool to see coming out of Yuma Kinigawa as well. A really accomplished Japanese player, who's someone who seems to just really, really consistently do well. Top 32 at Las Vegas with pretty much a same build of the team, and who knows how far he's going to get this weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. But what we do have, at least for right now, is this fancy little feature match preview that we get to, we have introduced this current season. We will be reviewing a match which has already completed, but we do not know the info about, between Ashton Cox, previous two-time LAIC champion, versus Tomar Gravui, a multi-regional champion as well, NA versus EU, and we're straight in it.
We certainly are, and you can see that Ashton Cox is running back that Komodo that he got top 4 with last year at LAIC as well, with a different sort of build as well, with that mouse hold that's pairing up with it there, with that hybrid moveset that it's got, with the population bomb wide lens, but also with taunt and follow me, that it can also kind of help set up, say, the Komodo that it wants to use with that Clangorous Soul and that throat spray item that it does have.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a great way to be able to essentially mesh multi-role compression when it comes to an individual piece, and that's the great thing about the mouse hold utility. But at least when it comes to the leads, over on Tomar's side, it seems like there's a bit of a commit in terms of the terrestrialization. No, this is from Ashton with the mouse hold going into the Fairy Terra, wanting to essentially negate any sort of super effective moves on its side. So like you said, David, it's more so a setup sort of board state at the moment, especially when you're going up against a Dragonite, which, it always loves going for the scale shots, and it is indeed the loaded dice set. Now also contributing to fancy animations of terrestrialization.
We certainly do. So there's that Dragonite really keeping itself safe from any clanging scale threats that could come out instantly. Yeah. And there's that follow me as well, just keeping things extra super duper safe on both sides as well.
For sure.
So yeah, but the question is, what does come out instead? So yeah, Clangorous Soul, really nice safe setup option. So strong. We have seen that Komodo actually on Marco Silva and Dill Yeoman's team back in Lille earlier this year, but it wasn't running that Clangorous Soul setup move. It was just 3 attacks. Still with that throat spray though. But we can see how offensively powerful this Komodo is going to become, thanks to that double special attack it now has on top of all those other boosts.
Yeah, exactly that. So it's truly just about trying to get your setup going. Whilst over on Tomar's side, Tailwind already being set up just means that you're able to outpace the Komodo and start trying to directly threaten it. But the fact that Mouse Hold has already terrestrialized and been committed from Ashton's side is more so a respect in terms of the threat that Dragonite does have on this field. Komodo, even though it is Omni boosted to +1, excluding the special attack, which is now at +2, it's still going to fall susceptible to a scale shot if there's going to be a focus into it.
And there's a Super Fang into that Komodo, doing a decent chunk of damage, and the Haze. Yeah, so this is why this Dragonite is just generally a really good Pokemon to fit onto any team. It's just anti-shenanigans, anti-sort of scary setup, and we can see why it's been so good there, because that costs a lot of health to set up this Komodo here, and that's completely gone now.
So a point to make, you're like, oh my lordy, the population bomb is going into the Dragonite slot. It's going to potentially on some sets pick up the KO, but no, because it's Friend Guard and it doesn't have Technician as an ability, he just goes to show why it's such an important key point to be able to have that ability if you're trying to go for the KOs. But since this is a multi-role set, it allows a bit more of nuance and maybe hopes for like a double up with the setup Pokemon on the side to be able to essentially pick up those vital KOs.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Komodo's HP there as well. It just doesn't have quite enough HP to set up another Clangorous Soul there. So it takes a third of your health away. And so, yeah, being on 50, nice easy maps for us over here, which is...
Thankfully,
yeah, because sometimes it can get really hard,
I know, maps can be so difficult. But no, what can also be difficult is sort of trying to identify certain board states to your advantage, which both of our trainers are doing a really good job in doing so. At least Ashton now opting to bring the Dondozo in. It's a lefties sort of setup. There is no Tatsugiri on the other side of the field, but it's more so there to be able to negate any sort of setup on the other side of the field. But the Super Fine and Scale Shot, I would say miss, but it's because of the immunity of the Mouse Hold means Dondozo is free to join the field.
Yeah, so a really good follow me there from Mousehold, and why the Terra Fairy is often there, to be honest, because you really want to redirect those scale shots, probably the most threatening thing into your Komodo there too, particularly when the scale shot also boosts your speed. that you can actually then start to outpace even if a Komodo does also set up. So denying the mover in its entirety, not just resisting it, denies those speed boosts as well.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's sort of the beauty of being able to lock your opponent into like a weird board state where they can't directly threaten that Pokemon because they can't pick up a KO immediately when they need to do so. Henceforth, why Tomar has actually opted to go for the switching of the Golden Go, which is so nice here. It's able to absolutely nullify both the Population Bomb as well as the Yawn because of its typing A of the Ghost and B, its amazing unique ability of Good as Gold.
Yeah, switch of the century there. Goodness, yeah. That is probably the perfect switch you could really ask for into those specific moves, actually. Yeah, so, yeah, really well played from Tomar to kind of reposition around here, given that Ashton doesn't really have a lot of offensive pressure anymore. So Golden Go coming in next to that mouse hold is going to be able to start threatening that setup with that nasty blow.
Ooh, but right, no follow me from the mouse hold wants to finally go on the offensive and maybe pick up the counterpart on the other side of the field, going for the Population Bomb. I believe that's a 5th hit, so it looks like unless there's any sort of critical hit and a miss of a hit, it's not going to pick up the KO. Yeah, just going to show once again the difference as to the Technician versus the Friend Guard, which will allow the Dondozo to take a bit less damage from this very scary Golden Go, which is the Life Orb Variant, and now sort of doing its job essentially and being able to clear out the board in order to pick up its partner Pokemon.
Yeah, it did a really good job of that. Wave Crash, though, coming out from this Dondozo into that Golden Go, only just doing a little bit of a chip damage and obviously take it. Yeah, honestly,
sorry, I'm gonna say it.
No, yeah, I was trying to sugarcoat it. I was like, come on, Dondozo, you can do it. But actually, no, yeah, Dondozo, yeah, I'm also Dondozo hater.
Whoa, slow down. I wasn't hating on Dondozo. I
thought you were beating me halfway there.
No, I was saying Friend Guard is still available over on Tomar's side of the field. I was trying to, you know, big up Mousehold, clearly.
I mean, I'm only Dondozo hater because it's just so strong, you know, right?
Yeah,
and you've got that dual purpose of it being with Tatsuguri, but also you could just be on its own as it is here.
Yeah.
With that unaware ability, ignoring stats, like changes on the opposing side is really good. But it could be kind of biting itself back here a little bit because this Golden Go, if it targets into the Dondozo, is not going to care about its -1 special attack. It's got to make it rain. It's still have full power because of the unaware on that Dondozo.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a tricky little ability that you need to be able to think about both flips of the coin in terms of the interactions. And Flamethrower going ahead, finally pick up with the KO on the mouse hold. So this means Tomar is now at a point where they won't have their primary support Pokemon for the redirection and sort of disruption potential. But that is at a trade opportunity cost of picking off that Komo-O from Ashton's side, leaving Ashton down to his final 2 Pokemon. And something that I did note, David, looking at the team list, Dondozo actually has Curse. So not only is it a disruptor going for Wave Crash sort of shenanigans, it also can go for the setup of, since it's not a Ghost type, get the +1 in attack and defense at the cost of a -1 of the speed boost.
Yeah, and that makes it very, very scary there, doesn't it? Because suddenly, assuming you're against mostly physical attackers, which a lot of the metagame is right now, you know, think Dragonite, think Sneasler, think Incineroar, think Rillaboom. Like, all of that stuff, it can suddenly take on so much better, even with that needing to Terra if you get enough boosts, even versus a Rillaboom. Obviously, Terra has been spent already for Ashton at the moment, so definitely does need to worry about the Rillaboom, but Sneasler is an excellent partner for it, especially with that cheeky Diaclaw move.
Yeah, and, you know, if there's a Diaclaw, there is a way. And, you know, obviously you want to be on the side of the Diaclaw as opposed to against it. And even though, obviously, the Golden Go is not going to be essentially bothered as much by it, but it needs to be able to respect the Dondozo now, because Tomar's at a point where they can actively, in all honesty, ignore the Sneasler because there's no way that it can actually damage it in any way. So Dondozo is the real threat here, and this does feel like Tomar's been able to absolutely run riot, especially with that KO, showing the dividends paid off due to the life or that 1.3 multiplier adding on to what is already a pretty broken Pokemon in my opinion, that you're just able to absolutely escalate it to further levels of the damage counts.
Yeah, so as you can see, the really crucial KO there from that Shadow Ball, that one special attack being ignored thanks to that unaware and able to get it because of that.
Yeah, Diaclaw, you know, trying to do what it can, doesn't pick up a KO. Most Diaclaws are not able to do that on the average Rillaboom set. But yeah, Make It Rain will definitely put Tomar in that game 1 advantage right now. So really cool to be able to see that interaction, and especially because of the different teams. I would say both of our trainers have to an extent. I mean, Tomar has more of a standard, you'd say. There's the Annihilate, Dragonite, Ursaluna Blood Moon, Mousehold, Rillaboom, and Golden Go, versus Ashton's more unique take. Chandelure, which we did not see in that game, is such a fire pick.
I see what you did there, Costa.
What?
Chandelure's fire type, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot.
Genius.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Just so much like an aura coming from you
it's
there.
got the same typing as this lovely little fire type here as well.
They both get flash fire.
They do. And yeah, you know, we're going to have to see how that goes. And if, of course, Ashton may consider it for a game 2, which, yeah, just for anybody tuning in right now, we are still waiting for round 3 to be able to get finalized, but we do have the lovely opportunity to be able to make sure we uncover all of the potential missed matches and opportunities that usually may not have a spotlight on them in history. We're trying to bring them to the screen in the meantime, capitalize getting so many more matches, and this one being Ashton Cox versus Tomar Gravui. Two great trainers, and we know Ashton always bringing the spice, and you know, like you said, bringing similar pieces compared to last time we were here last year, where Ashton was able to just go all the way through until I believe top 4, if I'm not mistaken. So really trying to vie and steal away the title, or regain it, should I say, from Marco Silva, which is the current reigning 2-time consecutive Latin American International champion.
Certainly is, yeah. And we had a really interesting game 1 just there, where Tomar was just able to deny Ashton's attempt at setting up this Komodo, which is this Clangorous Soul set, which is really cool. Yeah, as I say, we've seen Komodo a few times across the last few weeks, Regulation Set H, but not often with the Clangorous Soul as that soul setup move. My turn.
Get him. Well,
my turn, thank you.
No, but that's exactly it. And sort of tough to be able to get that Komodo setup going in the current format, where there's so much oppressiveness in terms of the Dragonites that are available that force a Terra naturally when it comes to the Komodo, or even the fairy types, or pseudo fairy types, the Terra fairy types, that really make it hard both on a defensive scale as well as an offensive for the Komodo to be able to capitalize off of all of the boosts that it gets. Because, okay, sure, you got the option of maybe running Flash Cannon if you really want to respect opposing fairies on your Komodo, but sometimes you would think, okay, you want to be able to capitalize both defensively as well as offensively on your Terra option. And that's why we see Ashton bringing the Flamethrower and then committing to the Terra Fire as well, in order to capitalize and get advantage of the same type of attack bonus there.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a really good way to put it. And it's those defensive pieces that you really want to try and put around your Komodo to be able to see how you can sort it out. But at the moment, that Dragonite was a real thorn in Ashton's side. So let's see if game 2, he can get around it.
Oh, here we go. We're going to get the leads. And it is definitely going to be an interesting one, I would say. If it weren't for the double mouse holds, you're going to see the same exact interaction between both of our trainers. Both clearly trying to have identified that they want to be able to, create issues in terms of, at least if you're at Ashton, go for the commit of the Terra Fairy with the mouse hold, make sure Scale Shot does nothing, and the Dragonite sort of has a couple of petered out turns here, maybe goes for a setup for Tailwind, etc. But then also, Ashton really needs to be able to capitalize off that Komodo setup.
Yeah, exactly. And the question is, do you want to go for that setup really early on, and so you've got more damage, but then you're at risk of then just getting the haze boost to get away? Do you want to deal with the Dragonite first and then get out of the way and then try and set up? But then is it too late if you've taken too much damage? That is the big question here. And as you can see, Ashton kind of flicking through the options there. Maybe he hasn't quite decided what to do yet either. But either way, Tomar has led the same as in game 1, and it was really good at shutting down Ashton's strategy.
Yeah, exactly. And I do really like your take there on trying to go on the offensive. Brings questions of whether you're going to have to try to commit on going for Population Bomb directly into the Dragonite from the get-go in order to be able to put it within range of perhaps trying to get more damage dealt, or at least add a bit of utility when it comes to the Komodo's presence on the field, or if you just want to ignore it. But yeah, there's no follow me, actually completely targeting down the mouse hold in order to be able to get it down to a point where maybe, just maybe, it's going to be able to get rid of it on the side of the field. But Population Bomb essentially nearly two-shotting it. The Komo-O hasn't moved just yet. It's gone for the raw Clangerous Soul.
Okay, there's the setup this time. So it's going to be getting really strong at the moment, and hopefully for Ashton, with that population bomb damage, a +1 or +2 rather flamethrower should be enough for the KO there. But there's a mouse hold still there, Costa.
Yeah.
And that can follow me away that attack.
It can, I'm not sure. Oh, the scale shot does come out.
It does go into the Komomo.
No. This is going to be very close on if there's going to be a 4-hit here, because I think the 5-hit is required. If I'm not mistaken, it was 22 damage per hit. So, yeah, 6. Oh, there's a 5th hit. Dragonite is a very, very good, trusty Pokemon over on Tomar's side, able to connect through with that. And all of a sudden, that Clangerous Soul just absolutely got nullified and just left out in the cold in what is a very warm day here in Sao Paulo.
Oh, the Chandelier!
Oh!
It's coming!
There it is! Huge fan. Thank you so much, Ashton. This is amazing, and it's a lovely little shiny one too, but this sort of brings the question of what can it do right now? This is a Choice Scarf variant Chandelure.
It certainly is, and that might mean it's faster than Dragonite. We'll have to see. Now, I think I believe Chandelure and Dragonite actually have the same speed stat, and so with a Choice Scarf, you'd think there's lots of speed there, but we know this Dragonite has gone for a scale shot, so it has a speed boost. So we're still kind of on that even playing field as to what the individual training in the base points of these Pokemon has been, as to which is faster this time, because a scale shot coming out before the Chandelure could deal a lot of damage, and maybe a 5-hit could even one-hit KO it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, and sort of begets a focus from Tomar's Pokemon into the Chandelure. We know that there's a Super Fang interaction and beat up, so Mouse Hold doesn't feel very useful, at least for this term, except of providing that Friend Guard, which is so crucial for the Dragonite to be able to essentially scrub off any sort of very powerful moves from this Chandelure. Heat Wave, no burn interaction, and just a Tailwind setup.
Just a Tailwind setup, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, because either way, if you're slower or you're faster, you can still make the rest of your team faster than this Chandelure, which is otherwise going to be something that could even sweep the team quite significantly, especially if Tomar has brought what he brought last time, in that Golden Core and that Rillaboom in the back, both are weak to fire. And that means you don't want to take fire-type damage, and that is exactly what this Chandelure can do.
Yeah, exactly, I think that's such a good point as well, because Tomar's already committed to the Terra Fairy on the Dragonite, which just means that you're not going to be able to get outside of that. So it's sort of a point where Ashton needs to be able to just keep the Chandelure on the field as healthy as possible, and that is why Follow Me is so crucial on this Mouse Hold. Tomar, not wanting to give away a slot there and be susceptible to any sort of KOs, would rather the Dragonite go down in order to then bring in a Pokemon that can benefit off of the Friend Guard still available.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, Costa, honestly. Yeah, you don't want to take that on the switch in and then have to take another attack as well. So it might lead us to believe that there is still that Rillaboom and that Golden Go that is still in the back. But as you say, with that Friend Guard, it should be able to take on a few more hits. Particularly that Golden Go, which might be maybe slightly on the bulky side, given it's that nice nasty plot sort of set, and then can KO back the Chandelure. However, we still have this Mouse Hold on the field, and the Mouse Hold on Tomar's end has Super Fang and Beat Up. So unless a Pokemon's in beat up range for a Pokemon that has almost no attack stat, it's going to be really hard for it to pick up any knockouts. And therefore, in that situation, Golden Go would need to then go for a Make It Rain to pick it up, and then you're not doing any damage into the Chandelure. So, it sounds like a really tough turn at that point.
Yeah, it would have been, and it's awkward, right? Because at that point, it would have been sort of trying to get rid of the Mouse Hold first, if you are Tomar, in order to be able to open up the Chandelure, because it's still got the Follow Me redirection available, right? And that's sort of a path that you need to be able to get outside of in order to be able to open up the field and just wrap up that game too, which at the moment, you know, unfortunately we weren't able to preview how it ended, but yeah, at that point, that's sort of what we're talking about in terms of why board states are so important, or board positioning, should I say. The fact that both Tomar and Ashton were very stubborn in keeping the same Pokemon, not only in the leads, but also on the field, in order to essentially break down part of the quartet of the Pokemon that you brought in, not give away any free switches, in order to, let's say, the Chandelure just start picking up, I would say not KOs because of the Friend Guard, but just 2 shots onto either the Rillaboom and the Golden Go, and then put it in a spot where, because it's Choice Scarf, there's a good chance it might actually outspeed.
Yeah, I think it's a really good analysis there, actually, because it's your defensive pieces are something that make the backbone of your team of what you want to accomplish, right? And so with something like the Emanuele Briganti team, you're obviously trying to get a setup on that Golden Go or that Sneasler, and using those Incineroar or Rillaboom pieces that are obviously really helpful. And that Ninetales as well, it can kind of lock opponents down and dish out lots of ice type damage. But here, Mousehold is obviously a very common Pokemon that we see a lot of. Usually with an Annihilate by its side, which is the case for Tomar's team. But yeah, Ashton has again gone out the box and instead put it next to a Komodo, which makes a lot of sense. Friend Guard is really strong, and along with side Population Bomb, where you can get around Focus Sashes, get around multi-scale, it's a really strong option, and I think it makes a lot of sense when Golden Go is everywhere, when you want to redirect away those Shadow Balls.
Yeah, and I think Chop Across the fourth one with the Mousehold sort of utility without the Annihilate, if I'm not mistaken. Was it Pittsburgh or Milwaukee? No,
Pittsburgh.
It was Pittsburgh, right? Yeah, and that's sort of, and that was with, if I'm not mistaken, the Doug mode, which is essentially the Dragonite, Ursaluna, and the Golden Go, in order to be able to have this very fast utility support Pokemon to not only provide Friend Guard, support, but also go for, like you said, the Super Fangs, or maybe you could even, mix things up with an Encore or a Taunt or something like that. There's great ways to be able to enable the big heavy hitters on your team, and there's a lot of exploration for that still. I know we're sort of coming towards the end of Regulation Set H. This is the biggest final event, but then we've got a couple more regionals, 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken, straight after. Stuttgart is going to be, of course, next week. But yeah, there's still a bit more room for people to be able to bring out the very creative teams that may be able to find a way to break through the current meta, of which has been sort of centric around the Lele team. And then you've got Simone Sanvito's sort of iterations when it comes to the Volcarona and the Bastilegion, swapping over, of course, for the Golden Go and the Sneasler.
Fantastic.
I think.
Exactly, yeah. I really
Don't
love
quote
it.
me.
I love it. I love the development over time.
That's
the
what I
metagame,
mean.
exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've got a development over time of the next kind of week or so on the Twitch schedule as well. So we can let you know what is coming up on the Pokemon account here. And so on Tuesday is Pokemon Advance from 2 to 5 p.m. there. And actually on the Wednesday is the Atlanta Regional Championships VGC rerun there, which will be really exciting.
Yeah, that really will be, and it's a great way to be able to, like we said, revisit the format from previous events and see how, things have shaped out since then. But followed by that, we're going to have another great opportunity to be able to review another Pokemon Advance stream, which is going to be great. I'm a big fan of them as well, so please tune in. And then, of course, like we said, Stuttgart is going to be ready and live from 12:15 a.m. I believe this may be Pacific time on the Saturday, going throughout to the Sunday. We are going to be able to find out which final team will be crowned the champion as we are going to be exiting the Regulation Set H and moving onwards.
Yeah, we certainly are. It's going to be a really exciting one. The pinnacle of Regulation Set H, which I really love as well. Yeah, Atlanta particularly would be quite interesting because it's a bit of a throwback to Regulation Set G, where we had those single restricted formats and where Daniel Yu was able to take it with that Koraidon team, along with an Iron Crown, which is a really cool Pokemon you don't see a lot of either.
Wow,
which we might potentially see more of in Regulation Set F once it comes back around in just a few weeks' time.
Yes, exactly that. But of course, we have got Regulation Set H still, and we've got fantastic next couple of days as well as today to be able to feature the culmination of what has been multi-season Regulation Set H. We had 1.0 last season, we've got 2.0, and we've been able to see quite a bit of iteration going through it. And then again, I've seen quite a few people, including Marco himself, run the Marco Sun team and still get some really good results. 1 year later, who would have thought?
Well, I think maybe not a lot of people, honestly, because I think with a team that has so much in the spotlight, right, from having like one LAIC last year, and the team we're talking about here is that the Marco Sun team, if you're unfamiliar, is you've got a Torkoal, you've got a Porygon 2, you've got an Ursaluna, Hisuian form, sort of slow mode, but then you've also got a Charizard to go super fast. You've got a Jumpluff as well, which also is really scary, and that Incineroar too. So it's this kind of really scary like team where you can throw any two Pokemon together and they've got such great synergy. Torkoal Jumpluff, really great synergy. The sun is up, Jumpluff can do what it wants, it can throw out sleep powders. What else is scary? Torkoal Charizard. Charizard could just set up so much damage.
Yeah.
And but then after Marco won that, we didn't actually see it at many tournaments.
No.
Fell under the radar.
Yep.
And so people have maybe kind of forgotten about it as our teams maybe prepare for as much, especially when our Chaladon Rain is everywhere. The sun is kind of behind the clouds a bit.
Oh, I like what you did there. Well played. I mean, but yeah, it may be behind the clouds, but it has been a fresh, lovely day here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we've got a preview of the event itself. A lot of coordination, a lot of setup, and a lot of hard work from all of the staff, all of production, everybody involved at this point. It has been a fantastic start to this year's LAIC. And honestly, I'm just really happy to be able to see so many happy faces. When we were going around, I was out stage before watching through Swiss round number 1. There was just a lot of people that were so excited. I had a couple of chats as well with people. And, you know, just generally speaking, every single region when it comes to Pokemon community, people are just all absolutely lovely, very accommodating, but I do have to give a shout out to my LATAM peeps here. So much passion. We've seen it across even previous seasons with the different games. They're just so inflamed in terms of, you know, the passionate sort of drive of going for it, getting the results, having the representatives. We saw last year, of course, some really strong ones come to the fore, and hopefully that will definitely be the case this season too.
Oh, I'm sure it is. The region gets stronger and stronger every single time, honestly. It's really strong. So whilst we get ready for our round 3, we're going to throw to a little bit quick break, but we will be back really shortly with some more hype LAIC action here.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoal. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's gonna be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I love the stories of our juniors, especially at the high level, right? Like, it's incredible to see what they kind of come up with, how they play the game, and how they see it as well, right? You know, like, just they're bringing their favorite Pokemon, bringing their favorite strategy, and I think you were telling me, Costa, you know something a little bit about Hard Trick Room as well.
Yeah, I know a thing or two, and I know that Avery is a master of Hard Trick Room, a fellow connoisseur, some would say, and I was absolutely happy to see them go and just do the great stuff that Hard Trick Room people like me really want to see. So Avery, keep going strong, my friend. You have done and sealed yourself straight through into the history books of VGC. But now back to the current state of affairs. We are Swiss round number 3. We've got lovely current pairings set up. And guess what? We know who we're going to be streaming next. And it is going to be Yoav Reuven versus Marco Silva. Current 2-peat holding champion of LAIC.
Yeah, he's quite a person, honestly, is Marco Silva. Just doing it as he wants to. He just turns up. He just keeps winning. He's done it again in Lille as well this year already, and he looks like he might be here to do it again. Obviously, we're only 3 rounds in at the moment. He's still 2-0, but it's undefeated still. He can still afford to lose a few more, and it's going to be a really interesting matchup. But before we get into those, let's have a quick glance at the rest of the bracket here that we can see. Giovanni Siski there on your left, our current reigning world champion, also undefeated too. Not yet have attended a regional, I don't think, this season either, so it'll be really exciting to see how he does.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of the point where you're thinking, okay, Gio doesn't have to compete, since obviously he's the current reigning world champ. He's already ensured his invitation to the next Worlds, of course, later down this season, but trying to go all for maybe even potential stipends, travel awards, and just keeping up to scratch when it comes to the metagame is so crucial in order to be able to bid yourself up to the bigger stage yet again.
Certainly, yeah, and plenty of other really notable names there too, but there are our trainers on the stage there. Marco on your right and Yoav on the left there as well. Soaking it in, getting ready to fight each other with their really interesting teams as well. Looks like Yoav is actually running the same team that he got top 4 with at Brisbane only a few weeks ago as well, and Marco also with a similar team as well that he used back in Lille, it looks like.
Just a bit, just a bit. And coincidentally, of course, the one that he was able to utilize and win Lille regional champions. Of course, a team built with Dill as well, Yeoman. And yeah, it's going to be a fascinating sort of matchup. Not only, obviously, when it comes to the team compositions, but the trainers themselves. Yoav has been doing a really good job in just being consistent throughout this entire season. Has also participated in Worlds the previous season too, but just really building up their potential to greater heights. Number 2, if I'm not mistaken, in the Oceania regional CP leaderboards.
That's pretty good as well. And also got top 8 at the Grand Challenge number 3 that we had this season as well. So no stranger to the closed team sheet aspect of life as well. But here, of course, in the open team sheet environment, also showing a lot of prestige here. But the question is, has Yoav practiced against this team that Marco and Dill have made and has now seen so much success, but not a lot of seen in since then, basically.
Well, exactly. It's not a bit of a coincidence, I think, the fact that Marco's just been able to, as well with Dill, reach really high levels of accomplishment when it comes to this team, because I think it's very hard to be able to pilot it. There's a lot of moving pieces, and Ribombee, of course, is sort of central to enabling all of the rest of its partner Pokemon, maybe barring the Incineroar, which sort of follows a very similar role. You've got the fake tears on the Ribombee, which is so crucial in order to be able to allow the heavy offensive special power weight champions, let's say, Golden Go and Ursaluna Blood Moon, to be able to run riot, especially when they're accompanied by, guess what, a Chroma O that we just featured before with Ashton's set.
Yeah, and running a slightly different set as well. Still the Throat Spray, but running the Overcoat ability as another answer to Amoonguss, right? Or Jump Bluff or anything else with those sneaky powder moves. But not with the Clangorous Soul, just the 3 straightforward attacks in that Clanging Scale, or a Spin, and Flamethrower. But first we're going to go over to Yoav and have a look at their team and the specifics of what they brought, and also what they brought to the top 4 is Brisbane to do so well with too. It's getting so close for that win over in Australia, and so now here in the even bigger stage, hoping to get at least that far.
Yeah, exactly. And then Marco, you're like, wait a second, Marco, what are you doing here? You've already clinched your World's invite. You know, you had the auto invite because you won Lille Regional Championships. Like, no, it's not only about automatically getting invited and getting it. You want to be able to play for bragging rights. You've got so much momentum and wind under your sails. You want to be able to capitalize off of it. And Marco, at the end of the day, is a purebred, competitive, world caliber player. He's here for the game, for the passion. He knows he can very well, and has actually proved he is of the top, if not top 3 of the greatest trainers to have ever touched this game, in my personal opinion.
Well, maybe he's just here because he really likes a restaurant in Sao Paulo.
Or that, to be fair. That is a consideration.
Yeah, you could just
we should ask him about.
Yeah, I just thought, oh, that's might as well compete as well.
Oh, definitely going to be asking him that. I'll be sending him a message after this. But no, I mean, it's great to be able to see that, even though in the examples of like Giovanni Siske and Marco Silva, even though you've already gone ahead and accomplished a lot in the past seasons and whatnot, when it comes to certain events or titles and such, you still keep the game going because you are a true competitor at heart. So, going to this match, then Yoav, as we mentioned, has been running the exact same team, I'd say, in the past couple of events, also with some grassroots tournaments as well. I've had the pleasure of going up against him. He is a savage player in terms of knowing board states and trying to force pins in order to be able to unlock the board state to their advantage. So that's something that Marco is going to be quite interesting to see, because the playstyle of Marco tends to be a bit more aggressive, but situational when it comes to board state. So you really need to push all of that aggro onto him in the right sort of pins.
Yeah, 100% there, Costa. Now look at this team that Yoav has brought, and similarly had brought to the top 4 of the Brisbane Regional Championships here too. Using that Calm Mind Ursaluna is really interesting here, that I think we saw Eduardo Cunha also use recently, I think, but probably at the Gdansk Regional, using that Calm Mind set as well, which is really interesting too. So being able to set that behind an Aurora Veil or with that fake out support is really threatening. So suddenly you can't safely protect in front of this Ursaluna as you can with maybe other sets, because you could just get a Calm Mind, boost up its really kind of not so great special defense, match it up with its amazing defense, and just go super offensive with that big special attack.
Yeah, it's a beauty of being able to say, hey, you know what, Assault Vest has been upticking in terms of meta usage. Why not try to increase my special attack as well? You know, all I need to do is have the right tools alongside it. You've got super fake out bros there, Incineroar and Rillaboom, just being able to have so much great synergy when it comes to the sort of presence on the field and allowing sort of holes for your setup Pokemon to be able to capitalize off of.
And here is Marco's team. So the Lille Regional Champion winning team here, built by himself and Dil Yeomans as well. So really interestingly, there's that Incineroar with the Covert Cloak, but also still has Protect on it as well, and it's got that Terra Fire. So yeah, not an unusual Pokemon, but the set itself is really innovative, and I really love it there.
Yeah, truly, and I think there's just a lot going for it. You're going to be able to essentially take advantage of different pivots in terms of, okay, Marco's got more of a, I'm just going to set up immediately and just go on the offensive and utilize the enabling factor of Ribombee with the Fate Tears, like we said, also with the Moonblast, allowing itself to be able to pick up cheeky KOs with double ups, because you wouldn't think, but Ribombee with this Focus Sash set actually has a lot of its investment added to both its speed and special attack, and you know, Little Pixie can actually pack a punch.
It definitely can, yeah. Like, there's not a lot of fairy types going around, and when you've got that same type of components as you're saying, Costa, it is really strong there. So wouldn't be surprised to see it used here either. Shield Dust to kind of get around those fake outs, really strong option, really cool. As long as you're not facing any other Pokemon that like naturally outspeed it, like a, I don't know, like a Weavile or something.
True.
Then, I know.
I know, that has been upticking, and we have seen it in previous events as well,
We certainly have, exactly. But yeah, not here, thankfully, for Marco's point of
no,
view.
it's not going to be, but we are already getting into the leads of Game 1. Get ready, folks. This is going to be an absolute riot between both of our trainers, Golden Go and Incineroar versus the Ribombee and that Golden Go. We essentially mentioned already the main pivots and strategies from your upside is going to be trying to utilize the utility Pokemon in order to be able to support the offensive ones, and in this case seems to be that Golden Go Lightning.
Yes, so Golden Go a piece on either side here. Your Golden Go is Terra Water, so it's going to be able to take on those Make It Rains very nicely and Shadow Balls too. Whereas the Golden Go on Marco's end is Terra Steel instead. So either way, it's still going to be weak to those Flare Blitzes that can come out from Incineroar here. So Marco's definitely got to worry about that. But the question is, can Fake Tears plus Power Gem actually KO the Incineroar instead? So the toes on the other foot, is that what people say? I don't know.
Yeah, right? They do now.
Yes, okay, good. Right, also. So yeah, here comes Marco with that offensive Terra.
Yeah, and maybe an indication initially of, oh, hey, wants to go on the offensive with Make It Rain and just nullify any sort of damage on the other side of the field with the combination of Fake Tears. But it may well be to be able to forego weakness to the Dark typing there of a knockoff, but it's just going to be a Fake Tears into the Incineroar. This may still be the Power Gem, and it is, of course, 100% accurate. And guess what? 100% HP dealt onto it. Incineroar is already down.
Boom, yeah, that's why Power Gem is really nice like tech here on Golden Go. Suddenly Incineroar is really threatened by what you can do. Shadow Ball from Yoav's Golden Go, going into the Ribombee, doing, yes, some damage, but either way, it's still sticking around.
Yeah, even though Rillaboom's introduction to the field does mean that just a simple Grassy Glide, even though it's a bug type, it's going to be able to resist the grass types, is enough to pick up the KO. So Marco may feel like he wants to either position himself to the point where he can not allow the Ribombee to get susceptible, but it's just going to be a raw fake out into the Golden Go. Of course, it no longer has the Ghost type.
And there's the Tailwind coming out from the Ribombi, which might have actually been in fake out range, honestly. I don't even know there. So Marco's probably feeling pretty good to be able to get that up right now. And there's the nasty plot instead from Yoav's Golden Go. But yeah, with the Tailwind set up on Marco's end, that's a lot of offensive pressure coming behind everything that Marco's still got. The Power Gem has been spent, but that doesn't lower your special attack. Make It Rain still looks really strong here. Shadow Ball looks really strong. And of course, Fake Tears can go into this Rillaboom, which is Assault Vest, of course.
Yes.
But then with that Terra Steel boost, is probably then still in range of that Make It Rain as well. And that keeps you nice and safe. But then you're freeing up Yoav's Golden Go instead to kind of go for that +2 attack. And with that Life Orb, is certainly going to be enough to one-hit KO that Golden Go if it goes for that Shadow Ball. The question is, how does Marco want to play this? I mean, with Marco with one Pokemon up, it's looking pretty good for him, honestly. You could afford to maybe take a few more risks here. So something like that Fake Tears plus Make It Rain is pretty safe because this Rillaboom cannot protect. And then if your Golden Go goes down, then fine. That's all right. At least you're still a one Pokemon up.
Yeah, and actually seems like Marco wants to be able to save it for a later stage of this game. Brings that Incineroar in, such a great way to be able to force so much more disruption in the subsequent turn, but most importantly, take that damage, not let the Ribombi go down, and get the Intimidate off. Shadow Ball, though, is going to be targeting the Golden Go, not quite enough to pick up a KO, but we're going to have to see if the same can be said from Yoav's side. Shadow Ball, guess what? Into the other Golden Go, and it is. And that is why it's so crucial to be able to get your nasty plot set up, especially when you've got that 1.3 multiplier to be able to compound so much damage all in one direct attack.
And so the Incineroar comes in, yes, it kind of gets the Intimidate down, but yeah, it's in a nice position to start threatening over those fake outs, basically, and it's going to get a little bit of momentum here for this Dragonite that Marco has now switched in here. So, again, Dragonite, a really, really just reliable Pokemon here. It is that loaded dice scale shot, nothing too unusual either.
Yeah.
Extreme Speed is also really, really strong here too, in or out of Tailwind as well. And as a second Tailwind option, it's really nice once the Tailwind goes down too. Rillaboom is now switching out, it looks like, resetting that Intimidate, resetting that Fake Out, and in its place comes Sneasel.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense to be able to position yourself before the Dragonite starts getting some setups. It's a bit of a risky switch in that you need to be able to consider whether the focus is going to be in the Golden Go. I think that's what Yoav's trying to hedge their bets towards, and they're able to get that read. So being able to bring the Sneasler in right now will make sure that you can outspeed the Dragonite as long as you can survive this Flare Blitz, which we know it can. It's got the Grassy Seed. It's able to position itself to the point where you've got Unburdened proc and you've got an Incineroar stuck on the field. I guess Marco can consider Terrestrialization to be able to forego a close combat, but at least you're at the point where the Golden Go has been safeguarded.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's one of the main things here. You've still got that offensive pressure going forward into the rest of these turns. Now, Marco's offensive pressure is starting to run out now without that Golden Go. Ribombi doesn't offer loads of damage here, but at least with that Moonblast, you've still got some consistent damage into something. The Golden Go is also tearing out of that fairy weakness, so either way, Marco still has a few pieces here that you can kind of pivot around with and start targeting to different slots.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of being able to burn off Marco's Terrestrialization earlier on with that Golden Go. You force that defensive switch out here, so it's just more so you're being able to keep up with the tempo and make sure that he always has that focus available, and he targeted correctly, got a poison as well, but the most crucial thing here is the multi-scale has been broken on the Dragonite, and Rillaboom, because we know how bulky and buff this Pokemon is, it's going to be able to take on even 5 hits, and you've been able to bring the Rillaboom onto the field whilst the Ribombi has actually entered as well. You automatically try to check that slot as long as the grass terrain turns can remain in favor of Yoav in this subsequent turn.
Yes, exactly. Now, we still, with that poison extra tick on that Dragonite, we know we're still in Tailwind at the moment here. Oh, no, sorry. Tailwind has just expired. But Marco has brought in, has got 2 Pokemon that can both Tailwind. Which is obviously pretty strong. But yeah, with the Unburden boost on Sneasler, it should be able to outspeed both of those targets and deny either of them for kind of going for the move it wants to. But of course, both have Protect. Question is, where do you target for this Sneasler? Because if you can take down Ribombi, yes, Dragonite can then get up a Tailwind. It can either go for a Scale Shot and actually KO your own Sneasler. And there's not a lot that Rillaboom can do to it either, even with that poison on that Dragonite. So you've got that fairly kind of safe option here of, say, just trying to go for that Tailwind on Ribombi, but then if Rabombi goes down, then you know that Dragonite's going to be able to get off its move here. Now, that's all assuming Rabombi is out of range of Grassy Glide, which I'm assuming it is through a resistance, but I could be wrong.
It's
could be strong.
I think the fact that Marco switched out the Rabombi may give a bit of an inclination that it might well still be within range. Brings the Incineroar in, makes sure that the offensive prowess of both of Yoav's Pokemon have been lowered, accompanied especially by the Dragonite to protect their Grassy Glide. Once again, the focus, and as we said, that's sort of the intention when it comes to this scenario. Marco actually seeing the close combat going into the Dragonite slot, perhaps, and Yoav anticipating the Incineroar going into that particular one.
Yeah, it's a fair play, honestly. It's obviously an option that could come in. He's predicting something defensive, right?
Right.
And so that's either going to be a protect, where it doesn't matter what you target into, or it's going to be that switch into the Incineroar, which you then want to cover with the close combat. So I think still like a good play from Yoav there to kind of cover for that. But Incineroar, of course, comes in the other slot here, and so really gets away with it, and now can threaten more fake outs going into the next turn. And this Dragonite has potential to go for another Tailwind. Again, go for another scale shot, but Tailwind being probably the more safer option here, given that Sneasler can indeed protect, and the Rillaboom can kind of pivot out as well. So, and given that extra speed that Marco could then bring, that enables the Dragonite to then outspeed the Sneasler on the following turn, assuming that you go for that fake out here.
Yeah, exactly, and that's sort of the reason why Marco...
no fake
needs to
out.
try to go for it. There's no fake out, and the Dragonite's been absolutely KO'd there. That is quite big, and a bit of a gamble that Marco took there. High horsepower going into the Incineroar slot. Will be dealing around 20 to 25%. Flare Blitz, however, will deal so much more because it picks up the KO. And all of a sudden, we've got a 2 versus 2 affair. Yoav versus Marco in what did seem like a very straightforward fake out there, but Marco expecting Yoav to anticipate the read.
Yeah, he did. Like, Yoav just kind of going for it, knowing maybe kind of he's got on the back foot a little bit, you know, can't really deny the Tailwind on Dragonite's end, just thinking, oh, I'm probably not going to be able to position around given this Incineroar as well with the Clover Cloak too. I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to go for it.
Click the button.
Click the button, which is that Dire Claw as well. And yeah, Marco sees the writing on the wall, forfeits, and game 1 goes to Yoav Ruven.
What a way to kick off this game 1. Yoav did such a great job there. You see the subtle nods saying, all right, cool, I got that read. I'm very happy that I still committed with it, because at that point, it was just more so a bit of a game of chicken when it comes to the fact that Marco identified that Yoav went for the read the previous turn, the close combat into the Dragonite to protect, anticipating the Incineroar, saying, okay, seems like he's a bit more prone to try to go for reads. Let me try to catch him out, because it seems like Yoav feels that he's got his back against the wall. Catch him out with the following read. He did not catch it. Unfortunately, Yoav said, no, I just need to play a bit more conservative, go for safe plays. There's no reason for me to try to, you know, essentially burn my read potential now, and just Marco got caught out there.
Yeah, unfortunate, wasn't it? Yeah, if there was just that fake out plus that Tailwind, maybe we've been looking at a slightly longer game. Not completely into Marco's court, obviously.
No.
Given a lot of kind of potential for switch outs still. But yeah, obviously a very defining turn that game 1.
Truly.
And that's why Yoav is a top 4 regional and top 8 GC champion, and just doing generally rather well at Pokemon.
Yes, 100%. And at the moment, like we said, in the top 20 when it comes to the world status of the CP, the championship points leaderboard, he is second in Oceania, bringing the Oceania representation right now. We saw, you know, really good amount of Australian players last week in Las Vegas. Henry Retch, of course, getting that notable top 8. Yoav going ahead saying, you know what, I'm going to try to rally the troops and try to push forward for their local community.
100% there. So game 2 now is the question, Costa. Like, obviously that was going quite well for Marco, especially after that turn 1, right? Fake Tears plus Power Gem, which is great. Suddenly 4-3 up.
Solid.
And if he just fakes out and Tailwinds there, or scale shots rather, he's probably also looking really good too. So you could argue, does Marco actually need to switch anything up here? But where you kind of go into that game 2, you might want to just go for that kind of other mode, where you can kind of switch things up in your opponent, go for something that maybe they haven't prepared for or not seen yet.
Ooh, okay. So it seems like it is just going to be the same leads from both of our trainers. It's sort of to the point where you feel that you don't want to change it up in case your opponent tries to read your change up. So wanting to go for the safer sort of the best or most optimal lead makes the most sense. It seems like Yoav has a bit more of a defensive lead in order to be able to sponge up the offensive prowess of Marco's versus Marco's more aggressive one.
So yeah, it looks like the same 4 Pokemon for Yoav on the left here at the moment. And of course that same lead for Marco as well. So could also be the same 4 Pokemon yet again. And yeah, exactly. But Rabombi has a lot of potential to go for that Tailwind this time, to kind of guarantee some sort of offensive pressure for Marco that cannot be denied by Yoav here. Whereas that Fake Tears is something that obviously Marco's already revealed from game 1, and we might see something anticipatory from Yoav here. But of course it's so obvious, right?
Right.
Right.
That's the sort of trap, right?
Exactly. Should you don't go for it? Should you don't actually use the move you want to do?
I know. Don't click the button, or do click the button.
Yeah.
We'll see how found what we can find out from it. But there is the commit of the Terra Water. Over on Yoav's side, no commit from Marco's side, actually opting to go for the Tailwind instead, wanting to ensure he could try to catch out Yoav with a non-Terra commit there. Unfortunately, not able to do so. At least does have the speed advantage, but there's no sort of a move yet coming out from the Incineroar, wanting to be going for the safe, make it rain, bring the Rabombi down to the Focus Sash, but most crucially, the fact that Marco hasn't committed to a Terrestrialization on the Golden Go means it's susceptible to, I would say, normally a knockoff, but the fact that Flare Blitz covers it means that we've got our first KO within seconds of turn 1. Marco has already lost a very powerful piece to his team comp. However, the beauty of this team is that there are a couple of more, especially this Como-O.
Ooh, look at that.
Well
okay, so
played.
Marco's has switched things. Marco has switched things up a little bit here. Yeah, bringing this Como-O is really nice right now, particularly as that Golden Go is now just terrestrialized out of its dragon resistance, and so that Clanging Scales may just be enough to pick up the KO there and do a lot of damage to this Incineroar, which can't do much back to it, honestly. No. Yeah, it can maybe parting shot here, but that's the best it can do, and that's going to be after it's already attacked as well. So really good switch up from Marco.
Yeah, sort of showing the benefits of being able to have a free switch in there and say, you know what, I don't want to commit Terra on my Golden Go because I could safe guard that for the Como-O in the back, just in case you need to be able to use it. And a Fake Tears, which is going to likely be escorted by a Clanging Scales, is going to be quite detrimental. No, it's actually going to be the Aura Sphere wanting to guarantee the KO onto the Incineroar, but this leaves the Golden Go open to pick up the Rabombi, which, like we said, even though it's not dealing that much damage on the current sort of like board state against your side of the field, it's enabling the special offensive Pokemon on Marco's side. The Fake Tears is so crucial, and let's not forget, folks, this was an Assault Vest Rillaboom that just essentially got 2-shot ranged by an Aura Sphere Como-O, which isn't even like powered by a Life Orb at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And now, unfortunately, though, from that grassy terrain, you need to go for that another Aura Sphere to be able to get the KO on that. And Clanging Scales is likely not going to be enough, for instance, given it the spread damage nature of it as well. So you do just kind of need to target into it a little bit harder there. But Rillaboom's not the threat right now. You know, it needs to switch out. It's not doing much damage at all. So the focus is definitely on this Golden Go now for Marco. And Yoav most likely knows this as well. Protecting, maybe getting in another fake out user is going to be what you need to do to kind of keep it a little bit safer and kind of use the offense for the following turn.
Yeah, and I think Marco's really pressured right here. Needs to potentially go for a read because the Golden Go's not going to be dealing as much damage. Clanging Scales commit does pick up the KO onto the Golden Go. 2 Life Orb chips as well as some additional damage seems to have been enough. But the problem here is Marco needs to be able to navigate around the Rillaboom and the Incineroar over on Yoav's side. But there is the beauty of at least Marco's Incineroar having the Covert Cloak.
Yeah.
It's not going to fall victim to a fake out flinch potential, and the Tailwind is still available on Marco's side of the field. If I'm not mistaken, it's most likely going to be the final turn before it does peter out. However, this does mean Yoav has the Sneasler Ring, especially now it's going to be able to benefit off the Grassy Seed and be doubling its speed due to the Unburden ability.
Yeah, a really strong Pokemon, isn't it? Where, like, it just doesn't care if Tailwind goes up, really, does it? It's just really, really good here.
Yep.
Now, Como-O and Incineroar obviously are 2 Pokemon that are really weak to what this Sneasler has, because it obviously holds the acrobatics here. and so it really doesn't want to take that from the Komodo, and the Cicero doesn't want to take the close combat. So Terra Fire makes sense here. This defensive piece, Marco thinks close combat's coming there, does it though?
Yeah, here is the legendary and a very rare Fire Terra Incineroar, which you most definitely do not commonly see. Protect coming out from both the Sneasler as well as the Komodo. Clearly, Yoav anticipating the offensive focus onto the Sneasler fake out, trying to catch out that Komodo. But yeah, the Flare Blitz does try to go into the Sneasler, hoping to be enough to maybe pick up a KO. I mean, because it's Fire Terra, I don't actually know my calcs when it comes to the Incineroar's damage when it comes to Sneaslers, but by, like, I'd say instinct or, you know, like guesstimations, I feel like it's not enough. It would require a double up, which is maybe what Marco was identifying.
Yeah, I believe so. Given, yeah, that +1 defense from the Grassy Seed boost as well. But yeah, as you can see, yeah, Marco needs to go for that double protect there so that acrobatics can actually KO. And yeah, there it is.
Oh, there it is. So crucial. And unfortunately, Marco is left down to final Pokemon, Terra Fire Incineroar. Now going for the Flare Blitz. Yoav playing exceptionally well when it comes to the board states. Not even dealing a 2-shot onto this Sneasler means the knockoff, even though it can't pick up the KO just yet. Yoav has so much resource available to themselves, and Marco, unfortunately, just hasn't been able to meet the amount of aggressive offensive plays versus Yoav's very strategic board state sort of like, I would say, shift arounds of their pieces.
Yeah, 100% Costa. Sneasler has been so good here with the Super Fake Out Bros, as you call them, Costa, as well.
Hey.
Marco locks in the forfeit, and Yoav would then take Swiss round 3.
Wow, so impressive from Yoav. This is, I would say, probably the final boss that Yoav would have been anticipating to go up against. But this is still Swiss round number 3, and getting such a crucial win when you are both 2-0, now catapulting yourself to 3-0 versus the current reigning 2-peat champion, must be such a huge confidence boost.
Yeah, a massive confidence boost, and just making those really good reads where it counted too, right? Yeah, we obviously saw that game 1 where he just went for the offense, you know, just in the face of Fake Out and Tailwind, just and absolutely punished Marco's kind of over-aggressive play, rather. And then we saw in game 2 as well, just ignoring the fact that there could be another Fake Tears Power Gem on turn 1, just going for the attack. Go instantly goes down.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is. It's just the mind games. It's like 50-50 flips. You need to be able to like pick up the reads at the appropriate turns. Yoav just feels like was, I'd say, out of like the 5 interactions, was able to call 3 to 4 of them, and that was just enough to be able to essentially go ahead and push all of that offensive pressure that Marco's team had straight back at him. Like, okay, well, now you've got limited switches. Now you don't have any more sort of, I'd say, leeway in terms of being able to break down that Rilla, Incin, and the Golden Go sort of like trio in that case, like we said, Super Fake Out Bros. But the fact of the matter is, Terra commit with the Golden Go always makes sense in that scenario, because you don't really need the Sneasler to commit to a Terra Flying Acrobatics, as long as you position to the point where it's always going to be outspeeding Marco's team, as long as there's no Tailwind currently available, and you just need to pick off the certain sort of annoying Pokemon that Golden Go needs assistance with.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Like, Komodo is one of those Pokemon that I put on my cast predictions as well. It's one of those kind of core breaker Pokemon.
It's
that
a
you
great
can,
Pokemon.
Yeah, because obviously it resists grass, it resists fire, it resists dark, it resists water, and with its offensive capabilities as well, it's really good at just dishing damage out onto the Rillabooms and obviously onto those Incineroars too. So it was really well put here in that game too. I just think there were some missed opportunities there to kind of maybe get a Clanging Scales off a bit earlier so the Throat Spray activates. So the Golden Go actually goes down a bit earlier because there was an opportunity for that as well. But yeah, obviously Marco trying to do a little bit of what Yoav was doing there, a little bit of reading. Surely you'll protect here, surely you'll switch here. And we had so much of that back and forward there, but Yoav came out on top because of that.
yeah, it was very impressive display as well. You know, like we said, this is Marco Silva. It's not just an average trainer, and the fact that you're able to grind your team in terms of how much hard work you put into it, how consistent Yoav has been in bringing these 6 when it comes to previous events that they've been able to attend. You know, like you mentioned earlier, David, Brisbane, top 4 for the regional championships, definitely way over on the other side of the pond, past the lake, you know, way. But still, like, just going to show that if you grind with your team to a point where you know all of the ins and outs, the flow charts, the damage calcs, the board states, and sort of what to bring in certain scenarios, just goes to show, and definitely showed with your sort of aptitude when it came to handling all of the pressure coming from Marco's side. It was sort of forcing, like we said, the flips. Is Marco going to commit with a fake tears in one slot? Obviously, you can't commit to the golden guard because of the gold ability. But yeah, it's sort of just those scenarios that Yoav was able to be that one step ahead of Marco.
Yeah, definitely. But still, really cool to see the Lille region winning team kind of like being shown off here as well, but like still having a little bit of a bad time versus what arguably it kind of really needs to beat, right?
True.
Yeah, this is very much like the Emanuele Blaganti sort of team, right? With a few little changes, obviously, as well. And so if it's still struggling versus that, you know, like what sort of a time is Marco going to have this weekend if he faces too much of it?
That's true, and it's kind of tough because I think we're talking a bit around with Gabby as well as Evan, the centralization of the Lele team, and you know, if it's still as viable, it definitely is, as Yoav has been able to prove, and what we will be able to hear from himself, because we've got him ready on the stage with the interview. Please take it away.
Thanks, y'all. I'm here on the stage with Yoav Reuven, who just took down defending 2-time international champion Marco Silva in a really powerful, incredible game. Yoav, how does it feel to be advancing at 3-0 in the tournament so far?
It feels really good, especially because last year at LAIC, I actually ended up starting off 0-2.
Oh no.
Yeah, which wasn't great for me. I ended up pulling it back and making day 2, but to have an actual good start this time, you know, that really means a lot.
Yeah, 3-0 is a little bit better than 0-2, so congratulations on that. I want to talk a little bit about the team that you brought, because obviously it's based on the same 6 Pokemon that Emanuele Brigante used to win the Frankfurt Regional Championship, but there's a lot of little moments in this team that you've sort of made it your own. How did you approach those 6 Pokemon, and how did you decide how you wanted it to fit it to your style?
Well, I really like the speed control that drum beating Rilla adds to the team. I feel like it makes it a lot more harder to beat, and people are obviously less prepared for it as well. And because I was using the Lele team and I really liked it, but I thought there were some things I could add. I think Carmine Ursaluna especially is very underrated right now. In so many matchups, it just puts in so much work.
Yeah, I really love watching Calm Mind Ursaluna in action. We did get to see it this matchup, but obviously looking at the team matchup with Marco, he has obviously played a lot of the traditional Lele team over in Europe, and then of course used this Rabambe team to win his own regional championship. When you saw the team that he was still running the Rabambe, how did you adapt the team to make sure that you could take it down?
Well, the main thing was a lot of prep into the team. When I first played against it the first few times, I was losing a lot, but eventually I found a pretty solid game plan that I used against Marco, and it worked out. So
perfect. Well, it was an incredible match, and I'm really excited to see how you do for the rest of the tournament. You're coming fresh off of a top 4 placement in the Brisbane Regionals. How confident are you feeling here in LAIC this year?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. Obviously, you know, I got to take it one step at a time, but I'm going to hope for a good performance.
Well, congratulations once again, Yoav. Is there anyone that you would like to shout out to celebrate as part of the people who've got you here?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Azulite. For Brisbane mainly, he helped me prep a lot of matchups, and that helped me out a lot. I was able to get top 4 in Brisbane because of that. And also shout out to Kieran as well. He's helped me prep a bunch of matchups as well.
Awesome. Well, Yoav, congratulations on your 3-0 start. That's an incredible start for an international, especially this one with so many great competitors, and taking down the defending champion has to feel good. So congratulations once again. Awesome. Well, Yoav, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because we have so much more Pokemon action to come here in Sao Paulo. Don't go anywhere.
This year in Anaheim saw us crown a new world champion, Giovanni Siski. Gio's team was unusual in that he used the exact same team of Koraidon, Lunala, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna throughout the format. The extended practice with the team gave him consistent results, with a top 32 in Milwaukee and NAIC, a top 8 in Portland, and of course, the world champion. So, let's take a deep dive into Gio's team. There were two modes, Sun and Trick Room. Koraidon, Fluttermane and Chi-Yu formed the backbone of Gio's hyper-offensive Sun mode. Chi-Yu's fire attacks were boosted by Koraidon's Sun. Paired with Fluttermane, these two melted their opponents. Pokemon like Incineroar that could withstand the onslaught would get easily picked off by Koraidon. With Protosynthesis on Fluttermane and Choice Scarf on Chi-Yu, the Sun Cord could outspeed and cripple some of the strongest Pokemon in the format, such as Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon. To balance the frail members, Gio also had a bulky Trick Room mode of Lunala, Ursaluna and Brute Bonnet. Lunala could set up Trick Room, and it also had strong offensive presence with a Power Herb Meteor Beam set. Ursaluna could then take advantage of Trick Room. Its unique ground and normal typing gave it immunity to two of the strongest attacks in the format, Astral Barrage and Electro Drift. Lastly, Brute Bonnet gave the team important redirection and sleep support. Unlike its counterpart Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet heavily threatened the most popular restricted Calyrex Shadow Rider. Under the Sun, it also got a defense boost, making it even tankier. This mixed composition gave Gio the flexibility against a wide variety of teaming. For day 1 of Worlds, Gio had a strong performance, losing only to Mao Harada on string. This match was extremely close, with Mao making a fantastic read on the final turn of Game 3 to win the set. However, Gio was not deterred, and he went on undefeated for the remainder of Swiss until he faced Mao again in top 8. This time, Gio was ready. He had learned from his loss the day before, and defeated Mao to advance to the semi-finals. Gio's next opponent was another top Japanese player, Hirofumi Kimura. Although Gio's Pokemon missed several moves, he remained calm and won against the 2-time Japanese national champion. And then it was the finals. Gio's team would be facing off against the Koraidon Shadow Rider team, piloted by James Evans. In Game 1, James's Brute Bonnet exerted huge pressure, putting Gio's Chi-Yu to sleep. However, Gio expertly preserved his Fluttermane until the endgame, where it outsped everything and won. In Game 2, Gio started well, but James capitalized on the Koraidon's Life Orb recoil and made defensive switches that forced the Koraidon to take more recoil. Eventually, Gio's Koraidon had one more attack left before it would faint to Life Orb, but James had 2 Pokemon left on the field, giving James the win. The stakes could not be higher for the final game. But this time, Gio changed up his playstyle. In games 1 and 2, Gio had made safe plays. But for the deciding game, he made an aggressive read on turn 2, going for the Stellar Terror on his Fluttermane, which sniped down the opposing Brute Bonnet in one hit. With the threat of sleep now gone, Gio brought in his Chi-Yu alongside the Fluttermane. Under the Sun and with Beads of Ruin active, these 2 special attackers tore through the remainder of James's team, crowning Gio as the 2025 World Champion.
beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. We are here once again, first time this year for the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Such a glorious venue, such glorious people, and just generally really good, positive vibes throughout. And let's not forget, David, amazing sets for all to watch, including us as well. We just featured the current reigning Latin America International Champion, Marco Silva, versus Yoav Ruben, of which we saw a bit of an upset there. I'm not going to lie, like that's not a detriment to Yoav, it's more so a compliment because of how ridiculously consistent Marco Silva is.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Yoav Ruben played so well.
Yeah.
With arguably a fairly standard composition. It was interesting hearing from that interview with Evan there as well, that he kind of really considered using the Emanuele Briganti kind of Frankfurt regional winning team that's kind of been just kind of taking the scene by storm this season and taking his own kind of twist on it as well, and really paying off there versus Marco with some really nice reads as well, showing why he's such an incredible trainer.
Yeah, the Calm Mind Ursaluna Blood Moon, not something that you commonly see as much, but it sort of makes a lot of sense when you've got the Rillaboom and the Incineroar sort of a duo in order to be able to allow so much more room of not only the fake out disruption, the parting shots, whatever. The fact that you've also got the grassy terrain accompanied by the leftovers just means that you're recovering at a ridiculous amount of rate at the end of each turn.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, so it was a really interesting match to kind of feature there too, wasn't it? Because seeing as Marco had his Lille regional winning team kind of like at the helm basically, like something that's already kind of done so well, and to be able to take that down as well as being the player behind it too is no mean feat, of course.
Yeah, exactly that. But at the moment, we're still trying to get Swiss round number 4 ready for everybody. In the meantime, we have got another lovely feature match that we're able to go ahead and preview from the previous round 3. It is Cristobal Carrasco versus none other than Eric Rios, our previous EUIC champion.
Yes, so we've already jumping straight into this game 1 here, where we've got this Dragonite and Incineroar, given very much this kind of standard sets that you would usually find from Cristobal here. And on Eric's end, it's that mouse hold on that Golden Go. So something that we were seeing a little bit earlier on, we had the replays, but when we had Tomar versus Ashton Cox as well. So this mouse hold is that Friend Guard set with the Super Fang to kind of go with it as well. Where Golden Go, especially with that Life Orb, often 2-hit KO is everything, and so if Super Fang can do the other 50% beforehand, you've got a very powerful combination here.
Yeah, exactly, and that's sort of what you need to be able to find a way to be able to break through when it comes to, relatively speaking, many bulky combos, especially the Golden Go mouse hold. There's just so many ways to be able to go on the offensive or the defensive. Seems like it is definitely going to be the offensive from Eric's side. The Golden Go actually outpacing the Dragonite, and enough to pick up the KO, showing why Super Fang is so useful in order to be able to forego any sort of defenses, any multi-scale abilities, just absolutely halves the entirety of the HP of the Pokemon that gets impacted. And Golden Go, not quite enough to be able to get rid of it, at least for now, but the Life Orb is gone and it's in red in terms of HP.
Yeah, and showing the speediness of that Golden Go as well, right? Golden Go is naturally speedier than Dragonite, but typically a lot of nasty plot sets often don't run a lot of speed, for instance, kind of relying on the support of the rest of the team to kind of do what it wants to do, but showing it outsped that Dragonite very comfortably as well, and showing why it's so good at doing that too. You don't need that bulk when you've got Mouse Hold next to you, or you also don't need bulk if you're just KOing the thing that was going to hit you anyway. So,
well, exactly that, and that's sort of what we're seeing here, right? Super Fang going into the Incineroar will, of course, be proccing the Berry, but in this scenario, Eric already showing the Golden Go being very fast. It's going to be able to outpace Cristobal as well, and yeah, not quite enough to pick up the KO, but it's sort of to the point where you're trying to essentially extinguish all of the resource still available on either side of the field. Mouse Hold, to be honest, actually being able to survive is so big for Eric here, because you may well actually bring in another setup Pokemon on your other side of the field, because the Incineroar didn't even try to get the KO there.
No, it didn't, but in some ways you might want that, depending on what is in the back, because unless this Mousehold can do something significant in the next turn, in some ways it might be better to kind of leave it on the field than giving the opportunity for Eric to bring in 2 really powerful offensive threats instead. We'll have to see as the rest of the turn plays out here, obviously. Given, especially though, this Golden Go is probably in range of, actually, oh no, it doesn't have beat up actually on Eric's end, but the last one we featured did instead. So the Komodo, if it's fast as Golden Go, is looking really nice. But again, Komodo doesn't actually outspeed Golden Go naturally, so we'll have to see how the turn plays out before we know.
You know what I want to call out real quick?
No, I don't.
The Focus Sash Ursaluna Blood Moon on Cristobal's side.
Oh!
Yeah, because this isn't something that we commonly see when it comes to this sort of set, right? Like, okay, sure, Terra Normal, you've got the usual Blood Moon, Earth Power, Hyper Voice, Protect. But the fact that you've got another way to be able to allow yourself into a position where you're no longer pinned by, let's say, a Sneasler close combat to a certain extent or some sort of offensive pressure may have been really key for Cristobal's strategy here. And you can see he's actually really considering what to try to lock in here, depending on if Eric is going to try to bring in a switch right now in anticipation of Cristobal's side. But it just seems to be the Incineroar. So a lot of mind games going on here as well, right?
Yeah, you do. And what you have to be careful of versus this Komodo is because the Komodo is soundproof, it's not going to actually take any damage if Hyper Voice is locked into here. And that means only single target moves can come out from this Ursaluna, which means this is something that the Mousehold can then follow me away, keeping the Komodo very nice and safe here. So there's the Terra from the Ursaluna here, and there's that follow me. Eric knows it's the nice safe play.
Yeah, that makes so much sense, and the fact that the Komodo is soundproof, like you said, just makes it so awkward for Cristobal in this case that you don't necessarily even need to try to set up immediately, even though through that offensive Clangorous Scales, technically you're still setting up to a certain degree, maybe not so much as you could have, because the Throat Spray is still going to be enabled to proc there, bringing it up to +1 of its special attack, and Mousehold just doing what it needed to in order to be able to force Eric into more of an awkward spot, or at least, sorry, Cristobal into more of an awkward spot is really key. And yeah, Eric actually bringing the Rillaboom here, final Pokemon revealed, means that you got Fake Out, you've got the Grass Terrain to be able to get some additional recovery over time, and this Komodo is looking very threatening right now, David.
It definitely is, yeah. This is why I love it as an option here in Regulation Set H. It's just naturally fast, it's got really nice defenses into what most people want to use as well. And that consistent spread damage, which Golden Go is so good at using, well, Komodo can do that as well, but it's Dragon type instead.
Yeah, exactly, and it's got the beauty of having the, I would say normally the fighting type in terms of certain resists, like you said, the Dark type earlier on, and if it were a different set, or maybe opting to go for an Aura Sphere, but no, this is going to be the same sort of setup Komodo that we saw Ashton Cox feature in the earlier feature match just before round 3's battle that we saw with Marco Silva and Yoav. So yeah, I would say good spot for Eric here, forcing Cristobal to have to go for board switches here in order to be able to maybe bring back the Ursaluna in a better spot to forego that Fake Out.
Yeah, good switch into the Fake Out there. Golden Go gets away with it, but Eric uses the opportunity to set up that Clangorous Soul. Yeah, really nice option there. Very much punishing of any sort of defensive play here. And yeah, this Incineroar can move next, but Costa, what does it can do in front of this Komodo?
Literally nothing, because it's soundproof, which means Parting Shot won't even be able to work on it to be able to slow down the horses. And the fact that Rillaboom is able to survive here as well on a sliver of health just means that honestly, all of the momentum is in Eric's side of the field, because what is going to stop this Komodo from absolutely sweeping the remainder of this game 1?
Nothing, Costa.
Nothing!
Nothing, because Komodo is awesome.
Yes. Did you cast to predict this by any chance?
Yes, but
no way!
Don't worry about the fact that it lost on stream earlier.
No, this is still stream. it's not the main sort of stream match, but it's still the feature match, which is the beauty of having so many more matches featured to us. But yeah, like we said, Cristobal is in a really awkward spot. You have to sort of try to bring in that Ursaluna in a sort of like profitable state, which I don't think it has any, because Eric has the Omni boost already set up, which means Komodo is going to be outspeeding everything on Cristobal's side of the field. So it's more so, can you find a way to have Fake Out on the field whilst the Ursaluna is allowed to get any sort of damage? And yeah, no, there isn't, and that's sort of why Cristobal brought the Ursaluna in for a sack, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it's not an ideal situation, honestly, is it? And
We know this Komodo outspeeds this Golden Go now, thanks to that Clan Gristol that already came out. It's a 100% accurate move, it's always going to be hitting, it's very powerful as well. So we're kind of going through the motions at the moment at this game 1.
Yeah, and we saw that the Golden Go is at such low HP, 29 hit points, right? Even if a Clanging Scales does come out, which normally it can resist, the fact that we've got a +2 special attack from on the other side of the field just means you're always going to be able to pick up the KO. I guess Cristobal's hope here was to try to go for the fake out to at least force that piece to not move, but you could easily just go for the protect, right? I don't think there's anything stopping you. Or you don't even need to go for the protect because you've got a +1 in special defense as well if you come at right? I don't think life or crit can pick up a KO.
Maybe Komodo's special defense isn't the best.
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe it could actually with the crit. I would say maybe it could. So yeah, no, but protect is so safe here. So just so safe. So it's just like it's going to protect. So we're not going to take that damage. We're going to come out next turn. We're going to clang your scales, and it's going to all be fine.
And Eric was taking our advice, of course, because he could. We have time traveling capabilities right now.
Exactly. Yeah, because he needs our help.
He does.
Yeah.
No, he very well does not. We need his help. But no, yeah, Eric finding a really good way to be able to round up this game 1 in a very commanding fashion, I would say, utilizing and showing the Como O set that unfortunately Ashton wasn't able to show off earlier on, but that doesn't mean that he hasn't had another opportunity to do so, and it is very matchup dependent, isn't it, right? Because there's such a disadvantage on a Pokemon that's forced to terrestrialize when it's ×4 weak to fairy types, in the current format where dragons are actually quite prevalent too.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, but we're getting straight, though, into Game 2 with what looks like the same leads as well, except Eric has swapped the Mousehold and the Golden Go positions to kind of mess with Cristobal's head a little bit to go, oh, have I brought the same thing? Maybe, or maybe this is a different thing I've done. But no, so same leads as last time, and obviously Dragonite just went down instantly to that Super Fang plus Shadow Ball play there that Eric did, and paid off so well too, particularly as Cristobal's Incineroar didn't end up getting any KOs either, just went for that knockoff, so the Golden Go was able to still stick around.
Yeah, and that's a really good point as well, and clearly Cristobal trying to go ahead and find a way to be able to get around it, circumvent it, but Eric sort of just going for the very safe play of opting to go for the protect on both Pokemon. You just want to be able to scout out right now, and obviously, like we said, burn the fake out potential, which will, of course, be going into that Mousehold, as the ghost typing of Golden Go will completely nullify that. However, Dragonite going for the scale shot, not committing with a Tailwind there.
Yeah, interestingly, no Tailwind there. Obviously, Eric kind of calling that potential, because if the Tailwind goes up there, you've got the same board state as turn 1, except, Cristobal's team is just double speed, which is obviously a really big advantage. So yeah, no, Eric making the correct play though there, predicting that scale shot instead. Really well done there, and obviously then denying the speed boost that scale shot can give, which otherwise, if it had come off, then it would still be outspeeding both. So got to go to Mousehold, it can then set up the Tailwind, and then we'll still be in a nice position. But yeah, the double protect, really key there. Now Eric has a lot more resources to kind of freely go for whatever he wants.
Yeah, exactly that, and this isn't a Mousehold that has Terra Fairy, has Terra Ghost as an option here, so no way to be able to completely immunify the scale shots going into the slot, but maybe no need when you've got the Nasty Plot already being set up over on the Golden Ghost side, and not even 5 hits, I don't think, barring any sort of crits, will be enough to pick up this Mousehold unless there's a final crit hit. No, there is not. Apologies, Eric. That is not us trying to summon something now. No, but regardless, the fact that Incineroar's attack has been forced to be redirected into the Mousehold, allowing the Golden Go that room to get the Nasty Plot set up, no longer, have its life orb knocked off and just have all of its HP is so key, because this is sort of what we're talking about. The Rillaboom is there to assist with its big banjo available and its drumsticks. Sure, it doesn't have the drum beating that we saw Yoav bring just in the previous round, but it's just got so much going for itself. Fake out, of course, being the #1 priority.
Do you know what a banjo is, Costa?
I do not.
That's not a banjo.
Is it not a banjo?
No, banjo has like a string instrument. It's got
Have you seen the inside of that instrument? To confirm?
No, but
There you go. It could be. It's sort of like Schrodinger's hat.
It's just a drum.
It's both a banjo and a drum, and not at the same time. Did you not know this?
What are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about the prowess of this Rillaboom to bring all of the noise in different forms. And Dragonite just saying, yeah, you know what? I don't want to find out. I want to go for the Protect right now. Play it a bit more safe and conservative. Critical hit from the fake out into the Incineroar. And make it rain. Now, sure, the Incineroar does resist it, but that was a +2, so it's going to deal a bit of damage. Pretty much a 2-shot at that range, but of course at the cost of that -1 special attack.
Yes, of course. Yeah, no, a good play from Eric there to kind of safely target into what is into the Pokemon that can't protect, right? And and this Dragonite definitely doesn't want to be able to take that damage because then the multi-scale would be broken and then you're suddenly in a much worse position. But yeah, Eric's still making the safe play there, which is really nice. But leading to the next turn, Cristobal does have the speed boost from the previous scale shot. So it does allow a Tailwind to come out instantly as soon as Cristobal wants it, allowing Incineroar to then outspeed both these targets and threaten a lot of damage with a Flare Blitz from this Incineroar, which is looking really nice to both these targets.
Yeah, and at this point, you just want to be able to start picking up as much damage as you can to be able to slow down the momentum that Golden Go really has. Eric still is in a good enough spot, but just needs to be able to maybe swap that Rillaboom out, allow it to go down perhaps as well. Does have the option of maybe even bringing a Sneasler in. That very well might actually be the final Pokemon from Eric's side, which, as we know, Unburden, Grassy Seed finds a way to be able to outpace everything on the other side of the field, and high horsepower actually enough to pick up the KO too.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, decent play from Eric there, just kind of repositioning that board and just going for a really reliable move that KOs Incineroar, which is something a lot of Pokemon would love to be able to do.
Reliable 95% of the time.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Mostly reliable.
Exactly.
Yeah, as long as there's enough love and friendship amongst yourself and your Pokemon, right?
Yes, well,
that's
just to
how
confirm,
that works, right?
Yeah, it doesn't actually increase accuracy for the folks at home.
I'm just joshing about it, ignore me.
But maybe it does, you know, maybe that's why some players just do so well, you know, just kind of harder the moves, just kind of really going for it.
Okay, well, I mean, hey, at the moment, unfortunately, that hasn't been the case for the Golden Go, trying to go for the double protect on Eric's side. It's just going to be a focus of the scale shot into that target, and sort of what we're talking about, I think that was Eric's out, right? You want to be able to at least allow more room for the Golden Go to be able to do much at this point. It's your main sort of win con in this case, and the fact that the Golden Go on Cristobal's side just picks off the KO, especially because of that chip double up, is enough to actually show that Cristobal has done a really good job in adapting towards the sort of game plan from Eric's side in that game 1.
Another high horsepower coming out from Rillaboom, but it's not enough this time to KO that Golden Go either. So yeah, this Dragonite, given the fact that it kind of went for a very safe protect, which wasn't even needed, it's looking really strong now into the rest of this kind of game here. And yeah, there's the Kumo that has come in here, a very strong Pokemon indeed, but can it kind of size up to this really fast Dragonite right now, which still has that multi-scale intact, and even though it's got the defense drops from the scale shot, Eric's got Komodo is a special attacker, so it's not going to kind of make the most of that either. And then Rillaboom's attacks aren't going to be very effective either, so yeah, Cristobal is in a good position.
Yeah, and you know, complete sort of night and day difference between that game 1 and game 2. Komodo sort of putting in a lot of work for Eric's side, but I feel like you would have probably wanted to be able to position it a bit earlier on the field and get A-Clanger Assault going, get that Omni Boost set up before the sort of state where Tailwind is already set up from Cristobal's side, but who knows, there's still Terrestrialization as an option, and it's of course going to be the Fire type here. The real question is the Komodo going to be able to survive a double up in order to be able to get that boost going? Grassy Glide actually breaking the multi-scale there too.
Yeah, so it's a really good option there, so possibly a key or a little clue as to where Eric is targeting here. But yeah, look at that damage here. Even with the Terra, Scale Shot is still doing so much here. And only 4 hits too. So It's going to get that speed raise here. Question is this Komodo faster or is this Golden Go? Yeah, Golden Go's still going to be very much quicker here. And it's not bulletproof. Komodo just does go down.
Yeah. Not enough to be said. I think you needed to be able to avoid a scale shot, right, in that scenario. If the scale shot does miss from Cristobal's side, that means Shadow Ball's not going to be enough to pick up a KO on the Komodo. Then you can go ahead and get the Omnibus set up. At least you've broken the multi-scale on Dragonite, and then you need to wait for the Tailwind to peter out in order to be able to better position yourself against the Golden Go and wrap up that game too. So yeah, Eric trying to go for the win con of the miss. Unfortunately, it did not work out for himself. It seems like Cristobal is forcing this into a game 3 very slowly, just wanting to play a bit more safe and utilize his resource availability left with that Rillaboom fake out available in the subsequent turn.
Yeah, Grassy Glide, does look like it's enough here, but yeah, there is no U-turn on Eric's end, so yeah, with both a Dragonite and a Rillaboom versus a Rillaboom, I think, yeah, again, we're going to try and do some maths here. But I think we're going to try, but I think 2 versus 1, given the Pokemon on the field, should be enough for Cristobal to kind of take this.
Yes, as long as Scale Shot does what Scale Shot is intended to do.
I mean, there's so many chances. Yeah, so many. Yeah. No, but you're right, though. You're right.
No, but still, like the problem still remains of how does Eric's Rillaboom not only dispatch of the counterpart Rillaboom on the other side of the field, but also the Dragonite that resists ×4, times, and that's sort of what we saw there. Eric saying, you know what, yeah, I'm not going to mess about. I just want to try to focus on that game 3. And Cristobal doing a really good job in adapting against Eric, particularly in that match. And Cristobal's side, we've seen, has been able to get a top 16 in 2026 Grand Challenge. It was the first very one here, as well as the top 64 at Belo Horizonte several weeks ago. So having a lot of good momentum going into this season, and that's clearly paying off against Eric Rios, one of the very best of the game.
And now we're into game 3 here. Oh, yes, we are. So the same leads again from Cristobal, but Eric switches it up this time. No longer the mouse holding the Golden Go, but the Komodo and the Rillaboom. So leading it out from the front here. And I really, really like this, right? Like, it's looking really strong here. You still have the option of that Terra Fire, which looks really good here. Rillaboom denying any sort of other fake out pressure. Faking out this Dragonite looks really good too. And if you can get off that Kangaroo Soul, suddenly you can take on those scale shots so much better.
Yeah, I think being able to get ahead from turn 1 is so key, especially in this sort of format where, like we said, the base power isn't as high as other formats, but it's mainly revolved around setup or scale shot, which is in a way like setup, but it's also offensive setup. You're able to deal so much damage. Oh, Eric has actually brought the Primarina in. Oh my lordy, he's going for the double switch here, and this is going to be so cool if he's going to be able to actually pick up the slot that was targeted for the scale shot. And the Sneasler, David, is so cool here because you're able to get that immediate unburden going, as well as position yourself where you got Diaclaw priority to an extent against the Dragonite, right?
Yeah, you do, exactly. So that is a really, really nice pivot from Eric there. That is like absolutely perfect what you could want here. Yeah, so because now Sneasler comes in, but unintimidated, which is really key. So now the shoe is on the other foot. It wasn't toe was on the other foot. Shoe is on the other foot. That's what
it's a toe as well.
Yeah,
toe's part of a foot, right?
It sounds a bit odd if it's toes. Like, why are you switching your toes? You know, like you can switch your shoes.
I love how we have absolutely taken down the quality. Talking about toes and shoes and feet, but you know, like
it's because the shoe is on the other foot.
They're so important.
It is. Right. Anyway, Sneasler is unintimidated. That's the main thing, and so we can really threaten those close combats into that Incineroar slot. And this Primarina is exactly what you want here too, right? You've got Fairy into the Dragonite, you've got Water into the Incineroar. So either way, Cristobal is really forced to Terra or Protect on either one of these Pokemon, and either way, Eric is in a really strong spot.
Yeah, and I do like this Primarina set. It's Mystic Water, Hyper Voice, Moonblast, Haze, and Protect. Diaclaw doing Diaclaw shenanigans. Does pick up the poison status on this Incineroar, and of course, as we've confirmed before, it is unburdened. It is not poison, touch or point. Sorry, Sneasler. And because of the Grassy Seed, defensive boost, Sneasler. Oh no. Am I going to do it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. So sorry. I had to take a pause there because I may have absolutely cursed Eric Sneasler there. But no, seems like it's able to survive is what I was trying to say at the end of that sentence. And parting shot into Primarina is a good way to be able to get the lowering of its special offensive prowess in order to be able to bring in your own Pokemon fresh from the start. Probably going to be the Rillaboom though.
Yeah, so Rillaboom obviously really nice there. Sneasler is now in range, most likely of a Grassy Glide, potentially after a Grassy Terrain recovery turn as well. Moonblast just to chip the multi-scale on this Terra Steel Dragonite, so either way pretty good, but actually with the Grassy Terrain, it's one turn away from actually regenerating back up to that multi-scale, which could be a really nice option, especially versus Sneasler that can potentially still go for a close combat here. But yeah, given the board state right now, Grassy Terrain is still up, Rillaboom is very much in a really the driving position, right? You can just very safely fake out Sneasler, or if you think Grassy Glide's enough, just Grassy Glide it as well. And the Primo can't do a whole lot to either of these Pokemon, given the freedom for this Dragonite to either go for the Tailwind or just kind of snipe off into something into the Sneasler that might be trying to switch out.
And it's quite interesting because we were saying, and we we're going crazy around the double switch there from Eric earlier on in like turn 1 to 2. And the fact that Cristobal has been able to better position himself to the point where he's just getting the correct sort of attacking being dealt, especially by the Dragonite commit of the Terra Steel, means that Eric's in a weird situation where he needs to be able to nullify any sort of weird pins when it comes to fake out pressure, and B, also not allow a Tailwind to get set up, because then all of a sudden the Dragonite, which has already got off one scale shot, now will be able to outspeed Sneasler. So yeah, Cristobal playing this absolutely phenomenally.
Yeah, that was a really good shout out actually there, Costa. Yeah, that earlier speed boost plus the Tailwind is now be able to outspeed. That is so key going into this next turn. So even if Grassy Glide isn't enough for Sneasler, you can still guarantee that KO with your Dragonite instead. And Rillaboom is not doing a whole lot back to either of these Pokemon, other than just faking out.
Okay, yeah, and there's no Protect for no reason. Of course, because the Grassy Glide is enough to pick up the KO on the Sneasler. And that, you know, goes to show that Cristobal is very confident and comfortable with his sort of damage counts when it comes to knowing that even though the Sneasler is at +1 defense, that Grassy Glide was enough. Because like we said, this isn't a Miracle Seed Rillaboom, it's an Assault Vest on Cristobal's side. So it can get a bit tedious whether you want to commit to thinking Grassy Glide's enough or not.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I wasn't really sure there. I think obviously Cristobal was like very confident, so fair enough.
Yeah,
fair
exactly.
enough. But yeah, so Eric does now bring in the Komodo. So down to only the last few Pokemon on Eric's end. But Eric still has the Terra available. So Terra Fire does look really nice here to be able to suddenly take on those Scale Shot hits. But the question is, what do you do then after that? This Dragonite is got its multi-scale and it's still Terra Steel. So, but if you can chip it with a Grassy Glide again and then go for the Terra Fire Flamethrower, that might be enough. But we'll have to see. Dragonite's a bulky Pokemon. It is Incineroar comes in.
That's true, yeah. Because of the multi-scale being prevalent, that means that Eric really needs to try to commit to making sure that he's able to break it enough to the point where it doesn't actually get a recovery down. But Cristobal, well played, going for the Scale Shot into the Rillaboom, absolutely calling the Protect from that Komo-O side, saying, you know what, even at this point, I just need to make sure that you don't try to commit with a high horsepower, which is what you need to be able to make sure multi-scale doesn't get reactivated due to the recovery on the field. And we're going to have to see, though, because the interaction is Scale Shot will lower the defense, which means that Dragonite, it's now susceptible as long as the Komo can move. But trusty old Incineroar may have a couple of words and suggestions against that.
Yes, I think so. But yeah, so this was actually a really nice safe play here where you can, if you expect defensive play from another Pokemon like this Komo-O, you expect it to protect. You can just target the other slot and switch and fake out at the same time. And if it does protect, and then great, you can then fake it out next turn. But if it does attack, you can still fake it out going into the next turn again.
Right,
and so you can either then Haze, or you can kind of Tailwind, or Scale Shot again. So yeah, a really nice safe play from Cristobal there, and kind of really punishes Eric, especially because he went for that Protect now. It's just it's a sitting duck in front of a fake out, and so fake out plus Scale Shot into the Dragonite, into the Rillaboom rather, is incredibly safe.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Cristobal's going to try to make the read of Eric's sort of forced defensive play, which we do see being the switch out to the Primarina. You want to make sure that the Scale Shot is sort of caught out. So this is really a gambit from Eric's side. Seems like the slot does confirm it was able to work out for himself, and the Flare Blitz will take out the Rillaboom. So Eric is in a spot where he's got Komo-O in the back, right? He's going to be bringing it in right now. Scale Shot from Cristobal's side seems pretty strong against, obviously, the Komo-O, but he needs to wait for the Rillaboom to come back onto the field. So may well just be a sack from the Incineroar in the subsequent turn, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's pretty likely, honestly. But like, the Tailwind's just gone down, and so Dragonite can just get up another Tailwind yet again, which is kind of pretty safe to do, because it kind of was, if the Komodo goes for the Protect or not. And then you've got Incineroar that can kind of go for a parting shot into Primarina, or you can knock off the Komodo to get rid of the Throat Spray. It's fairly safe to do. But does that free up the Komodo too much here? If you're not kind of targeting it? Because if suddenly Eric is just kind of feeling really bold, go to that Clangorous Soul instead. Suddenly he's got the defense behind him. You need to hit a scale shot into it. You probably need 5 hits maybe to even get a KO. And it's still, Komodo can still actually go for a Terror as well. It could look quite scary.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call. And Cristobal just needs to make sure that even though he's got the resource advantage right now, he can see it through in terms of, like you said, not leaving the Komodo any sort of a ground to be able to not only get a setup going, but most crucially, even a KO, which is definitely needed on this Dragonite, committing to the Terrafire here. Most likely going to be the, I would say you've got options of going on the offensive, but this could just be a defensive change up here because the Incineroar, like we said, there's not really much it can do. Maybe try to commit to a knockoff KO if it can, but the Komodo, as we know, is going to move first, and the Tailwind hasn't been set, right?
It has not, exactly. So Komodo, if it goes first, could get off a Clangorous Soul and be able to take the knockoff, but it might not this time, so it's just the Flamethrower instead, and Dragonite does go down.
Okay, all right, well, I mean, this seems to have been a really sort of tantalizing set between both of these trainers, but we have got confirmation that Swiss round number 4 has been prepared. Do have to call out that hyper voice there, forcing Cristobal down to his final 2 Pokemon, but we are going to have to proceed on to the next step. However, we can reveal the results. Cristobal was able to win that set and move on undefeated. So huge congrats, of course, to Cristobal there. Commiserations to Eric, but we're going into Swiss round number 4. There's a lot more action remaining of this phase 1 section of LAIC 2026.
Yeah, there certainly is. I'm loving what we're seeing so far, Costa.
It's so good.
It's so good. Yeah.
I love having the feature matches as well.
Yeah, exactly. We've been able to show so many good matches and Pokemon action that would otherwise be missed as well. And you can see on your screen these Swiss round 4 matches as well. At the top is who we will be featuring for our round 4. Tio Team Masu versus Dorian Quinones. Quinones. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
I've met Dorian in the past. Lovely, lovely gent, as well as ferocious trainer. So I'm really excited to see this match between both of them.
So am I as well. But of course, we've got so many other matches as well going on at the same time too. Looking further down our list, Justin Tang, who we featured for our round 1, is versus for Gabriel Agacho as well, which is amazing to see. A little bit further down, Alex Gomez-Bernard as well, another previous international championship champion versus Vinicius too. Plenty of really high stake, well, so high caliber players doing so well, but also a few unfamiliar faces there too, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, 100%. It's always a great opportunity to be able to allow more trainers to come to the fore when it's sort of these big prestigious tournaments, and those are 2 trainers on our screens. Dorian on the left-hand side versus Tail Team on the right. Tail Team we've been seeing a lot more recently. He's one of those prominent players from the French region, which have been absolutely going on a tear ever since, if I'm not mistaken, it was top 8 or top 4 EYC last season, where Tail Team was actually knocked out by the eventual champion Wolf Glick. But we've already got Dorian's team on the screen.
We do, so should be fairly familiar, a lot of these Pokemon, as we've seen from our top 12 usage graphic. You've pretty much got all of those Pokemon there into some capacity. Yeah. But we've got more of a focus on the Volcarona on this team versus something like the Sneasler that you might see on this composition. But it's still with that setup, still with that Grassy Seed as well. But yeah, Volcarona, a really nice pick at the moment. Bug and Fire, really good defensive typing. And with Quiver Dance and that Terra Blast being that Fairy type as well, Fire and Fairy, really strong offensively.
Yeah, and we saw it do a really good job as well, that Volcarona set in particular, last season 2 in regulation set H1.0. But I do want to call out the Terra option on Blood Moon Ursaluna is that of the Ghost type
good
variant.
spot, Costa.
Yeah, and that's sort of a way to be able to avoid that close combat or fighting type weakness pin that we've mentioned in the past, but also the Alolan Ninetales Poison Terror. So wanting to make sure it doesn't get felt by any sort of like Dire Claw focuses, and it gets rid of its general sort of weaknesses when it comes to its Ice and Fairy typing. But yeah, generally speaking, a really well-rounded team composition, which I'm actually very excited to see how this really works, and Dorian's sort of capability of being able to navigate it, especially in a tumultuous set, or meta should I say, against Tail Team.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really interested to see too. There's a lot of interesting techs that can kind of break the fake out, kind of pivoting, right? With that Terra Ghost and that Covert Cloak. And Tier Team's team here is really cool too. So Tier Team used pretty much this exact team to get second at the Gdansk Regional Championships just a few weeks ago, only just losing out to Simone Sanvito with what was a mirror match, I believe, as well.
It was, yeah. I'd say the 6th, there were some differences in terms of the training and the speeds, but yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously Tier Team feeling very confident having come away with a second place at Regional, running it back at LAIC. Makes a lot of sense. And again, with that Grassy Seed Volcarona Terra Blast with the Fairy type, which is another mirror. So Tier Team very much practiced in this matchup here as to how his Volcarona might match up with his opponents. But now we've got a few other interesting adaptations too. That main one being that Choice Scarf Basculegion male. Often seen on rain compositions, but here, with the adaptability, it's just really strong. Doesn't need the rain. It's very quick as well. And if you're in a bit of a pinch, all your Pokemon are KO'd, you just kind of send it in, and you start using Last Respects, and you take a load of KOs.
Yeah, it's sort of another way to be able to utilize the physical offensive prowess of a slot like Dragonite, where you got Scale Shot spam, and then Haze and Tailwind setup and such. But this is more of an aggressive way to be able to utilize that 6th slot, which is sort of the difference between these two teams as well. And like you said, the end game potential of Basculegion on sweeping up games because of its adaptability ability is so crucial, and a great way to be able to break around the sort of matchups and stall scenarios that you would normally see against a competition like this. But we are in game 1. Dorian on the left-hand side with the Rillaboom and the Volcarona, and Tail Team on the right-hand side with the Incineroar and Volcarona of their own.
So we see the Grassy Seeds activate on either side. So we have both Fake Out plus Setup potential on either end. And interesting to see as well the order in which the Grassy Seeds have been activated here too. So most likely, unless it's a speed tie, Dorian's Volcarona is going to be the faster of the two here. And of course we see Rillaboom being faster than Incineroar, which isn't too unusual either. Now the question is how the rest of this game matchup starts to play out here. Do you start going instantly on the offense to start kind of breaking down the health of the opponent, so you get to a position where it can't set up too much? Or do you take that opportunity if you're not too threatened to start setting up yourself here? So I wouldn't be basically surprised to see a couple of Quiver Dances, and maybe it's a potential sort of trading of some Fake Outs here, particularly as neither of these targets can kind of be immune to it through a Terra Ghost or say a Covert Cloak.
Yeah, exactly, and it's quite interesting, the Incineroar in this scenario as well. It doesn't have Flare Blitz, which means that it's not going to be able to directly threaten the Volcarona as much. It's just going to be there for the disruption potential of the Fake Out, and that's exactly what both of our trainers are going to be essentially exchanging between one bug to another, a couple of slaps, just making sure that it doesn't go ahead and start getting that momentum set up in terms of the Quiver Dances. But the terrestrialization has already been utilized from Dorian's side, and like we were talking about, it's not on the Volcarona, so that means Terra Blast is not going to at least turn into Fairy type for this game.
Yeah, that's the downside of leading Rillaboom here. You are kind of, unless you want to risk that Flame Body activation, you've got to go for that Terra here. So suddenly Tier Team has got a lot of information gain here, knowing that nothing else can Terra.
Yeah, and it's so crucial, right? And that's sort of why we're seeing Dorian wanting to play the game of, okay, well, if I bring Fake Out every other turn, then at least I'm going to be able to win the Quiver Dance setup battle or race in this scenario. And another confirmation of Dorian's Volcarona moving faster yet again may be an indication that it is indeed the faster of the two.
Yes, exactly. Most likely is at this point now. So Parting Shot coming out from Tier Team to kind of actually lower the offensive stats, at least of Dorian's end here, is really nice. So suddenly Tier Team's Volcarona is up by 1 at the moment. And going into that mirror as well, that's important too. Often you have resistances to each other for a lot of Pokemon, but for Volcarona, it doesn't resist fire, so it's a really big deal if you've got the up against the other one.
Yeah, this is a fantastic bring from Tail Team, similar fashion to what we saw in the finals of himself versus Simone Sanvito, bringing that Basculegion in at an earlier phase of the game, knowing that Dorian has already gone ahead and utilized the Terra Fire on the Rillaboom means that the Volcarona is now susceptible to a direct super effective KO.
It certainly is, so that's a really scary option, to be honest. Yeah, especially when you're going on the physical side, you just could completely bypass any of that special attack. But of course, we know there's Terra on the board, and we know that the Protect is also on the board. So something that could be quite safe here is Protect, plus Terra on the Insane and Parting Shot, for instance, kind of get around some of those options. But if you're confident in the bulk and that Grassy Seat defense boost as well, Terra on the Volcarona also makes sense.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing, as well as a Heat Wave, a miss onto the Volcarona on Tail Team's side from Dorian's flip turn, ignoring that Volcarona, going for the Incineroar, which is, like we've said multiple times, such a foundational piece to this team composition and essentially this mode of the Volcarona, Rillaboom, Incineroar sort of rotation, spam, setup, etc. And if you're able to get rid of one of these legs that support your Volcarona or your setup sweeper in this case, it really puts you ahead of the game. So from Tail Team's side, I was actually interested to not see Wave Crash commit there as opposed to Flip Turn, maybe anticipating the Rillaboom switch?
Yeah, we can see Tail Team kind of maybe overextending there slightly, expecting more of a defensive play.
Right.
Yeah, as you said, that Rillaboom as well could have just easily come in, eaten up that Wave Crash, and then Basculegion would be just a sitting duck, honestly, or a sitting fish rather, in front of a Grassy Glide, and you need to then switch it out, etc., etc. But instead, yeah, Dorian kind of calls that more kind of like more passive play rather, and kind of gets a lot out of it. But actually, Terra Blast following up here.
Okay, yeah, and it is definitely going to be able to pick up the KO. It's got +1 of special attack, and at 59 hit points, Incineroar doesn't have a lot of health to be able to take on that amount of damage. And, you know, now hitting for same type attack bonus just means it puts Incineroar in such an awkward spot since, yeah, the Rillaboom is now on the field, but Tail Team has at least been able to get a KO early on.
Yes, that is true, but he has committed that Terra Fairy, which is looking pretty dangerous in front of this Rillaboom's really powerful grass attacks.
Yeah, exactly, and the fact that Terra Fire is available, it means that there's no burn potential from a physical move onto the Flame Body. Volcarona, whilst it does get a Quiver Dance set up there, Woodhammer, is it going to be enough? Most likely not, because of the Grassy Seed. You definitely need a critical hit in that scenario, but you don't necessarily need it per se. It's an amazing thing for you to pick up, but the fact that you're able to start whittling down its HP is so crucial, maybe enabling your own Volcarona to be able to start whittling down its HP as well.
Yeah, that's very true. Like, and it could be something that you can kind of whittle into now, especially since someone spent its fake out turn. But yeah, there's no Giga Drain on either of these Volcaronas, which is something we often see on Quiver Dance kind of setup. So once that health is gone, you've only got grassy terrain to rely on to kind of heal up a little bit more. So going into the rest of this turn, it's going to be how Tier Team manages that, given now it's just very susceptible to these grass attacks from this Rillaboom.
Yeah, exactly. Tail Team, knowing that, wants to make sure that he doesn't sort of like overextend, but at the same point, this is allowing Dorian to get another Quiver Dance going. And like we said, the Incineroar doesn't have a real way to be able to properly stop this Volcarona, but it can slow it down with a Parting Shot. But actually opting to go for the Rillaboom there, quite smart play, I think, from Tail Team's side, in order to be able to allow the Grassy Glide combo with the Heat Wave to maybe not pick up a KO, but then again, Dorian has been able to maybe meet the speed boost in terms of the Volcarona Quiver Dance war between them. And we've seen Dorian's Volcarona has, on multiple occasions, outsped Tail Teams.
It has, exactly. But we're at the point as well where there's a match in the speed of both these Volcaronas still at the moment, so we know Dorian's is still going to outspeed. But crucially, as we saw there, the grassy terrain has now expired. So Volcarona is in a really decent position to kind of just start firing off some attacks at this point, particularly as it should be able to take some of the attacks from this Volcarona. I mean, it's just a Heat Wave that can only come out at this point. Like a neutral Terra Blast isn't definitely not going to deal enough, particularly from the previous Parting Shot that's on this Volcarona. So Dorian's Volcarona, +1 special attack, +2 on the Spadef and speed, versus +2 on everything for Tier Team's Volcarona.
Yeah, and forcing the switch out right here, immediately wanting to adapt, and finally revealed Dorian's final Pokemon being the Dragonite. So good way to be able to maybe match the offensive damage going into that slot, but Tail Team not opting to go on the offensive says, hey, I want my Volcarona to be a bit more faster than yours, and it's so well positioned because it's not going down this turn. Wave Crash, though, will be targeting the Volcarona. Dorian respected the thought of, okay, Tail Team may not go for this target, and Tail Team was like, no, I have to disrespect it right now. In essence, to be able to put myself back into the lead. And that's exactly what he's been able to do, forcing Dorian down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, that is where the downside of committing your Terra so early on is, right? If there was still that Terra Fairy available for Dorian, you would be able to go for that Terra fairly easily, take the Wave Crash, and then just dish out the rest of the damage that you needed to. But yeah, and also even just go for the Terra Fairy to kind of KO the Blast Legion too. But yeah, just go straight down to the Grassy Glide now, actually.
Yeah, exactly, and I think this still won't matter as much because you've got the Volcarona free to go for the Terra Blast KO onto the Dragonite. We know it's got, if not +1/+2 special attack, but the thing is, there's just so much damage at that point since that +2. It's gonna, of course, nullify the multi-scale, and if it's enough to pick up the KO at neutral, and it is, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So, yeah, all of that just bypassing that. Even Dragonite's amazing ability is just a testament to how incredible Pyrax over there is versus so much of the meta right now. And so, yeah, really safe play from Tier Team. Fake out plus attack at the moment here.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be able to lock this up pretty crucially.
Yeah, and you don't want to commit with a Heat Wave potential miss there. You just need to force the Terra Blast. And at this point, because the Incineroar is also present on Tail Team's side, and Rillaboom doesn't have a spread move of utility in this point, it means that Tail Team's able to win on the resource matchup at this late of a stage.
Yeah, so there's that final Terra Blast into this Rillaboom, which is almost going to be enough.
That's so strong, though.
Yeah, it really is. Woodhammer following up is actually going to be enough here too, but yeah, in the front of this Incineroar, it's most likely going to still be enough to kind of pick up the Rillaboom instead, and Tier Team going to be going into the next game 1 game up, and still most likely without a revealed 4th Pokemon either.
Yeah, exactly, and hey, just want to call out there, Rillaboom was able to self-KO itself there. It didn't actually go down to Incineroar. It went down with its own pride, but it will be most likely coming back in that game too. But I guess let's analyze that game 1 a bit, David.
Okay.
When it came to understanding what the required win cons were from both of our trainers, we had Tail Team obviously trying to utilize the Volcarona, similar to Dorian, but having that Basculegion as a differential piece. So what did you feel was the biggest thing? Was it just the early Terrafire commit to the Rilla, or something else?
Like, we saw it was a strong option for Terrafire Rillaboom, obviously. Like, it could have sit in front of Volcarona and Incineroar and kind of do what it needed to do. Yes, but it just meant the flow charting from Tier Team's end, not even needing to bring the 4th Pokemon, which we didn't even see, meant it was just a lot more straightforward to be able to close that out. And ideally, you want to be committing the Terra into Volcarona, especially when to unlock the ability to use that Terra Blast, right? So you can start going for that more powerful single target damage and take on some of the other defensive threats that the rest of the team offered, like that Dragonite Scale Shot, for instance, as well. So yeah, I think Dorian had a few opportunities there, but obviously having the faster Volcarona is also quite like an advantage too. But yeah, I think Dorian needs to find a way to maybe not just Terra turn 1 and find another way through.
You know what, like, I actually really like the Terrafire option on the Rillaboom. It's just, I think, like you said, it's about the right time to be able to do it, but whoa! Wow, okay.
Hello.
We've got such a change-up right here, an aggressive one from Dorian. Bringing that Alolan Ninetales with the Cobra Cloak means it's not going to be flinched by the Fake Out alongside the Life Orb, Ursaluna Blood Moon, and we know this Ninetales has Icy Wind potential, so maybe Dorian recognizing wanting to try to go for the tug of war in terms of speed control.
Yeah, I love that actually. Because yeah, if you can keep denying the speed control on this Volcarona, you can then start threatening that disable and encore that this Ninetales both has access to both of them as well. So yeah, but of course you need to be able to outspeed to have like full maximal potential of that, because you can encore into a Quiver Dance, and then you can disable it afterwards, or you can just disable an attacking move instead. It's a really cool option to have, but yeah, it is very critical that you don't allow that Volcarona to outpace you too much, because otherwise it could really run away with the game.
Oh, we've got an early commit of the Terra from Tail Team's side. It's going to be the Ghost that wants to make sure that it doesn't fall short of an Earth Power KO there with a double up of the Icy Wind. It's going to be crucial. Dorian hasn't committed to a Terra normal on, on any sort of Terra on his side, but he's gone for the Blood Moon. Is it enough to pick up the KO? It is not enough! The Incineral's able to survive on the sliver of HP, and this is so crucial because it means that all of this aggressive lead from Dorian's side is going to be quelled in a heartbeat with so much HP being lost, especially because the Volcarona has gone for the Heat Wave and connected on both targets.
Yeah, it's a really nice survival there from Incineroar, but Ninetales did successfully get off that Icy Wind.
Yes.
Which now means that even after maybe now this Ursaluna is faster, or even maybe a second Icy Wind, it will definitely be faster. So actually this puts Dorian very much in the driver's seat here, and Tier Team very much on the back foot. So maybe wanting to pivot in a Rillaboom here potentially, kind of stall out, maybe have fake out for the next opportunity.
Okay, all right, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. Well called, David. There, I was kind of the thought maybe you let the Incineroar go down in that scenario, but like you said, I think the most crucial thing here is to make sure that the Volcarona starts getting its setup going. You've got Fake Out available in the subsequent turn, and you avoid any sort of encore disable shenanigans, which we've exactly seen right now. So Volcarona, what's it going to commit to is the question. Hyper Voice will come out first, and it's going to be the Quiver Dance to bring itself back up. And because the Rillaboom is now on the field, it has the Grassy Glide available and might well pick up the K on the Ninetales, but that might be close because we've got Snow in play, right? And that boosts the defense of the ice types on the field.
Exactly, yeah. Like I think it's going to be close. Depends on the training of this Ninetales, maybe. Because obviously this Covert Cloak means that it can't be faked out, obviously. So Grassy Glide is the next best option. But yeah, Quiver Dance boosts the speed up, but we know this Ninetales can outspeed it. So again, if it can go for that encore and lock it into Quiver Dance, this Volcarona is going to be sitting doing absolutely nothing for a good few turns, where then Dorian can really pivot around and start making the most of that too. So yeah, and as we saw there, them locking up the Terra Poison to ensure that you can get off that move. Tier Team can only then protect in front of that to delay it a turn, but then you can just do it again the following turn.
Exactly. Oh my lordy, I love the commit from Dorian's Alolan Ninetales, and showing off why Poison Terra is actually a cool choice when it comes to the Alolan Ninetales that we commonly see other sort of Terra commits. The Grassy Glide, course enough to pick up the KO on that Ursaluna Blood Moon that doesn't opt to go on the defensive. No switches as well. The Encore has actually targeted the Volcarona, not wanting to go for any sort of damage at that point or speed control potential. It sort of brings Dorian to the point where he really needs to be careful on how set up this Volcarona gets at this point, because you've lost one of your main sort of damage output pieces, that being the Blood Moon, and you need to be able to make sure that you hit the Volcarona, maybe on the physical side, because at this point it might outpace you to the point where it's just got so much speed, Ninetales isn't ever going to be able to get an encore disable interaction to as much of an advantage as so far Dorian has done.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So yeah, a nice refresh for us from Dorian's end. You can see there the stat boosts that are now on this Volcarona. But of course,
Dorian.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Yeah, but still locked in with that encore. So we've got another 2 turns for Dorian to really make the most of it, right? Quiver Dance can still come out here, and that means this Volcarona on Dorian's end can also set up, but then you're then still not actually getting a KO at that point. So you need to think about what you're going to do in the meantime. Icy Wind, I think, is still a nice option to be able to start lowering that speed a little bit more, but you need some sort of physical offensive prowess to kind of bring in here, and Tier Team is really making the most of the fact that Volcarona is just a really nice typing into everything Dorian's brought so far.
Yeah, that is a good point, and you need to sort of get your own Volcarona set up if you are on Dorian's side, maybe outpace it, get that disable interaction going the subsequent turn, but no, actually opting to go for the encore onto the Rillaboom, and at this point, making sure that your Volcarona has a bit more breathing room in terms of trying to rival the Quiver Dancers on the other side of the field. The Grassy Glide is so good in anticipation of the high horsepower, and that's what happened 30% of the time, 100% of the time. This turn in this situation, Dorian got the burn on the Rillaboom. That is a huge hit to the damage output that this Rillaboom has available on Tail Team side.
Can't touch this.
Whoa!
Certainly
Definitely
cannot.
not. Oh, you should not, because you will get burned, my friend.
Absolutely not. Yeah, but yeah. Look at that Volcarona though.
Okay.
It's really stacking up those boosts and getting. It's now way past Ninetales in terms of speed as well. So Tier Team is needing to just slow out a few more turns, and then actually the offensive potential of this Volcarona can literally just be unlocked and unleashed versus everything that's so far not threatening it at all, and it's still healing up with all those grassy terrain turns.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what we're saying when it comes to a battle of attrition of these sort of team compositions in a matchup like we have at the moment, and it seems like Tail Team bringing in the Incineroar means that, okay, I might have the Fake Out available in the subsequent turn, maybe slow down the Volcarona, but even if the Incineroar does go down, at least I'm going to be able to get a free switch in, essentially, whilst this Volcarona on Tail Team's side is getting very scarily more buffed to the point where Heat Wave from Dorian's side just dealt very minimal damage, like a 10-15% from, was that a +1 or +2? Heat Wave from Dorian's side. It was +1, wasn't it? But that's still so much. Blizzard actually being locked in here, so no Icy Wind yet again.
Yeah, none. I think Dorian probably knows that it's past the point of where Icy Wind is being effective enough here because it's just been so quick. And yet, there's the Encore finally ending and the Disable at the same time. This Volcarona is ready to go. And Terra is still on the board as well, so it can unlock those Terra Blasts with the Fairy type on top of it too.
Yeah.
And Dorian hasn't really done a lot to be able to prevent it from doing what it wants now. And its perfect partner, this big old fish on the as well, is going to be able to deal with any of the special defensive bulk on Dorian's Volcarona.
Yeah, and Dorian maybe trying to opt in for the scenario of if Heat Wave either picks up the KO or misses, the Ninetales is going to be able to at least get some sort of support going for himself. And even if it doesn't, you've got that free switch in whilst not allowing Basculegion to be able to A, pick up a KO, but also maybe get a pivot going with the flip turn, because you're able to scout out what it locks itself into, because obviously it's got the Choice Scar. It's such a great utility item, but at this point, it's susceptible to repositions of the board, especially with how well Dorian did it. The grass terrain expiring and now being reactivated with Rillaboom's inclusion on the field.
Yeah, so Rillaboom is definitely what you want to be bringing in here, I suppose, to kind of deal with this Basculegion. But yeah, because Tier Team has not committed that Terra into the Volcarona, it's just isn't worried about this Rillaboom and its grass moves that it was worried about in the previous game.
Right.
And again, see, like saving that Terra has been really good for Tier Team here to be able to preserve that information and what it can do.
Okay, we know Grassy Glide without that Miracle Seed is not enough to pick up a K on the Basculegion, but the Volcarona needs to be able to move first. It does not, and Rillaboom has been knocked out. Assault Vest, mind you, folks, let's not forget. So much power behind this Volcarona on Tail Team's side. The Basculegion has been felled, but Dorian's Volcarona versus a Rillaboom and a very buffed out Volcarona on the other side of the field. This is not looking good for Dorian at all, because you've got the Fake Out interaction coming out, flinching Dorian's Volcarona, getting another Quiver Dance boost going, even if you want to.
Yeah, so a really nice save, Fake Out plus Quiver Dance here, just in case the Volcarona does protect here. You can get even more of a boost so that you can kind of guarantee this, maybe with like the Terra Blast being 100% accurate, instead of having to rely on the Heat Wave as well. And then you leave yourself susceptible, say, to a critical hit from the Volcarona that's a little bit boosted on Dorian's end instead.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because surely that must be the win con Dorian's trying to go towards, anticipating or hoping that Tail Team goes and plays a bit more safe, hopes for a Terra Blast. That's not enough to pick up a KO, and it is going to be a Terra Blast. We're going to have to see if it does connect, and it does! And Tail Team Masol is able to keep their undefeated streak still alive.
Absolutely huge win from Tier Team there. Going 4-0 now at LAIC with a really strong team and a really strong showing of what Volcarona can really do. In the face of disable on Encore. Ninetales trying to say, no, you can't do that. Volcarona was like, well, I'm going to just keep dancing. And by the end of this dance, I will show you what I can do. And it so did.
Yeah, I mean, it made me feel like I was quivering in my boots because of how many boos were able to get set up. And that's sort of the awkward interaction of, okay, well, I can encore you to a point where you're not able to deal damage for a set amount of turns, right? And maybe I can get a cheeky little disable there and completely nullify any sort of move from your side of the field. But you need to not let the beast get out of hand, too out of control. And that, unfortunately, is what we saw Tail Team's Volcarona essentially become. And I'm not sure if there could have been a play, David, of the Icy Wind focus there, because I'm not... There's sort of a way that you need to be able to control and pick up an immediate KO, and Dorian wasn't able to deliver that.
No, it's true. Yeah, you're right. We could maybe have seen more of a commit to the Icy Wind instead of kind of maybe trying to lock down other slots. But at the end of the day, it's 2 versus 2. You know? You've got another target you need to be dealing with. It's
true.
So yeah, to kind of keep your own thing safe, then you need to be dealing with that other slot as well. So yeah, I don't feel like you could commit those Icy Winds. And yeah, it was a good opportunity to try it out for Dorian. But yeah, you needed something else in the back, maybe like Incineroar, for instance, that could actually just knock off or threaten a parting shot, for instance, to Volcarona instead. That could have really helped there. Because yeah, it just really got out of hand. But like still well placed Dorian, like really taking Tier Team to the wire there.
100%.
Yeah, and I don't think we even touched on it actually. He's someone who's he's a Lima Special Championship champion from 2024, and another special champion from Quill in 2020 as well. So a very accomplished player in themselves too, and obviously really out to kind of get even more hungry with more championship points and wins in the LAIC this weekend.
Oh yeah, I think Dorian, at least in the Latin America community, is a staple name. He's just been building on one strength to another throughout this past several years, and just being able to see him get a 2-time title was amazing, and just be in the run right now for Worlds. Still, you know, that was the first loss of his day. He's got a lot more sets to come and a really good chance to be able to strike through into Phase 2. And yeah, at the moment, 256 CP, top 71 of LATAM, so putting in a lot of work, and as we've seen, gonna be having a really good form so far.
Yeah, 100% good form. Now, it'll be great to hear from Tier Team as to how that match went, so we've got Gabby on the stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Theotine Massau, who's currently undefeated at the Latin America International Championships. Congratulations. So in your games, you terastallized your Pokemon turn 1 of games 1 and 2. The commentators said that was very risky. What gave you the confidence to make that play?
Donc, au premier tour, tu as décidé de cristalliser ton Pokémon. Donc, les commentateurs ont dit que c'était particulièrement... tu as eu beaucoup de, on va dire, de courage de le faire, et c'était unexpected, on va dire. Donc, qu'est-ce qui t'a poussé à le faire?
Alors, pour la game 1, je me suis dit que j'allais de toute façon terra cristalliser mon Volcarona, qui allait être mon Pokémon principal, et j'ai besoin de ses dégâts sur notamment Incineroar. Et game 2, j'ai essayé d'anticiper une Terra de mon adversaire, et aussi de toute façon survivre à Telluri Force, ou alors à Lune Rouge, c'est ce qu'il a fait.
Donc au niveau du tour 1, j'avais envie de prendre de l'avance en fait, et de marquer plus de points possible.
Je vais traduire en français.
Ah, sorry. In the first turn, sorry. I decided to Terra crystallize my Pokemon in order to earn the most possible points and to make the most possible damages. And in turn 2, it was to surprise also my competitor and to advance as much as possible.
I mean, talking about a lot of damage, Volcarona's Quiver Dance in Game 2 with that Encore, it got such a high special attack stat. Were you nervous at all? Did you think about switching? Or were you confident that Volcarona would be able to win the game for you?
Donc dans le Game 2, tu as utilisé l'attaque spéciale en fait de ton Pokémon, et donc c'était vraiment quelque chose de particulier. Est-ce que c'était quelque chose d'anticipé? Qu'est-ce qui a fait que tu as voulu utiliser en particulier cette attaque? Et comment ça pouvait jouer sur ta partie?
Alors, quand je me suis pris encore pour la première fois, je me suis dit que j'allais switch out. Et puis, quand j'ai réalisé que mon adversaire il n'avait pas Dracolos, je me suis dit que je pouvais continuer à me placer encore et encore. Et une fois que je n'ai plus été bloqué, j'ai pu faire Heatwave qui a eu les dégâts pour tuer toute l'équipe adverse.
Donc, at first, it was an intent, and when I realized that my opponent didn't have Dracolos, this Pokémon, he just had to push again to earn max.
Well, you're doing incredible right now. How does it feel to be undefeated in round 4 of Swiss at the Latin America International Championships?
Donc, tu fais des super résultats. Donc, qu'est-ce que ça fait en fait de gagner plein de régionaux et d'internationaux comme ça?
Je suis content, c'était quand même l'objectif. J'étais assez stressé quant à mon équipe. J'étais pas sûr de prendre celle-là et au dernier moment je me suis dit que j'avais beaucoup d'expérience avec et j'étais un peu tendu quant aux nouvelles équipes qui étaient apparues dernièrement et ça tout roule donc c'est top.
So first I was kind of stressed about which team to choose, and I decided my team like last minute. But then, because I was confident with this team, but still, it was also difficult because I encountered many new teams, so I had to adapt, but right now everything is going well, so it's great.
Well, congratulations once again. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
Est-ce que tu veux remercier des gens ou voilà
Déjà merci à ma team la team Peps qui me soutient beaucoup et j'ai eu pas mal de messages d'encouragement, donc ça me fait beaucoup ça me donne de l'énergie. Et aussi mon groupe de préparation, donc Audric David et Adam Cherfaoui surtout.
Okay. So first, thank you for all my supporters, also the team Belgium.
Peps.
Peps. Okay, Pepsi teams, and also I received many messages to support me, and I also have my trainers. I didn't get the
name. Audric David et Adam Cherfaoui.
Okay.
All right, well, Theo team, congratulations. Thank you for your time. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon. I think we're throwing it back to the casters.
In many VGC formats, the same Pokémon rise to the top again and again, putting the spotlight on thorough preparation and precise positioning. But Scarlet and Violet's Regulation H told a different story. With no legendary Pokémon allowed, the field opened up, and new strategies and unexpected stars took center stage. Across the first half of the 2025 season, 4 European regionals crowned 4 unique champions. Let's relive the key moments that defined this unforgettable run. At the first tournament, Dortmund Regionals, creativity and team building was everywhere. But the finals came down to Matty Morgan and Davide Miraglia. Matty was chasing his second regional win, while Davide hadn't been this deep in a tournament since 2016. In Game 1, Davide's Scalding Go plus Safety Goggles Annihilate completely neutralized Amoonguss, and he took the lead. Matty adjusted for Game 2, but Davide was ready. Clefable gave clutch support, Annihilate set up with Bulk Up, and without answers on Matty's side, Davide secured the victory. A huge win for him, and the first major title ever for Clefable. Lille brought even more creativity, and in the finals it was Nils Dunlop versus Victor Medina. Nils, a former EOIC champ, brought a unique sand team, while Victor was hunting for his first ever major win with a balance team that included Ninetales. Game 1, ChoiceBack's Ninetales froze Nils' Corviknight and carried Victor to victory. But in Game 2, Nils turned the tables. He stacked boosts with Corviknight until it was unbreakable, forcing a Game 3. Once again, Ninetales pulled off an incredible freeze and even survived on 1 hit point. It looked like Victor's moment. But Nils wasn't done. He unleashed a lethal combo of Terra Psychic Indeedee and Sneasler, completing the comeback and taking the title. In Gdansk, 2 Italian legends clashed. Federico Camporese's Rain team versus Marco Silva's Sun Squad. Marco already had multiple international titles at the time, while Federico was chasing his first. Game 1, Marco made some great calls and forced out Pelipper early. With this, he managed to get weather control and cruise to victory. Game 2 started rough. Federico gambled on a Terra Dark Sucker Punch read that failed. But with his back against the wall, Pelipper connected a desperate Hurricane in the sun, confusing Porygon 2 and swinging momentum. That miracle led to a wild endgame where King Gambit and Pelipper actually won under the sun, tying the set. Game 3, Federico revealed Basculegion for the first time. It instantly knocked out Charizard on turn 1. With Rain locked in, thanks to an unfortunate Trick Room timing, Basculegion dominated the field and delivered Federico's long-awaited first major trophy. Federico's victory added 6 brand new champions to the list, meaning that every winning team so far, Davide's, Nils's, and now Federico's, featured completely unique Pokémon. No repeats at all. Even if Marco had taken the title, this streak would have helped, showing just how wide open and creative this format truly was. But with one European regional left, the big question was, would we crown a 4th team of unique champions, or would a proven strategy finally rise again? For the last European regional of Regulation H, the circuit returned to Germany. Joe Ugarte's Sun team fell in top 8, leaving Eden Bachelor against Francesco Piopero in the finals. Both veterans, but both chasing their first major offline title. The set was incredibly positional. In Game 1, Eden made a great call, pivoting Ursaluna Blood Moon into Archaludon's Electroshot and riding that momentum to a win. Francesco adapted in Game 2, targeting Incineroar early and navigating a difficult endgame beautifully, tying the series. In the decider, Francesco revealed Basculegion, but Eden diffused the threat with Intimidate, traded Incineroar for it, and returned to their strongest position, Golden Go plus Dragonite. A timely Nasty Plot gave Eden the edge, and they closed out the set to become the final European regional champion of the regulation. 4 tournaments, 4 epic finals, and 4 incredible champions, each with their own unique team. In total, 22 different Pokémon claimed the spotlight as European regional winners in Regulation H. This format gave us unforgettable battles throughout the 2025 season, and it's back for the first half of 2026, with even more stories waiting to be written. What was your favorite Regulation H moment? Share it with us using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
My name is Emanuele Briganti, and it feels amazing to be the winner of the event. I think in general what helped me more was to try to risk a little bit when I felt like it, and as I did on the finals, the switching on Ninetales, for example, helped me win the game. No, there were so many because I faced so many great players. Actually, everyone I played didn't let me rest, so I had to think hard for every round. So if I had to tell you everything, it will take so much because everyone was so great. Key moments, I think not really, just because the level was so high until the final, and I'm gonna mention again that moment on Ninetales because it was like an hit or miss turn. If I get it, I'm pretty much win. If I don't, I have to play a game 3. Incredibly, it changed my whole life. Right now, my group of friends is just made of people who I met playing Pokemon, and I'm so glad for this. It gave me so many opportunities, even in real life. It even opened my view because, traveling and talking with people from different cultures teach me a lot on point of view from everyone. It just will help me remember that I have what it takes to achieve what I want, and I think it's the first step to start my journey into learning and hopefully become better and better. So like I don't have a plan for the whole season, so I'll just be like playing other tournaments based on my feelings. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be my last one, also because like I said, it's the first step to always get better and better. So if I just stop there, it's not gonna be a beginning or it's gonna be an end. So like I said, since I want it to be a beginning, I will keep playing. One thing that helped me a lot is changing the approach on how we see the event. For example, I didn't have the expectation to win, I had the goal to win. But since I didn't have the expectation, I couldn't really feel bad if it went bad because I didn't have, like, that was not what I was thinking about. So for sure, always aim high, but don't let your result ruin your experience if it goes bad. Everyone has bad tournaments, so even the best.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. We have had 4 incredible rounds of Pokemon from the Latin America International Championships so far, and we are only halfway through our first phase of the tournament. There is still so much more Pokemon to go. You can see everyone still on the floor, spectating, watching, as well as competing in each of the various games across all of the 4 titles that are represented here. My name is Evan Latin, and I am back behind the desk with my good friend Gabby Snyder. Gabby, we've been off for two rounds. What was it like? How did you enjoy those 2 matches?
Well, I spent the last round watching the match because I had to interview afterwards, and it was really lovely to get to talk to Guillotine in person. But the round before that, I actually got to go play some carnival games.
Ooh.
I don't think they've aired that footage yet, but I gotta say, one of my favorite things to do at these events is when they let me go and actually like see the event and like play games and just have fun, because at the end of the day, like that was what got me into Pokemon events overall, was just the carnival games and playing freestyle with Pikachu. So always getting to experience that part of the event is really special. So what's also special is being able to feature some of these side matches, and woo, we had a couple of amazing side matches last round, and let me tell you about Gabriel Agati. You know, that trainer we said to keep an eye out for?
Yeah, I was told I should watch out for Gabriel Agati.
Yeah, well, this was why. I mean, we actually had him on the side stream the last round, and he's running a really interesting team, and you know, we've seen a lot of Alolan Ninetales, but what if I told you you could have 2 weather setters?
Right, you could also bring Pelipper, right?
No, Evan, that's so 2025. Come on, get with the program. It's 2011, or, well, 2012, okay,
Yeah,
back
2012.
here. It's Politoed.
It's Politoed.
2 weather setters for maximum productivity.
I guess that makes sense, because sometimes when it rains, it suddenly converts into like that slush mix, the snow and the rain at the same time. So that makes sense to me. I can see that.
You know,
it's super interesting to run both of those on this team.
Yeah, he's an incredibly accomplished player, has made top 8 at multiple international championships at this point, is no stranger to this international stage, and the fact that we've been able to feature him playing against another incredibly accomplished trainer that we told you to keep a watch out for earlier on in the show, and you can go ahead and check out the VOD later at youtube.com/Pokemon to see Justin Tang play round 1 of Swiss, and you can also see him play against Gabriel Agati in a moment.
Yeah, we actually did watch out for Justin
Tang
earlier.
and we're watching out for him again,
and we're going to do it
actually.
again. Of course, that's because Justin Tang has emerged as one of the breakout stars in North America for the Scarlet and Violet era of competitive Pokemon, winning his very first regional, winning 2 in his inaugural season, and of course having an incredible season already this year with 3 top cut appearances across 3 regional championships. So really excited to watch this. Let's go ahead and jump into game. I have not seen the results of this just yet because I was too busy focused on our match that we were watching on the main stream here, but let's hop into game 1 here. This is going to be Justin Tang on the top of your screen and then Gabriel Agati on the bottom. So Politoed actually makes an appearance immediately, and this is the Drizzle Politoed. It is Grass Terra type, and it has Weather Ball, Whirlpool, and of course, Perish Song.
Yeah, but there's no Gothitelle in sight on his team. You know, we didn't get to do the whole team preview thing. So just a real quick rundown. Gabrielle is running Basculegion, Volcarona at the Incineroar and Politoed that you see, alongside of a Rillaboom and a Alolan Ninetales. So even though this Politoed does have Perish Song, I think this is more going to be a Politoed that relies on its own attacks to trap Pokemon on the field, or possibly even just 2 Pokemon remaining, I click Perish Song, I win.
And here we're actually going to see a really interesting potential interaction here, because that Politoed for Gabrielle is actually holding the Chilan Berry, which is a really unique berry that actually reduces the power of normal type attacks into Politoed. So that means that Blood Moon Ursaluna's Hyper Voices and Blood Moon, the first one, will be cut in half. But of course, doesn't matter if you just fake that Pokemon out.
Yeah, because there's really no super effective normal type attacks. That's kind of the whole point. The Chilan Berry is the, like, you know, super effective berry equivalent for that. So it works on any Pokemon. Having it on Politoed is really unique because it also opens up the opportunity for the Citrus Berry to be somewhere else on the team. Not something that Gabrielle is taking advantage of, but overall, just Politoed, a very bulky Pokemon, very happy to sit out on the field. I do wonder why it's so content to be on the field in this position, but I want to see how much damage it's going to be able to do to this Ursaluna, or if it's just going to Perish Song.
Well, that's the Blood Moon. It's actually just targeting down the Incineroar, so double up on the Incineroar, leaving Politoed quite well enough alone for this turn. Does mean that the Politoed will be able to get a free attack off here. Whirlpool into the Ursaluna. That actually deals a lot of damage into that Pokemon, and is now going to deal damage over time until it's released from the Whirlpool. As well, that means that this Blood Moon Ursaluna cannot switch out anymore. And in addition, that just means it's trapped in with this Chilan Berry Politoed, and potentially at risk of getting perished or just knocked out by something here.
You know, it's taken so much damage already from the Whirlpool. I can't help but wonder if a Weather Ball plus another turn of 2 of Whirlpool would be enough to KO it.
Yeah, or this Basculegion that just switched in.
Choice
Scarf, adaptability in the rain. I think it might be able to get that knockout too.
I think so, and you know, you do have to worry about the threat of a Snarl from Justin's own Archaludon, but that Archaludon is not running Electro Shot like we saw in round 1 of Swiss, so really there's not too much it can do in this position, especially since it's already used Draco Meteor and dropped its special attack.
And there's going to be the KO on to the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Basculegion just going to go ahead and get that damage off, and then go ahead and return back, as I believe that was the flip turn. That is correct. So switching back to Gabrielle, who will be able to switch in a new Pokemon. So Politoed getting some value out of that Whirlpool meant that the Ursaluna could not switch out to protect itself. It was definitely going down that turn. And the damage being done with the rain, that means that Ninetales can come out here and set the snow up. And this Snarl is going to do decent damage to the Politoed, and of course the special attack drops are a big deal, but Politoed is just happy to get this Archaludon trapped on the field with this Ninetales.
Now that the Ninetales is on the field, though, it is a little bit threatened by the Archaludon. Again, it's at -2 special attack, but does still know Flash Cannon and can still threaten some damage with that. The Volcarona as well can threaten some significant damage into that Ninetales. So I think Gabriel's done a really good job of, you know, trying to get the best positioning for the Ninetales and possibly even threatening a Perish Song very soon in this game. I'm just curious how long the Ninetales and the Politoed feel comfortable here before they try and pivot back maybe into that Incineroar, or possibly even the Basculegion, just to feel a bit more comfy.
Yeah, well, the Incineroar did get knocked out already, so it's just that Basculegion in the back. And the one thing that Gabrielle has going for him is, you know, in addition to the Perish Song making use of the Whirlpool trap, Ninetales is also the Encore Disable set, so it has the opportunity to keep this Archaludon trapped on the field, going for this Encore, locking it into the Snarl, and then next turn being able to disable it so it will be forced to struggle for the rest of the game. Of course, that is going to be the Volcarona going for a Tailwind, and there is the Snarl once again locked into that with Encore. And now, again, the best way to get rid of Encore is to switch out, but it is now trapped in the Whirlpool, and so is that Volcarona.
This is so cool to see Politoed used this way. I think in recent history, at least, everybody recognizes Politoed from the Wolfie Cone Perish team with the Perish Song. I think there was also Weather Ball on that Politoed as well. alongside of Protect, of course, so you can stall out those critical perish turns. But Whirlpool is a tech that you see a lot of times when you're featuring, 1v1 Pokemon in like a singles format. Very rarely, if at all, seen in doubles. And you really need a Pokemon with Politoed's bulk for it to be successful, because you do need it to take a lot of hits. And looking at Justin Tang's team, there's not a lot of Pokemon on it that can hit the pure water type super effectively, and that's exactly what Gabriel's taking advantage of right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Has both of those Pokemon in the back, the Basculegion, which is also a pure water type after terrestrialization. So both Politoed and the Basculegion could potentially make use of that pure typing. Ninetales will go ahead and switch out to try and get the Basculegion back out of the field. Justin setting up that Tailwind makes this a little bit awkward here.
Yeah.
You can see that Gabriel wanted to go for that Perish Song, but instead is just kind of having to stall it out just a little bit here.
But even still, like, stalling out is what this team is built for.
Right,
so it's
exactly.
not the most uncomfortable position, assuming, oh no, I did it!
Why?
I somehow retroactively cast a curse Gabriel Gatti.
Yes, you preemptively, retroactively cast her curse for Gabriel with that.
My time powers are too strong.
Yeah, we really have to look into that. Someone get Palkia on the case for
I'm
this
so
one.
sorry. But no, it's a risk you have to take in that position, but still, ultimately, if it wasn't for that small chance of being burned, a very comfortable switch, because there really isn't much Justin can do other than wait out these Whirlpool turns to try and get the momentum back.
Okay, but you can see here that there are some awkward timings coming up here. There is the final turn of Tailwind. There's also Encore is ending in this next turn as well. That means that Archaludon will then be able to start selecting other moves that are a little bit more useful than the Snarl in this case. So Gabriel's really he's done a lot to control Justin's options, but so far Justin's been able to withstand those pretty well, and Gabriel's going to need to make something happen. Perish Song is probably the best way to get something started here.
For sure, and I just want to say the name in Italian is Ultimo Canto. Like
Ultimo
the last
Canto.
song, that is intense.
That is a perfect name for Perish Song.
It really is, and even though Struggle Bug will drop the special attack of this Politoed, you don't need your special attack when you're just going to be dealing 100% of the damage, assuming these Pokemon are going to be sticking around for the next 3 turns.
Yeah, this pure water typing is doing so much work for Politoed here. Able to survive both of those hits, actually even with the burn, because of the critical hit. And of course the adaptability and terrestrialization. Basculegion, super effective damage, picks up that KO. And of course will actually mean that Basculegion will retreat again. So Ninetales comes back out, and I believe this will just be the Archaludon that gets hit by this Whirlpool once again.
And it will be once again stuck on the field. And if it wasn't for the fact that Ninetales returned, I was wondering if Justin would have like one opportunity to get a body press lock, and then at that point in time, the Ninetales would have only been able to encore the body press, which would have been a way better move than a potential Snarl. Now that the Dragonite is on the field, if it can sneak a Scale Shot in and then get Tailwind, then the Archaludon could be faster, and then you don't have to worry about being trapped in that, ineffective move anymore. But you will have to find that opportunity, and that seems like it's going to be really difficult for Justin, given just how much momentum Gabriel has.
Oh, yeah, well, Gabriel has kind of set up the end game here.
Yeah.
Dragonite can't touch Ninetales at all.
Yep.
So if Archaludon gets locked into Encore and Disable, that's it for Justin. There's just no way out of that. But Gabriel's just going to go ahead and protect Ninetales this turn, try to see what's going to happen.
Oh,
Protecting
interesting.
with both Pokemon here. You also might have considered that Blizzard also just does a lot of damage to all of these Pokemon. And there it is.
Oh, he's Scale
Justin's doing
Shotting.
the side Scale Shot, trying to boost the defense of that Archaludon to get super powered body presses ready to go.
I love it when players think about attacking the Pokemon on the side. You know, there's so many unique opportunities where there's synergies like this, and honestly, the Archaludon Dragonite with the Scale Shot, loaded dice, the stamina fighting, like this is kind of the OG one from Regulation H, and it feels really good to see it here. I'm just worried it's too little too late.
No, this is actually super smart here, because Gabriel potentially has to worry about, if it was just Flash Cannon that Gabriel had to worry about, Disable would win the game right here. But now that Justin has boosted the defense of Archaludon, there is a chance that maybe forces Ninetales to go for a Blizzard out of Snow now to try and pick up the extra damage that you need there before Archaludon knocks out the Ninetales. Of course, you could also still have the Basculegion in the back to switch into. And the Whirlpool has been dealing good damage over time, so may just have enough damage on that Archaludon with those 4 hits of the Scale Shot especially for Gabriel to get this one in the bag.
Yeah, I was going to say, so then at that point it comes down to whether or not you're comfortable taking the risk of Blizzard missing, or do you want to potentially guarantee you lose your Basculegion in exchange for a more accurate Blizzard in the future. I think making the switch here is the right call, if only because the Basculegion is burned.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to get more damage out of that Ninetales regardless at that point.
Yeah, and with the switch in there, Politoed will be able to come back, or sorry, Ninetales rather, will be able to come back in. Even though Justin picked up both of these KOs, he's still going to be taking Whirlpool damage, and then Ninetales can come in and potentially just stall this out with the Protect, and then Dragonite having no opportunities to attack Ninetales may be a problem.
But if Dragonite goes for Tailwind here, it could.
It could. It got the Scale Shot speed boost.
It's got 2 of them even.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to come down to, I guess, how these Pokemon are trained.
Yep, there is the Tailwind. So Dragonite getting the speed boost for the Archaludon on the side.
There it
Flash
is.
Cannon.
All right.
That's a KO.
Oh,
no,
okay,
it's not.
Okay.
5 hit points on the Ninetales. Archaludon goes down, and Justin set up a perfect opportunity to clean this one up, but just didn't have the damage. Dragonite, no opportunity to deal any damage here because it only has Scale Shot, and that Ninetales is still a Fairy type.
I really love that end game. It literally came down to how these Pokemon are trained, because that was most likely a damage roll on that Alolan Ninetales, and any speed investment on that Archaludon certainly came in handy, being able to outspeed the Alolan Ninetales for that one last shot at damage. But as we jump straight into game number 2 here, it looks like Justin Tane is going to mix things up significantly now with the Golden Go on the field as a lead. And with the Choice Specs item, that certainly is going to threaten more damage immediately. And I think more critically, you could also potentially trick your Choice Specs onto the Politoed and really limit what it can do. Like, you could just lock into Whirlpool and maybe be okay with that for the rest of the game, but at least then you know it's not going to Perish Song, it's not going to Protect, and you can sort of have more opportunities to at least knock it out.
Yeah, and the Golden Go is Steel Terra, so this Basculegion being out on the field actually has the opportunity to just go for a one-hit KO with that Wave Crash, with the Rain, with the Adaptability boost, potentially also with the Water Terra type. It looks like Justin may be trying to bait that, bringing in the Archaludon to tank it, and it does survive, but it actually dealt a good amount of damage to that Pokemon.
Yeah. I wonder how much Wave Crash would have done in those similar scenarios, or was that a Wave Crash?
That was a Wave
All
Crash,
right.
yeah.
I was like, that animation doesn't look like Flip Turn, and it's not switching, so I should probably just stop talking and assume it's Wave Crash.
Well, and the Scale Shot gets all 5 hits onto Politoed as well, bringing it way, way down. This is actually where Politoed basically was all game in game 1 until it finally got knocked out. But here we go, just going to go for the Whirlpool again, which that damage over time was really significant in whittling down the Archaludon in that first game.
I wonder, though, if Justin's going to avoid going for an early Draco Meteor, though, to at least ensure that the special attack doesn't get locked on the field at -2. I think you can easily go for an early Scale Shot onto your own Archaludon to boost up the defenses and go for a Body Press into the Politoed slot and pick up a KO on something. Maybe if something switches in, if you're lucky, it could be the Incineroar, perhaps. Or if the Politoed stays on the field, you could also get a KO there as well.
Yeah, this is actually a really awkward position for the Archaludon because it was kind of in threatening a KO with Wave Crash, the Basculegion was, but with this Protect, Politoed is just going to try and stall out another turn while Incineroar comes in, gets the Intimidate down onto Dragonite, retreats the Basculegion, and just going to try and have another turn of Whirlpool damage onto the Archaludon, but Justin at least gets something for it. The Tailwind being up now means that Archaludon is not just going to be sitting and waiting to be knocked out anymore.
Right.
Potentially.
Potentially. I was going to say, I mean, it's looking a little better for Justin.
Did just switch
yeah, like, I think it's definitely a better position, and the Dragonite certainly has opportunity now to build up those speed boosts. It can certainly keep going for those Scale Shots. It can put itself in a position where Tailwind is almost guaranteed at any point in time. It's just a matter for how long, right? Because now you have the opportunity to well, you're not going to break multi-scale this turn, I suppose. So
Yeah.
maybe I should just stop that train of thought right there.
Yeah, the fake out onto the Archaludon at least gets this Ninetales in safely.
Yeah.
No damage from either the Archaludon or the Dragonite, but because the Politoed switched out, no more Whirlpool damage on the Archaludon, which means that we already know that the Ninetales can survive a Flash Cannon with a little bit more help than this. Oh, but that was after the Draco Meteor, you're right.
It was after taking some damage or taking those special attack drops, but Ninetales does have the Focus Sash intact. So I think odds are this turn it will be able to hold on, but we will see the Focus Sash activated.
Yeah, well, Protect from Dragonite can't let itself take a super effective Blizzard. Ooh, the body press into the Basculegion. Not going to deal any damage. A great switch there from a Gabrielle, and just a little bit of damage onto the Archaludon with that Blizzard. Must be not a very strong Ninetales.
That's a really interesting. Yeah, no, that's very interesting to me. And given what we've seen so far already from this Ninetales, that has to be an indication of how it's trained. Now that the Basculegion's on the field, you can once again consider going for like an Aqua Jet to break multi-scale so that you can land that Blizzard, but given how much little damage that did, maybe Blizzard's just a 2-hit knockout no matter what on Dragonite, possibly even 3 if multi-scale's intact.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if that's even possible, but it seems like it's plausible right now.
Yeah, maybe not possible, but potentially plausible. Just gonna have to see what happens with this Dragonite. Obviously, Justin has been protecting it as you do all Dragonite from any Ice-type attacks. And you can also go for other things like using the Terrestrialization to remove that weakness entirely. So now we have the Fairy-type Dragonite out on the field, which should be able to pretty easily weather the storm of the Blizzards from Ninetales, but does open it up to damage from the Basculegion.
Oh, I think it missed.
And it missed the Scale Shot onto Basculegion. Does take super effective damage from the Snarl, but gonna be able to shrug that one off pretty easily. The Focus Sash on Ninetales is now broken, and that will also mean that its Blizzards are a little bit weaker, but without that resistance, Dragonite took a lot of damage from that Basculegion, and there's the Blizzard just picking up the Archaludon and dealing a little bit more chip to that Dragonite.
Those Snarls are starting to add up on the Ninetales as well, but I wonder if you just keep it on the field, and as long as Snow is active, you can use Blizzard, maybe you'll get a freeze, you'll at least do some chip. You can also consistently threaten the Encore and Disable onto whatever Justin has, and especially against the Golden Go in this position, maybe you just protect one turn so that way you can at least, get through the first turn of Tailwind. I don't know if you keep the Basculegion on the field at this point. I would probably consider switching that out at least. But then once the Ninetales, once you get through Tailwind, the Ninetales Encore Disable seems like your best out at this point. You really want to try and lock that Golden Go into anything but Make It Rain.
Yeah, but how do you get through Tailwind here?
I don't know.
Dragonite is always going to be able to just click Tailwind whenever it's out on the field right now because it has those Scale Shot speed boosts.
Well,
Ninetales has to switch because of the threat of that. A Make It Rain under Tailwind would easily pick up the KO there.
Well,
and
Fake Out will
Basculegion's
help.
done a lot. Fake Out will definitely help here.
I think Fake Out helps. I think that if your Basculegion gets knocked out this turn, you can consider sending in the Politoed maybe to try and land like a sneaky Whirlpool.
Yeah, or a Perish Song.
Or a Perish Song even, that's right. But at least now the Golden Go has dropped its own special attack, and Water will naturally resist those Steel-type attacks, and we know that Golden Go, at least for this turn, is locked.
Yeah, but that Politoed has taken so much damage already. Even some lowered special attack choice specs Make It Rains would probably be enough to poke through there.
Well, I'm not convinced that a nearly full health Ninetales would be able to take it either, but Gabrielle certainly seems to think so, which, again, very interesting. I'm very curious about how this Ninetales is trained.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dragonite did set up the Tailwind, so there is a speed advantage on Justin's side. The Fake Out has been used, so there is no Fake Out pressure coming out from Gabrielle. There is a lot of damage from this Incineroar, however, being threatened onto the Golden Go and also on the Dragonite. Could pick up either KO here, potentially.
I would probably consider the Golden Go first, just because the Dragonite cannot touch the Ninetales.
Yeah, you could set up that end game for sure.
Yeah, but then you run the risk of this exact switch happening, and I do have to wonder... All right, Volcarona.
Volcarona in the back. I love Volcarona into Alola Ninetales. There is very little that Alola Ninetales can do, and we actually saw that in our last stream match.
Yeah, we
where
did.
Volcarona got encored into Quiver Dance, was just like, thank you, I'm going to +6/+6/+6 now, and you can't touch me.
Yeah, Teotime was saying that he was worried at first about being encored into Quiver Dance, but then he realized that it was actually just really helping him out, and he just, was like, okay, sure, I'll just wait this out.
Yeah.
And you can see why. I mean, its typing is fantastic in the metagame right now. Flame Body as an ability is absolutely game-changing in the right positions. And even though this Blizzard is able to finally knock out that Dragonite, I think the fact that Golden Go was able to reset the stat drop from that first Make It Rain, and the fact that now Volcarona is next to the Golden Go to provide support with maybe Struggle Bugs or...
Oh.
Yeah, okay, it's still next to the Golden Go. I had to wait a second there. I was like, I'm pretty sure, but I don't want to jinx it again. I do think that this Volcarona is going to be able to provide a lot of support that the Golden Go needs to feel comfortable cleaning this up.
Yeah, but there is also the Politoed in the back is the last remaining Pokemon for Gabrielle. And now we're on the final 2 Pokemon for Justin here. So 2 turns of Tailwind, I believe, remaining. So kind of just have to stall out those 2 turns, and maybe Ninetales can start making something happen. Or, well, if we're out of snow, we could have gone for Blizzards and Freezes.
I thought you were gonna go the Perish angle, and I was like, but you're gonna be moving last.
Yeah.
And while that would guarantee you the win, and a Perish Song is already active world, I don't think you necessarily can get Perish Song up at this point in the game.
Yeah, that is actually going to be another attack into Protect from the Volcarona. The Struggle Bug doesn't pick up the KO onto Incineroar, leaves it alive with just 13 hit points. The Shadow Ball, though, will KO the Incineroar, pick up that last few hit points. Incineroar goes down. Politoed will have to switch in here. So great targeting there from Justin to make sure that he did not fall for any of the Protect shenanigans from Ninetales. Just went for the straight up win condition of knocking out that Incineroar.
And not only that, locking in the one move that will guarantee the win con no matter what at this point, because the Golden Go will not be dropping its own special attack. Gonna hit that Ninetales super effectively. Politoed is down to enough health that one Shadow Ball should pick up the KO, and even if it doesn't, Struggle Bug is going to do a lot to mitigate the amount of damage coming out from that Pokemon. So we're tied 1-1. I don't think we're gonna, we are gonna start game 3. I was gonna say, I had a little birdie telling me that maybe we had a match ready, but I guess we're just gonna keep going.
We certainly won't be able to finish this match, most
Yeah.
likely. And if you do want to make sure that you watch this and all of these side stream matches from this weekend, you can go to the Play Pokemon YouTube channel where they will all be hosted and where they're also all being streamed live alongside this main stage here. But while we have it, okay,
No,
we're
gonna lose it.
We're gonna lose it.
So, but yeah, seriously, if you like
I love this.
if you like these feature matches, please go to the Play Pokemon YouTube channel. Please make sure to like. I don't know if you can comment, but definitely subscribe.
Yeah.
Because it's been incredible that we've been able to feature so much more Pokemon.
And I am not going to tell you who won this set. So you will, if you want to see who wins Game 3, you're going to have to go watch the VOD.
Do you know?
I don't know. That's why, also part of why I'm not going to tell you.
I was like, you're not going to keep secrets from me, Evan.
No, I won't. I would never.
Well, I mean, if you don't know, then it's not really a secret.
Yeah, I would never reveal to our audience any secrets that I have not already shared.
All right, fair enough. So if you want to figure out how that match ended, again, youtube.com/playpokemon. Make sure to subscribe and show your love for the fact that we have these incredible feature matches and an incredible stage match ready as well. So let's look at our Swiss standings for the current round. This is round 5 of Swiss, so we are getting down to the end of the day. We have some lovely undefeated trainers still out in the field, and some notable trainers that we said to watch out for are still being watched on, I guess.
Louis Fontvey is at the #1 seed currently at 4-0. Of course, this is not all of our undefeated trainers so far, but
yes.
Shout outs to Louis Fontvey, as well as Joshua Lorsi, Nicholas Kahn, Justin Tang, Yuma Kino. Oh, never mind. I just spoiled the results.
Oh, Evan!
My bad. As well, Yuma Kinagawa, who we saw earlier on stream. All of these players at 4-0. Also, special shout outs to Taigo Latanzi here, of course, who has previously been a finalist here at the Latin American International Championships. came very close to bringing the Latin American International Championships trophy home back to Brazil. But now, as we head into our Swiss round 5, we are going to have an incredible matchup of the United States versus Mexico, Joshua Lorsi versus Alexander Canseco, and I'm excited about this match.
Yeah, two trainers that we said to keep an eye out for right there on top, but we also have Thiago Latanzi and Antonio Sanchez and Alex Gomez versus Frederick Nielsen. I believe those are going to be our 2 feature matches, if I remember how the graphic works. So you can go check those out on youtube.com/playpokemon when you're done with us here, of course. But good luck, have fun to all of our trainers out there, as it's been such an incredible day so far. I cannot wait to see how this match between Joshua Lorsi and Alexander Canseco plays out, especially given just how well Lorsi's been doing over in the North American circuit.
Absolutely. Had a top 8 finish in Pittsburgh and then followed that up with a finals appearance in Milwaukee. Both times running that Lele team that we've talked so much about in this second round of Regulation H. But of course, Lorsi is not a person to just sort of sit on his laurels. He is down here in the Latin American International Championships and has changed things up a bit, following along with the other players who have decided that Volcarona actually makes a lot of sense in this balance metagame. Of course, Alexander Canseco will be his opponent and has some other cool attacks as well. But let's take a deeper look at the changes that Lorsi has made to this balance team.
Yeah, so no Alolan Ninetales in sight, unlike the last couple of times we've seen Lorsi. He was running that Terra Ground Ninetales that made such a big difference in some of the mirror matchups that he was in. But I really love the adaptation to the Grassy Seed Volcarona. We've already seen it do a lot of work in previous rounds here down in Sao Paulo. Running Flamethrower over Heat Wave, I think that's a thing that Lorsi likes to run for more consistency's sake, which is something that he's been sort of keen to do for a while. And I think going up against Alexander's team, I don't know if Volcarona is necessarily going to be the play, but it certainly won't hurt, as that typing, the Quiver Dance, the Flamethrower is going to be really useful for him overall.
Yeah, a couple other interesting changes here. Rillaboom is holding the Miracle Seed item, not the Assault Vest. That has now moved over to the Blood Moon Ursaluna, so no longer running the Leftovers variant. That's going to be Assault Vest. And also drop the Sneasler for Dragonite, so bringing that Dragonite with Scale Shot, Tailwind, and Haze will be able to help him with some more speed control. Alexander Canseco, however, close up on the Electabuzz, star of this team, the support star here, to support especially that King Gambit on this team.
Yeah, it was last seen in in Las Vegas, where he got top 16 with.
That's top Vegas to me.
Yeah, that's top Vegas for sure, with a very similar team. That Black Glasses, King Gambit, the Electabuzz, the Volcarona. I think really some of the current heroes of the metagame. And again, looking at Lorsi's team and looking at what Alexander has to match up against it, I really love the fact that he has the Electabuzz to provide support here. Being able to redirect, let's say, a single target fire type attack will certainly open up the opportunity for King Gambit to be played in a situation where you couldn't even consider bringing it before.
Absolutely, and that's a Pokemon that I think a lot of people have forgotten just how much damage Black Glasses, Terra Dark, King Gambit can do.
Oh, yeah.
Even before a Swords Dance. It can pick up KOs with Sucker Punch that you would not have expected it to pick up KOs. And it could potentially KO through Multiscale if it gets a Swords Dance.
Or it could just get a little bit of coaching from its friend Sneasler. This isn't going to be the Grassy Seed version that will also run the ability that helps it speed up. So Unburden, thank you. It will be running Poison Touch instead, so it's going to be struggling a little bit more to just be, the fastest Pokemon on the field. But, holding Focus Sash, being able to ensure that you get one opportunity to use coaching into your King Gambit, maybe into your Rillaboom, or possibly even your own Dragonite, I think really does give Alexander multiple different ways to approach this game. And seeing the lead of Sneasler and Dragonite side by side, this is a great opportunity to just get that engine going.
Yeah, I really love these two leads from both of these players. Dragonite Sneasler for Alexander and Dragonite Ursaluna for Lorsi. Both of these Dragonites are actually pretty different. Alexander does not have Tailwind, instead opted for Extreme Speed, while Lorsi does have the option to go for that speed control with Tailwind. And of course, the Sneasler immediately pressuring with Poaching, which could deal some significant damage to either of these Pokemon. The Terra types are very important here. Lorsi has Fairy, and Alexander has Steel, which means that
Alexander can't deal damage to the Dragonite with Dragon-type moves, but Lorsi could.
But that also may force Lorsi to lock into a terrestrialization turn 1, which we've seen backfire time and time again in this tournament. So I like the switch here, keeping that Dragonite safe and maybe trying to feel out how Alexander is going to approach this game 1.
Super high value Intimidate here. Dragonite switching out for the Incineroar. Also tanks a Fake Out, so extremely valuable switch there for Lorsi. The Scale Shot after the Intimidate is dealing pretty negligible damage. That's at least a 3-hit KO if it gets 5 hits, and only 4 hits right there. Dragonite will lose some of its defense, but gain some speed, and this Ursaluna now gets to fire off an Earth Power into Sneasler and bring it down to Sash.
And the Sneasler does not know Protect, so if Lorsi wants to, Fake Out into that Sneasler will secure a KO. You could also potentially even just use Vacuum Wave, as this is the Assault Vest Ursaluna, which does tend to carry a priority move. So Lorsi could take a very early on Pokemon advantage if Alexander decides he doesn't want to switch out that Sneasler, at which point you can sort of breathe a little bit easier. Coaching would be off the table, and maybe if there is a King Gambit in the back of Alexander's party, it's going to struggle a bit more to find its footing.
Yeah, and coaching is actually a little bit awkward here because Dragonite got that speed boost. There's a very good chance that the Dragonite will now outspeed the Sneasler and so not be able to receive those benefits before it goes on the offense. But Alexander is going to go ahead and protect the Sneasler. That Fake Out pressure can still be very valuable later on in this game. Volcarona comes out instead while just protecting the Dragonite, trying to scout some things out. Gets the Fake Out into the Dragonite, into the Protect, but again, this Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to get to fire off an attack. Just the Vacuum Wave into Volcarona, so actually that Volcarona gets in for pretty much free here.
And the Volcarona is now in a good spot to start using Quiver Dance and get its own sort of damage potential going, as it does still have to worry a little bit about the opposing Incineroar. Obviously, Knockoff is not going to be a fun move to take, and you certainly don't want to lose your Covert Cloak if Lorsi's going to be trying to cycle out that Intimidate. But at the same time, the Incineroar is on the field right now, and there's no King Gambit in sight. You don't have to worry about accidentally activating that Defiant boost. I think it's very risky to consider making that switch in this position. So I like how Alexander has sort of navigated into this position now, sort of recognizing that Lorsi's options are limited, and I hope that he can find the best way to take advantage of this.
Well, right now he thinks it starts with protecting Volcarona. Scale Shot will miss the Incineroar. That does happen sometimes, even with the loaded dice. Of course, the Parting Shot will whiff into the Protect on Volcarona, and Ursaluna finally breaks multi-scale on this Dragonite with a Hyper Voice. That'll deal just a little bit of damage, but crucially breaks the multi-scale ability, so now other attacks, like that Knockoff, now that Dragonite has lowered its defense a little bit, will be able to deal big damage.
And removing the loaded dice from Dragonite also removes its opportunity to, deal that damage to the opposing Dragonite and removes the pressure to terrestrialize it later on in the game as well. So could be something for Lorsi to consider if that is one of the end games he's worried about. But Alexander seems okay just leaving the Dragonite on the field even though it's intimidated. So I don't think that's necessarily something that you need to worry as much about. I like sort of prioritizing that Parting Shot into the Volcarona, because then at least if there is a Quiver Dance, you're going to be able to mitigate the special attack drop, or again, removing the Covert Cloak, so if you do get another Fake Out, it'll actually stick.
All right, well, there's another Scale Shot into Incineroar. Alexander is just going on the offensive, splitting damage across both of these Pokemon. That Incineroar is now down to about 50%, just over actually, so would need another Scale Shot to get 5 hits to actually make that a KO. Volcarona goes for the Quiver Dance here, so it will start boosting its special defense, and I feel pretty good about that if I'm Volcarona, especially staring down an Assault Vest Ursaluna, which isn't as dangerous, but of course that Knockoff still dealt good damage back to the to the Volcarona, and a critical hit from the Blood Moon will actually pick up the KO onto Volcarona. The sheer power of Blood Moon may have still been able to pick that up with the double up, though.
It was looking very close, if I had to guess. So unfortunately for Alexander, that's another piece just gone from the board. And with the Sneasler in the back with a single health point, you do have to wonder if you try and make a switch here with the Dragonite, regain that attack dropped, Or do you just stay the course and hope that your Rillaboom can land enough wood hammers to start making a difference? I believe you said it would take about 2 scale shots to pick up the KO on that Incineroar at this point in time. You know, that does seem like time that Alexander has. Lorcy seems to be giving it to him at this point in time, so maybe that's the risk you take.
Yeah, I think part of that is we've seen the final Pokemon for Lorcy is that Golden Go in the back. And with that Dragonite only having Scale Shot and Extreme Speed, with Sneasler only having Dire Claw in close combat, the only Pokemon that Lorcy should be worried about right now is the Rillaboom.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think that given Lorcy's endgame, like you just mentioned, the best play here would be to preserve the Intimidate, maybe try to avoid a fake out attack with this Scale Shot combo. But it does look like Scale Shot will connect with the Ursaluna instead.
Yeah, dealing about 15 damage per hit, so definitely would need another Scale Shot after this to pick up the KO. Rillaboom did not go for a Grassy Glide on that attack, so if it is targeting down the Ursaluna, it will be a Wood Hammer, but it's actually a high horsepower catching it on the switch in, and that actually now makes things more dangerous. Now Lorcy has to worry about the other Pokemon on the team, because a Scale Shot into that Golden Go plus a Grassy Glide could be enough to pick up that KO now.
It could, but Golden Go does have access to Protect, and it does seem like Lorcy's going to wait a turn, and I like that because we saw how much the Hyper Voice did. It's possible that a Blood Moon could pick up the KO on Dragonite. It's possible that 2 Hyper Voices I think would definitely get there at this point, and really once you get it down to like, I don't know, maybe a 3 or 4v1 at this point, I do think that Lorcy will win at that point, pretty much guaranteed. So it's really just finding the most comfortable way to pick up the knockout on the Dragonite, and I think protecting the Golden Go and just kind of leaving it there as a target for Alexander is a good way to start.
Yeah, but that does also leave your Ursaluna open for an attack.
That is true.
It's really hard. This is one of those moments where you have to correctly pick your targets here, and that's going to be the Terra Steel for Dragonite on Alexander's side, hoping to resist a Hyper Voice and potentially get another turn of that Dragonite. Golden Go does go for the Protect here, like you called out, to protect itself from any attacks from the Dragonite or the Rillaboom. Splitting damage, at least for the start here, going for the Scale Shot into Golden Go. That Dragonite will deal no damage, and the Wood Hammer now connects onto Ursaluna. Right. So by splitting the damage there, Alexander covers for most options, and Incineroar does get to come in here, will put an Intimidate down onto both of these Pokemon, and does have fake out pressure to potentially sneak something in here, but oh, and there's still Dragonite in the back.
Yeah, I mean, that was the piece that was missing a little bit. We do still have to worry about the Dragonite on Lorcy's side of the field, and I mean, it does only know Scale Shot, so, you know, that is something to consider as well, but I do think that overall, Alexander's best way into the game at this point to regain the momentum lost was to make that call correctly.
Yeah.
It's to now drop the Intimidate, probably on the Rillaboom. I think that the Rillaboom's high horsepower is probably your best bet at dealing damage at this point, especially given that 5 Scale Shots is going to have a really high chance of critting at that point, and the health is really starting to trickle down on the other Pokemon. And then when Rillaboom comes back in, you just hope that you can land your high horsepowers fast enough.
Well, we're going to have to see what Lorcy is going to target here and how Alexander is going to try and claw his way back into this endgame, because there is still that full health Dragonite in the back. It was there from the start, retreated, and then I totally forgot about it. But here comes the fake out from Incineroar. Lorcy making the call correctly, targeting down the Rillaboom, but of course, again, also splitting damage there. Dragonite protecting itself from the Shadow Ball on Golden Go, and instead just sort of a wasted turn here. Nothing really gets advanced here except that a little bit of grassy terrain recovery, which is going to be very important for that Golden Go.
I know. Well, also on the Dragonite too, I think. I really like how the Steel-type Terastallization made it so that it finally touches the ground with that grassy terrain. I know it still looks like it's flying, but it's not. It's going to be grassy terrain recovery. And I think that's going to start adding up a little bit over time. Whether or not it'll add up enough to make a difference, it's tough to say, but you know, with that Protect there especially, and if we see Alexander start going for, attack, protect, I do think that's an indication that he is hoping that those grassy terrain heals are going to add up to something significant. So I'm really excited to see just where this end game goes, as once again, it does seem like resetting the stats is the key here.
Yeah, making sure that all stat changes are eliminated. That does include the speed boost on Dragonite, but also the defense drop. Shadow Ball does not pick up the KO. Dragonite just barely hangs on there, but the knockoff will clean that up there. So Dragonite does now go down to that double target. Rillaboom will be able to make an attack here, but with just the 1 HP Sneasler in the back and with 3 Pokemon remaining for Joshua Lorsey. Oh, too loud because Incineroar did go down, but that Dragonite should still be more than enough to make something happen.
Yeah, that Haze...
With one exception,
yes.
Sneasler does have Dire Claw.
Oh, you've put it into the universe, Evan.
Oh, no.
All right, well, I'm going to let you consider that for a moment. That Haze was such a high-risk play. You really wanted to keep your speed boost, and I think you really had to prioritize the damage there and just accept that even though Haze would clear off your defense boost on the Dragonite and theoretically give you a chance to maybe keep your Dragonite in the game longer, I do think that the outcome of that turn was the likely, consequence of using that Haze. You're just going to take damage and ultimately be knocked out. And Sneasler, yes, you're going to get one guaranteed turn here as there are no priority moves on the field anymore. I do have to worry that it's not going to be able to find value in that single turn that Dragonite could have found over maybe a turn of 2 more of Scale Shots.
Yeah, I still think that even if Dire Claw does Dire Claw things, Lorsey is in a very good position here.
Was that a double protect on Lorsey's side?
Just both Pokemon protecting. I don't believe that another Pokemon protected the previous turn, but just trying to dodge Fake Out from the Fake Out pressure of the Sneasler.
But Alexander just used Coaching instead of Fake Out.
Alexander just used Coaching, so snuck that one in, but Sneasler's still going to need to get a good roll on that Dragonite. Otherwise, a Make It Rain will definitely knock it out and deal good damage to the Rillaboom. And that Coaching just puts Rillaboom back to neutral, and it only has grass-type attacks to attack the Dragonite, which can resist that very handily.
But Haze already put it back to neutral.
No, that's right, so now it's at +1.
So, I mean, yes, this Dire Claw still matters, and that is a big paralysis right there.
Lock in Dragonite.
And that Make It Rain still matters, and that Rillaboom is still in danger. But +1 attack does change things significantly, assuming we enter the 1v1 real soon.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
It definitely picks up the KO onto Golden Go. Dragonite now will need to move through this paralysis and survive a few turns of the Woodhammer. Scale Shot connects. 1, 2. Needs all 5 here. That's going to be 3. Needs 4. 4 is coming up. Needs a crit or the 5th hit. Dragonite gets the 5th hit, it locks in and knocks out the Rillaboom, and Joshua Lorsey is going to take game 1.
Alexander playing to every single possible out, and you can see Lorsey just absolutely recognizing how close that was there. But
that was such a stressful
that
end game.
Was a very stressful end game. I think that a lot of times you never want it to come down to that kind of luck, right? Not only did Dragonite have to attack through the paralysis, which in and of itself was a random happenstance, but you also had to ensure that you got all 5 hits on that Scale Shot. So, but did manage to pull it off and was able to lock in the win. And honestly, I think that if Lorsey, approaches this game maybe a little bit more aggressively in game number 2, I think he can pull ahead enough where you don't have to have such a slim margin. It felt like he had the right pieces. He just never really went on the offense enough to really step ahead.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. Joshua did a lot of good things here. This Volcarona KO was huge.
Oh, yeah.
The double up on Volcarona through the Criver Dance, even with that Assault Vest Ursaluna, getting that piece off the board was critical to setting up this end game here. When it came down to just the final 2 Pokemon on Alexander's side, I was so shocked by how much pressure that Sneasler was still putting on.
Exactly.
And just the risk of Dire Claw, it's always scary to be facing down a Sneasler in like a make or break moment.
Exactly, and you just don't want to put yourself in that position if you can avoid it, because maybe 8 times out of 10 you're going to be okay, but the 2 times out of 10 you're gonna regret it. And when you are undefeated at an international championship, knowing that you are 1 win away from being 1 win away from locking in phase 2, you just don't take those risks.
Absolutely, but Lorsi was able to clutch it out there. The Dragonite hit through the paralysis, and here is a bit of a switch up here. Going to be Rillaboom and Volcarona staring down Sneasler and the King Gambit. So Alexander trying to catch an Incineroar lead from Lorsi and get an attack boost on the King Gambit, but it's also just happy to receive one from Sneasler.
I was going to say, could potentially receive a coaching boost here from the Sneasler, but that Volcarona is still going to be a huge threat on Lorsi's side of the field, as it does have the opportunity to go for a Quiver Dance. It can also just go straight for a Flamethrower if Lorsi is expecting Alexander to take this first turn to try and set up on that King Gambit. Of course, there are 2 fake outs in play as well, so it's possible we'll see these trainers just trade fake out for a turn while, you know, King Gambit and Volcarona just take a moment to take a breath and recover from that end game. But with King Gambit being saved for later, I really like that Alexander is saving it for later, but I think now Lorsi has to adjust and ensure that he has a Pokemon that can take that down saved in the back too.
Okay, Volcarona switching in for Alexander, and the Poison Touch activating on the fake out. That's going to really cut into the survivability of Lorsi's Volcarona. High Horsepower connects onto Sneasler and will bring it down to the Focus Sash once again, just like in Game 1, but getting that Poison Touch proc on the fake out is really big onto Volcarona. This Pokemon we've seen just sit on the field boosting itself, and it's going to be taking damage from that poison even over the grassy terrain.
Yeah, damage over time is such a huge thing to have in your favor when you are playing these slower Volcarona versus Volcarona matches. I do think that Sneasler will have to consider switching out this turn like we saw in Game 1 if Alexander wants to save it for another endgame threat. However, I think that's okay at this point. You got not only the flinch on the Volcarona, but the poison as well. That plus the same kind of endgame pressure we saw in Game 1 would be an incredible accomplishment for Sneasler.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Sneasler is very happy with what it's accomplished.
Exactly.
And we could end up with a situation where all of our Volcarona just keep boosting themselves over and over again. Sneasler will go ahead and retreat here, and going to bring out the Rillaboom of his own. So another fake out user, another opportunity to potentially later on reset this grassy terrain for more recovery for his own Volcarona, and also forces Lorsi to go for this Terastallization on his Rillaboom into the Fire type. This Pokemon will not want to take these heat waves from the Volcarona on the other side, and just going for a Grassy Glide, trying to get that Sneasler off the field, but the Rillaboom on the switch in tanks it very easily. Lorsi goes for a Quiver Dance to get the special attack, special defense, and speed boost, critically moving before Alexander's Volcarona. We do not know if that's going to matter yet. We'll have a few more turns to see how these Volcarona match up on the speed tiers.
But that's exactly something you do want to be paying attention to, because otherwise, since both their special attack and special defense are getting boosted, at least in terms of the Volcarona versus Volcarona endgame, as far as we know right now, it's really just the poison that's giving Alexander a slight edge.
Yeah, and that is a pretty good edge.
Yeah, it's more than slight, and it's going to be getting more than slight as every turn passes.
Yeah, and actually, by having Rillaboom come in, there is also an opportunity for Alexander to start getting ahead of the Quiver Dances on his Volcarona with that fake out pressure, but we'll be risking Flame Body procs as well.
I wasn't going to say it. Look. You said it. But yeah,
I control the game.
You control the game indeed, but I honestly think that's a fair trade, though, because the Volcarona, it's going to be such a key piece for Alexander in this mid-game at this point in time. Getting ahead on Quiver Dances is way more valuable than just having your Rillaboom, unburned.
Yeah, and this Wood Hammer is just not dealing enough damage into the Volcarona. It's going to be happy to potentially take another turn to protect and get another turn of grassy terrain recovery. We'll need to switch out one of these Rillabooms soon to reset the grassy terrain, but Alexander is so far ahead with that Volcarona right now that I think he's happy to let, I'm good with what we've got here. If the grassy terrain goes away, you're going to start taking double damage from that poison. So
exactly, and this is how you want to play these Volcarona teams at the end of the day. You want to get ahead of the Quiver Dance trade if there is a trade in play, and then you play the my opponent doesn't know how to deal damage to my Volcarona game, which is very easy. Your opponent does not
know how to deal damage.
and that's what can make these teams so frustrating as well. You know, I think we've had the benefit of seeing the back of Lurcy's party, and I do think that he has a couple of options here to hit this Volcarona physically, which is what you have to do in this situation. And the Terrifier on that Rillaboom helps as well, but if it protects, you can't do that damage either.
Yep, you can see the pressure that this Volcarona getting ahead in Quiver Dances is really putting on Lurcy.
Yeah.
Double targeting into that Pokemon makes it very easy for Alexander to go for a Protect here, because even if you get the turn wrong, you're still even on Quiver Dances at least. And unfortunately does also miss the high horsepower into the Terrifier Rillaboom, which would have gotten him even further ahead, but not as damaging because of that burn on the Rillaboom.
Exactly. The key thing, again, to keep an eye out for here is, one, how much poison damage is on Lurcy's Volcarona, and two, how much damage is Lurcy able to connect to the opposing Volcarona. And I think the other thing to keep an eye out for as well is, given that Alexander does have the King Gambit in the back of his party, start keeping an eye out for when these Pokemon hit that critical 50%-ish mark in terms of their health. With Terastallization still in play for Alexander, that's approximately how much Sucker Punch will do.
Absolutely. Dragonite switching in for Rillaboom here. Alexander has forced the Rillaboom out. Lurcy needs to be able to reset the grassy terrain if he's going to be able to protect Volcarona, but actually with that Heat Wave damage, that's going to be good damage onto the Volcarona. Will be able to, I believe, if the grassy terrain expires here, I don't remember which order it goes in, but may be able to pick up the KO with the grassy terrain will be able to pick up the heal onto Volcarona, but I think that's still enough damage with the poison to knock it out. There it goes.
Yeah, so Volcarona, I really think it did its best there with that final flamethrower.
It got damage down.
It got damage down, and you can also see, I think, the critical difference between running flamethrower and heat wave in terms of just the damage potential of those two attacks. You know, it's only a small difference in base power, but it really did feel significant in terms of getting Lurcy back into the damage trade game with that Pokemon. Now with two physical attackers on the field, at least, the special defense of that Pokemon doesn't matter as much, but the speed and the special attack boost very much do.
Yeah, and the Terastallization still being available for Alexander, which is going to be on the Volcarona, the Fairy typing. So Dragonite, if Volcarona Terastallizes, will not be able to deal any damage to it.
Yeah.
The saving grace here is that Alexander doesn't have a way to reduce the damage of this Incineroar, so a Flare Blitz should still be able, at this point, to deal enough damage to that Volcarona.
If it doesn't Terastallize?
Oh, sorry, it's only knockoff. So
yeah,
actually, Lurcy's in trouble.
Yeah, also that. I think Alexander has to Terastallize the Volcarona this turn, partially to ensure that Dragonite can't deal any damage to it, but also to ensure that that knockoff is also, you know, really, really weakened.
Yeah, absolutely. A Terastallization on Volcarona feels very safe here, and very much is what Alexander is going to go for here. Volcarona Terastallizing into the Fairy typing means that it will no longer be able to have any damage taken by the Dragonite and will resist the knockoff from Incineroar. And with just the Rillaboom in the back, Lurcy's going to need to use that Pokemon with that Miracle Seed to get some damage down onto the Volcarona, but that could be difficult unless he's going to be able to pivot this Incineroar out and get the Rillaboom back in, which is exactly what he goes for.
And that's sort of what Alexander wants with that King Gambit returning to the field. You know, yes, the Rillaboom will be on the field for now, but if Lurcy doesn't find a way to knock out or otherwise force that King Gambit off the field before the Incineroar makes a return, that King Gambit is going to get the Defiance boost. You know, its attack will drop and then be immediately boosted 2 stages, so it'll get a net gain of 1 stage of attack. And that Sucker Punch will be going fast, will be going first, and will be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, but I think it actually might be kind of difficult for King Gambit to start getting those opportunities. Dragonite has the ability to set up a Tailwind, still has the multi-scale intact, and Rillaboom, you know, being able to threaten with high horsepower damage or Wood Hammers into the Volcarona, that makes it a little bit trickier here. There is the Tailwind coming up from Dragonite. Will mean that Joshua Lurcy gets a 2-stage speed boost to both Pokemon, goes for the Wood Hammer again into the Volcarona, which means that that Pokemon is going to be safe for another turn, and King Gambit gets to do whatever. Isn't going for a boost, just goes for a Cow Top Cleave, and
That's the damage that it does with the black glasses.
You don't need a boost if you're going to be doing about, what was that, 70% to the Rillaboom as is. That is such an incredibly powerful attack, and this is why I think King Gambit is starting to make a bit of a resurgence in the metagame right now. But, you know, the Tailwind on the field does give Lorsi the opportunity to move first, again, assuming there is no Sucker Punch in play. And given how much that Kowtow Cleave did to that Rillaboom, I want to say it's a roll to whether or not it'll take the Sucker Punch at this point. So if it's able to hang on, it's not.
It's not able to hang on. Rillaboom goes down to the Sucker Punch, and that means that this Dragonite is unable to damage the Volcarona. And the Incineroar, just with a knockoff in the back, not going to be able to break that Pokemon either. This Terra Blast, though, into the Dragonite with multi-scale is not able to pick up the KO, which is good to note. We'll be able to get the Haze off here, which could have been really important if the Dragonite had been able to get that in a little bit earlier. But at this point, getting the boost over onto King Gambit, really difficult to see how Lorsi gets out of this one.
Yeah. I'm wondering if what would have happened if the Haze would have, you know, been prioritized over the Tailwind initially on that Dragonite, so that Volcarona's initial Terra Blast would have done a little bit less damage to that Dragonite. But in the end, I think locking in that Fairy-type Terrestrialization was the turn that won the game for Alexander, so probably not as big of a deal as it seemed in that moment. Now, had Lorsi gotten that Dragonite on the field a lot earlier, maybe, and then gone for the Haze earlier on in the game, maybe back when we were in the middle of those Quiver Dance trades, I think that would have been way more significant. And that, if there is no Pokemon adjustment from Lorsi, that could be the play style adjustment he needs to get back in the game for Game 3.
Totally. Very important information on playstyle with regards to the Volcarona in for both players in that game. Have to wonder if Lorsi's going to want to go back to the Volcarona or go back to the Golden Go that worked out in Game 1 for him. But also, very cool to see from Alexander just how he was able to stagger those fake outs, starting from the very beginning with the Sneasler, and of course getting the Poison Touch proc, being able to put so much of a timer on Lorsi's own Volcarona, really put the pressure down and made it really difficult for Lorsi to keep up with the Quiver Dances coming out from Alex's.
I don't know if you can go back to Golden Go, given that your opponent just brought the King Gambit and the Volcarona to game number 2. As tempting as it would be, given how well it did for you in game number 1, that is a huge risk. Like, if we see Golden Go in game number 3, that is Lorsi making a very difficult call in this team preview stage, where he's saying, I know that King Gambit Volcarona did amazing for you in this previous game, but I think you're going to mix things up and try to catch me off guard. I don't think Alexander necessarily needs to take that big of a risk, given how that game 2 went. I think he just has to keep, you know, playing like he did previously, making sure that the Volcarona and the King Gambit are staggered appropriately. Maybe getting a little bit more out of the Sneasler, you know, fake out into the Poison Touch was great, but being able to land a coaching might be even better.
Yeah, absolutely. But here we go into game 3. Rillaboom, King Gambit up against Ursaluna and Dragonite. Couple things I like about this. The Ursaluna is one of the only Pokemon that can hit that King Gambit for super effective damage. Does have to risk being on the field alongside the Rillaboom, but definitely gives Lorsi a lot more offensive pressure than before.
Also doesn't have to risk that for long, given what Lorsi's considering for this first turn. Given that Alexander has always led Sneasler as the fake out user, I cannot help but wonder if there is a Pokemon adjustment here or if this is just a playstyle adjustment. Either way, having the Rillaboom out front immediately threatening the Ursaluna, I think does buy this King Gambit a little bit of time to go for a Sword Stance or possibly even straight for a Kowtow Cleave into either of Lorsi's Pokemon. We saw how much damage it did to the previous Pokemon with that Black Glasses, and it's going to do a lot of damage to whatever Lorsi sends in.
Yeah, I think with Dragonite on the field, raw damage is probably the more likely option from the King Gambit than trying to set up. But we'll have to see. Dragonite did go for the Tailwind here in addition to switching the Ursaluna out to the Volcarona. It's another fake out into the Volcarona on the switch and then another Flame Body proc on the Rillaboom. That Pokemon just loves getting burned by that Volcarona as Lorsi sets up the Tailwind, gives himself a major speed advantage,
Kingambit firing back with the Kowtow Cleave onto Volcarona. Good damage, does not get the burn. No Flame Buddy proc onto the Kingambit as well.
I was really scared there for a second, I'm not gonna lie. It's great that Kingambit was able to do so much initial damage to that Volcarona, as now it's not as comfortable for Lorcy to use Quiver Dance as many times as we saw before. It's possible that he might be forced to either immediately switch it out again, depending on his game plan, or just go straight for a Flamethrower to start pressuring the same amount of damage back to the Kingambit.
Yeah, the burn on Rillaboom, though, does make Volcarona a little bit safer to go for its own Fairy Terrestrialization that Lorcy has for his own Volcarona, which would help against the Kingambit, but would potentially make it weaker against the enemy Volcarona.
Yeah, and I do wonder, at less than half of your health, do you feel comfortable locking in that Terrestrialization?
Yeah. It's a really good question. It would be a very difficult position to be in, because if you then just get it wrong, you're out of luck. And the Sucker Punch misses out on the KO by 3 hit points. Volcarona fires back with a Flamethrower, does not pick up the KO either, but the Scale Shot will clean it up. And that is a big threat off the board for Alex. That also means that there will be a permanent speed boost on Dragonite until it switches out. Even regardless of Tailwind turns here, that could be a big deal. Just barely missing out on that KO on the Volcarona means that that Pokemon is now off the field.
That was probably even the turn of Grassy Terrain recovery, and even though Woodhammer will be able to pick up the knockout onto that Pokemon, I think trading the Volcarona for the Kingambit, especially knowing that Lorcy still has that Ursaluna Blood Moon available to him in the back, is a very good trade for Lorcy.
Yeah, I think you take that trade at any time there.
Yeah.
Now, you do have the Rillaboom in the back of your own as well to potentially threaten if you are worried about the Volcarona, but it's a two-step process, right?
Yeah.
You have to force the Terra and then hit it with a Woodhammer.
Exactly, and I think sending in the Rillaboom here, it's just a good acknowledgement that, you know, I do have this Rillaboom, I do have access to fake out this turn. You know, yes, I do have Dragonite on the field as well. I do have to wonder if Alexander is going to take the bait and maybe initially just go straight for the Terrestrialization to avoid those scale shots, or if we will see, you know, a couple of those Quiver Dances like we saw in Game 2, and if we do, will Dragonite actually haze this time around?
Yeah, and what we really saw in that Game 2 was Alexander being so good at recognizing when Lorcy needed to go on the offensive against the Volcarona.
Exactly.
If he can get another game where he's getting those double ups called right, and Lorcy is whiffing turns into Volcarona, he should be sitting pretty for the rest of this game. But that's a big if.
That is a big if, and it will start out with a Terrestrialization, but this is going to once again be from Lorcy into that Fire type on the Rillaboom, which is a very safe Terrestrialization, also guarantees that you won't suffer the same fate of being burned by Flame Body.
Yeah, well, there's another Protect coming out from Volcarona on Alexander's side. Will take no damage this turn. That's a Scale Shot into the Protect. Is that also a Woodhammer into the Protect as well? I believe it is. That is another turn that Alexander gets completely correct, dodging all of the damage while Lorcy is just trying to go on the offensive, and even more, called out the Terrestrialization with that high horsepower. Recognize that, yep, you're probably going to want to Terrestrialize into the Fire type to resist everything that this Volcarona can do, but I have some coverage for that. And if it hadn't gotten burned, this would have been a much different story.
Oh, for sure. That would have been potentially within knockout range of a Heat Wave after a Quiver Dance or two at that point. But then you have to ask, what's the final Pokemon in the back? Like, what is Alexander trying to open up the opportunity for knockouts for? If it is going to be that Sneasler once again, you really you have to start worrying about the speed control options on the field, because you need Sneasler to be the fastest thing to land close combat to pick up the KOs, which is just something we haven't seen it do yet.
Oh, calls out the lack of Terrestrialization again. That's a Scale Shot into the Volcarona. 3 hits, 4 hits, doesn't get a 5th hit. It's still not going to be enough to pick up the KO regardless, but that is big damage onto Volcarona. Alexander just lets Volcarona tank that Scale Shot. Here's the Woodhammer with a 5th hit. It would have picked up the KO, but unable to secure the KO this turn. And the Heat Wave from Volcarona will deal a decent amount of damage to Rillaboom and gets the burn onto Dragonite in addition to breaking the multi-scale.
That poor Dragonite, that's not the Pokemon you want to see a burn on, but at the same time, Scale Shot was not doing the most amount of damage relative to the Woodhammer. So all things considered, Dragonite's best options for Lorsi at this point in time is going to be ensuring Tailwind is on the field for when the Blood Moon Ursaluna makes a return. And honestly, maybe ensuring that grassy terrain is just gone when that happens as well, knowing that a grassy glide into that Blood Moon Ursaluna is really a strong win condition for Alexander at this point.
Yeah, and getting a scale shot off into the Volcarona,
yeah,
it's worth it every time. You'll trade a burn for that,
yeah,
even if it was a burn from a heat wave.
Yeah, and now that you are burned, I feel like you can just keep throwing scale shot into the Volcarona spot. You've already had the worst case scenario happen, and given how little health it has, you might as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the Volcarona has to switch out now because it is no longer safe. It went from being the most dominant Pokemon in this matchup to now having to run in fear away from both of these Pokemon on Lorsi's side. The high horsepower connects onto Sneasler. No fake outs coming out from that Pokemon. Instead, going to just activate the Focus Sash. Close combat comes through and will pick up the KO onto Rillaboom. But like you mentioned, Lorsi just set up the Tailwind, and now Ursaluna gets to come in for free.
But there is now a fake out active from the opposing Rillaboom, and Ursaluna is the assault vest. There is no protect. So if Alexander wants to, the fake out plus another close combat into the Ursaluna Blood Moon is a very comfortable play for Alexander. There is no grassy terrain in play, at least, so if Lorsi can find his way through this turn, I think that Ursaluna Blood Moon is in a fantastic position to just start attacking and going immediately on the offense, but it's this turn that is the immediate problem.
Absolutely, and you can see Lorsi is just trying to check and see exactly what he thinks he can survive after the end of this turn, especially noting that that Rillaboom is burnt, so the Grassy Glides and Woodhammers are not as scary as the close combat from the Sneasler. Have to wonder if, you could double up with the Vacuum Wave into the Sneasler and a Scale Shot, because there is no Protect on that Pokemon either. So you could at least just guarantee that Pokemon is off the field.
Yeah, and I do think that in terms of the threats, a close combat from a Sneasler is way scarier than a no grassy terrain Woodhammer.
Yeah, after a burn especially.
Oh yeah, so I love the prioritization here, and with no fake out, that just picks up the KO.
That's a KO onto Sneasler. That means that Dragonite also gets to make an attack this turn into the Rillaboom. That's the Scale Shot. It connects. It's not going to be able to pick up a one-hit KO.
Any kind of KO.
At any rate, but may be able to get it into range for a Blood Moon or a Hyper Voice, and a double up would certainly be enough.
For sure, and I think the other piece of information we need now is just what was the targeting here and how much Woodhammer does to the Ursaluna.
Oh, not even close.
It's just shy of a 3-hit knockout, I think, and with that recoil damage as well starting to add up onto the Rillaboom, that looks like it's certainly in Blood Moon range.
Yeah, the recoil damage, the burn damage that's been adding up over time, and the fact that there can never be grassy terrain in this game. Again, Volcarona is at such low health. Dragonite is still very healthy here, and Ursaluna could just be able to clean this up for Lorsi.
Rillaboom cannot protect this turn, which means whatever attack it's going to be fired towards it will connect. So the big question here is, will Blood Moon be enough to knock out, and what will this Volcarona do?
Yeah, I don't think you even need to worry about that. I think Hyper Voice is just so safe here to pick up the KO on Volcarona, even if it does not go for a Protect for some reason. And you just keep chipping away with those Scale Shots, and that burnt Rillaboom just doesn't have the damage to get through here.
What an incredible endgame here. It's really down to the wire.
These have been 3 incredibly close games. There's the Protect from Volcarona. That means that Pokemon will take no damage. And actually, Lorsi was targeting into the Volcarona with the Scale Shot. So no damage taken there, but the Blood Moon connects onto Rillaboom, and that is enough damage to pick up the KO. And with that, Volcarona is not going to be able to break through both of these Pokemon, and Joshua Lorsi is looking really good heading into the 6th round of Swiss.
He's had such an incredible season so far, doing well at a couple of regional championships over in North America, and now finding his way to 5-0 eventually over here at the Latin America International Championships. And honestly, it couldn't happen to a nicer person. Like, he gave such an incredible interview in Milwaukee a few weeks ago. It's great to see him finally find success on the stage. Of course, Alexander playing to his outs here, stalling out the Tailwind to ensure that this Volcarona maybe has one opportunity to attack ahead of this Ursaluna, but Tailwind will ensure that that's not going to happen.
Yeah, there is no stopping the Tailwind here, so Ursaluna just gets to finish this one off in style with a Blood Moon into that Volcarona. Joshua Lorsi wins our 5th round of Swiss today and will be 5-0 heading into round 6. And like you mentioned, this has been an incredible season for Lorsi so far. Top 8 in Pittsburgh, finals in Milwaukee. He is still looking for his championship win. And if he plays like he played in this stream set, by the way, this is a man who has been very vocal about how he always loses on stream. We broke that curse in Milwaukee, and now we're breaking it again at the international level here in Sao Paulo. And very, very well played from both of these players. I can't believe the quality of games we've gotten so far.
I know, and Alexander was just on top of every potential win condition there. I think the stalling out the Tailwind and then hoping that Lorsi would lock in the scale shot and that scale shot would miss and then Volcarona would have the opportunity to go for an attack there. Ultimately, it did not work out in that game 3, but even in games 1 and 2, just kept everything down to the last possible moment. And that's exactly why, you know, he was a trainer that we mentioned that we should keep an eye on this weekend, because he did very well in Las Vegas. He's doing incredibly well here, and even though he's down a game, he's only down a match. Like, he's still very much in contention for phase 2, and I wish him the best of luck with the rest of his tournament.
Absolutely. It has been a pleasure to watch these matches play out. Both of these players clearly playing at the top of their game. And you know, you mentioned Alexander playing to all of his outs. That is true. I also want to shout out Lorsi for not falling into the trap of thinking, I have this one. I'm just going to click scale shot here. Why not? Because of course, there's a 10% chance that misses. Going for the 100% win condition, setting up the Tailwind again, and getting the Blood Moon off onto Volcarona. That's the kind of thing that, you know, sometimes some players, myself very much included, get a little ahead of ourselves, and it's really important, even when that you don't start celebrating before you've actually seen the victory screen.
Yes, it's a lesson hard learned, Evan. It's a lesson hard learned.
So hard learned. Well, incredible set there. I'm so excited to see how both of these players progress, and I really love watching this new style of the fake-out balance game that includes the Volcarona. It's a little bit awkward seeing the 2 Volcarona mirrors, but I think especially some of these techs on both of these teams are really interesting. Like the Poison Touch Sneasler, Sneasler with Unburden has become so popular because it can deal stupid amounts of damage by outspeeding everything and then hitting them with a close combat or having options for Dire Claw to bail you out.
And acrobatics as well.
And acrobatics as well. But when you have these Pokemon that sometimes get into setup mirrors, having that opportunity to add a poison chance to all of your attacks is really huge.
It is, and it also frees up the Grassy Seed to be given to the Volcarona to just add to that bulk. I really think that Quiver Dance Volcarona is probably one of the most annoying Pokemon in Regulation H. Sorry, Grimmsnarl, I know that you were trying to steal the title earlier, but the fact that Volcarona, given the support of 2 fake-out users, can use a couple of Quiver Dances and then take the game really says something.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and hear from the man himself. Joshua Lorsi is down on stage to tell us all about that match. Take it away, y'all.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much, folks. We have got your winner of Swiss round number 5 here at the 2026 Latin American International Championships, Joshua Lorsi. Joshua, my friend, huge congratulations. You are undefeated. How are you feeling after that emphatic match?
The night before, I wasn't feeling too good. I just got my team last night. I didn't want to use the regular stuff I've been using because it's heavily countered right now. I came into this event and I really wanted to do well. So I entrusted in one of my friends, one of my close friends, Alex Gomez and Juanma. And I told them, like, look, I've been running this. And they told me, no. You're not running this. You're running this, and we're going to help you and teach you how to play the team. I only had like an hour of prep, but I will say, and I've said this multiple times on other streams, concepts don't change really in Pokemon, so it's all familiar faces that I've been using, right? Incineroar, not Volcarona, but Rillaboom, Goldango. So it's all similar Pokemon I've been using. It's just finding those lines. And game 2, if you guys saw, I misbrought on the bringing the Incineroar. I don't think you ever bring Incineroar in a matchup where there's a King Gambit. And you guys saw that I couldn't touch the King Gambit once Volcarona Terra. It was not it. So I remembered and channeled in, listening to Alex yelling at me last night, and the game 3 I brought what I needed to bring. A lot of misses in time to set, but I did feel good with the 4 that I brought. My Dragonite did end up getting burned at the end, but I don't think it mattered too much. But yeah, no, I'm just happy to be here. I don't know how I'm doing this. I don't know what's going on. I've been getting really lucky. I mean, yes, I know that I'm okay at the game, but like, I could never imagine in the last 3 majors to be doing this well. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be back in Brazil. The last time I was here, I did actually get top 8, so I'm looking to get back to that spot, or maybe even better. But yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
I was going to say, I'll tell you how you're doing it. You are winning, my friend. That is how you're doing it, and you're doing a really good job about it. Alexander was a fellow finalist as well. He's one of the really strong Mexican players you've been able to go ahead and meet toe-to-toe in that scenario. So huge props to you. Fundamentals, I guess, is what you're sort of referring to. As long as you've got some solid foundations there, you're able to sort of mix and match with your team. So I guess with the travel itself, how has it been for yourself coming down? You mentioned the teams last minute, but this was sort of scheduled, right? You unfortunately weren't able to make it to Las Vegas, I think you mentioned?
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to register for Las Vegas. And honestly, it's like a good thing too. I'm happy to see that players are wanting to play VGC, and it's getting packed out, it's getting sold out. And 10 years ago, like, I would never imagine the volume that this game is at now. And it's crazy, it's just crazy. But yeah, Brazil, amazing, food, amazing. I love everything, the weather. My nationality outside of American is I'm Haitian, so the weather is like perfect for me. I just love the people, very friendly. I don't know, just Brazil. There's just something about Brazil, Lorsi and Brazil. I don't know. There's just something. There's just something about it. It's just really good. But no. Honestly, I'm just happy. Like I said, I don't know what's going on. I'm in a flow state that I don't know how to break. But I don't want to break it.
Don't break it. Don't break it. You just keep on doing what you're doing.
Yeah. But I just want to say I'm very thankful for my friends. If it wasn't for my friends on the last 3 events, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have gotten 2nd at Milwaukee. I wouldn't have gotten 6th place at Pittsburgh. I am not a team builder. I realized, although I did build one team, Toronto 2017, I ended up going undefeated up until finals. That's the only team that I hand built, but it was terrible. But it was okay.
You built though.
I built it though. But now I'm at that point in VGC where I don't want to take time to build. I'd rather just
play.
I mean, I'm enjoying playing. I'm playing at the highest levels. I played a phenomenal player, and I'm gonna keep playing phenomenal players as I go. So I've said this many times. I'm doing this. Anybody could have this opportunity too. Just amazing to be here.
Mate, I think those are words to be able to hold yourselves true in terms of giving yourself motivation going on to, tackling these huge prestigious events and VGC generally speaking. So it's always a pleasure having you here, Joshua. Thank you so much. We want to go ahead and make sure that you get a bit of rest going into Swiss round number 6 because you, sir, are undefeated still. So I want to give you a real quick opportunity to give any shout outs that you may have for anybody in the venue or even at home.
Shout out to my mom. She did not support the VGC in the beginning.
I know the feeling.
And now she's at home and I'm on the big screen and my whole family's watching, so that's like a full circle moment. She's very supportive of Pokemon. Like I said, shout outs to Alex Gomez and Juanma and Jordy. They're really good friends of mine. It's probably one of my closest friends in VGC. Shout out to Wolf Glick, because that's my GOAT. That's my guy. And my girlfriend Maria. And shout out to everybody that's here, that's watching and enjoying playing Pokemon. Shout out to the people at home. We're having a good time. Woo! Come on, man. Let's clap it up for everybody. We're having a good time.
That's a spirit. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and give you lovely folks at home a bit of a break before we cut to Swiss round number 6 here at the 2026 Latin American International Championships. Take it away.
two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They eye their way in. Break Quasar's low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds, 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has in the back.
Back-to-back! This is huge for Beelzebub Boy. I don't know if his Sparkling Arch gonna be enough. He goes on the Ice Beam!
Wow.
He goes on the Ice Beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub Boy, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub Boy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub Boy in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzebub Boy, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. He's gonna do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game, it's over!
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We're going to twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, still survive! Pick up the KO! Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance! Double, target down, double, KO! Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, Stefan on! Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge source
I don't
of
think it's going to take it!
And the Chio goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off! A double KO! And Chio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion! And it's going to be the Chi-Yu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion!
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock. Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations,
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Oh, Sao Paulo is so beautiful, and I am so glad that I got an opportunity to walk around and experience some of these places in person. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon International Championships here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Gabby, I did have to take a little bit of a breather after that last set because it was just so intense, and I love when you get these like really high-level balance matchups that's just all about who's getting the momentum in any one place and who's set up their end game better. It's been wild, and all of these players are doing so well here in the International Championships.
I know, it was down to the wire to the point where we are actually ready to move on to our next round of Swiss. So anybody who's currently undefeated at 5-0 only needs to win one more round of Swiss to lock in the phase 2 of the competition tomorrow. So if you are able to go 6 wins and 2 losses or better, you will be able to continue competing tomorrow. So everybody on the screen and more are currently in contention. So good luck, have fun, trainers. It's going to be only more tougher from here.
Absolutely, and I am just so thrilled to see the diversity of countries that are competing for that phase 2 position right now. We have players from Japan, we have players from Canada, we have players from Denmark, and of course the United States. We have Brazil, the host country, that still has players in competition for phase 2. And let's take a look at some of our notable pairings of the players who are going to be competing for those places in phase 2. Now, of course, we are going to be watching Juan Salerno versus Julio Tarlau, but also we have the other 2 matches for our side stream.
And we are going to be breaking with tradition here and featuring 2 trainers currently at 4 wins and 1 loss each, but I mean, come on. It's Victor Mendina, former finalist of the Latin America International Championship, versus Luca Ceribelli, former world champion. I mean, we had to.
Yeah, and of course, Joji Kaeda versus Oliver Escalon as well.
We had to.
We had to. But of course, there are a number of other incredible trainers here that are going to be competing for their spot in phase 2. No one is going to be, on your screen here, will be eliminated if they lose this next round, but getting to 6 wins guarantees your spot. So if you are a fan of any one of these players at 5-0, now is the time to start cheering for them. Send them your energy.
Send them your energy. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon on your social media of choice, and maybe, just maybe, they'll feel it through the airwaves.
Oh, I know they would.
Okay. I'm glad that it works that way.
Absolutely. You see the little bits of energy start leaving the bodies as the hands raise. Of course you feel it.
Yeah, but we're going to be featuring a match between Julio and Juan, who are currently getting set up on stage. And I'm so excited that we finally get to see Juan play here today, as he's really been around the world recently trying to not just rack up these championship points, but I think honestly prepare for this tournament. As what better way to get ready for an international level of competition by quite literally going international.
Yeah, going everywhere you possibly can. That's definitely one of the best ways to prepare for an international competition, and I'm really excited to see how he's going to match up against Julio Tarlau. These are two players that I'm really excited to see. They're all very dynamic players, and I really enjoy when we get the chance to see players from our different regions, cross-region battle here in the international championships.
Yeah, just a little bit of a recap in case you weren't watching earlier, but of course you can always go to youtube.com/Pokemon to check out any of the stream that you missed, or if you want to go back and watch the trading card game or Pokemon GO or Pokemon UNITE, you can go there for those as well. Juan Salerno was one of our players to watch from Latin America, and he was last seen getting top 4 in Gdansk, running the Emanuele team that has done so well throughout Regulation H. Also got top 16 at NAIC in 2024 after placing top 32 at EUIC of that year. So,
you know who else made it to top 16 of NAIC in 2024?
Who?
Julio Tarlau.
No way.
Who also made top 16 at the EU International Championships last year.
No way.
This man makes top 16s.
All right, well, we'll have to see if Julio will make yet another top 16. He'll have to get to phase 2 to get there. So let's go ahead to the stage and let's kick off this match.
Here we go. Our players are on the stage and getting ready for this, the match that will decide which one of them clocks their ticket into phase 2 first. Julio Tarlau on the left hand of your screen and Juan Salerno on the right. As these players get into battle and get into team preview, I'm so excited to see how these teams are going to match up, because we have our first Tyranitar of the day.
And our third Whimsicott of the day, and there's been a bit of a theme with our Whimsicotts, and I swear we did not plan this, as our Whimsicotts have been going a bit more on the offense this weekend. And while you certainly can use the code LAIC26 Tailwind in-game to get your own Whimsicott to play around with, the Whimsicott on Julio's team is actually going to be running Moonblast and Beat Up to better support the Annihilate on his team. So a lot of fun interactions can happen there. It's not just the Mousehold that can support that Pokemon, but I think most importantly, when you look at Juan's team on the opposing side of the field, it does give Annihilate a lot of play into a lot of those Pokemon, especially when you consider that it's bringing the Fairy Terra type.
Yeah, it's not just the Mousehold that offers the beat up for the Annihilate, the Beat Ape, but of course it is also the Mousehold, and having the two options I think is going to make this team preview really difficult for Juan. And also we have to shout out on the Whimsicott, it is a Focus Sash and Endeavor Pokemon. That's a throwback. And also there is a Tyranitar on the team as well. So you can definitely bring a Pokemon down to 1 hit point, switch in your Tyranitar, and hopefully you also switch out the Whimsicott as well, or just sacrifice it.
That can backfire, as we've seen with a lot of Kilowattrel users as of late, so something that Julio has to be aware of. But I think at the end of the day, the synergy there, being able to guarantee that you bring the Pokemon down to the amount of HP that Whimsicott has, following it up with Sandstorm, which is guaranteed to do damage in between turns, or possibly a Make It Rain, which might just knock out, given if Whimsicott has a naturally low HP number, given how it's trained. There's a lot of opportunities here for Julio to deal damage that's not necessarily based on damage rolls. It's not necessarily based on how these Pokemon are trained. And given that Juan is running some of the more traditional Pokemon that we see used time and time again in the format, I think it's that creativity that gives him a leg up in this matchup.
Absolutely, and again, the way that Beat Up Whimsicott and Beat Up Mousehold are going to play are so different. And a lot of players, when they're faced with the Annihilate and the Mousehold combination, want to lean into a Tailwind mode, but Whimsicott could go for its own Tailwind and match that speed while still buffing the Annihilate. So let's take a look at Juan Salerno's team and see what options that he has here. And of course, This is very similar to the Lele team, but with some major differences. For example, the Blood Moon Ursaluna is now Water Terra type instead of the Electric, and the Alolan Ninetales has been dropped. The Icy Wind speed control has been dropped for the Tailwind Scale Shot Dragonite that is just so dominant in Reg H right now.
It's so dominant in Reg H, but in order to be a dominant tool in this matchup, we'll have to rely on that terrestrialization to get away from the Moonblast, and honestly would then be in risk of the Annihilate. So I don't think it's the best tool necessarily for Juan to consider in a Game 1 situation. There's the synergy between the Sneasler, the Grassy Seed, the Unburden, and the Rillaboom that I think would be a much more consistent start. You can then ensure that your Sneasler is going to be very naturally fast, and even if the Whimsicott is able to set up Tailwind, Sneasler's Unburden boost should essentially even things out so that it will be faster, it will be able to go for an Acrobatics or a Close Combat, get some big damage on the board, and then you can follow it up maybe with that Ursaluna, maybe with the Golden Go, and just find your way through the damage turns that way.
Yeah, I really love the call out that you made saying that the Endeavor on Whimsicott can just be used to chip away at some of these Pokemon. So I'm looking at some big hit point pools on the other side for Juan Salerno, but instead it's going to be the traditional Mousehold and Annihilate combination here to lead up against the Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Dragonite.
And this Mousehold is holding Taunt, so can decide to shut down Tailwind or possibly the Yawn from the Ursaluna Blood Moon, which if Julio is worried that Juan is going to try and slow things down with some yawns, forcing Julio to switch, maybe not take advantage of the immediate benefits of a beat up into that Annihilate, it will still keep Rage Fist boosts when you switch it around, but if you're switching it around, you can't really attack, so that would be the benefit of that. You can go straight for that taunt and ensure that at least you have a couple of turns here. You could also shut down Protects, which if you do decide to immediately invest in your Annihilate with, let's say, a Fairy Terra, that's a great way to ensure it's going to be able to hit the target it wants.
Absolutely. This Annihilate is very happy to go for the Terrestrialization into the Fairy Terra, knowing that now that the Dragonite on the other side cannot damage the Annihilate. There's the taunt from Mousehold, but it's actually blocked by the Protect from the Ursaluna. So Juan preventing a taunt coming out from the Mousehold, but that just means that it is giving over a bulk up to Annihilate. Scale Shot appropriately targets down the Mousehold, doing 31 damage per Scale Shot, which means Mousehold will survive barring a critical hit. Even if there are 5 hits of the Scale Shot, there it is. Mousehold just barely hanging on with 27 hit points now, so still able to protect the Annihilate or shut down the Yawn and the Protects from that Ursaluna.
But after the speed boost from that Dragonite, it's possible that it will just be faster than the Mousehold, which will limit its options for the upcoming turn. You could always go for the Protect on the Annihilate and try and sneak in a taunt, but I think the more consistent play would be to go for Follow Me and then try to follow it up with damage, as you did just bulk up, you do have your own attack boost.
Yep, that is a free bulk up from the Annihilate, so the Mousehold will try to protect its friend, the Annihilate, but Juan not giving over the free switch to Julio. Instead, a Yawn will connect onto Mousehold, and the Dragonite is able to set up the Tailwind. However, that does mean that Annihilate is able to get a big Drain Punch off onto the Ursaluna. After one bulk up, that turns that into a 2-hit KO, and if this Annihilate ever starts taking damage, that Ursaluna just kind of becomes a health pack for that Pokemon.
It does, and I think more importantly, it would be taking damage from the Ursaluna itself, as the Dragonite's best option if it wants to stay on the field would be to haze away the attack and defense boost that Annihilate has.
That is certainly an option that this Dragonite now has, and will need to make something happen, but I really love leaving the Mousehold on the field right now. It really puts the pressure on Julio to make a choice here. Do you want to sacrifice this Mousehold or just leave it as dead weight here? Or do you try to switch it out and maybe lose some momentum?
Well, I do think we are going to see a switch here from Julio after the grassy terrain is set up, and interestingly enough, you mentioned Mousehold or Whimsicott earlier on. What if you could have both?
Why not both?
Exactly, and had there been a Scale Shot into that spot to pick up the KO, Whimsicott's Fairy typing would have kept it nice and safe.
Yeah, double Fairy types on the field now, so Dragonite preemptively retreating, making sure that it does not get caught staring down 2 Fairy types on the field. It does mean that Rillaboom is now out on the field and could exert some fake out pressure, but fake out can only target one of these Pokemon, and that means that Whimsicott has the ability to either go on the offense itself or set up the Tailwind, or you're sacrificing damage into either your Ursaluna or Rillaboom here. Juan will opt for the damage onto the Annihilate. The Moonblast deals a little bit of damage, but the Yawn now connects onto the Annihilate. So Annihilate will get drowsy, will flinch and not attack this time, and may be forced to switch out.
I think it's definitely going to be forced to switch out, unfortunately, as that is the one Pokemon that you can't let go to sleep. Even though it's very comfortable on the field right now, it hasn't taken a lot of damage, does have that defense boost to help it wither some of these larger attacks from the Rillaboom on the opposing side of the field. Sleep is one of those status effects where you don't know when you're going to wake up beyond you're going to be asleep for one guaranteed turn, and I don't think that's a risk you can necessarily make here. Whimsicott will be able to keep up some of the momentum depending on how Julio wants to play this. He certainly could take a risk and try and go for a big attack, but I don't know if the Annihilate going to sleep is going to be worth this amount of damage.
Well, that's good damage onto the Annihilate. Citrus Berry will heal it right back up just a little bit, as well as Grassy Terrain at the end of this turn. Beat Up connects from the Whimsicott onto Annihilate, boosting the power of that Rage Fist, which should be plenty now after the Fake Out, plus the Wood Hammer, plus these Beat Ups to max out that Rage Fist and take out a KO onto this Rillaboom. But that's only if it can move before the Ursaluna, which gets a huge Blood Moon, and all of that energy, all of that effort that Julio has put into that Annihilate is now gone.
What a tough decision to make there, because knowing how Juan played that was very clever. You either switch out the Annihilate, you lose your boosts to avoid the Yawn, to avoid being put to sleep, but then whatever comes in is going to be taking two of the most powerful attacks he has on his team with the combination of the Wood Hammer and the Blood Moon. Unfortunately for Julio, that would have either been a Mousehold or the Incineroar, which would have had the best odds of taking the attack or would have just been guaranteed to be knocked out so that the Annihilate could have come immediately back in, which I think would have been a much better trade for that turn. But I do think it's good for him to note that for the future, that's how Juan will use that move.
Absolutely. That is definitely a good piece of information for Julio to remember going into our second game. The Incineroar does threaten the Rillaboom, so it does have to switch out here. The Dragonite will come back out onto the field while Ursaluna protects. So Juan just trying to do a little bit of scouting here to see what kind of attacks Julio wants to go for. Still trying to target down that Ursaluna. Now this Incineroar is definitely feeling like it needs to get that Pokemon off the field because it is the most threatening Pokemon. The Dragonite especially, you can leave alone, sort of, because the Whimsicott is going to be able to wall it in the end. But until then, it's going to be able to take out all of the Pokemon next to Whimsicott, and Julio's really looking for an opening here, and Juan is not giving him one.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot for Julio to be in. I think Whimsicott using Moonblast is the best move of choice here if you decide to go on the attack. Tailwind would allow you to outspeed for a turn, but the parting shot into the Mousehold would not be the best play. So maybe you get a special attack drop here. No.
You really want that special attack drop. As the Tailwind goes up, that means that this Blood Moon Ursaluna has the ability to fire back with a Blood Moon. That's going to drop the Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash. Of course, Juan realizing that that Pokemon needs to go away for him to not be walled by the Fairy typing, and the knockoff isn't enough to pick up the KO. Does get the leftovers off of the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which would be really important earlier on in the game, but it's already recovered so much health from that item and the Grassy Terrain that it's just not quite enough.
And Juan making sure to bring down the Whimsicott to the Focus Sash only in a position where Julio cannot use Endeavor comfortably. So very well managed by Juan.
There's the Scale Shot connecting onto Incineroar, so we'll deal good damage to that Pokemon as it did not get intimidated. Over 50%, well over 50% with that fifth hit of the Scale Shot. If Juan can land another one of those on Incineroar, that Pokemon definitely will be going down. That being said, Whimsicott has the opportunity to finish off the Ursaluna with that Moonblast, and the defense drop does open up some damage onto the Dragonite from the Incineroar. There's the knockoff connecting and deals a decent amount of damage, drops the loaded dice, which could become relevant if it only can get one hit of the loaded dice when it connects, but the Sneasler coming out should be enough to wrap this up for Juan Salerno.
Yeah, even though there's no more Grassy Terrain in play and the Grassy Seed will not activate, acrobatics with the Tailwind boost alone, close combat would be enough for Juan to seal this up. So very comfortably winning game number 1 there. I think Julio had a very strong start with that Annihilate, but it was that turn after the yawn where it was just taken down by the Woodhammer and Blood Moon that really put Juan in the driver's seat of that game 1.
Yeah, Julio played a little bit too fast and loose with that Annihilate, especially after investing the Terrestrialization, bringing both beat-up users, so 2 slots on your team, and then the Incineroar just didn't have enough damage to make up for it in the end. So if you're going to be going all in on Annihilate, that Pokemon needs to be picking up multiple KOs, and it didn't pick up a single one.
Exactly. So going into game number 2, that does make the adjustment, I think, very comfortable to make. You know, Mousehold, great Pokemon, great partner for Annihilate. I don't think it's the right partner for this matchup. Whimsicott just had a lot more utility, still has beat up. You know, we saw just how much that Moonblast did in the offensive category and can match the Tailwind as well from that Dragonite. I think it's the better Pokemon to bring, and that does open up the opportunity for you to bring another attacker on your side of the field.
Yeah, which could be the Golden Go or the Tyranitar or the other options available. And there it is. That's going to be the Whimsicott lead next to the Annihilate to ditch the Mousehold, bring the Whimsicott in, still have the beat-up pressure, but also now have the Tailwind pressure as well, facing down the Dragonite and Ursaluna once again. Annihilate should feel pretty good. The one thing that you're missing is you no longer have the taunt pressure, so you will take a yawn.
But you can also go immediately on the offense against that Ursaluna. So if you were to, say, land a Drain Punch in it now alongside of a Moonblast and then switch out the Pokemon that's targeted by Yawn, that is a way around it.
Yeah, or an Endeavor potentially would bring it down to a decent position. But the Moonblast deals a little bit of chip there. The Drain Punch following up, not enough to pick up the KO with both of them. But Tailwind from Dragonite using the Terrestrialization to make sure that the Annihilate cannot be knocked out in a single hit here. Here comes the Yawn, and without the bulk up, it feels much safer to switch out the Annihilate. Although, like you've mentioned, Juan may just want to use this as an opportunity to target whatever's switching in.
But a Scale Shot and a Blood Moon is way less scary than a grassy terrain Woodhammer and a Blood Moon. If it's the Incineroar in back, you at least have a chance of taking that. And if you just catch one of those Pokemon switching out and the Rillaboom coming in, landing the Intimidate on that Rillaboom, I think is a fair trade for taking a Blood Moon.
Absolutely. The Dragonite knows that it can't really do much of anything here, so we'll switch out to the Rillaboom. That's the power of these fairy terrestrializations in a Dragonite meta. Golden Go is actually the Pokemon that will be brought out instead of the Incineroar, and will tank this Blood Moon. So we'll still hit the Golden Go, but with the Steel typing resistant, and that's a good resistance for the Blood Moon, especially since this is a leftovers Golden Go. So while the Ursaluna is going to be recovering a lot of health, the Golden Go is going to be recovering the same amount of health.
And also a great adaptation for Julio, as it is able to deal damage to the Ursaluna. It's able to not worry as much about taking those big attacks from the Rillaboom, and with enough time on the field, it could even go for some nasty plots to boost up its own stats and become a threat in its own right.
Yeah, and this is also now the third Pokemon Julio has shown that is hostile to that Dragonite. 2 fairy types now because of the terrestrialization and a steel type. That makes it really difficult for the Dragonite to get going, but it's actually going to be a switch in for the Annihilate as Whimsicott tries to keep picking away at that Ursaluna. A Woodhammer on the switch, and is this exactly what happened in game 1 happening again? Connects onto the Annihilate, the Citrus Berry will activate and will heal it up just a little bit, but if that was targeted down once more by the Ursaluna, it's the Earth Power this time, and it's not enough. Annihilate survives with 5 hit points, and that will put it into Grassy Glide range, obviously, but crucially, it has not gone down yet.
That was such an interesting switch for Julio there. That Golden Go honestly felt very comfortable in that position. You know, yes, Earth Power is a threat, but with the speeds relatively tied on the field, and again, with that Rillaboom not guaranteeing a one-hit knockout onto that Pokemon, I was assuming that the Make It Rain would have been a decent play there, but I think Julio just trying to use this Whimsicott as a key offensive piece in this position and just not quite finding what he wants to get out of it.
Yeah, and here's the Golden Go actually coming out now from Juan's side, and the Annihilate just stays on the field and tanks a Grassy Glide. So less was invested into the Annihilate this time before it went down, but that was still the Terrestrialization invested. So unless Julio just doesn't want to Terra any of his other Pokemon, and he's just showing that from the jump, then that was some resources invested for really no benefit here.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot for him to be in now, as he does have a lot of ground to make up. Fortunately, a Nasty Plot Golden Go is one of the Pokemon that can make up that ground given the opportunity, but you now have to find a way through the opposing Golden Go and through the opposing Rillaboom to get there. And while the Whimsicott will be able to keep speed relatively in your control thanks to those Tailwinds, as long as the Dragonite is not present on the field, I do wonder if this Incineroar will be able to find the right Pokemon to target with an attack to, again, start getting that momentum back on Julio's side.
Yeah, well, the Golden Go coming in instead of the Whimsicott, so Julio now has some real damage threats on the board. This Incineroar also threatening real damage into that Golden Go, but here comes the Ursaluna once again as trying to get as much, like sneak in as many bites of that apple as it can on the leftovers and the grassy terrain. But with the Protect, Golden Go is once more protected from the knockoff, and you don't have Tailwind up right now, so you just kind of have a really awkward position here where Julio has the leftovers Golden Go. You have to imagine that's trained to be bulkier than and slower than the Life Orb variant of Golden Go.
I would assume, yes, because you typically want to take advantage of your leftovers for as many turns possible, which just lends itself naturally to bulk. That being said, if you are naturally bulky, maybe that means you can take a Shadow Ball from the opposing Golden Go before there are any nasty plots in play. There is still that Ursaluna on the other side of the field, though, and we've seen Juan be very comfortable double targeting the Pokemon that is the big threat on the opposing side of the field, and right now for Juan that will be the Golden Go.
Yeah, absolutely, the Golden Go is the big damage threat left remaining on Julio's team. That's going to force a Terrestrialization coming out from Juan's Golden Go. Instead of being a Ghost and Steel type, it is now a pure Water type, which means it is no longer as afraid of knockoffs or Shadow Balls, and does indeed move faster than the Golden Go, and the power of the Life Orb is enough to pick up the KO. Julio just did not expect that, clearly, leaving the Pokemon out there to tank that Shadow Ball in this knockoff, not dealing near enough damage to pick up a KO, knocks off the Life Orb, but this Earth Power is going to trade so much damage right back. And look, you know I love offensive Whimsicott. I don't know that that little puffball has enough offense to take down the 4 remaining Pokemon on Juan Salerno's team.
As much as I would love to say that where there's an endeavor, there is a way, given that both of Juan's Pokemon on the opposing side of the field have access to spread moves at this point in time, Whimsicott will be able to get one attack in or a Tailwind if it decides, but ultimately it will be able to take the 2 hits needed, one to break the sash, the other one to get that final KO. And even though Julio,
here's a start.
Yeah, this is a start, but I don't know if it's going to be enough ultimately.
Yeah, by not going on the offensive, protecting the Golden Go and not protecting the Ursaluna, that does open up for Julio to get the targeting correct and knocks out the Ursaluna with that combination of the Moonblast and the knockoff. But here, with the Rillaboom switching in, there is no opportunity to protect, no Terrestrialization available for Whimsicott to avoid the fake out. That just means that it is absolutely going to have to take this Make It Rain. That will be a clean knockout on that Pokemon, and Incineroar at 22 hit points does not have the damage to get through these remaining 3 Pokemon.
Julio showing just a very neat team there with that Annihilate, the Whimsicott, and the Mousehold, but I think ultimately just did not find the opportunities that Annihilate needed, and Incineroar able to get a KO here,
Stylish.
But not enough.
Yeah, the Flare Blitz KO into Rillaboom means that Incineroar goes down, but takes Rillaboom with it, and Juan Salerno, in really dominant fashion here in our 6th round of Swiss, is going to punch his ticket into Phase 2, going 6-0 in our first 6 rounds of Swiss.
And really incredibly well played there, just making some amazing reads with his Pokemon with that Ursaluna Blood Moon in particular, making sure those Blood Moon attacks just landed on the right target exactly when they needed to. And, you know, given that that attack is one of them where you can only use it once every other turn, and it's such a valuable resource in that regard, being able to confidently call your targets and being able to make sure that that damage not only just counts, but sticks is so important.
Yeah, it not only counts and sticks, but also was picking up huge threats. They weren't going into the Mouseholds of the world, they were going into the Annihilate, which clearly Julio was trying to invest a lot of resources in, was focusing the team and the 4 Pokemon that he was bringing in both games around. But he played so aggressively with that Annihilate, and Juan just called him on it every step of the way. And it's one thing to go aggressive, and it's fun, and it's nice, and it's good, but if you get called on it, then it can turn into a romp real quickly.
Yeah, it's such a delicate balance too, because I do think that Julio was in a position where he had to be aggressive. You know, he had just lost so much ground in game 1, and it was looking like a sort of a repeat for a while there in game 2. But unfortunately, Juan just one step ahead with the aggression, one step ahead with the damage trades, and ultimately able to lock in his position for phase 2. And you can see just why he's coming off of such a strong placement in Gdansk. Just very confident, very strong player, and I really hope we get to see him do well here this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, we will definitely be seeing much more of him because he has now made it into phase 2 of our tournament. And, you know, I think what that really taught me is that all of our top players at this point, now at the sort of at the tail end of our second wave of Regulation H, Regulation F is coming soon, but Regulation H means that they have already thought about all of their lines into Mousehold and Annihilate.
Oh yeah.
This is a pair that has been there at the start of Scarlet and Violet and have became really prominent here in Regulation H. And if you have been playing since the start of Scarlet and Violet, you know how to play into Mousehold and Annihilate. And there were some cool techs here on Julio's team to get around that. I loved the addition of the Whimsicott, but just wasn't able to get around a player who knew exactly what he wanted to do in front of that combo.
Yeah, and I really wish that there was more emphasis on the Whimsicott earlier on in that game 1, because I do think that if you're looking to take something familiar and kind of twist it around just a little bit, that is the adaptation to make. But, you know, maybe we'll have the opportunity to be creative like this in the future with Regulation H. Maybe you have a local this weekend that's tomorrow that you're preparing for.
And there is still one more regional to take place after this in Europe, but right now this is where everyone's sort of putting out taking all the stops, right? Like if you're saving up your secret sauce for the regional and you're at the Latin American International Championships, I don't know what your planning is going on here.
Well, I really want to win the League Challenge that's happening next door. So.
Oh, of course. Winning the League Challenge is the most important piece.
No, it's absolutely not. I think what the most important piece is that we have Juan Salerno standing by for an interview. So let's go ahead and hear it from himself.
Thanks so much, both. We, of course, are here with the winner of that incredible round, Juan Salerno. How are you doing this weekend?
Me siento extremadamente confiado y sé que si sigo haciendo las cosas así tengo oportunidades de llevarme el campeonato.
He's pretty confident and he feels like he can take this tournament. How?
That sounds amazing, and it sounds like you're doing it with a team you've already done very well at Buenos Aires. Is that right?
¿Cómo te sientes con el equipo que traes que está haciendo muy buen trabajo?
Sí, el equipo me funcionó en Gdansk, me funcionó en Buenos Aires, me funcionó en el Global Challenge y también me está funcionando acá. Así que el equipo es muy bueno y lo sé jugar muy bien.
The team has been doing pretty well on Buenos Aires, on the Global Challenge, so he's pretty confident about it.
Amazing. So how did you feel going into that matchup with Julio, who was using a little bit more of an unusual team? So,
el equipo de Julio es un poco raro, pero aún así creo que entendí bien lo que mi equipo podía hacerle y eso es gracias a la gran práctica que tengo con él mismo.
He has been practicing a lot with him, so he understands how his team is doing and he's able to play well with it.
Fantastic, yeah, and it looks like a really strong and consistent team as well. So, into that matchup versus Annihilate specifically, with all of that support as well, was there anything that you were particularly worried about?
La herramienta principal que tiene mi equipo creo que contra Annihilate es Sneasel pero lo que cambió un poco mi manera de jugar es que su Annihilate era Tera Fairy. Entonces me di cuenta que si podía forzarle el Tera o el Dengo atrás era extremadamente bueno.
He realized with the play and the team sheet that his Manipulate was easy to counter with his Terra, with his team, so he just tried to force it to be able to counter.
Fantastic, thank you, good to know. Now, of course, I think we saw you over in Europe, I think, a few months ago. So, how was your trip?
Creo que jugar con los mejores en Europa me ayudó a estar en mi mejor nivel para este torneo. Era mi idea de ese viaje y creo que lo pude conseguir.
He took advantage of playing with really top players in Europe, so it helped a lot for this tournament, that travel.
Yeah, you did very well as well, so it was quite a surprise to see you and getting out to the top table so consistently. Seems to be wherever you go, which is amazing. And of course, you have the most championship points in the world right now too, so how does that feel?
Creo que me siento bien, es un reconocimiento a mi esfuerzo, pero igualmente eso no significa nada si no puedo hacerlo bien este fin de semana.
He feels pretty proud about that achievement of the points, but it still thinks he doesn't mean a lot unless he wins this tournament.
Okay, so what are you hoping for this weekend?
Win, o sea, ganar. Ese es mi objetivo. Tengo que dejar de conformarme con resultados de top 16 o top 32, así que estoy buscando ganar. Puede pasar o no, pero ese es mi objetivo.
He's looking for the win. He is not looking for top 32 or top 10. He's just looking for the win.
Nice. That's what we like to hear, Juan, and I know you've got it in you as well. Finally, any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Sí, muchas gracias a mi amigo Valen Leiva, que es el que me ayudó con los cálculos del equipo. Y bueno, siempre a mis amigos Nani Roma, J. Modri, Tabu de la comunidad española, que son los que me ayudaron con todo el tema de Everspray y matchups del equipo.
So he sent a lot of shout-outs to all his Spain friends and friends home and the one that helped with his calls.
Amazing. Sounds like you've got an amazing community behind you, Juan. Congratulations on your win. We're going to head to a short break and we'll be back for the next round real shortly at the LISC 2026.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here at the 2026 Latin America International Championships. Now, while the main competition is going on and trainers are competing in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE, there are many side activities for our spectators to enjoy. Why don't we go take a look? Now, over here at the Activity Zone, there are many fun games you can play, such as carnival games, or maybe you feel like you're a budding TCG artist where you can color in some lovely drawings, or maybe even do some origami. There's plenty of things to try, so let's go check them all out. Now, I don't think my art's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. I think there's a lot of incredible artists here who deserve the recognition a little bit more. But next time you're at an international championship, such as the Latin America International Championships, make sure to check out the Activity Zone where you can play some carnival games, do some origami, or maybe even color in some pictures of your own. For now, though, that's enough from me. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. I'm here with my very close friends, Evan, Costa, and David, and we're going to give you a quick recap of what's happened so far in the 2026 season. Now, Costa, you've been able to attend some of the early events in 2026. What's happened?
Well, a lot has happened, but I'm going to try to summarize for you lovely folks. Of course, we had Frankfurt Regional Championships kicking us off in very stellar fashion. We had one team come out on top. There was a lot of talk around which team will dominate, but it seemed to be Emanuele Briganti's Lele team, which ended up becoming a bit of a staple, and it did consist of Blood Moon Ursaluna, we had the Incineroar, we had the Rillaboom, the Golden Go, Alolan Ninetales, and what was the final one?
Sneasler, right?
Oh, Sneasler, yeah, that's right.
That's so weird. We actually had a mirror of those two teams in the Milwaukee Regional Championships finals.
Yeah, I know, a bit strange, but then again, not so much because there's just so much going for it. And then, of course, the meta had to adapt. We saw Lille Regional Championships feature what was a very creative team piloted by Marco Silva. It was, of course, Trauma O and Golden Go acting like the main offensive powerhouses, with the Ribombi actually going in, supporting, enabling speed control. You've got special defense drops, you name it, absolutely knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, and the thing about busting a meta wide open, like our defending champion, Marco Silva did, is that it opens up so much additional room for other archetypes to come to the forefront. And that's exactly what we saw at the Brisbane Regional Championships not long after. Kaito Ari, the former Japanese national champion, actually brought a really cool team that had been kind of sliding under the radar before all of this, which had both Tailwind and Trick Room, using Porygon 2 to set Trick Room and Kilowattrel to set Tailwind, all in support of Hisuian Ursaluna. And he was able to take that over Yuyatada, who was running an extremely heavy rain team. So Brisbane really showed that there could be a lot of different archetypes that could spring up after we saw Marco break the meta in Lille.
Yeah, and concurrently, the same very weekend, we had another regional championships occurring in Europe, that being Gdansk Regionals. And there turned out that people thought, okay, Lele team kind of works, but something's missing. Simone actually had a thought of bringing a bit more spice to that Lele composition, brought the Volcarona over the Golden Go, and then brought the Basculegion male over the Sneasler in order to have a bit more of an offensive output, especially in the mirror.
And it did a fantastic job there. And so, of course, again, the meta had to adapt. And only a couple of weeks ago in Buenos Aires, we had that just thing. So we had Dragonite really pop off, which up until now has really been absent from a lot of regulation set H teams. But it's perfect into Volcarona with those loaded dice scale shots and into Basculegion resisting those water moves too. And we had a final to show off how good that was. And Kenneth Gamboa, even with the loaded dice knocked off of it, was still able to get those 5-hit moves to really secure the regional title.
Sounds like he got pretty lucky. Like our winner of the Las Vegas Regional Championships last weekend, Dylan Salvanera, got a critical Ice Beam freeze on a Basculegion on the second to last turn at the last final moment to win the title. So it's been an incredibly exciting year so far at the Pokemon Regional Championships. We're gonna have a very exciting weekend here as well, but you do not want to miss any of the action. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/broadcast for information about this stream and all of our past broadcasts so you can go back and watch some of the events you've missed. That's all from us right now. Stay tuned for more coming soon.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Sedano here, and we're live here at LAIC, and I'm joined by Pablo Meza, world finalist, IC finalist, multiple-time regional champion, multiple-time national champion, amazing caster, and popular content creator. So, he probably should know his cards. What did you say, Pablo?
You would imagine so, yeah. I would imagine so.
Well, I'm going to test you right now, and of course, folks at home can guess as well. I have the cards very zoomed in, and you're gonna have to tell me who's that Pokemon. Are you ready?
All right, let's do it, Juancho.
All right, Pablo, first Pokemon. Who's that guy?
That is Mega Kangaskhan Secret Illustration Red.
That was too good, Pablo. I only asked for the Pokemon. You didn't have to tell me the entire card. But you are correct. It is the Mega Kangaskhan EX, specifically the Special Illustration Rare. Okay, you know your stuff.
I know.
You know your stuff. Number 2, Pablo.
That is a Gardevoir EX.
Pablo, you're making... I worked really hard on this game.
I'm here to put all the other casters to shame, Juancho.
That is really good. That is Gardevoir EX. I chose the shiny version as well to throw you off, but
not me.
Not fooled at all. Not fooled at all. Okay. How about this one?
That is Dragapult EX?
You're too good, Pablo. That is Dragapult EX. I focused on Dreepy's eyeball, and you got it. Okay. Maybe I have to make this a little bit harder. How about this one?
Ooh.
I stumped him, guys. I stumped him.
Is that Marty's Grimmsnarl?
It is Marty's Grimmsnarl.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's literally his finger.
Okay.
I zoomed in on.
I feel like it was the colors. I did not recognize the finger, but the colors of the card are pretty...
You're too good, Pablo. Only, okay, a couple more. I'm gonna really try and stump you here.
I'm up for a challenge.
Who's this?
Astra Cloak.
You sure it's not Dreepy?
It's a Dreepy in the Dracloak card.
You're right. I tried to fake you out with that one. I can't get him. I can't get him. It is Draclo, but it is zoomed in on Dreepy's face, which is also in the card.
Yeah.
All right, last one, Pablo.
That is the Secret Illustration Rare Raging Bolt EX card.
You're good, Pablo.
You're
very, very
You
good.
did not tell me the answers beforehand. This is not planned. I do know my card.
Trust me, I was trying to stump him live, but Pablo Meza, ladies and gentlemen, really knows his cards.
Thank you, Wancho.
For that, thank you so much for playing. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Latin American International Championships in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. It has been an incredible day of battles so far, and you know what? We finished that last match so quickly. I kind of want to do another.
We can.
We can do another?
We can. Thanks to the feature matches that we have going on the side streams, we are able to feature what is going to be an incredible matchup between former LAIC finalist Victor Mendina versus former world champion Luca Cheribelli. So whenever y'all are ready over in production, please get this battle started. I want to just jump into it because I don't know how much time we have left in the round, and I want to see as much of this match as possible. So
yeah, absolutely. Both of these players are extremely accomplished, obviously, and they are both currently at 4-1 at the time of recording. So see Luca at the top of your screen there with the Ursaluna Blood Moon and Dragonite versus Victor at the bottom, whose Incineroar just switched out for that Pelipper. Now, some context here for the match. Luca Cheribelli is running sort of a version of the Eruption team that we saw in Vegas and saw earlier on the stream with Yuma Kinagawa with that Manual Sun Whimsicott instead of the Torkoal. But obviously there are some different modes here from Luca as we see the Blood Moon Ursaluna take that damage from the Basculegion and the Dragonite out instead.
But unfortunately for Victor, when we saw this matchup previously on stream, it was this team that actually lost to the Manual Sun setting Whimsicott, and I think we saw a very similar strategy there where it was either the Ursaluna Blood Moon or the Hisuian Typhlosion that would terrastalize, go for one of these huge attacks. In this case, it's a Blood Moon to bring that Pelipper down to its Focus Sash. And then once there's enough, I call it chip damage, but it's really more significant than that.
Chunk damage.
Chunk damage on the field. The Hisuian Typhlosion can come in and clean up.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that Luca Cheribelli is showing off another Tailwind user. So that Dragonite using the Tailwind is a different look at this Tailwind mode than the Whimsicott going for Tailwind. But still has that option available on both Pokemon, and that was really what took Victor over the edge against Yuma Kinagawa.
Unfortunately, though, Dragonite does not have access to Sunny Day, so as long as the Dragonite is on the field, Rain is comfortably still going to be on the field. So this Archaludon can at least stick around for a couple of turns, go for some body presses, go for some electro shots, whatever it's comfortable with.
Well, that is Whimsicott coming back in so that it can set the sun. It has been so bright and warm out here in Brazil. Not hot, but warm. And I think that's exactly what Whimsicott wants to make happen for the rest of this game. That being said, Victor is terrastalizing the Archaludon, which is something we didn't really see him do in that earlier set, but definitely needs to get rid of the weakness to the Earth power, but that does remove the resistance to this Hyper Voice. So that's a lot of damage being taken, but that is a boost to potential body presses if Victor is ever able to get one of those off.
I think for now, though, boosting your special attack with the Electro Shot and dealing still probably a decent amount of damage to either the Ursaluna or at least, breaking a potential Focus Sash on the opposing Whimsicott or just knocking out the Ursaluna really is a good trade. Knowing that the Body Press as the endgame scenario could not pick up any damage on the Hisuian Typhlosion, given that it will still be a Ghost type, there is no terrestrialization available to it, I think does mean that boosting up your special attack and at least getting it so that the Snarls maybe do significant damage is a more consistent win con at that point. But I am trying to double check the item on that Whimsicott. It is going to be the Focus Sash.
And I think this is what's really scary is Victor got that KO, But all that means is that Luca gets a free switch in here, and after that big chunk damage from the Hyper Voice onto both of these Pokemon, there's nothing stopping Typhlosion from just going off here.
And that's what makes Typhlosion so scary. I think personally, I've relegated it to a best of one global challenge, grand challenge. You see it in team preview, you panic and realize you're in for a bad time Pokemon. But I love how a lot of our trainers now are showcasing that no, it's not just a best of one Pokemon. It can really shine in the best of 3 format when you run it in this mode where the goal is just to get everything down to that magical 50% number, and then Typhlosion just does what it does best.
But you know what? I take it back. Because it's the Focus Sash Whimsicott and the Terrestrialization has already been used on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, there is an opportunity for this Incineroar to go for Fake Out and then prevent that Typhlosion from getting the huge damage, pivot in for the Basculegion instead. But there will be no Fake Out, but the Whimsicott is pressured out of the out of this match for the moment. Shadow Ball, though, doesn't pick up enough damage onto the Archaludon, but will prevent it from losing power to damage being dealt. And Dragonite actually took quite a bit from that Flash Cannon.
I am curious how that is going to change the tide of the game, though, as now that the Typhlosion is locked into Shadow Ball, it will have to either switch out or just be stuck with that move for the rest of the game. And, you know, we have the benefit of seeing the back of Victor's party, and the Incineroar has already been on the field as well. That Shadow Ball is going to be dealing super effective damage to the Basculegion. It can't Terrasilize away from that weakness. Definitely is capable of picking up the KO on the Archaludon, and honestly, possibly even that Incineroar at this point in time. So it's a bit of a different lock for that Pokemon, but it still might be capable of doing enough damage.
Yeah, but I really love that play from Victor. The pressure of Fake Out pushing the Whimsicott out meant that, you know, he was able to get this Basculegion in and then would have threatened a one-hit KO onto the Typhlosion with that Aqua Jet had it connected in the rain. Previously, we'd seen Typhlosion surviving that with a decent chunk of health, but that was in the sun, and Whimsicott was too scared of the focus, of the Fake Out breaking its Focus Sash and then getting knocked out, and being unable to set the sun, and then Typhlosion not dealing enough damage, that, you know, Luca had to switch it out. And you know what? This feels like a moment where Victor's game against Yuma Kinugawa is paying dividends in this one against Luca.
And that's what's really neat, honestly, about some of these Swiss format tournaments is when you do take an early loss, maybe to a team that you didn't practice against, or if you did, it's just being run in a way that maybe you didn't anticipate or just didn't have the line in the moment ready for you. You do sometimes get these opportunities to play the matchup back and apply what you've learned. And I 100% agree, you know, keeping the Fake Out pressure around, ensuring that the Whimsicott does not have time to do what it needs to do to set up the sunlight for that Typhlosion is giving Victor the time he needs to keep himself in the game.
Yeah, and that was good damage on the Whimsicott, even with the Aqua Jet, because it's still in the rain and still has all of those boosts attached to it. Not enough to pick up the KO with the Fake Out, but Dragonite is not going to target down the Basculegion. Instead, will be targeting down the Incineroar. With the Scale Shot hitting only 3 times there, we'll pick up the KO onto the Incineroar and force Victor to bring in another Pokemon. But this Basculegion is still stuck out on the field and unfortunately is still slower than the Whimsicott. So if Luca really wants to, he can get the sun right back up.
That is really unfortunate for that Basculegion, as has the rain been able to stay on the field, we would be looking at a completely different end game. It's possible that the Aqua Jet would have been able to KO the Whimsicott, then followed up with the Dragonite, then followed up with that Typhlosion, and been a much different end game. But this is the benefit of Manual Sun. You don't have to worry about switching Pokemon around. You don't have to worry about turn order necessarily. You can just go for Sunny Day in these situations and hope for the best. Now, Pelipper does still have a Tailwind of its own to offer here, and that could be an interesting option for in the future. Maybe Pelipper can sneak in a Weather Ball. A Fire-type Weather Ball could deal a little bit more damage if Sun is on the field. Certainly would guarantee the knockout against that Whimsicott, but for now it looks like Victor's just trying to see what exactly the Whimsicott is going to do and also avoid an exchange speed.
Okay, yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense here. Victor is going to keep that Dragonite around because the Dragonite has the opportunity to miss with Scale Shot, right? So being able to get that Aqua Jet off onto the Whimsicott. Actually, this is a Swift Swim Basculegion, so it actually did outspeed.
Yeah,
this is not one of the fake rain team. It's a real rain team.
I was gonna say, I was doing the math in my head, and I was like, I think it's gonna be faster, but you're absolutely right, because it was indeed faster there. Now we have this endgame situation where Aqua Jet can clean it up, assuming you target down the Typhlosion this turn, and it's a one-hit KO.
That's exactly, critical hit.
Might have helped.
You take those every time, but no way that mattered. Very good play, very good adaptation from Victor Medina in this, and again, a lot of that ability to adapt from the previous time that he faced a version of this team. So Luca now also making the right call here, wants to try and stall out the rain as much as possible, just in case Luca is able to survive another Aqua Jet outside of rain. And of course, there's always the risk of Scale Shot missing, but Dragonite is not able to survive, goes down, and Victor Medina takes a win over the team that we saw him struggle with a little bit on stream earlier.
But now his opponent knows the victory line as well, so you do have to wonder if there's going to be some major adjustments from Luca, and already we do see that Whimsicott now out on the field next to the Ursaluna, and this is the lead that Victor struggled against so much previously on stream.
Yeah, this is the classic lead here with the Whimsicott and Ursaluna, able to go for tailwinds immediately. Of course, the Incineroar lead does give off that fake out pressure, which could target down the Whimsicott. Most likely, Luca is not going to waste the Terrestrialization just to avoid one fake out here, but could. Still has the Protect on Ursaluna, so you imagine this is probably just a little bit of a sort of a stalling out moment here.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to consider, because at the end of the day, like, yes, you want your Terrestrialization to be doing damage, but if you are confident that that one Tailwind is all you need to get on the advantage, that Terrestrialization can sometimes be enough. That being said, though, if you did lock in the Terrestrialization and your opponent switched out their own Incineroar and you ended up in this situation, that's not going to feel great.
Okay, here is the double tailwind of Dragonite and Whimsicott out on the field, and Victor is just going for as much damage as possible. That's a Terrestrialized Basculegion, going for a Wave Crash in the rain with a Choice Band. Even with the multi-scale, Dragonite almost takes half of its health in damage there, and all that is repaid is a Moonblast into the Basculegion. Deals a good amount of damage, and we did see that this Dragonite has extreme speed, so Basculegion may feel a little bit threatened here.
More than a little. It gave away its normal type immunity with that Terrestrialization in favor of more damage, and now is a bit stuck. Can just switch out, obviously. We know the Incineroar is in the back, and an Intimidate against the Dragonite would be kind of nice, but if you do decide to switch out here, you're leaving your Pelipper quite vulnerable, and if you lose your Rain Setter, yes, the Whimsicott is going to be able to easily reset the weather, but if you are able to eventually remove that Whimsicott, then you're taking the rain away for good. So leaving the Pelipper on the field here is very risky for Victor.
Well, Victor is just going to switch both Pokemon here, gets the Archaludon on the field to potentially tank a Scale Shot or an Extreme Speed from that Dragonite and reduce the damage even more with this Intimidate from Incineroar. That's going to allow this Archaludon to feel very comfortable against any damage coming out from Luca's side of the field, but with that sunny day, the weather has changed, and Luca did not fall for it, instead targeted down the Pelipper slot, so Incineroar takes the damage, not Archaludon, and Archaludon does not get those buffs.
Exactly, recognizing that Pelipper was the Pokemon that needed to be removed first. You want to ensure that you win the weather war. As a result, you target down the Pelipper.
That being said, with Sun on the field once more, Pelipper can always switch in and reset that, but probably not the biggest priority right now. Although Victor may want that Electro Shot active again.
It's tough to say, because the special attack boost would be really nice here. At the same time, you're going to be getting a lot of stamina boost if you're targeted down by a Scale Shot here, and that honestly might be better than getting the special attack boost.
Yeah, probably. But
Yeah.
this is so fun to me to see the Whimsicott switch out and then the Dragonite go for Tailwind immediately. Usually when you switch out a Whimsicott, you're sacrificing Tailwind, but with these double Tailwind setters, Luca is able to maintain that advantage here. And that's going to be really important because Ursaluna took a lot of damage on the switch in there.
It did, but critically, it can still attack once here, and with Life Orb Earth Power, we saw how much that did to Archaludon in previous games. It might be enough to threaten a one-hit KO and possibly even, guaranteed with the Scale Shot, assuming it lands enough times.
Well, Dragonite is going to retreat as well here instead of going for the Scale Shot. That's going to be Typhlosion coming out. That is a dangerous switch in, but we did see that work for Kinugawa earlier on by sacrificing the Typhlosion and allowing the Blood Moon Ursaluna to start being the feature star of the team. But by taking out the Incineroar with that Blood Moon, instead Typhlosion just gets in for free.
I think that's the trade you want to make there. That Ursaluna Blood Moon was already on its way out. It was going to be knocked out there either by an attack from the Archaludon or potentially another knockoff from that Incineroar. Getting in the Typhlosion there is critical because now you immediately pressure damage a second time. And I think more importantly, you're able to get the Whimsicott in alongside of the Typhlosion to guarantee weather as well. So now Victor has to find a way to deal damage to that Typhlosion despite the harsh sunlight. Now we know that Aqua Jet will do a little bit over or around 50% damage to that Typhlosion, which makes the eruptions less scary, but that Basculegion has already taken half of its health on its own, and that Archaludon as well is going to be very vulnerable to those fire type attacks. So you could consider switching in your Pelipper, but if Luca wants to play this super safe, which he is on the back foot here, I think he needs to, clicking Sunny Day, going for that fire type terrestrialization is your safest way into the endgame.
Yeah, my biggest question is, do you lock into Eruption, or seeing the Aqua Jet threat, are you going to go for the Heat Wave here? Just in case you're able to survive for another turn.
But accuracy versus...
Yeah, guaranteed damage. The Sunny Day, just in case Pelipper tried to switch in here and get the boost onto the Basculegion, takes Typhlosion down under 50%. That Eruption is going to be much, much weaker for it. Still has the opportunity to switch out after this turn, but Basculegion hangs on, and Archaludon takes that very well. Here comes the Flash Cannon from the Archaludon, does not pick up the KO onto Typhlosion, and has actually put it in the danger zone as that Typhlosion is blazing now.
And unfortunately, though, I don't think that Blaze is going to make up for the loss of damage for that Eruption, but a good thing to keep in mind for the future. It's so funny. The Blaze ability is one of those abilities that I remember thinking, oh, it's just the starter Pokemon that get that. It's not that great. The hidden abilities are so much better, but if you're able to get that Pokemon down into the red, switch it out so you can change the move and then maybe come back later when the conditions are a bit more favorable. Yeah, those Heat Waves are not going to be fun.
Yeah, those Heat Waves are going to be very brutal to a Victor's team if they can land. What will land is a Moonblast into the Archaludon as Pelipper switches in to reset the weather and allow Basculegion to be safe for this turn. That's the Flash Cannon, connects onto Whimsicott, doesn't even break the Focus Sash, but doesn't really matter. You get the damage, and the Focus Sash doesn't even use up the Focus Sash, I should say, but you do break it. And now you have Dragonite and Whimsicott staring down the Pelipper and this Archaludon, and gotta start making some choices here if you're Luca.
Do you prioritize the Whimsicott getting one last Sunny Day on the field, or do you try and take out the Pelipper with the combination of the Whimsicott and the Dragonite, as the Scale Shot on its own probably not going to be enough to pick up the KO onto that Pokemon?
I believe we saw a Scale Shot into Pelipper not deal enough damage to it previously, so definitely something to worry about.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make here. I like the Protect play from Dragonite here, but if it just means that Whimsicott gets knocked out here without resetting the weather, that could be a very tough turn for Luca.
Archaludon sticking around one more turn with 8 hit points is very bad for Luca here, as that definitely means that Whimsicott is not going to be able to stick around for one more turn, and Typhlosion will be able to switch in after this, and be able to launch a Heat Wave into both of these Pokemon, but it does have to hit both of them. to get them where it needs to be, and it's in the rain. That may be really difficult for Luca. The saving grace here is that extreme speed on Dragonite to potentially outspeed an Aqua Jet from the Basculegion in the back.
But you have to get the Basculegion
Gotta
out
get
on the
there.
field first. So.
Oh, and the Pelipper getting that protect here, that definitely means that it's going to be out on the field alongside the Basculegion.
Well, here's the first attack for that Heat Wave. Does look like it will connect with the Archaludon, so it looks the final two Pokemon will be Dragonite and the Hisuian Typhlosion versus the Pelipper and the Basculegion. Very curious how much that extreme speed is going to do, because I think it is going to come down to the priority attack showdown.
Absolutely. This Typhlosion cannot be allowed to get another attack off, and the only thing that could stop it is the Basculegion's Aqua Jet. Now, the Basculegion is definitely going to go down to an extreme speed here at only 23 hit points, so this Pelipper is actually going to need to get KOs onto both Dragonite and Typhlosion, and it looks like Luca may have also figured out how Victor is playing this and may force this third game.
Yeah, it's looking very likely, and I love the adaptation there. You know, Basculegion is such a key piece when playing against the Typhlosion, but recognizing that Aqua Jet actually is in a lower priority tier compared to extreme speed. So regardless of Tailwind, regardless of any other speed priorities in play, extreme speed will always go first. So even if this Heat Wave is not the best, okay, that was actually a fantastic attack.
Yeah, that's good damage.
That exceeded expectations right there.
Dragonite just barely hanging on. If that Dragonite had gone down, we would have been in a Heat Wave miss scenario. But Victor does not get in that situation. Luca Terabelli survives and forces a Game 3. And here we go, another lead here with the Whimsicott and the Ursaluna next to the Basculegion and Incineroar.
But now I think each of these trainers knows the end game. You know that you want to terrestrialize the Basculegion and use those priority attacks if you're Victor, and if you're Luca, you want to ensure that you have the extreme speed available so that you can stop the Basculegion. But what Luca also has, and what we saw when Victor played Yuma earlier on in the day, is going to be the Farigiraf to stop the priority as well. And that was the Game 3 adjustment, I believe, or the last game adjustment that we saw in that position. So it's tough to say whether or not Luca went with the same Pokemon this time around, but it does look like he's dedicating the terrestrialization at least to the Ursaluna.
There is again the terrestrialization on Ursaluna to give those big hyper voices, but no hyper voice going to be coming out this time around, as it's just a fake out into the Ursaluna. With the sunny day though, Basculegion's flip turn is not going to deal any damage whatsoever to that Whimsicott. Will switch back out, and now Victor will have to choose what Pokemon is going to take all of its health and damage from a hyper voice next turn.
This is such a tough decision, because the Pelipper, you want to take away the sun immediately, but you really can't at the end of the day. But also, you don't want the Archaludon to be in this position either. I think I agree with sending in the Pelipper in this spot, because at least you're saving the Archaludon for a more favorable position. Maybe you can parting shot into it. Maybe you can also try and pressure Luca to not reset the sunny day immediately, so you can land one Hurricane into that Whimsicott, make it a little bit easier to deal with later on in the day, or in the game. But overall, what a tough decision to make for Victor. That was a great play there from Luca, completely changing the game.
Yeah, and the thing about bringing in the Pelipper here, which I like, is it will eventually force Whimsicott to make a choice and have to reset the sunny day. So definitely is the Pokemon that gives you the most advantage on that switch in. But now, Pelipper and Incineroar, both of whom are going to take a lot of damage from this Ursaluna, and unable to knock that Pokemon out probably before the Hyper Voice and the Moonblast will come through. In fact, Whimsicott doesn't even feel the need to stick around on the field, will instead switch out for the Dragonite. This parting shot from Incineroar will limit some of the damage of this Ursaluna and allow Victor to pivot just a little bit again, but does mean, once more, some Pokemon are taking big damage from this Ursaluna.
And I guess now that you at least have the rain up on the field and you can guarantee access to Electro Shot if you want to, and especially since you're breaking the multi-scale on the Dragonite as well, I think this is the position where you're okay with paying the Hyper Voice price and it's not as bad as a Blood Moon at least. So that does work out very well for Victor, but does put Pelipper in that danger zone that you referenced earlier, as it is a single extreme speed away from being knocked out and giving Luca the weather control for the majority of the game.
Yeah, and the Archaludon is able to get in pretty safely here. The parting shot actually doing a lot of work there on the Ursaluna to limit the amount of damage on that Archaludon. But we have seen over and over again, if the Whimsicott gets next to the Typhlosion, any amount of damage is enough to take out that Archaludon.
What a tough spot for Victor to be in. I think I like the switch here that he's contemplating, and probably going to lock in at this point given how little time is left. Getting the Intimidate down on that Dragonite really did help with those scale shots earlier on in the match, and also just saving that weather for later. You cannot lose Pelipper this early on to at least give Luca, you know, that illusion that you need to keep your Whimsicott safe too.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a interesting new adaptation from Victor that we didn't see in the match against Kinugawa, which is terrestrializing the Archaludon into that fighting type to get the extra damage onto the body press, which would have threatened to KO onto that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but of course, Whimsicott has switched in here and will tank it pretty easily.
For sure. Scale shot, though, will target down that Incineroar. Again, that Intimidate really helping it take those hits very
really
well.
A lot.
Yeah. Oh, critical hit. It does happen sometimes.
It does happen, but even with the critical hit, still over 50% health on the Incineroar. That's a big deal for that Pokemon. It will allow it to survive an eruption if it can take an eruption in the raid, which might be pretty difficult to do. But actually, that body press is another body press would KO that Whimsicott, which is very big, getting that Pokemon off the field. If Luca loses the sun pressure, that Basculegion becomes a lot more threatening, and that makes the Typhlosion a lot less threatening.
I do also like how Victor's changing the attack up here, as if Body Press is going to be the move of choice moving forwards for Victor, switching into a Ghost-type Pokemon with that Hisuian Typhlosion would be a very synergistic play. And there's really no incentive to go for a knockoff into that Whimsicott, given that the Focus Sash is already broken. So you don't have to worry about taking like a super effective Dark-type attack into that slot either. Dragonite is the more obvious target for that, as once you remove the loaded dice, all of a sudden those scale shots are just nowhere near as terrifying.
Yeah, well, Whimsicott switches out for the Typhlosion, hoping to tank a body press. Victor could just cover for that switch by double targeting into the Whimsicott, recognizing that there is the opportunity for Typhlosion to get in safely, but instead did target down the Dragonite. So Typhlosion actually will get in pretty safely if it had been the body press, and instead just taking a little bit of chip damage from that flash cannon instead. Still feeling a little bit afraid, didn't take that to go for a bigger attack there. You really can't go for the Draco Meteor because of the fairy typing on the Whimsicott, but really want to get a little bit more damage on that Typhlosion.
No, I'm just wondering, like, when is the point where Victor has to go on the offense? Because it feels like Luca is... I mean, obviously, Luca has to go on the offense here as well, but given that Luca still has access to these heavy hitters, it does feel like it's on Victor to, like, you know, just go full offense here, you know, land the body press, land the Draco Meteor, because the scale shots are starting to add up, the Moon Blasts are starting to add up, and...
4 hits.
4 hits is going to do the job.
Oh, maybe. It's the Shadow Ball to clear it up. Yeah, just like before in the rain, going for the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, if I do the job, mind you, I meant put it within range of whatever Typhlosion was going to do, because barring like 4 or 5 critical hits, but the trade there for the Draco Meteor knockout on the Dragonite is good to at least keep the Pokemon count relatively even, but it also means a free switch now for Whimsicott, while the Hisuian Typhlosion is still on the field. Is locked into Shadow Ball at least, so will be advantageous with the Basculegion coming in for Victor, but can't always just, I guess you can't actually switch into Activate Swift Swim now, can you? You just click Sunny Day.
You just click Sunny Day, but actually Ursaluna is going to be the choice here for Luca.
Oh, that's an interesting board state, because now you have to figure out who's attacking.
Yeah.
If not both.
Well, Typhlosion, with no rain, feels pretty safe potentially to go for a Shadow Ball here. It may just survive, given how we've seen the damage rolls previously. which does mean that there's a big incentive for Pelipper to switch in here. But if you're targeting down the Typhlosion, you're kind of in a catch-22 here.
Yeah, you really are.
Basculegion really wants to knock out both of these Pokemon at once and get Archaludon out so that the Pelipper can come in. But I don't think it's going to get an opportunity. It can pick one of these, and maybe it picks up the Typhlosion here. But that Ursaluna is going to be really threatening here.
Well, it's not as threatening if it protects itself at least, so Victor might have found himself the opening play.
Yeah, didn't want to take a big body press from that Archaludon, and actually the threat of that Terra-fighting Archaludon is enough to scare off the Ursaluna, and instead the Aqua Jet does pick up the KO on that Typhlosion outside of rain. And so Victor actually gets everything, gets the KO onto Typhlosion, and doesn't even need the rain to begin with.
Yeah, so that Typhlosion then definitely needed the sun set up in that position to be able to survive the choice band Aqua Jet. So good information for later. You know, I think that learning these Typhlosion versus Basculegion calcs is going to be something to pay off for both Victor and for Luca moving forwards in this tournament, given what we've seen. For now, though, with weather off the board for Luca, I think Tailwind and then going for a big attack on this Ursaluna is now your out. You can think about resetting the weather if you want, but realistically speaking, Archaludon from this point on is going to be relying on body press to attack, so you can remove the rain and stop Electro Shot, but it's not going to be the preferred mode of play. And even if that was like the thing you were aiming for this turn, you still have to contend with the Basculegion.
Yeah, the thing that Victor does not want to have happen is for that Archaludon to take a Blood Moon from that Ursaluna. So bringing in the Pelipper protects it for this turn, but Luca actually calls it, just goes for the Hyper Voice, the Aqua Jet even in the rain, not enough to pick up the KO on the Whimsicott, meaning that Luca does have the ability to set up the Tailwind here, and now will be able to reset the weather and as Archaludon comes back in.
All right, this might have actually opened the game up again for Luca now that he has the ability to take control of the speed, at least between the Ursaluna and the Archaludon. So there's the sunny day. We'll see the Aqua Jet follow up, and then how much damage can Ursaluna do to this Archaludon?
It's really going to be on this Ursaluna to knock out the Archaludon in this moment, and then also be able to survive an Aqua Jet after. This Blood Moon coming through will deal good damage, but how much? It is enough to pick up the Archaludon. Right. The Terra Normal plus the Life Orb is enough. Blood Moon just hits so hard. And now that Blood Moon Ursaluna is so healthy. The sun, Basculegion locked into Aqua Jet. Luca Terabelli should be able to take this one home.
I think also the fact that Archaludon changed into that fighting typing paying off really well there for Luca. We'll take the opportunity to protect this turn just to ensure that, you know, maybe Blood Moon is available for that final attack if that is going to be the attack of choice. With how little health Basculegion has and with the accuracy of Hyper Voice being pretty close to always, if not always, always, I do think that the Blood Moon here is just a little bit of a flare to end the game.
Absolutely.
But very well played by both Luca and Victor. And honestly, seeing Victor's improvement with this matchup over the tournament was very rewarding to see as well.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Luca Terabelli is also able to adapt and overcome. I think it actually ended up the same exact setup as the Yuma Kinagawa game, where Victor did take that first one and then lost the next two. And then here again, Victor took the first game, but then Luca was able to bounce back and do the reverse sweep there. And gotta feel for Victor, he is undefeated in this tournament except against this Eruption team.
But does still have the opportunity to make it into phase 2.
Absolutely.
And does still have the opportunity to, once in phase 2, go home and practice.
Yeah.
Which I do think that if this is the one team you're struggling against, probably the right idea.
Yeah, absolutely. But clearly it's a difficult matchup for the team that Victor is running. But again, it's also kind of it's a very swingy matchup, I think.
It is. I mean, we've seen it kind of swing both ways on both sides between the two games that we've featured with it as well. it feels like there's no guaranteed line into it because it really depends on how your opponent decides to play it. It's like if Ursaluna do this, if Typhlosion do this, if Ursaluna and Typhlosion first, maybe think about Arceus for a bit and then do this.
Well, we have now seen 2 incredible matches from this 6th round of our Swiss tournament here in Sao Paulo. We have 2 more rounds remaining. When we come back, we'll be getting ready for our 7th round of Swiss. So do not go anywhere. There is so much more Pokemon left today, and these matches are only going to get better. Stay tuned.
Welcome in, everybody, to the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. I'm here with Jake, the resident content cowboy.
Yeehaw.
That's the one. And we're going to be talking about a couple of Pokemon names in Portuguese here from Brazil and in English. So I'm going to go for an easy one. Gen 1 here, Charizard.
Okay, sounds like Dodrio, but I'm going Charizard.
Good one. Okay, Charizard. So you got it right.
Good.
For the second one, I feel like you're really going to enjoy this one. Hopipi.
I do enjoy this one a lot. It is Hoppip.
Okay, good. Right. Thank you so much for getting our next guest coming in here. We have Dubes next, and we're also going to the basics. Bulbasauro.
Sounds like Dodrio, but I'm going to go with Bulbasaur.
I feel like we got a lot of Dodrios here today. Bulbasaur, correct. Now, another one that I have a feeling that you guys from Unite really enjoy now specifically.
No guarantees.
Magikipi.
That's a solid one. It might be Dodrio. I'm going to pivot, and I'm actually going to say Magikarp.
Wrong. That's a Mudkip for you. Magikipi.
Wait, say it again.
Magikipi.
That kind of sounds like Magikarp.
Cut him out.
I should have gone with
Cut him
Dodrio.
out. Okay, so this is a pretty cute one.
Okay.
I did recently in Unite, Costa.
Ooh, okay.
Piplup. Piplupi.
Okay. It
Piplupi.
sounds like Doduo, but I think it might be Mudkip.
I feel like people are messing with me today, but I guess that's fine. I feel
Sorry. Okay, third chance, final chance. I forgot. No, Piplup. I'll go with Piplup.
Good,
All right,
good.
cool.
Piplupi.
Nice. Piplupi.
Okay, Piplupi. It's a good one. This is a favorite of our fellow caster from Oceania, Kellosaurus. She really likes how I say this one.
All right, cool.
Gyarados.
No? Did I get that? I butchered that. I know I did.
You're good, you're fine.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go with not Dodrio, not Doduo. I'm going to go with Gyarados.
Good ones. Last time it kind of sounded like Magikarp. This time is the evolution of
True.
Magikarp. So we're good. All right. Thank you so much. Next one. Let's coming up. Okay, so this one, it's a very interesting one because it is supposed to be originally in Spanish inspired to begin with. Scarlet Violet, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
But here in Brazil, we say esprigatito.
Wow, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that. And it also wasn't on my Duolingo course, but I'm going to say Sprigatito.
Good one. Well done. Now for our next one, we also have one that was very controversial for Unite, especially when we used to watch that Brazilian broadcast for UCS. You probably heard that a couple of times in the last few years. Rayquaza.
Rayquaza. You know, everyone's saying these sound like Dodrio. It doesn't sound like Dodrio to me. It sounds like Rayquaza.
Okay, good one. Right, thank you so much. Let's get the next one up. Moving on here, another Unite specialty. Not a lowland this time, but Ninetales.
Oh, that might be Ninetales.
Good one, right. Followed up by also a Unite specialty, Talonflame.
Oh, that is, the German name is Fiaro, and that is Talonflame.
Talonflame, well done. Thank you so much. Let's get our next guest coming. So, for the next one, we have Chiranita.
Excuse me?
Chiranita.
Are you sure that's a Pokemon?
Correct.
Dodrio.
Dodrio it is. Tyranitar. Okay. So this one is a little bit of a, elementary school math lesson. Porygon 2.
Porygon. I understood Porygon. I'm going to assume Deutsch is 2.
Correct. Porygon 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, next up, what do we have. This one is also a very, very, it's very close to my heart how it's pronounced, because in English, personally, it doesn't have as much of a endearing feeling to it.
No personality.
No person. I mean, I wasn't the one who said it. Huhuchi.
Huhuchi?
Huhuchi.
That could only be hoot hoot.
Correct. For our next one, it's also interesting in the way that it sounds similar to Huhuchi. Shinshou.
Oh, that could be a number of different Pokemon.
Shinshou.
Shinshou. I'm gonna guess not Chimchar. I want to say Chimchar, but not Chimchar. Chinchou.
Chinchou. Congratulations. Thank you so
you.
much. Then almost wrapping up here, we have 2 more Pokemon. This one sounds a little bit funny, maybe a little bit weird. Kilowattrel.
Ooh. It's another flying type Pokemon, much like Dodrio is a flying type Pokemon. But
It's
I
the
think
topic of the day.
It is the topic of the day, and I think that would be Kilowattrel.
That's a great guess. Good job. I love that for you. Right. So next one, also with the way that we do Oz, we can do rolled Oz like Gyarados, but we can also do Butterfree.
Ooh, that's gotta be Butterfree.
Butterfree, another one that's gonna be flying up into the air. And well, I feel like somebody wanting to come here.
Hello.
Hi, Gabby.
You've been doing such a great job educating everybody on Pokemon pronunciations. I was hoping you could educate myself and the audience on how to say good luck, have fun, and good game in Portuguese for their battles.
All right. So in Brazil, we say boa sorte, bom jogo.
All right. So one more time.
Boa sorte for good luck.
Boa sorte.
Wonderful. I love that for you. Okay. Bom jogo.
Bom jogo.
Bom jogo. Good game. Good luck. Have fun. We usually say it in English, to be honest. We do the GG's, good game, have fun, and that's how we roll. Right, so let's roll for more 2026 Pokemon International Latin America Championships.
It has been 6 tantalizing Swiss rounds, now going on to number 7 here. Phase 1 of the 2026 Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And what a day it has been as well. Been full of intense matches, fun interactions, cool teams, but of course, top-notch situations with our trainers being able to come to the forefront of what is the end phase of regulation set H 2.0. I am Costa, this is David, and we're going to be bringing you some more VGC action.
Yes, we are, Costa. Yeah, really excited, honestly. And we're really getting to the end of our phase 1 here, where we're really working out who has been doing consistently well with the team that they have really put so much effort into bringing and training up. So you can see on your screen there that of some of the really high up pairings that we've been getting at the moment, so who is undefeated, and some of our top 5-1s as well.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen notable trainers, of course, but also trainers that have been rising in the rankings, especially a lot of representatives of the LATAM region. But then again, we've also got the other quote-unquote invaders from other regions that are trying to vie for the very top. We did see Julio Tarlau as well previous round. Nicholas Khan from the Australian region doing a really good job, 5-1. And then, of course, we've got the NA representatives, Justin Tangs, the Joshua Lawseys that we've been able to feature so far. So there's a lot of action going on. Most of these names, in all honesty, I think are very, very recognizable.
Yeah, they really are, honestly. We're getting to that point now, aren't we? Yeah, where like that consistency and that incredible ability to play this a beautiful game is really starting to pay off now. The more rounds you have, kind of rewards those players who know exactly what they're doing, or if their team has been suddenly incredible and really matched up with what everyone else is bringing too. Yeah, William Brown there also undefeated too. Was one of I think #1 CP in the NA region as well.
Correct.
Doing fantastically, and you could see
a few more here, and obviously our feature match at the top there too.
Oh yeah, and we're going to be having Arath Vera versus Ali Dakic, and they are both 6-0 Mexican representative versus a Brazilian representative. This is going to be a fire set up between both of them. However, we do still have a couple of notable trainers as well. Renzo Navarro we saw going and essentially performing to a great extent last season. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was the last LATAM representative to be able to find their way through to top 8 and towards top 4. But then Giovanni Siske, our current reigning world champ, showing that, hey, even though, you know, he's quite, well, I'd say justified to just relax for the rest of the season, given he's already locked his World's invitation, isn't holding back in terms of getting that form going, trying to target those travel awards and stipends, clearly.
Yeah, 100% there. And also to note, Renzo Navarro there as well, the regional champion of Belo Horizonte Regional Championships, just, I think, a couple of months ago even, or if that, really.
Several weeks, yeah.
Yeah, several weeks ago, with a Volcarona sort of set-up sort of team as well. Good to see that he's doing also really well there, and up against Rodrigo Sarrafim as well. So, yeah, like, so much to be had. But of course, not all of these players can make it to that phase 2.
Yeah, exactly that, but we are going to be fine to see how they fare. Another couple of names, Gabriel Agach, multi-IC finalist, and, you know, no stranger to the stage. And then, of course, Christopher Hahn as well, another great representative from the NA region, 5-1, one of those trainers that really rised through the ranks from the senior division going into Masters, and clearly being able to translate that consistency to a stellar extent.
Yeah, definly has. Like, I'm really interested to see how this all kind of converts into phase 2, right? Because after phase 1, you've got so many players who know what the field is like already.
Yeah.
Already what has been popular, and whether that's matched up with their expectations to what they've kind of come into. Yeah, if you've prepped for lots of Volcarona, for instance, or if you've prepped for lots of Basque Legion, or if you've prepped for lots of, I don't know, Incineroar, which you really should do.
Yeah, no, genuinely.
Yes.
Surprised if you haven't, actually. That'd be a bit concerning. Yes. Because of how prevalent it is. And, you know, the Blood Moon Ursalunas of the world, the Rillabooms, you've got the whole sort of band of familiar faces, especially because we know of, you know, how well, especially when it comes to the usage stats, they keep on consistently appearing. But, yeah, then again, that's sort of part of the element of this high-level performance.
It certainly is, and like, what stage to kind of be at as well here at LAIC, right? Like, the first international of the season is always where all the stops kind of pulled out, like at the first instance in the season, right? So you suddenly know where all the top players are and where they're kind of establishing themselves in the season as an entirety, right?
Yeah.
Because they know they're kind of giving that World's Invite a big go if you're here, you know? And you've got so much opportunity for especially the LA region and the NA region as well to kind of come together at this really amazing event. And it also kind of like allows that opportunity to earn so many championship points as well, and all of those prizes and booster packs that you can win as well.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not only that, let's not forget, when it comes to this event in particular, or any sort of IC, it's the final period of which you could go ahead and try to get more points in order to be able to contribute to, like we just mentioned, potential travel awards, stipends, and also early priority when it comes to registration towards the next international championship, which of course we know is going to be the European International Championships. So this is the final opportunity. That's why a lot of people really like to try to make an appearance in order to be able to profit as best as they can right before that closure towards the next period of championship qualifications.
Yeah, 100% there, Costa. And like, all of our trainers are obviously getting ready. The stakes are getting higher and higher with every round we get to. And we're, as you can see at the bottom of your screen there, we are get our round 7 underway really, really soon now. Because these players have done so well, but of course, they still need to keep winning throughout this round and the following rounds if they want to get to that coveted top cut.
Oh yeah, exactly that. Even though they are 6-0, undefeated going into Swiss rounds number 7, like you said, every single match matter. Every single match, apologies, does count. And we've got Arath on the left-hand side versus Ali on the right. So both trainers, of course, going to be the first time we're going to be able to feature them. Hello, waves to you lovely peeps as well. Oh, I love that cornerstone Ogerpon. Well played, Ali, there.
I remember that Pokemon.
Yeah, no, we may or may not be seeing it sometime soon. But yeah, clearly both of our trainers giving waves and highs to the camera, but also trying to start finding their zen and their mode to be able to start locking in. And we've got a couple of overlap pieces when it comes to both of these trainers. Actually, it's not even a couple. I think it's just the one from what I can see. It's going to be that Rillaboom. No, not even the Rillaboom. Apologies. No, actually, it's not. There's nothing that overlaps, is there?
No, there was another hedge-looking Pokemon in the Whimsicott, I suppose.
Sorry, the Ogerpon just took my eyes away from clearly the graphics. But no, complete unique matchup between both of our trainers.
Yes, there is. Yeah, which is really exciting as well.
Yeah.
There's been so much variation in regulations set H as well, and here it continues. Arath using some Pokemon that are a little bit more familiar from the first kind of phase of regulation set H that we had last year, actually. Particularly that Sneasler, the Electabuzz, and that Kingambit being a lot more popular back then, but obviously doing very well here this weekend too.
Yeah, and I do really love the interaction between the Sneasler and Kingambit Dragonite, where you've got the coaching option on the Sneasler. It's just such a great way to be able to not only express a lot of offensive pressure from turn one, but you also have that side support, which can go through Protect. It cannot be redirected. It's such a great utility move.
Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? It offers so much, and we've seen Volcarona, how amazing it is as well at just being able to set up and sit on the field for kind of forever, especially when it's supported with lots of fake out. And we've seen that obviously earlier today, but not with a lot of redirection support with the Electabuzz that can provide as well. And because it's not Rage Powder, you can't ignore it if you're a Grass type or if you've got the safety goggles on either. So a really reliable way to kind of just pivot completely around. And if there was any sleep moves on the opposing end, you can also redirect those and not take anything because you've got Vital Spirit.
Yeah, exactly that. There's a lot of ways and different sort of interactions for you to get around there. But Ali, on the other hand, a person after my own heart, Blood Moon Ursaluna and Farigiraf has a great sort of a duo interaction of getting Trick Room mode set up, but at the same time, there's a lot of different other pieces to this team composition which enable you to be able to capitalize off of the other side of the speed sandwich spectrum with that Tailwind. So a Tail Room composition with a Hisuian Typhlosion with Choice Specs, Terrifier goes extremely hard in terms of damage output, especially when you get that Sunny Day set up.
Yeah, and that looks really good into Arath's team, actually. There's not a lot of wide guard on the team. There's lots of redirection, which you don't really care about. And the only fire resist that I can see is that Dragonite, which is also Terra Steel. So
yeah, that's
like it's looking really strong here into this matchup as well. And Ali looks super focused and has maybe already figured that out as well.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them since they've been having such a great performance. But also need to call out that Annihilate, or should I say the utility Annihilate. Safety goggles, no Protect, it's got Taunt, Final Gambit, and then of course that Rage Fist and Close Combat. If you want to be able to better position yourself against the Incineroars of your opponents, but also B, Rage Fist has some good ways of being able to absorb damage and deal even more base power outwards. However, we have got our leads between both of our trainers. Arath is going to be leading with the Dragonite and the Sneasler versus Ali's Annihilate and this Whimsicott, which I just need to call out, the Whimsicott does not have beat up, so it's not going to be trying to further bolster that Rage Fist.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, actually. It's not that typical Whimsicott set you see with a Annihilate instead, but instead running that Tailwind Sunny Day Encore Moonblast here as well. So going for that Tailwind is definitely a good option here if you want to get that damage out immediately here.
Wow, here we go.
Speaking of damage, it's the Final Gambit straight past that multi-scale.
Yeah, what's a multi-scale when you've got a Final Gambit able to absolutely ignore any sort of abilities, moves, interactions. The whole sort of importance here is it directly affects the HP percentage. Diaclaw from Arath's Sneasler will be bringing the Whimsicott down to its Focus Sash, and no, I was going to say there's no additional status condition, but it seems to be the paralysis. So at least it wasn't the poison, but then again, there is that knock-on effect of the potential secondary paralysis that may or may not allow the Typhlosion to get further enabled.
So yeah, you see how we saw that Dragonite was the only resist to fire? Well, Ali very much identified that, got rid of it with Final Gambit,
Yes.
and now here is Typhlosion to do exactly what it wants to do. So it's very much a sunny day plus Eruption, and see where things happen from there. Now you probably want to terror this Typhlosion though, because you are facing down this King Gambit, which does have Sucker Punch, which most likely will take this Typhlosion down.
Yep.
So the question is, do you want to still lock into Eruption, because you still might be taken down by quite a lot of HP, or you might want to do a little bit more damage, assuming you get hit by Sucker Punch, and go for Heat Wave instead, which will still do a very decent amount of damage.
Yeah, and clearly Ali wanting to go on the offensive. I think this is the prime position to be able to do so. Question is, will there be a sunny day that will further enable more multipliers to stack up for ridiculous amount of damage, as the King Gambit wants to make sure it forgoes its steel typing, at least in this situation, maybe survive if the sunny day does not get set up. But there's no actual prankster priority. The Heat Wave does miss the King Gambit. Quite unfortunate for Ali in that scenario. Close combat wanting to make sure it covers any sort of switch-ins from Ali's side. Maybe Ali wanting to try to go for the double up of the Moonblast into what should be that Terra commit from the King Gambit and ensure KO, but quite unfortunate to be able to miss in that scenario. That's definitely not what you want to be able to see as the King Gambit, whoa, picks up the one-shot onto the Typhlosion, which, yeah, it no longer had its weakness to the Dark type via that Ghost typing. So what a way to be able to absolutely switch momentum completely on Ali's offensive setup.
Wow, okay, yeah, that was quite the turn there. So much to cover there, honestly. Yeah, obviously, Ali hoping for maybe more of a defensive play from his King Gambit, maybe a protect, and then, yeah, as you say, Costa doubling into that Sneasler to try and get that KO there. I don't know if it would have actually outsped the Sneasler, given the paralysis on the Whimsicott, to be fair. So the Sneasler was either way probably going to get off that attack, given the Focus Sash. But yeah, as you can see, Arath kind of maybe being a little bit scared of the Farigiraf potential switch in there and going for something a little bit more reliable in that Kowtow Cleave instead of that Sucker Punch. So a really good play to do that, but we don't know whether it would have actually survived if Ali had actually gone for that Sunny Day instead, boosting that damage up even higher, because this is not Saltless King Gambit, this is just the black glasses. And it's got a little bit better defense rather than special defense, but obviously we don't know. Heatwave does miss, and it did here.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, I think Ali's just having to try to buy a bit more time in order to evaluate their, I guess, sort of strategy going into this game too. Is there a way to be able to not fall susceptible to so much more offensive damage coming up from the other side of the field and not have to rely on a Heat Wave in order to be able to force the board state more to your advantage? Because at this point, I'd say the Farigiraf, it's a great sort of bring to be able to maybe negate, I'd say, fake outs or even the Sucker Punches from the King Gambit, but you need to be able to have the Sunny Day set up beforehand, bring the Farigiraf in at the same time in order for you to just go ahead and potentially start deleting Pokemon over on Arath's side with so many multipliers at hand.
Yeah, okay, so a convincing win there from Arath there. So, like, just really well played, honestly, just kind of calling whether Farigiraf was going to come in, and, like, just maybe the Sunny Day wasn't going to go up, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that was definitely the case, and it's quite difficult, because if you're Arath right now, David, what sort of, I guess, play is it for you to be able to go ahead and say, okay, that game one went exceptionally well for myself, even though I lost the Dragonite from turn one, I was still able to rely on the King Gambit. Do you go for the same sort of strategy?
It's a good question, because the nature of Ali's team here is very, like, 100% or nothing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and you're weighing a lot on each turn as to what will happen. So you like, we saw it kind of all come to a head literally on that, like, second turn there.
Yeah.
Like, and where you've got more defensive turn, like teams or players, like with what Arath has got there, you've got a lot more room to maneuver if something goes wrong.
Yeah.
So, in theory, you know, if you suddenly hit that Heat Wave, or maybe you went for Sunny Day instead, it's looking like a completely different game.
Yeah.
Because Whimsicott goes down, Farigiraf comes in, Typhlosion's still in the sun, you've got Heat Wave that you can still spread across the rest of the team.
Yeah.
It could have well been, like, Rillaboom in the back, or Electabuzz in the back, which wouldn't have been able to do much, and then suddenly the Balls and Ali's caught there. So it is really, really different depending on how a lot of those turns can go. So in terms of your question as to what comes next, I think it's going to be up to Ali as to the expert of the team as to how he changes things up, but it looks like it's the same here.
Okay, and we do have the Sneasler and the Dragonite on Aerith's side, so you got a scenario of either trying to go for the fake out into the Whimsicott, but you're going to have to read the sort of mind games of, is there going to be an early Terra Ghost potential from the Whimsicott, maybe for you to be able to respect the fake out of the Sneasler, but there's actually not going to be anything. It's just going to be an extreme speed straight into that slot, and Dive-Claw follow-up confirming that the Sneasler is indeed faster. The Whimsicott trying to go on the offensive, maybe even break the Focus Sash on that Sneasler to be able to capitalize and pick it off. It was such a menace in that game one, and all of a sudden, it's such an awkward spot because you have lost your main enabler, I would say, in terms of the Tailwind mode, but the Farigiraf might actually allude to a secondary mode that Ali may have brought.
Yeah, I like that point there, Costa, honestly, because yeah, if you've got the Farigiraf there, yes, it was the same Pokemon that was brought in the last game as well. But yeah, if your Tailwind is denied at this point, you might want to hope at least that you've got Ursaluna in the back instead that you can set up Trick Room for.
Yeah.
Arath might be kind of prepared for this, but here we go. Dive-Claw first of all. Is there a status? Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a paralysis, which means there is a chance that the Farigiraf may actually not be able to get a move off, and confirmation, of course, the Annihilate. They do tend to be very speedy with the final Gambit in order to be able to get the jump off of any sort of Dragonites that are not able to outspeed it, and absolutely deletes it from that slot. Farigiraf does unleash the Trick Room, which it's gonna have to suggest, David, we're gonna be seeing that Ursaluna Blood Moon.
We certainly are, yeah. The skies are going to darken very soon. But King Gambit here is looking pretty good in this matchup, actually, at the moment. Especially if we go for that Dark Terror again, removing that Steel type and making it so that it can at least take on an Earth power from this Ursaluna. Yeah. However, it is Life Orb. It's Terra Normal as well. We've still not seen that Terra yet. So Terra Normal Life Orb Blood Moon surely has to be enough to pick up a one-hit KO on a King Gambit that has Terra'd. So it's still a lot to play for here for Ali here, even though he's down a Pokemon at this point. So we'll see how it kind of plays out. Sneasler pivoting out here. Maybe Arath trying to maybe slow things down with this Trick Room mode.
Yeah, it's going to be quite awkward because at least some of these Blood Moon Ursalunas, when they're ran in the Tail Room compositions, they tend to be a bit faster, and the King Gambit of the composition that Arath run tend to not have a lot of speed invested. So there's going to be a potential chance for the King Gambit to actually underspeed the Blood Moon Ursaluna, as we've actually got a reveal of the Terra Fairy being unleashed, and the Pokemon Terra Choice followed by the King Gambit. At least with that interaction between the Farigiraf and the King Gambit, we know the Farigiraf is going to be moving first under Trick Room conditions.
Certainly do. So Terra Dark of this King Gambit, which we've seen before, one hit KO just with a count-out cleave onto a non-super effective hit onto a Typhlosion. But first, there is that Psychic.
Okay, that makes so much sense. You're going to be able to at least get some good damage. Reliable on the other side of the slot, but the count-out cleave does come out first before the Blood Moon Ursaluna because of the Terra Fairy. Of course, the Farigiraf is going to be able to survive, but the Blood Moon is going to be focusing down on the King Gambit. It picks up the KO, is finally able to get that read. Ali has more momentum now on the field. Getting that read is so crucial because you're either going to have to lock into the Earth power in that slot or commit with the Blood Moon. It's sort of that point, David, where you feel, okay, is it a bit too obvious that I don't try to go for that read? I just stick with the Earth power? But no, Ali got that read so on point, which forces an awkward scenario for the Rillaboom, which surely will not be able to underspeed both Ali's Pokemon as well as get any priority Grassy Glides off because of the Farigiraf being on the field.
Yes, exactly. So it can't like snipe anything really quickly at the moment. The Farigiraf is locking everything down here. It makes sense. You want to protect your Ursaluna, try and get that Blood Moon turned back that you can't use consecutively.
Yeah, exactly. Psychic will mean that Sneasler has been knocked out. Rillaboom has been left on its own, but there is a good chance that the Rillaboom might actually just target the Farigiraf here in order to be able to pick up a KO, but no, it is definitely gonna be into the Ursaluna slot. It has been identified from Ara to be the main threat, so well played of a defensive switch up then. Full momentum swing from Ali's side.
Yeah, it definitely was there. And I think we've got 2 more turns of Trick Room left as well. So it's looking pretty safe for this Ursaluna to do what it needs to do, especially into a Rillaboom that cannot protect.
Yeah, and Psychic will be bringing the Rillaboom down to half its HP, escorted by the one, the only, Blood Moon KO, forcing this to a Game 3. You can see how much this means to Ali.
It certainly can, yeah. Like, again, such a quick game, given the nature of Ali's team here. Like, it's Tailwind and go, Trick Room and go, and you just gotta hit all your moves. And that is what Ali did this time, and seems like what he's been doing all of today, given the fact he is undefeated.
Yeah, exactly that, but up against a very in-form Araf there, and clearly, that's sort of the beauty of having these sort of tail room compositions. You want to try to like flip in terms of which mode to try to prioritize on, but at the same time, you've got the benefit, if you're going to lead the Whimsicott, to choose which mode to go to, because that's the really key thing about how you train your, for example, Blood Moon or Ursaluna. Do they have enough speed to be able to capitalize off of a Tailwind setup, but also still be slow enough to take advantage of Trick Room?
Yeah, exactly. So we don't know exactly how much speed there is there. But typically you kind of want your Ursaluna to be able to outspeed some of the common threats that kind of hit around the mark of like max speed, Archaladon for instance.
Yeah.
So you can kind of get an Earth Power on that, for instance, or get out a Hyper Voice and be slow enough obviously to kind of underspeed some of the threats like Incineroar and Rillaboom that often don't run a lot of speed anyway. So it could be around that sort of point. But obviously heading into Game 3 here, like what is the play here at the moment? And again, I do not know. And it looks like a Farigiraf switch up for Ali.
Yeah, clearly Ali, a big fan of that Trick Room mode, just leading with the Giraffe at this point, saying, right, I want to at least ensure that I can force a scenario, get Trick Room set up from the get-go a bit more quicker to be able to start sweeping a bit faster. But Araf does have still options to be able to reduce the amount of damage Final Gambit can deal.
Yes, you definitely do, and that is the question. Does the Annihilate actually outspeed the Dragonite or not? We've not yet seen that ability, I don't think, as whether it kind of gets into that position. So you've got a Taunt that can kind of not really do a whole lot here at the moment. Close Combat isn't doing a whole lot either, so it's mainly the Final Gambit that is the main threat that Ali can really provide.
Yeah, we're gonna for the first time see the Dragonite go on the defensive here. In Game 1 and Game 2, there were no protects. Seems like Game 3 is the one to be able to ensure it. Dire Claw will be going into Farigiraf, so I'm expecting the Final Gambit into the Dragonite, but no, actually Ali going on the read effort of breaking the Focus Sash on the Sneasler, which means that it's now susceptible to that Psychic.
Yeah, a really good point, actually. You've broken that Focus Sash, so you're suddenly offering so much more offensive pressure here, even if Trick Room doesn't even go up at the moment. But you've got to think, though, if Farigiraf is here in the lead, you've got to expect Ursaluna to be in the back here. Ali was confident that worked for Game 2, so surely it will probably work for Game 3 here, especially if you kind of switch things up a little bit and put it in the lead instead as well, so you can absolutely go for it. And yeah, barring any Dire Claw shenanigans, I don't know what to say it too much. Trick Room is not easy to stop here if you're Araf.
No, but we're actually going to see the immediate switching of the Incineroar that's now been revealed to be brought in Game 3, reducing the attack output of both the Sneasler and the Dragonite, but most crucially, wanting to try to get that subsequent Fake Out available. The Dragonite tried to go for the double protect in order to survive against that Final Gambit, which did not come out. The paralysis yet again being dealt onto the Farigiraf, but for Ali's sake, has been able to get that Trick Room set up.
Yeah, I think has it been 3 for 3 paralyses on Dire Claw? This is pretty funny, honestly. Wow. But yeah, Ali's still getting lucky though that they have not been getting fully paralyzed on the turns that it matters either. So yeah, a really nice position now. Incineroar also in, and also catching a double protect attempt on Dragonite, meaning it's just been doing nothing for 2 turns.
Yeah, but then again, it's sort of at a point where it's probably not going to get KO'd to a double up from the Farigiraf and the Incineroar, so it could openly go for that scale shot at this point, as the Kingambit is going to be switched in here. So Ali going to have to see if they've committed to that read of the Kingambit being brought in.
He was pointing, I think.
Yeah, was it? Oh, well, there it is.
There we go.
Flare Blitz, not enough to pick up the KO. 10 hit point survival there, which is so key, especially because Kingambit is so vital against this Trick Room setup. The scale shot, on the other hand, getting a second critical hit at that point, going into just a total of 4, not picking up a KO, but the Farigiraf, even though there's a chance for it to get fully paralyzed, because it's paralyzed now, it's had its speed reduced by half, which is what we saw in Game 2 and allowed it to underspeed the King Gambit.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually, because King Gambit does, I think, naturally underspeed the Farigiraf as well. So yeah, as you can see, it's just a really reliable Psychic.
Yeah, and deals so much damage. But wait, the Counter Cleave comes out. That's either going to be a Trick Room or a potential Speed Tie interaction between them, even after the paralysis. I'm not actually quite sure what that was, but I'll tell you what, that was yet another KO onto the King Gambit. And there's not even a Blood Moon Ursaluna that's been revealed as of yet, and the Trick Room mode is paying dividends for Ali's side, as Scale Shot will now successfully connect onto the Incineroar. This is an Assault Vest variant. It does not have a Citrus Berry for recovery straight after these hits. However, it's still going to be able to hang in there quite nicely.
Yeah, it is, and that's what you want when you're Incineroar, because then you can go back out, and then you can come back in, and then you can Body Shot, and you can fake out, and you can go back out, and you can come back in, and you can fake out, and you can you all know the drill at home as well. But yeah, so Rillaboom is here though, but without that Farigiraf for Ali, this Ursaluna is a little bit more open for any sort of fake outs and grassy glides as well. So even though it's been rough on the back foot here, we're still 3-3. Incineroar's really low on health, and this Ursaluna is a little bit threatened at the moment. It's probably going to be forced to Terra at this point as well to try and deal with this Rillaboom. But first of all, Arath has the fake out pressure to slow down this Trick Room a little bit more and potentially switch out this Dragonite, getting Sneasler, or kind of protect that as well. You've got a lot of options to still try and slow things down.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Farigiraf is such a key piece when it comes to the Trick Room oppression in order to be able to forego those priority moves that clearly are the key to be able to slow down Trick Room turns, as the Terra Normal will be coming out from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's a good way to be able to resist any sort, or should I say, allow there not to be super effective grass type moves going into that slot, but followed suit by the Rillaboom. Terrifier means it's forcing Ali to try to make a read and maybe either go for the knockoff with that Incineroar or just commit with that Flare Blitz. But no, the knockoff is going to be safe and soundly into the Dragonite, which does not go for the Protect, leaving Arath now down to his final 2 Pokemon. However, Trick Room turns are now running out very swiftly, although Sneasler does still have the advantage in terms of speed tiering outside of Trick Room.
Yes, that's true. And then, unusually, this Sneasler is not carrying Protect, which seems like a lot of Sneasler do now run at the moment. But there is another fake out. But yeah, you need to fake out something at this point. It's probably going to be the Ursaluna, and that frees up the Incineroar to go on the offensive at the moment. And that can still do a lot of damage here. We've seen the Flare Bits, we've seen the knockoff, and that is likely enough to kind of pick up the Sneasler. So either way, it's looking really good for Ali.
Yeah, it's going to be dicey as well. Flare Blitz, is it enough to pick up the KO? The Sneasler, it is! And that does put Ali so ahead right now. You can see how happy and excited they are. They have got 3 Pokemon versus 1. The Trick Room will now have actually been expired, but we're going to have to see the high horsepower miss into the Incineroar. But the fact that you've got so much resource still available at your slot, you've been able to absolutely capitalize, even if the Ursaluna hasn't even moved onto Trick Room.
Yeah, so it's still looking really strong. Ursaluna Blood Moon has so much physical bulk there as well, so I don't even know if a critical hit would still be enough to get rid of this Ursaluna. And then you still have the Incineroar to contend with, so there's the big hammer. It's a lot of damage, but it's not enough.
Not enough, as we're going to have to see the Blood Moon Terra Normal Life Orb boosted, unleashed onto Rillaboom, letting Ali Dakik go straight through to day 2.
Fantastically done from Ali Dakik there. Like, just putting on all the offense in that Ursaluna, just identifying in this meta what is strong. Well, Eruption's strong with Sun, and Ursaluna Blood Moon is just an amazing Pokemon with that amazing attack. And I'm just going to put everything around it to support doing exactly that, and you can see how powerful that was. Congratulations to Ali.
Yeah, huge congratulations. Of course, commiserations to Arath, but that doesn't mean that they're out for the count. They still have a good opportunity to be able to make their way through to Phase 2. And yeah, what a back and forth pendulum between both of these trainers. It just feels like Arath had that advantage advantage going into the game one, being able to absolutely get rid of that Hisuian Typhlosion mode, and Ali just wanted to adapt, going for the Trick Room, which really paid dividends for themselves in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, it certainly did, and they're already doing incredibly well at the moment. I think Ali had got a top 128 at LAIC last year as well, being one of their most accomplishments that they've gotten so far. And given that they're undefeated now, I think they may even be in contention for that now as well, at least.
Oh yeah, 100%. You are one win away from near guaranteeing a top cut, depending on how many more rounds we have got going into the phase 2 scenario in case of this tournament. But yeah, what a way to go about it. Tail Room in a different sort of flavor to what we've been accustomed to, you know, with the P2, Kilowatt Rule, Ursaluna Hisui compositions or modes versus this sort of different take of, hey, you know what? I'm going to bring back the Hisuian Typhlosion. It just has so much more room and damage output immediately. It's like burst damage potential is out of this world. And even though we saw the attempt of game 1, wasn't really needed for that game 2 and 3 since you were able to rely more on the Blood Moon. And in that game 3, that Incineroar bring most crucially, which, you know, kind of thought, bringing Incineroar versus King Gambit? Ali, what are you doing, my friend? It's like, Ali knows. Ali knows exactly what to do. It's about when to bring in that Incineroar and get that read, which was so crucial. We saw the pop-off as well into the King Gambit switching, punishing the very immediate sort of switch up and saying, hey, I don't want to play passive from outside. I want to be able to take momentum back, and just absolutely getting called out on that.
Yeah, I'm glad you highlighted that, because that was a really nice play. You saw that, yeah, like sometimes you feel like the matchup's just really good and you just kind of can play really safe, but actually there were some really cool, really skillful turns there that Ali made there. And yeah, catching that King Gambit with the Terra or Blood Moon or the Blood Moon as well, as the King Gambit was going for the Terra Dark was really cool too. Yeah. Just not going for that Earth Power. Yeah, really got into Araf's head there to be able to just really take home that win, honestly. And really interesting to see that it was such a similar team to Yuma Kinugawa's team as well. So yeah, fantastically well played, and honestly it would be really great to hear a little bit more from him with an interview. Let's have a listen.
Thank you so much, y'all. I am here on stage with Ali Dakiki, who is now our 7-0 heading into phase 2 of our tournament. Ali, congratulations, parabéns. This was an incredible set to watch. How does it feel knowing that you are now undefeated in the tournament?
Então, Ali, parabéns por estar aqui. Como você se sente estar no 7-0 no torneio até agora?
Cara, é inacreditável para mim. É meu primeiro Day 2, meu terceiro torneio presencial. Eu não esperava que eu fosse ir tão bem. E não sei, ainda estou sem palavras para descrever, mas eu estou muito orgulhoso da minha performance até aqui. That's it.
He did his first time here on the stage and in the local event. He's very happy. He doesn't know what to say, but he's very happy to be here.
Absolutely. As we were walking up, I heard you described as an underdog here, and this is a really beautiful story so that you too can come to an event, Las Vegas, and now this tournament by storm. But you have a really unique adaptation in that you have the Annihilate with the safety goggles and Final Gambit, which you use to devastating effect against that Dragonite. Why were you using the Annihilate with safety goggles on this team?
Você tem um time bem único, né, diferente, igual que o time de Las Vegas, mas você tem um Annihilate com Final Gambit e Safety Goggles, né? Como você chegou, como você trouxe o Annihilate pra cá? Como funciona no seu time?
Bom, o Annihilate ele tá ali para meio que lidar com que o Typhlosion e a Ursaluna passam mal. Então, o que eles têm problema para enfrentar, o Annihilate tá meio que lá para resolver. Ele é uma ótima resposta para Incineroar também. E o Safety Goggles é mais pro eventual Jumpluff, Lilligante, esses bichos assim que qualquer com golpe, com Powder Moves, né? É mais ou menos isso a função dele.
Annihilate is there to help against the bad matchup for the Typhlosion and the other one? Ursaluna. And the Safety Goggles is to prevent problems against Jumpluff and Among Us.
That makes a lot of sense in the mirror with Sun. So an incredible adaptation, a very smart adaptation for that team. And I want to talk just a little bit about those 3 games, and then we'll let you get some rest before your next matchup. The first game, you know, it looked like it was that your opponent kind of had a read on you, but switching up into the Trick Room mode in Game 2, and then bringing the Incineroar in face of King Gambit in Game 3, and you made that sick read catching the King Gambit on the switch-in. How did you keep your cool during all 3 of those games?
O primeiro jogo tá meio atrás do adversário, parecia que tinha leituras boas contra você, mas depois você conseguiu virar o jogo no segundo jogo e no terceiro, onde você fez uma leitura boa de jogo, colocando o seu Pokémon na frente do King Gambit. Como você conseguiu ter essa leitura de jogo para poder virar?
Eu consegui manter a calma porque eu meio que eu já tô no Day 2, então saiu um peso das minhas costas. Eu não tô mais tão nervoso como eu tava e assim, o fato de eu estar na stream e tudo mais, ela me deixou um pouco nervoso, mas eu consegui manter a calma ainda bem, graças aos meus amigos ali torcendo na plateia. Eu sei que tá todo mundo em casa também torcendo por mim e me peguei nisso já.
He tried to keep it cool, to figure out his friends that are in the crowd, shouting for him, cheering for him, and just keep it cool. And he's Day 2 already, so let's go tomorrow.
Absolutely, that's really mature and a really great way to approach that. And I do just want to say, before we let you get back, do you have anyone that you would like to shout out who has helped you along your journey here?
Eu gostaria de agradecer todo o apoio que eu estou recebendo dos meus amigos. Queria mandar um salve para Lunáticos VGC também. Mandar um abraço, um beijo para minha namorada, para minha mãe, para minha família torcendo em casa, meu pai, meus amigos. E é isso, eu espero que eu não tenha esquecido ninguém. Desculpa, ainda estou meio nervoso.
Wanna shout about his friends are here from Lunatic Group, his girlfriend, his mother, he's at home, his father, right? His brother, all his family at home, supporting him, shouting for him, for everyone.
Well, Ali, congratulations again, Parabéns. That was incredible, and I can't wait to see what you do in Day 2 tomorrow. For those of you at home, don't go anywhere because we have one more round of Swiss before we are closing it up for the day and then heading into Phase 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In the seniors division, 1 game away from being a world champion for the 2nd time. Double KO!
Absolutely incredible.
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'd like to say that my first game was Sword and Shield because my brother didn't play for me. Not my first tournament. It was more of a family vacation. I got top 8, but it was a 7-player regional, and my only win was the bye. I put that experience on the side. Until 2022, tournaments were starting to pop up again. And my brother really wanted to go to Secaucus, and we made it a family trip. I actually made top 8, and it wasn't a 7-player regional this time. When my brother won NESC, that's when it really kicked in. I was like, wow, that's so cool. I want to be just like that. That World Championship, my parents convinced me to go. I ended up making it to top cut. I think that was the beginning of my Pokemon era. My brother helped me with every move. But after that, I started to practice on my own, and I kept pushing and pushing, and here I am today. During 2023, I put high expectations on myself. It didn't end up working out the way I expected. I got 2nd at Orlando, which is really good. I was just so focused and tunnel visioned on just winning. I even threw my medal on the floor, which is really, really bad. In the moment, I was just so sad because I was so close. At Worlds that year, I didn't do very well. It was very tough for me. Seeing my brother so happy felt a little weird because I felt like I couldn't enjoy competitive Pokemon like others did. I talked with therapists and family members about it. They all told me to keep going. There's always next year. Try to put less pressure on yourself. And I did. The 2024 season was amazing for me. Don't overwork yourself. Don't force yourself to practice. You should really enjoy it. That gave me a new sense of fun and enjoyment from the game, and then that's what pushed me through. at UIC, NEIC, and even Worlds. I won them all, which is insane to me. My #1 goal this season, I thought was pretty ambitious, was to win a regional. After Atlanta, I was like, okay, I can enjoy my first year of being a senior. My team has not an amazing matchup spread into most of the field, but it gives you a lot of options, and there's never an unwinnable matchup. You have Scarf Miraidon, which can make a sort of speed sandwich. You're faster with your Miraidon outside of Trick Room, and you're faster with your Calyrex Ice inside of Trick Room.
Kevin Hahn is undefeated and now just one match away. The energy here has just been electric.
My toughest match is probably finals. There's so much nerve up on the stage.
He was the junior world champion. So much pressure to come now into this new age group.
It's one of the matchups where playing safe doesn't get you anywhere, and it's the easiest way to lose. I had to get a lot of predictions right, and whenever I practiced it with my friends and my brother's friends, I got destroyed. The most memorable moment was when Calyrex picked up the 2 KOs at the end.
That is the Glacial Land!
Wow, flawless victory from Kevin!
So much noise, so much screaming. It felt unreal. I had done it. I had become a back-to-back world champion. It still hasn't sunk in, but I feel like I've done something amazing.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by Pablo Meza. We're live here at LAIC, and I was lucky enough to walk around the city and, of course, find some Pokemon packs. These are a little bit different, though, Pablo.
Yeah, these are the Mega Evolution set, but in Portuguese you pronounce that Mega Evolução. And the booster packs are a little bit different here. They contain 6 cards instead of the usual 10. So let's see if Juancho, let's see what he gets, and let's see if he can pronounce the differences in the attack names and the Pokemon names. Because there are a few subtle differences in the Pokemon names, but also the attack names, they're very different.
Definitely. Pablo's here to help me out with that. They open just like American packs, though. Feels just as good. And of course, our first Pokemon is Grafaiai. I don't even know how to pronounce this in English.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and it sounds the same exactly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do one attack here, and it is Tinta Miraculosa.
Almost. Tinta Miraculosa.
Perfect. All right, that's the first card here. We have Helioptile.
Yeah.
No, same thing. And its attack, Aranyao.
Yeah, perfect. Actually.
Duplo.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh,
perfect.
I'm doing pretty good. Okay.
I mean, I'm not native Brazilian, but yeah, I feel like that's pretty good.
All right. Pyroar. Same thing. How would you pronounce it?
Maybe Pyrori.
Pyrori.
Yeah,
I like that.
The last letters tend to have like that I emphasis or E emphasis. Yeah.
All right, it does have an ability. Let's do the ability only. It is Presa Intimidadora.
You're a natural, Juancho. You're an absolute natural.
Okay, I can't believe I'm doing this right. Maybe I don't need you in this shot.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I kid, of course. How about Corphish?
Corfishy. Maybe it's Corfishy. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Yeah.
I like it. It's very cute. And its first attack is Agarramento Compressor.
Juancho, you really don't need me. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not going to say flawless, but it's pretty good.
All right, and of course, our rare for the pack, and it is Xerneas, the legendary Pokemon. Ooh, if we've been playing some ZA. And its attack, Geoportal.
Okay, that one's a bit different. The L in Brazil sounds almost like a U, so the attack would be Geoportal.
Oh, Geoportal.
Portal. Yeah.
That is beautiful. And that is our rare. We got a basic fighting energy as well.
All right.
Let's move on to the second pack.
You got it, Juancho.
All right. I didn't get anything too rare there, so I didn't need to grab a sleeve.
Yeah, no, you're a natural, yeah.
All right.
Sounds pretty good.
Ooh, this guy. Bulbasaur.
Yeah, like less English, if you will. Like a bit, yeah, Bulbasaur.
All right, and its attack, Aprisionamento. Okay, that one's a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying.
Snomy. Yeah, the E at the end for most
I love
parts.
that. It matches
I know, and it makes it like even cuter, right?
Yeah. Snomy. And its attack, Esconder.
Esconder. Perfect.
All right.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Praia de Surfista.
Praia de Surfistas. Yeah. That's
Okay.
pretty good.
Beautiful place.
I thought Praia would be challenging for you.
Bulbasaur. I forgot already.
Bulbasaur.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah.
Yes, and Prisonament. Our reverse rare, and of course our rare. Ooh, okay, we got something.
All right, let's see you try that one.
Mega Manectric.
That's English.
I don't know how.
All right, so it would be Mega Manectric EXE or EX. That one I'm actually unsure, but Manectric, I'm pretty sure.
That's very tricky, Pablo.
Yeah.
Mega Manectric.
Yeah. And now the attack name?
I'm not gonna try, Pablo. Wait, what is it?
Rayo Declarado.
Oh,
pretty good.
What about the second one? The second one is where I gave up to.
The second one is Detonazao Desenfrenada. Yeah, so you have to put like a little emphasis, like a little oomph to it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Pablo. I'm gonna try and learn a little bit more, maybe open more packs with you. And
love opening packs.
Of course. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Pokemon LAIC 2026 Championships. I've got Costa with me again.
I know, who'd have thought? Lovely to meet you here, my friend.
Lovely to see you again, Costa. And yeah, we are going to be shortly getting into round 8 here of our phase 1 of day 1 here at the LAIC. So yes, there is plenty of Pokemon action still to be had here, of course, for today and for tomorrow and Sunday, of course, for our Championship Sunday. And I am very excited to see who will be coming up soon.
Yeah, exactly that. We are going ahead and getting everything ready for Swiss round number 8. But in the meantime, we have got a lovely little feature match available for you folks. Yes, confirmed that is yet another feature match. But now it's going to be of the previous round that we did feature. So Swiss round number 7. And it's going to be between Renzo Navarro and Rodrigo Serafin.
100% it is. And Renzo Navarro, who we talked a little bit about earlier as well, being the regional champion of Belo Horizonte. Horizonte?
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 Belo Horizonte.
Belo Horizonte, yes, exactly. With that really cool Volcarona team. And he is back as well and doing very well as well. So we're going to be featuring that match that they had earlier versus up against Rodrigo Serafim as well, who doesn't seem to have a lot of accomplishments to their name as of yet.
As of, I mean, this already is.
Yes, so maybe possibly a newer player.
Yeah, definitely. They're having the best run of their Pokemon VGC career at the current moment, and they're a Brazil representative. So what best way to be able to do it, and not only your local scene, but one of the biggest stages, of course, when it comes to the entire season. So, like, good on him. And we're going to see him go up against one of the very best of the LATAM region, of course.
Yes, we certainly are. So yeah, not just a regional champion of that either, but plenty more to be had too. So LAIC top 4 last year as well that they got. The Players Cup 4 champion in 2021, and just generally a 5-time regional / special championship champion on top of that. So yeah, really up against the best of the best is Rodrigo here. So, but still doing very well, and all is still to play for. At the end of the day, it's 6 Pokemon versus 6 Pokemon. They're all level 50. So yeah, there's no other shenanigans going on there.
No, not anymore. But yeah, exactly that. I think just being able to go and fight against the very best in terms of, you know, like all of these intense trainer battles is essentially what we're here for, you lovely folks at home. And whoa, we've already got the match available. Game 1, Volcarona and Primarina as the leads from Rodrigo's side of the field versus Renzo's Rillaboom and the Volcarona. It is, of course, going to be that grassy seed, and it is essentially, like you said, David, pretty much the same composition from Renzo's side, but it seems like it's the Simone Sanvito adaptation having that Basque Legion available over a previous member.
Yeah, that's a good shout out there, Costa, honestly. And as you can see, the Volcarona on Renzo's end is the faster one of the two. Seeing the grassy seed activate first there. And makes sense to get Primarina right on out of there, because the matching partner to the Volcarona on Renzo's end is a grass type, and that's not what you want to see, and a perfect switch in too.
Yeah, what a catch on the fake out, but at the same time, the Quiver Dance now has started to be set up from Renzo's side. Probably following suit is yet another Quiver Dance over on the Volcarona side. Actually, apologies, it's the Struggle Bud variant. It doesn't have Quiver Dance. It's got Heat Wave, Struggle Bud, Rage Powder, and Tailwind. So more of a utility support kind of Pokemon, which easily could have gone on the offensive there with the Heat Wave, especially because of Rillaboom being on the other side of the field, which is the Assault Vest variant. However, you want to be able to start limiting the amount of damage output as much as possible from that Volcarona and not let it get out of hand.
Yeah, you definitely do. We've seen that a couple of times already today, where it certainly has. It's been forced to Quiver Dance sometimes, but then just not gotten rid of. So there's a Heat Wave straight out of the gate.
Okay, yeah, and followed by yet another Heat Wave, but actually the Rillaboom now pretty much in the red, and Woodhammer being launched out enough to pick up the KO on that Farigiraf, but at the cost of its own HP due to the recoil, but not quite enough to self-KO itself in that scenario. So already a KO in advantage for Renzo's side.
Certainly is, yeah, and looking really strong when you've definitely got that setup going as well. Special defense is going to be really helpful against that Primarina that we can still see in the back there as well. So Hyper Voices aren't going to really necessarily force a Terra either into that Terra Fairy. You can kind of afford to maybe save it for something else. But Renzo's Rillaboom is running out of steam as well, so it could be that Rodrigo wants to really focus on trying to get rid of that, which frees up that Primarina with that nice special block. You can take on the Volcarona hits and then hopefully deal with it again with the Hyper Voice, boosted by that Liquid Voice as well, giving it that water typing, and obviously having a really nice, reliable spread attack here. So yeah, interesting to see there's more kind of, well, supportive Volcarona here that Rodrigo has instead of that Quiver Dance set on what is entirely a reasonable competition to have something that's got Quiver Dance.
Yeah, and it's fascinating because the Primarina is actually the setup sweeper in essence for Rodrigo in favor of that Volcarona. And it's actually really well matched going into Renzo's Volcarona, which isn't Terra Grass, funnily enough. It's the Terra Fairy, so you want to be able to get those Hyper Voices even more powered up, especially when a Incineroar is actually being able to switch in, because I don't think Rodrigo locked into a Calm Mind. It might have been just an offensive switch up there, go on the offensive.
But first we're going to have a Terra instead, and it's going to be that Primarina wanting to take on what was that Rillaboom's attacks most likely here, but seems to be a little bit of a waste at the moment here, so really good call from Renzo to really kind of adapt and kind of cover for that Terra instead.
Yeah, and even though there's going to be yet another Quiver Dance being set up from Renzo's side, it's got the advantage of now being +2 speed as well as special defense. It is being brought back down to neutral when it comes to its special attack, and that's because of the constant support of Rodrigo's utility support Volcarona. And there we go, we're starting to actually see the Calm Mind now being set up. If you want to be able to start essentially sweeping through Renzo's team, this is the best opportunity to be able to do so. But at the same point, the special defensive bulk that's being built up by Renzo's Volcarona is something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, exactly, and it really can't be addressed, honestly, with what Rodrigo's got left, other than just consistently trying to do as much damage as you can, maybe hoping for that critical hit as well. But there's a fake out, first of all. That's definitely going to put a stop to that Primarina, and now it's not even resisting Heat Wave.
No, it's not, and you know, the Struggle Bud actually is now finally bringing that Volcarona down to negative in terms of the special offensive output, and this is what Rodrigo is starting to try to build towards, and maybe force a terrestrialization of that Volcarona, because at this point, you're also able to have Tailwind as a support to most likely allow the Primarina to at least outspeed the Incineroar. So Renzo is sort of put in a bit of a pin in either going on a defensive play, switch out of the Incineroar maybe, or try to go for a commit to a terrestrialization.
Yeah, I like that point, honestly. And it could really kind of put the driver's seat back into this Primarina at the moment, but there's another Quiver Dance there, so getting really bulky on the special defensive side.
Yeah, and for good reason, you're able to absolutely capitalize off of so much bulk, which isn't offset by that +1 of the Calm Mind with the Hyper Voice Primarina, but it's able to absolutely get rid of the Fiery Cat and deal so much damage onto the Volcarona. As we said, they're not terrestrialized. actually took around 30-40% HP, and that is quite powerful in terms of the utility of having that +1 Primarina. It's no joke. It's got a unique and lovely dual typing of Water Fairy. It's actually well placed to be able to capitalize in this scenario.
And there is Rillaboom coming in at the moment now. It's going to be able to offer that fake out. But yeah, not as useful as it would have been otherwise if Primarina had not gone for that Terror. But yeah, it really paid off here despite the fact that Rillaboom had like not fallen for the bait, as it were, when it kind of went for the Terror Poison earlier. And yeah, no obvious ground or psychic types that's going to come out in here. It's just another fake out, but can it stop it enough?
Oh, Heat Wave though. It's not quite enough to pick up a KO. It does pick up a burn though, and that's going to be able to offset the recovery from the grassy terrain at the end of the turn. But Strugglebug, not only is it picking up KOs on the Rillaboom, it still is limiting the damage output of Renzo's Volcarona. So definitely not a spot you want to be in, especially because of the damage that we saw Primarina was capable of dishing out, at the same time of having +1 in its own special defense. So even though, David, we're sort of thinking, okay, well, surely the special defensive bulk setup from Volcarona is going to be enough. Actually, turns out in the longevity and a span of a sort of back and forth slobber knocker of a set, the Primarina is still well placed to be able to run amok.
Yeah, it is at the moment, especially as Ursaluna comes in too. Another special attacker that might not deal enough damage into Primarina's special defensive bulk, plus the Carmine that's there. There's something that Ursaluna does have is Yawn, but because his Primarina's already burnt, he can't actually be put to sleep either, so you don't even have that option either. And so it is looking a little bit rough now for Renzo, to be honest. So, but Primarina doesn't have infinite health, and with that burn, it's not going to be healing enough with that grassy terrain. That's eventually going to run out too. So the question is, with that spread move, which is often a little bit weaker, is it enough to pick up those KOs? Because if you've got a Volcarona and an Ursaluna double up, that could still be enough to KO this Primarina.
Yeah, we're actually going to finally see that terrestrialization commit of the Ursaluna into the water typing here. You want to be able to resist the Hyper Voices, like we said, and may force a scenario of trying to make the read of the Moonblast or not. But Heat Wave, not quite enough to pick up the KO on the Volcarona. But like you said, that Strugglebug is so prominent in this scenario. And even though Volcarona from Renzo's side is outpacing the Volcarona over on Rodrigo's with the Tailwind, Moonblast read, not enough to pick up the KO, but my lord, is so much damage.
And there's that ground type move, but still not enough for a KO on this Primarina. But look, a good call from Rodrigo there, calling the Terror Water, not going for that Hyper Voice and getting out as much damage as possible with the Moonblast. Possibly hoping for a KO there, but as we can see, it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, David, it truly feels like Rodrigo's Volcarona has been such an MVP in terms of being able to have so much utility of not only supporting its partner Pokemon, but also limiting the amount of damage output from the opponent's side, which has been so crucial in this matchup. One final turn of Tailwind does remain, though.
Yes, it does, and that's going to be really key as well. If these Pokemon are able to outspeed enough, but we know his Volcarona is very speedy as well. And so, with that speed behind it, is it enough to be able to pick up the KO through the special attack drops that it's been getting from the Strugglebug and through the special defense boost that this Primarina has? Here's the Heat Wave. Is it enough?
Oh,
no, it's not!
No! Wow, 4 hit point and 11 hit point survival. Heat Wave being dished out from Rodrigo's side, and we have the absolute rampage of this Primarina, not only surviving, but picking up the double KO. What a way to be able to showcase this interesting set accompanied by the Volcarona. Just having, like we said, so many options in its move pool in terms of support, utility. It truly does show the benefits of having multi-role interactions when it comes to the compression of them in one Pokemon.
Yeah, that's incredibly well done, obviously, in that game one here. And yeah, Primarina Carmine's not a Pokemon we see quite a lot of either, so possibly, you know, the calcs are just a little bit more unknown to a player like Renzo as well. So, but kudos to Rodrigo to take that game one, and as you can see, we're right into game two here.
Oh yeah, there's no slowing down as
there isn't.
No, there isn't, as we've got a bit of a change up from Renzo's side, leading with the Basculegion. Honestly, David, I was thinking that it had room to come over and, be one of the 4 Pokemon utilized in that game 1, but clearly that clear adaptation in order to be able to benefit off first damage potential. But then again, Rodrigo opting to go with the Farigiraf suggests a bit of a Trick Room setup as well.
And there's the Protect from the Farigiraf, though, kind of like going, oh, I'm going to sub Trick Room, I'm going to be here, and then actually, no, I'm not going to. I'm going to Protect, you're going to go right into me. Okay, well, maybe not for both then. Okay, parting shot into the Prina. Yeah, definitely well played.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, and just obviously recognizing that the Primarina, if left unchecked, will absolutely ram through Renzo's team composition, especially because of that Poison Terror capitalize, being able to resist, of course, that Rillaboom. But then again, the Basculegion, at this point, it just wants to be able to get any sort of damage dealt onto the Farigiraf, maybe hope for a double up into it with the help of that Rillaboom. But yeah, like we said, a tiny bit of chip damage being dealt onto both Basculegion and Rillaboom. Primarina, though, is at -1 of its special attack, so it wants to be able to start getting setup going, especially since Trick Room is just so viable to be able to under-speed everything over on Renzo's side.
Yeah, it 100% does, honestly. And now Basculegion and Rillaboom are in at the moment. You know the Basculegion is going for that flip turn at the moment. And being that Choice Scarf, it is very much locked into it as well. So Farigiraf isn't feeling very threatened here, especially if it knows the Wood Hammer can be taken as well. And we did see in that last game, it did do a lot, honestly. It depends on the training, and if with a Throat Spray set, often the Farigiraf are maybe leaning with their base points into special attack rather than defense. And so, yeah, maybe Rodrigo knows that and knows it might not take the double up until Volcarona comes in instead.
Oh, yeah, this is such a neat switch in. Not only because of the Grassy Seed, of course, bolstering the defenses, but the fact that if there's going to be a double up in that slot means a Flame Body potential of a burn. But no, the Basculegion at least wants to be a bit safe, go for that chip damage onto the Primarina, but more importantly, this Primarina, David, it's sort of disrespected the Rillaboom, hasn't it? It's wide open to a Wood Hammer.
Yeah, it is, so it could still come out this turn. Intimidate comes out, there's the high horsepower though.
Wow.
Great call from Rodrigo, bold, so bold. Like, yeah, it's one of those where it's like, oh, it's just so obvious, Like, Right, like, and same with the Farigiraf, it's kind of leading it and going, oh, I'm just going to protect. Oh, here's my Primarina, and oh, I'm not just not going to terrible protect either. And so yeah, it just paid off really well. And when you're 1 game up, you can afford to make those sort of plays. If you just going off vibe, you're just not going to do it. You're 1 game down. You need to make a few kind of risky plays here, and I'm going to go 1 better on top of you, go for the triple bluff, and just leave my Primarina there.
Yeah, I mean, Rodrigo playing so well, and actually interesting to see that the Volcarona was brought in the back just in case the Trick Room mode sort of didn't get set up initially or just didn't have a lot of traction, and say, okay, well, I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to go for Tailwind right now and go on the offensive, at least in terms of positive speed. So a really good way to be able to display the speed sandwich scenarios, especially going up against a team like Renzo's, where there's no direct means of speed control, not even on the Ninetales, which doesn't even have the Icy Wind option.
And there's the Wood Hammer into the Primarina, which protected. So yeah, another really good play from Rodrigo here instead. The Basculegion, though, is back in. And Basculegion is a good Pokemon, especially into this Volcarona, right? But Terra still on the board, especially for this Volcarona, which is that Terra Fairy. So, and it's not choice banned on this Basculegion either. So given the defensive training and the grass you see on this Volcarona, it can most likely take an attack if it spends that Terra here. The question is, does it survive the double up? Because Volcarona just doesn't have Protect either, so it's left wide open. So Renzo could cover, say, Wave Crash Wood Hammer into Volcarona, know that either way, Terra or no Terra, you're going to get that KO, depending on the bulk, of course, and this training. Something I don't know for sure. Maybe Rodrigo does, maybe Renzo does, but this turn we're probably going to find out.
It's so interesting because it's sort of the point where Renzo's trying to force Rodrigo's hand in terms of choosing which Pokemon to Terrasilize, because you could easily have gone for Terra Fairy, a Rage Powder into the Volcarona, but it's going to be the Poison, of course, taking that Grassy Glide and being able to dispatch of the Heat Wave. But yeah, we're going to have to see how this may unfold. We are going to be going ahead and cutting this preview of the feature match very shortly. So make sure if you want to continue checking it out, make sure to follow on with our side stream availables where they're able to go ahead and give it all the justice in terms of all the highlights profited off it. But we have been told that our trainers for the main stage match final round of Phase 1 are getting prepared.
Yes, they are. So let's just have a quick look at our Swiss rankings here at the end of round 7 as we head into round 8. Justin Tang is still undefeated, having featured him in round 1. Very impressive to kind of be continuing that journey.
Yeah, and what a way to be able to do it. We had a chat with Justin earlier, and he was just saying, I'm just trying to go off of vibes right now. And you know, he's doing it to such an exceptional degree. He was able to just bring a bit of that Las Vegas energy and spirit from last week and going into this. Clearly doing so well. But then Ali Dakit, which we did feature just prior, 7-0, of course, doing such an exceptional job, being the most highly rated Brazilian representative right now.
Yeah, there's plenty of great players there. So let's have a look at some of these notable matches, some of the pairings between some of these really top players as well, because, like, obviously, once you've got a matchup, one has to win and one has to lose. So some of these dreams may become a little bit short, but especially if you're X and 1, like 6 and 1, you still can afford another loss and still have a little bit of a chance to get into that top card.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, generally speaking, like we've said, there are going to be so many amazing matches, but wow, what a preview of the one we are going to be featuring for the final round. It's going to be a win-and-in classic. Federico Camporesi versus Eric Rios, 2 previous international champions. Federico most recently with NAIC last season, and which of course the Whimsicott is available with the code NAIC Tailwind, and it's just a great way to be able to showcase what has been such an emphatic Phase 1 today.
Really has, honestly. Yeah, just looking down the rest of the list, though, as well. Paul Ruiz is there, Calvin Foster versus Marcus Dion's really cool. Shohei Kimura there, another world champion, is still in contention at 5-2. Yeah, so many top players here, but we are going to focus in on our 2 players for this final round of Swiss for Phase 1 here. Federico Camporesi on your left and Eric Rios on the right.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many achievements to go through, and both of our trainers are so well known and just so well accomplished too. But at least talking around their teams, Federico actually bringing a team I did not expect to see from him. King Gambit, Alolan Ninetales, Dragonite, Rillaboom, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and that Blaziken. Very similar a team, if not near same, to Lucas Merstensen, who was able to get top 8 at Gdansk Regionals. And wow, just a really sort of spicy way to be able to change things up. Life for the Alolan Ninetales, as well as that Blaziken, really changes up the state of affair when it comes to the general meta.
Yeah, it's a really nice pick, actually. I really love the Blaziken here. It is that way you can get those fast coachings off, just like a Sneasler can, really. But you've got that fire offense there, you've got that fighting offense there too, but you're not hindered by any intimidates as well at the same time. So you can consistently match with Tailwind teams at the same time, and there's a lot of Pokemon here that really appreciate that coaching boost. King Gambit's a huge one, Dragonite, and that Rillaboom.
Yeah, there's just a lot of different things to go around, but of course, he will be facing Eric Rios, bringing, another fantastic team composition. We've got the Rillaboom Golden Gold Classics, of course, but then you start going a bit lower and you start noticing, oh, hey, there's a bit of change-ups here. Como-O, Primarina on the same team. We've got the Throat Spray set, of course, Clangorous Soul, and then on Primarina, a Haze User rather than a Calm Mind set with Mystic Water. We just did preview Primarina, but of course, it had the leftovers. This adds another multiplier to be able to capitalize off of the immediate burst damage potential.
Yeah, it does. It's a really nice call there, Costa. And we've covered the Mouse Horde, we've covered Como-O as well today. But yeah, interestingly, it's like Clangorous Soul that Ashton Cox got top 4 with last year as well in the same regulation. And here it is again on another really interesting team alongside that Primarina here. Kind of taking that Dragonite's role of the all-reliable Haze user, but instead it's a seal.
Yes, so eloquently put, my friend. It is to an extent, but it's also a great way to be able to get spread water type damage and have that immunity to opposing Dragonite because of that fairy typing. But going into the matchup situation between both of our trainers, what are some key highlights and potential win condition strategies you think both of our trainers will be able to look into?
Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. Eric obviously wants to try and see if he can get up the Clangorous Soul on that Komodo. Okay. That's always going to be a question that he's going to be going into here. And looking at Federico's team, how do you respond to that? Ninetales, a big problem. Blizzard, Moonblast as well. They doesn't want to face that, and so we might see a lead of it here, and yes, we do.
Yeah, what a well-put read, my friend. Even doing it so behind the caster desk, we'll be seeing our trainers unfold all of the action. We have got round 8 right now, turn 1.
So there's the Grassy Seed boost on that Sneasler there. So I really like this read from Eric here, kind of countering what might be able to stop a Komodo setup here, and responding with a Sneasler that looks really strong at the moment with that Grassy Seed boost and that acrobatics access there, really having a lot of offensive pressure onto this Rillaboom. Right. And you've also got that like Rillaboom on the other end, which just has massive just general grass damage onto a Ninetales that is often carrying Focus Sash, but on Federico's it's not. It's that Life Orb, most often very offensive and may not actually be able to take a Wood Hammer.
Yeah, that is a really good call out, as the Fake Out will be coming out first from Rillaboom on Eric's side onto the opposing one. Dire Claw into the Ninetales, not quite enough to be able to pick up a KO. Blizzard, Life Orb boosted, not enough to pick up the Rillaboom either, but so much damage and a critical hit on both of Eric's side. I was like, that's so much damage with the Life Orb, but no, it's sort of like the equivalent of having like a Choice Specs as well as a Life Orb due to the double crit scenario.
Yeah, it kind of is actually. So yeah, that's interesting. Eric really going for the Fake Out into that Rillaboom was like a big call there. You're just kind of banking on everything knowing you are the faster Rillaboom. Yeah. This seemed to be the case, obviously. It's giving the Grassy Surge kind of turn as well. But still could have been a little bit of a speed type, but maybe Eric knows he's a little bit of a faster Rillaboom anyway, denying that Fake Out Rillaboom potential there too. But obviously going to this next turn now, this Ninetales has dished out so much damage now, but has it done enough? It is now definitely in range of what the Sneasler can do, and the Sneasler though could still be in range of the high horsepower from the opposing Rillaboom, which is now uncontested and can most likely survive a Dire Claw or an Acrobatics from Eric's Sneasler too.
Oh, as we do have the Dragonite's multi-scale broken in favor of Alolan Ninetales. Survival here, Dire Claw not enough. 15 hit point survival with a paralysis escorted on the side. Will Federico's Rillaboom be able to move? It can. Wood Hammer, it's gonna be more than enough given around the 30-40% HP range remaining on the Sneasler, even though, of course, it did have the Grassy Seed defensive stage prop.
And that recall is now enough to actually KO that Rillaboom itself, rather than say a high horsepower, which would have kept that Rillaboom around. However, you at that point, a paralyzed Rillaboom versus another Rillaboom on Eric's end, you probably actually wanted to go down at that point, so you can bring in something nice and fresh to support this Dragonite here, because at the moment this Rillaboom's not doing a whole lot. It's not got its Fake Out turn on the board. Yeah. So the question is, what has Eric brought in the bag? Do we have that Komodo there or not? I want to say yes, but I think it's a really good call that Federico has preserved that Ninetales. He knows he wants to preserve it just in case a Komodo is coming out there, because it's such a win condition and such a threat as soon as a Clangorous Soul gets set up.
Wow, I'm seeing the Primarina, David, and I feel like this is such a big thorn in Federico's side, given the Dragonite on the field as well as that Blaziken. Both are susceptible to super effective damage from the Primarina, whilst the Dragonite can't even deal its main source of damage via that Scale Shot. It's going to have to be forced, if it wants to go on the offensive, to go for the extreme speed.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So maybe Eric wasn't setting up for that Komodo, he was setting up for the Primarina. The main threat being that Rillaboom, and versus the rest of this team, as you're saying, Costa, Primarina is looking incredible right now. Great special bulk, immune to the Scale Shot, but not the extreme speed. But yeah, Dragonite picks off the Rillaboom, sure, but there's still the Primarina there.
I know, it's going to be a big issue if left unchecked. Coaching from the Blaziken, actually clearly trying to identify that, hey, unless it's going to be a Moonblast commit into that Dragonite, I could try to get some more damage dealt via extreme speeds in the future, but Moonblast enough to pick off the Dragonite. Eric disrespecting the Blaziken there, saying, right, I don't even care about breaking the Focus Sash. I need to get rid of that Dragonite. It opens up the path for success in my favor. Ninetales brought out against a Komodo, so a bit of an interesting interaction of the board state right now. Pros and cons for both sides.
Yeah, there certainly is. So the Komodo is there as well to capitalize if the main Komodo goes down, and Primarina there to also capitalize. But again, I think this Komodo could go down, and Primarina might still be able to carry this, honestly. Yeah, Blaziken does, yes, have special attacking moves, so it's not great to Primarina. So decent special attack, but Primarina's bulk is so good. Hyper Voice most likely deals out so much damage as well. I'm just cannot see a way yet, Federico, to kind of break this thing yet. But I suppose when there's a Ninetales with Blizzard, there is a way.
There it is. I know, that's what I was expecting you to say, my friend, and you did. Aura Sphere dealing so much damage onto that Komodo Blizzard. Is there going to be any sort of RNG roll in favor of Federico? You can see the anguish in his face. Not the case, as Klangrisol actually trying to get set up there, not being able to do so. Eric trying to hedge his bets in terms of either I get the Komodo set up, or I go ahead, pick up KOs, break a Focus Sash on the Blaziken with the Primarina. That's exactly what he did. Eric absolutely running away with this game one. Blaziken, I don't think is going to be able to commit and somehow get this win back for Federico's side.
Yeah, and Federico maybe locks in the forfeit the quickest I've ever seen it,
I know, same. That was astonishing speed.
So quick. He is not playing around.
No.
He is ready for game two. Okay, wow. So yeah, that was really convincing, actually. And again, another sneaky Primarina. Really maybe star of the show this weekend that we might see a little bit more of, maybe, because, yeah, like, they seem to have such a good matchup, right, into what Federico's composition was. And Federico's composition is, you know, it's a little bit unusual, but mostly typical picks there, really. And yeah, once Rillaboom is down, Primarina looks incredible, honestly, into the entire matchup here. So I think Federico needs to be thinking about that.
Yeah, let's not forget, those are double crit in favor of Federico in turn one of game one there.
Great point.
And it still wasn't enough for Federico to be able to bring it back, because it just goes to show why, like you said, David, Primarina was such a vital bring, especially with that endgame Komodo, and holding on to the terrestrialization, so key. As long as you get rid of the Rillaboom and the main sort of threats that would really, you know, produce and force KOs onto the Primarina, that is clearly Eric's game plan there, and he did it to a really good degree. So if you're Federico, how do you try to bring this one back? Do you want to lean on to like a King Gambit or something else?
Well, I wonder if an Ursaluna with Terra Electric and Calm Mind of its own might be able to respond a little bit here.
Okay.
Because there is a lack of the ground type or the Ursaluna on Eric's end, for instance, that could punish a Terra Electric on Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you know you're going to commit that Terra Electric, start Calm Minding in front of that Primarina, which can't kind of match you with Calm Minds, you might be able to deal enough damage with the Blood Moon. But that is to say, Primarina has Haze on it as well, so it can cancel out those boosts. It is definitely an uphill battle, but if it's anyone that could beat it, it's maybe Federico.
Wow, and we actually see a bit of a change-up from both of our trainers with their leads, Blaziken and Dragonite now, allowing a sort of interaction of potential side coaching versus the Mousehold and Golden Go from Eric's side, which at the same time, you've got that Friend Guard available to be able to bolster the defenses of that Golden Go and potential set up the Nuzlocke.
Yeah, you do. So really nice switch up here for Eric, because if things went so well in game one, you can really switch it up and just go with something completely new here. The Federico might even not even be thinking about, just kind of so focused on the Primarina. Right. This is brand new. There's a mouse and a stack of coins in front of you now. What do you do?
It's so true. I wouldn't know what to do. But Federico wants to try to protect and keep that Focus Sash intact whilst benefiting off of the speed boost at the end of the turn with the Blaziken in order to better position himself. But this actually has some really good synergy with a potential scale shot into the Mousehold, which, yeah, seems like the play from Federico's side, because at the same time, naturally speaking, speed-wise, Blaziken tend to be trained faster than Dragonite, so if both the Dragonite and Blaziken are at +1, you can still benefit off of a side coaching while still being faster than both of Eric's Pokemon.
Yeah, I like that call out there, Costa. Yeah, it's really cool. So you can still go for that really nice big play there. So this Dragonite doesn't have Tailwind, unfortunately, but you may not need it in this scenario, especially when you've already got that speed boost. Mousehold typically does carry that Terra Fairy that we've seen in previous matches today, but this is Terra Ghost, so he's not safe from the Scale Shot either in this scenario. So yeah, Federico has a fairly safe play here, a Scale Shot plus something with Blaziken, which is either way going to get something off here, but Primarina, yeah, is probably the best switch and you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, it's a good sort of defensive point to make from Eric's side, because you allow the the Mousehold to still stay on the field, have Friend Guard available for the Primarina, and at the same time, the Primarina doesn't really get, I guess, like, threatened by anything on Federico's side. I would say, before seeing the coaching, which we know, it can stack up and allow so much offensive prowess coming out from a Dragonite, and even because of the speed interaction and the priority brackets, bypass a Follow Me to be able to start attacking that Primarina.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. So Federico's identified that we need big physical damage, and the way to get that is extreme speed plus coaching. But there's a Heat Wave to finish off the Mousehold.
Yeah, and what a way to go about it, because at this point, you've been able to still keep both of your Focus Sash and Multiscale intact until this point. And you've got so much more profit off of it in terms of the resource available left on your side versus Eric. He's lost his main redirector and also Friend Guard sort of enabler when it comes to additional bulk.
So a really nice play there from Federico overall. Yeah, you get rid of that supporter, and now this Primarina has been really dented to the point that you can just start kind of throwing attacks at it and start to make those like sacrifices of your own, because you're already 4-3 up at this point.
Yeah.
So you don't mind if you take attacks after now, given that Primarina has no speed control around it to kind of make it go first either. We know that Moonblast does so much damage, but yeah, there's not really an opportunity for it to actually go first here, especially considering if you've got an extreme speed plus Heat Wave, which looks like a really safe option for Federico. Of course, Eric can now respond. There is plenty of terror options at the moment. You've still got that Terror Poison, but it looks like Eric is just banking on this Primarina to be able to just survive the turn.
Wow, this is going to be close. Extreme Speed says a no to Eric, and you can see the dismay in his face, thinking, maybe there would have been a good chance for me to be able to resist it, but it would have also depended on the Heat Wave connect from Blaziken's side. Just going to show that Federico going on the offensive really pays off right now, and it's sort of caught out Eric's defensive potential setup, as opposed to the two leads that we saw in game one, that Rillaboom and the Sneasler, which sort of invite immediate pressure that Federico has to respect.
Yeah, it does. So, yeah, Eric unfortunately not getting the turn that he wanted at this point. Sneasler, though, is on the field, and when there's a Sneasler, there's a way.
That's true.
Yeah, with a lot of diagonal potential. However, there is no Grassy Seed activation yet, so Eric has to bank on Federico bringing their own Rillaboom in if you want to access that defense boost and that unburdened double speed. And at the moment, Federico's team is so fast.
Oh, and there's a Heat Wave miss on the Golden Go, which is definitely what you want to be able to target and start whittle away its HP remaining. But the Scale Shot, of course, more than enough just with a 2-shot to be able to pick up the KO, further bolstering the speed of this Dragonite. Super speedy right now. Some would say extremely speedy.
I would.
Oh, yeah, you would. But at this point, the Golden Go, it's left on its own. Sure, it could potentially pick up a KO here if there's a crit on the Dragonite, but no, there is not. But then again, Federico has another 2 Pokemon full HP-wise and available in the back for that free switching into Blaziken's slot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything that could be brought in that Eric will be happy to see. And yeah, honestly, the Rillaboom is probably best case scenario. But I think Federico doesn't want to reveal anything that's in the back that he may think is a little bit more of an unusual choice. Whereas Rillaboom is a nice supporter. You don't have an Incineroar on the team, so it makes sense to bring Fake out. So Rillaboom's a little bit more of a usual choice there. So I think a good bring in here. And there's not a lot this Golden Go can do other than maybe hope for a lot of missing moves. So yeah, because High Horsepower can miss, Scale Shot can miss, and unless Rillaboom goes for grass moves, then the Exposer is away there. So that's maybe Eric's hope at this point in this game 2. But I think if you're Eric, you probably want to start using that time to think about game 3, as you can really see the cogs whirring, I think, behind those headsets.
Yeah, exactly. And Scale miss shot from that Dragonite, but at this point, I don't think it really matters, because like we said, realistically, the Rillaboom should be able to pick up a KO as... Oh, actually, no, it's full HP Golden Go. This does mean that Federico's going to most likely have to reveal his final Pokemon, which is definitely not what he wanted to do. High Horsepower, yeah, just barely misses it. And even though, like we said, this game was pretty much over because of just the overwhelming amount of resource, it has forced that reveal. So it sort of at least paints a picture for Eric saying, okay, Federico feels... more reliant to bring that Rillaboom and Alolan Ninetales, so at least let me try to find a way to be able to reposition what sort of preference of lead he can take, knowing that those 2 Pokemon are most likely always going to be on the quartet.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Now, we've got to be thinking about game 3, haven't we? Because, we know this Ninetales, it's going to outspeed with the Life Orb. This Golden Go is definitely going down here. So, yeah, I think Primarina is still very good here. But we saw it came in a little bit too late when the Dragonite had set up a bit too much for those coaching boosts. So Eric's got to think of a way to try and deny those coaching boosts or the threat of this Dragonite. Because at the moment, Primarina is the answer to Dragonite, right? With that Moonblast. So we've got to look for other ways to be able to deal with it. Golden Go is a really nice way to do it, and hence the lead there too. But it was obviously pressured a little bit too much, at least Eric found from Federico's end. But maybe he needs to go a little bit more aggressive here, play a little bit less safe, start maybe using Maltod for a follow me support, and just to go straight on that offense and get rid of it as fast as possible. Give Federico no room to set up those coaching.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, because at this point, you're welcome, because at this point, genuinely, I think that's sort of what's been lacking from this adaptation from Eric's side in Game 2, that immediate pressure. And even though this Sneasler doesn't have Sword Stance, which is what we're so used to seeing when it's a Grassy Seed set accompanied by the Rillaboom, it's got the Close Combat, Diaclaw, Acrobatics, and Protect sort of 4 move set. It doesn't mean that it can't deal so much damage and force terrestrializations, and that's clearly the key that Eric may need to be able to bring at the appropriate time. You saw he got a bit cheeky in terms of, hey, Federico, I know you're always bringing that Rillaboom, so let me try to capitalize off of that, and it just didn't work out as well for him.
No, it didn't. So, yeah, back to the drawing board somewhat here. So really well played from Federico, just really showing what a great player he is. Like, that, like, looking at that Primarina Game 1, it just seemed impossible for Federico to break it without a Rillaboom. But this time, it was just completely doable, even without the Rillaboom being on the field in the first place.
I know, right?
Yeah, so completely turned it around there, and really not underestimating the power of extreme speed on Dragonite as well, where often we see Tailwind over that slot too. So Game 3, we're already here.
No, not just yet, David. Don't get too excited, my friend. But yeah, I think given the fact that we had the Blaziken and Dragonite lead, do you feel like it's appropriate for Eric to lead with the Primarina? Or will you expect Federico to anticipate that adaptation, make an adaptation of his own, and not lead with Blaziken Dragonite again?
Well, I expect Federico to think that Eric might expect that, that he could bring Primarina in the back. But whether Federico expects Eric to expect Federico expects that, that's another question entirely. But I definitely expect you to expect that Federico might expect it. But
you may have lost me. But it sounded like you knew exactly what you were talking about.
Oh,
so
yeah,
please,
definitely.
Please keep it going, my friend.
Basically, I've got no idea, mate.
Hey! No, I just think that it's a good case. Primarina maybe opted in from Eric's side, but I think it's just around if it's too obvious of a situation where you bring your own Rillaboom to directly threaten it as a lead, and that's the situation we exactly see.
There it is.
There it is, Federico bringing the Rillaboom, anticipating the Primarina bring on the other side of the field, but then again, Eric goes a level deeper, brings Sneasler to proc the Grassy Seed and Unburden. Oh my lord, both of these trainers are absolutely out of their minds. Look at all the mind
we're so deep in now, Costa. This like, oh my goodness, I don't know what, we might be on just like layer 1, but
layer 2 to 3.
Layer 2 to 3. Yeah, I don't know. So right,
impressive.
It is impressive. Now, Sneasler is in. Oh, straight up Grassy.
Whoa! Whoa! Nearly picking up the KO! My lordies, they're going to be a double up. Diaclaw into the Rillaboom deals so much, and causes a sleep as well. This could be so crucial in the subsequent turn. Blaziken Heatwave, is it enough to pick up the Primarina? It is enough, Primarina. The key that we were saying to Eric's strategy already out of Game 3 and this set. This is such a setback from Eric's side.
Wow, okay, yeah, that was an explosive turn there. Yeah, really nicely called here. I think Eric had been playing so defensive a lot of the time. Maybe Federico, expecting Eric to play a little bit more on the offensive there, go a little bit more aggressive, leading the Primarina open, as we saw had been done in our previous feature match as well. And yeah, really came back to bite him.
Oh, Diaclaw now going into the blade again! We've got a second sleep, folks! Federico not happy! I don't blame him! Eric going ahead and just getting rid of the availability from Federico's actions, allowing a very clean, clangerous soul being set up right there, and all of a sudden, this game has once again been so explosive, completely changed and tipped over its head. We got a Kommo-o Omni boosted and at +2 special attack.
Wow, okay, yeah, that's pretty huge, honestly, there. There's the first guaranteed time of sleep on this Rillaboom as well, so it can wake up next turn. But yeah, that's exactly what Eric needed here in this match. Now, to be fair, it was looking pretty nice into Blaziken plus Rillaboom anyway, to be fair. But it's just obviously very nice for no damage to come out of either of these targets so that this Kommo-o can really have a lot of room to then take on hits later on in this game. So yeah, now Eric can really unleash this Kommo-o and start firing out those attacks. And yeah, another turn of sleep for Blaziken is not what you want to see for Federico.
Yeah, Federico needs to force a turn 1 wait from both of his Pokemon, which say, no, I want to snooze. Let me hit a snooze on that alarm clock, because Blaziken is out, not even being able to get the utility that Federico saw in that game 2. Flamethrower picks up a KO on the Rillaboom. It is a 3 versus 2 scenario. So much setup on Eric's side. You've got that Unburden, you've got a super speedy Sneasler, and then a super speedy Kommo-o, but bolstered at plus special attack of 2 stages. This is not what you want as Federico, and honestly, all the momentum in Eric's favor right now.
Yep, so Ninetales and Dragonite are 2 Pokemon you definitely do want versus a Kommo-o here. Yeah. But Kommo-o can still go for that Terra Fire, which suddenly means it's going to resist both the Blizzard and the Moonblast from the Ninetales and not take super effective damage from this Scale Shot. And with that defense boost as well, it's going to be able to take on those hits a lot better too. So yeah, Eric is looking very much like he is in the driver's seat right now. He's just going to make the most of it and not throw it away. It could still very much swing back into Federico's favor. We've seen the sleeps from Diaclaw, and that means we could see other things from Ninetales' moves as well. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I unfortunately do, my friend, but we're going to have to see if it does come to fruition or not. We're going to have the Terra commit of the Kommo-o. Diaclaw will be able to break the multi-scale, no status condition dealt, but I don't think that's a big problem as a Terra Fire Flamethrower more than enough to pick up the KO on the Ninetales, leaving Dragonite on its own to fend for itself. Scale Shot will connect. It will most likely pick up a KO if there's a 5th hit, but even then, to be honest, the Grassy Seed paying dividends there. However, you're not able to capitalize off of the fact that you've just got 1 Dragonite against 3 Pokemon to set up Kommo-o. This is tough, and I think this is game ending.
Yeah, it doesn't look great here. I mean, yeah, you've still got the Terra option, I suppose, but yeah, another lightning fast forfeit there for Federico is definitely going to seal this up for Eric Rios, who advances on to phase 2. Congratulations, round 8 win to Eric Rios.
What a way to go about it as well. We saw the back and forth in terms of the strategy that both of our trainers were employing. Eric running through that game 1 with the Primarine in the back. Fede going for the adaptation, so strong in that game 2 with the Blaziken Dragonite lead. Only for both of these great minds to meet roughly in the middle in that game 3 lead. Sort of adaptation to adaptation, acknowledging and respecting what each of the other trainers had to bring and matching it both with individual slot brings as well.
Yeah, there was so many levels there. I loved it, honestly. Yeah, it was really cool to see. And yeah, seeing Kommo-o really pop off, I'm honestly a little bit biased. I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, something classy picks, by the way. Yeah, so yeah, really well played. And yeah, great response from Federico in game 2, honestly. But yeah, it was those dire sleeps that really kind of swung it back for Federico.
That's tough.
Yeah, because at that point, you can maybe switch out, but then you're going to switch back in and they'll still be asleep, and really tricky. But has it put Diaclaw back on the map, Costa? That's what I want to know.
I mean, my real question is, when did it leave? I guess with the Grassy Seed sets they had, and like you said, you know, the fact that Eric has opted out of Swords Dance and saying, Diaclaw,
it's worth.
It might be just enough. Yeah, it's worth, and clearly just paying dividends there. I'm trying to think if there's scenarios of the sleep being the most crucial thing that happened there in terms of the momentum hang from Fede's side. I mean, it definitely has to be, right? Because the Rillaboom's it's mandatory sleep because of the priority Grassy Slide that happened prior, or should I say on that turn 1, where Eric was like, willing to drop the Primarina and say, as long as I'm able to sort of break sashes or just get some really good damage and put it within range of chip, I could always pick it up after. Just it proved to be quite detrimental. Like, and I'm not sure if Fede was able to, even without the sleeps, have as much of a momentum boost as Eric did.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, honestly. Yeah, especially with the Terra Fire option on Komodo. Like, yeah, like it's a really good point. Like, without those sleeps, is it any different to the game? I mean, the main thing would probably be Blaze against Aura Sphere as the main kind of offensive like power move that you can go. But yeah, we're never going to know, to be fair, and I love seeing a little bit of Dark Claw shenanigans, I'm sorry. It's just really fun to see. It really is.
Going to the dark side, my friend, but let's go to the light, where we have got Gabby ready with our winner of Swiss round number 8, Mr. Eric Rios.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Eric Rios, who has punched his ticket into Phase 2 for the Latin American International Championships. Eric, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
This is your first tournament back since the World Championships. You got top 4 at the North American International Championships last year. How does it feel?
It feels incredible because I start 2-2 after 2-0. So I didn't expect to do bad this event because I prepare a lot. I think I did a really cool team. And yeah, my expectations were really high, but this tournament is so difficult. There are a lot of good players. I face against really good teams and players as well. So it's got been exhausted today, but yeah, I made it. Like, I am day 2, so I will try to win as much as I can tomorrow and try to top it.
I'm so glad you mentioned the creativity on your team because you've been trying a lot of teams in your downtime. How did you decide on Como to bring to this tournament?
I have been trying physical Como first. It was Clear Amulet with the Soul, but Drain Punch instead of special attacking, so didn't came too well. Like, I was testing that, and I felt that Como was really good for the metagame because there are a lot of instant Rillaboom. So, but the problem of Como is Dragonite, so that's why I have Primarina. Didn't see any Primarina these days, so I tried to build a cool team with that, and yeah, I'm 5-2, 6-2 now. So let's see how it goes.
So walk me through that matchup. What was your game plan going up what it seemed to be a guaranteed coaching into that Dragonite in game 1 from Federico?
The matchup, I think it was for me, but Federico played really well game 2 and game 3. I think I didn't play that well game 2. I think Primarina is good. He was expecting Primarina lead, so that's why I think he made Rillaboom lead, expecting Primarina, and then he saw that I didn't bring Primarina, so he brings Dragonite Blaziken to coaching, and that was really difficult for me. And then I tried to do Sneasler Primarina because it's like covers 50-50 lead. Like, if he leads with Rillaboom, I have the pressure of Sneasler. If he leads with Dragonite, I have the pressure with Primarina. So I think it went pretty well. Dark Claw helped a bit with the sleeps, but yeah, I think both we played really well. So.
One other thing I want to ask you, you mentioned you started off 2-2 earlier. How did you bounce back from a rough start in arguably one of the toughest tournaments we've seen all season?
So the way I lose, I think I played really well. The first game I lost, it was a matchup that I didn't play really well, so it happens. And then the other loss was against Blizzard, Freeze into my Como. So I didn't, like, I felt well because I played well, so, and the team works. So after the 2-2, I was talking to my friends. I think I can make it. I'm playing well. I lost because the game, like, I can't control that. So if the lag is not, like, if I don't have bad luck, in the rest, I think I can make it. So
sometimes the game says no, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
All right. Well, Eric, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody in the hall or anybody watching at home?
Yeah, I want to shout out all the friends that have been helping me, the team, Sergio, David, Jesus, Gerard, everybody who have been supporting me from home, my Twitch community that have been supporting all the time, and also to the KOI community. Thanks to them as always. Thank you so much.
All right, Eric, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in Phase 2 tomorrow. That's it for all of our action here in Phase 1. I'm going to throw it back to our casters to wrap things up.
Great to hear from our previous EUIC champion of 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Some strong, firm words in terms of inspirations when it comes to, you know, what has proven to be quite a tough regulation set to be able to sort of not only adapt your own playstyle to, but the variety of meta choices and valid sort of compositions that are going around. So tough to be able to sort of counter, but Eric Rios, one of the very best, giving some wise words there.
Yeah, and he is a wise man, honestly. Like he's been around the block and had so many championships under his belt as well. So, and often is very consistent at the international level as well, and no stranger to LAIC particularly too. So, not surprised to see him this far, but obviously he cannot afford another loss.
Yeah, exactly that. But like we said, that's been most of the action that we've been able to feature today. However, it is not all over, my friends, because we have got Phase 2. That, of course, will be coming up. We've got some start time availability for you all. We've been absolutely excited to go ahead and show all of the action that we have got going on. But yeah, tune in tomorrow, of course, as we've got Day 2, starting up bright and early, 9 a.m. local time and 12 p.m. if I'm not mistaken, UTC. And of course, please make sure to be following our social channels as well.
Yes, exactly. On Instagram, YouTube, and X as well. And use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC to let us know what you're up to, where you're watching from, who you're watching with, and any art or drawings that you've got as well, and we might be able to feature them at some point this weekend too.
Yes, exactly that, but we do have our Phase 2 players revealed on this lovely little graphic. Frederick Nielsen, Justin Tang, Keelan Van Severen. We've got so many representatives from so many different regions as well.
Yeah, we do. There's so much representation here as well, and really big names too, honestly. Like, yeah, we've got Juan Solano, obviously, on the bottom there, the #1 in championship points across the world at the moment. Yep. He's, I don't know, probably still undefeated, honestly. He's such an incredible player. Luca Cherubelli on the left there, and one of our world champions too. We've got such a huge amount of talent here.
Yeah, exactly that. But let's not forget the distribution that we have got currently available over the entirety of this weekend. We saw the man, the legend, Federico Camporesi just now. And of course, let's not forget NAIC winning Whimsicott, available from last season. Please make sure to redeem now with LAIC 26 Tailwind. And of course, utilize the ones in favors or eyes.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, Whimsicott is a very reliable Pokemon for your team. In pretty much any regulation, it is legal for. So yeah, definitely catch this while you can. And of course, that's not the only thing we are showing either. We've also got Pokemon UNITE as well. You could receive an LAIC in-game sticker using the password below, LAIC 2026.
Yeah, it's a great way to be able to showcase your presence at this grand event, of course. But UNITE is not the only one. We have got another amazing game and distribution available. Of course, going to be the TCG LAIC 26 Phantasma Flames, which has just become available, or at least released the past week. So make sure that you are not missing out on the opportunity of being able to dive a bit more into it.
Yes, using that trading card game live app there to kind of redeem those really cool packs, and just seeing the animation of what you get as well is just so gorgeous. Truly. Especially, yeah. And of course, finally, we've got Pokemon GO as well, and the gifts that we're kind of bringing in from there as well, assuming you have been tuning in and using that code too.
Yeah, I believe it was the Arachnid that's available, as well as some additional rewards that we've got for you lovely folks. Make sure to not miss out from any of these distributions that we've got across all of our 4 featured games. There you have it, of course, inspired by its Accents NAIC winning team.
Yeah, and there's an elite charge TM there as well. You can see above that Arachne.
Oh,
so
yeah,
definitely
there
get
is.
that too. Very valuable piece of item there to be able to change that charge move so you can get exactly what you need, especially if you've been missing out on some of those community days there. Arachne is just a cool Pokemon as well, by the way.
It truly is. Has a lot of, viability when it comes to certain formats in our own VGC game. But yeah, with that being said, I think there's just been so much action going on across all of our games this weekend. And of course, we've got so much more in store for you lovely folks tomorrow, unfortunately, but we are looking to meet you bright and early. So make sure that you are tuning in, of course, getting your refreshments, and we'll be catching you tomorrow.
Adventure is in the air, and the turn